I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's the pitch. High fly ball deep left field. Down the left field line. It is off the fair pole. Hey now. Hey now. Hey now. 3-run homer, Aaron Judge. This game is tied at 6-6.
Yeah.
He's not good.
No. It's
Not
in New
and who
York.
calls it the fair pole?
Yeah, I don't care for the fair pole. I don't care for the. He was like they loved him in Seattle, and he was there. I never was a.
How many playoff games did he call there? So
right. I know, right?
Just when you thought your night was over, if you're a seam head like RJ Choppy, Aaron Judge brings you back. Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Hump Day edition of
Hump
Sean
Day.
and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a total that stands for turn it on, leave it on. And now maybe they can get off of Aaron Judge's back in New York.
Maybe. I doubt it. You know them. They'll find something else to move the goalposts on. I mean, he was hitting like 500 for this playoff, and that wasn't good enough. But that was a big spot. That was a big moment for him. And he had two games going on at the same time because of the rain delay. It was supposed to be like a 3 o'clock start to 7 o'clock, maybe 4 o'clock. And the Tigers-Mariners got delayed, got banished to FS2, started about 30 minutes before. And then Toronto goes up 6-1 in this, and the Mariners are beating the brakes off the Tigers last night. And it's like, okay, it's time for bed. Might be able to get to bed early. And that did not happen. That did not happen.
No, so the Yankees are still alive. They win 9-6. They trail Toronto 2-1 in the ALDS.
Yeah, and I mean this is look, it's good theater. You get the big comeback, and yeah, you didn't want the Yankees getting swept out of this thing. Like if you're Major League Baseball, you're not wanting to set up for Toronto, Seattle in the ALCS.
Probably not. Like They're really, I mean, they're obviously in the NL, they're going to hope for the Dodgers or the Dodgers to make it through, or the Cubs, right? The Cubs. But you get a Milwaukee, Toronto, Milwaukee, Detroit. Like baseball just wouldn't love that. But they certainly don't want to lose the Dodgers or the Yankees in this round. I wouldn't think.
No, you definitely wouldn't, and you definitely don't want them getting swept out of here. Now you did say maybe he's gotten the New York fans off his back. His batting average still is 100 points lower than Vlad Guerrero Jr. So
in
like
the playoffs,
yeah. So if you're not if you're not hitting 615 like Vlad is at this point, then nobody even wants that.
I don't know how. Everybody's saying I don't know how he hit the fair. I don't know how he didn't break his bat on that one. That there's a still shot. It looks like it's on the handle. I don't know how the bat didn't break. But Toronto blew this one. There was one out in that very same inning. There was one out and a pop up to third. The guy drops it. The guy drops the pop up. That was the 9-hole hitter. And then they walk the next guy, and then Judge comes up and hits that home run, and then kind of the wheels all came off for Toronto the rest of the night.
And then Jazz hits the go-ahead in the 5th, the solo shot to make it 7-6. They tack on 2 more.
Turns around like 100-mile-per-hour fastball. Is that a torpedo bat he's still swinging? Is that what he got around on and on?
But he was one. There was like 4 guys using it early in the year. He was like one of the big ones that was using it.
Boy, that is one fluid-looking motion though of swinging through and flailing that bat off to the side. He knew that was gone.
He uses the nickname, or if that's not, I don't know if it's a nickname or not. Jazz, just play like he plays the way somebody named Jazz would play with some flair.
Seattle doubles up Detroit 8-4. They lead that series 2-1.
Yeah, and look, Detroit was stumbling at the end of the year. The only thing they had going for them was they got a redo when they played Cleveland in that first round. But here comes the Mariners, and the Mariners have done nothing but play tremendous baseball down the stretch to win the West, to get the 2 seed, and they haven't really skipped a beat. They had the first game that they fell where it was like, all right, they're just trying to get their sea legs under them because they haven't played in a week. It's kind of part of the problem with the system. You don't play for a while. But then they did the delay. Delay didn't knock them off course. I was sitting there thinking, are they just going to delay this game until tomorrow? Because there was a 3-hour rain delay. It was just waiting around.
And these are best of 5, right?
This round's best of 5.
How do we feel about that? I don't think I don't
like it. But the problem is that we're October 8th.
Yeah, the problem is really I'll stop you there and take you to 162.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
If they got down to
142.
Yeah, they got down to 142, 154. You can get away with it. But now I think the World Series ends like the November 1st. They want to make it November 6th. Is that really that big of a deal? Are we getting a great weather change between the 1st and the 5th of November? Probably not. But a lot of these teams play in outdoor environments. They just want to avoid that.
Yeah, just shorten the season. That's how you fix that. Because I hate the best of 3 in the in this wild card round they have
Make
now.
Make the first round best of 5 and then go 7 from then on out.
Yeah.
Right. I would do
play
the
162 games to lose 3 out of 5.
Yeah. Right. I would make the first round, like you said, instead of the best of 3, make it best of 5. That's fine. And then go best of 7 from there on out. But you're going to have to start the season either a month earlier or shorten it in terms of the amount of games, which I don't know. I don't think the owners would ever shorten the season. Everybody wants to lengthen. All these leagues want to lengthen the season. The NHL lengthened it.
Yeah.
Right? 84 now, right?
But if MLB's maxed and they're saying this is as far as our season can go, why would you not want the extra games to be playoff games?
I totally agree. And what I would do, I would start it early, shorten it, and try to get out before football starts.
Well, compare the revenue, though. I get the extra 15 games from all of baseball versus the revenue from those extra playoff games.
Well, I would imagine what you get revenue-wise off TV for the extra playoff games, and knowing that the 8 games you're chopping at the end of the season are largely going to be a lot of people who are out and fans aren't necessarily going to the ballpark.
Apparently, the rain delay interrupted Derek Jeter's parent-teacher conference that he had scheduled. His cell phone went off, and he was debating whether to go ahead and FaceTime into the parent-teacher conference. And it was not enough time for David Ortiz to figure out this name.
Every single one of you pronounce his last name. You kept first.
Schlittler. Oh, well, he's the master. Schlittler. You now your turn.
Sound like Hitler.
No. All right, let's go to a break, guys.
Cam, I'm going Cam.
You know what, Poppy? You just
I don't want to get in trouble.
you just call him Cam.
Cam, that's it.
You just call him
Leave it up to
Cam.
it.
You just call him Cam, and you know
Cam.
maybe it'll be Mr. Cam, depending on how he pitches tomorrow.
I haven't watched their coverage this postseason, but I had already sold on Big Papi as basically being worthless up there over the past few postseasons.
And then he completely turns it around with that drop.
I definitely thought when y'all sent this, he was
Sound like
going with
Hitler.
the SHI.
Yes.
SHI mistake. Not leaving off the first S.
No, leave it off the L. Just the first L.
Yeah.
Sounds like Hitler to me.
Yeah, what? It's like, wow, God, David. Jeez.
Yeah.
That is, though, you how they didn't change
Sound like
that
Hitler.
name at some point as the family. You have to change that name.
Yeah, I mean, you would think somewhere. You know how like you'll hear all the time about like, yeah, our name actually used to be this. We dropped the E when we immigrated to the United States 150 years ago. Why didn't this change ever?
Instead of keeping it schle, make it shill.
Something.
Something. You
Well,
got
I don't want to go near shilling either.
Well, Schiller, right?
Yeah.
Change it up. You can't keep that. That's because you can't say that name. If you say that name enough times, sooner or later, it's gonna trigger in your head.
Yep.
It's gonna remind you of that.
Or you could just like, why didn't they just drop the S at the front?
I don't.
Then wouldn't you get Hitler?
No.
No, you don't.
We also have the opening of the NHL season.
Now into the Panthers, Rodriguez. It was poked away and then out of the right circle. A chance for Samoskevich to stop, but now it's picked up and they score, and the Panthers take the lead. It's Carter Verhaeghe right out in front.
Panthers radio as the champs open up their defense with a 3-2 win over Chicago. Pittsburgh blanks the Rangers 3-0 on the road. Colorado with a 4-1 win in Los Angeles as we await the Dallas Stars season opener.
Let's wait the season tomorrow night, and then you get obviously the defending champs starting out. They got the rings, cool looking rings. They had the double Stanley Cup on them. Pretty cool looking rings there. And then, I mean, look, you never see. I guess you see it more prevalent now. Guys signing a day or two before the season starts.
Connor McDavid, I felt bad for him and hockey players once Bobby put it in perspective. I already felt bad once I saw the money per year. 2 years, $12.5 million a season for the best player in the world.
Yeah, and he took about a 25% pay cut.
Oh.
Because Draisaitl and his own teammates making $14 a year. Connor McDavid's the fourth highest paid player in the league, third highest paid in the West. I think McKinnon's higher. So we're talking about and he could have gotten, if he had gotten to the open market, I mean, we're talking 15, 16, you probably could have got 15 million.
Well,
That's pretty much the max that you're going to give somebody in the NHL. I mean, he took a legit 25% pay cut, and he went to them. He went to them and said, here, this is the deal. I'm going to give you guys a little pay cut. Y'all get me some players. We're winning a cup.
Oh, so it's like the it's like the whole thing of fan base is like terrified that he's going to leave, which is what was happening at the end of the season. And then he actually signed something, and you find out he loves it. So that sounds like you're following the Luka path. So he should get traded this middle of the season is what it sounds like. $12.5 million per season. So in NFL terms, Connor McDavid would be the 223rd highest paid player in the NFL.
God.
He would be tied with Lloyd Cushenberry, Cole Kmet, Patrick McCarry, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, and of course, our very own Jake Ferguson. So Jake Ferguson and Connor McDavid are paid the same.
But what about the NBA comp to the highest paid, 70 to 12.5?
Yeah. And what's Ohtani at? I mean,
70.
He's technically making $1 million, but
he's
yeah,
at 70.
Yeah.
He's at 70. It's crazy. The money's crazy in the other sports. In the NHL, it's like they're stuck in the 90s.
Well, is it a WNBA to NBA argument?
Yes. Yeah, they don't make the same revenue.
Right.
Half these they have obviously they have a cap, they have a TV contract. They're not getting $2 billion like the NBA is from ESPN. I don't even know what they're getting. But then you've got to factor in like all the teams in Canada, they got to pay their players on American money. And like the exchange rate, it's hurtful for them.
I don't know how to feel about the LeBron decision. Decision 2.0 ended up being a Hennessy ad. Draymond Green last night saying, "Don't use this drop against me, Peyton. I'm ending the night with like LeBron in my body, something like that.
He said, "End of the night with the king in me." Is
The
what he
king
said.
in me with the LeBron James Hennessy brand bottle. That was the big decision yesterday. So I'm torn between, if he would have sat down and announced the retirement, I would have been, oh my gosh, you're making it all about yourself. But then we kind of get duped to a degree with Laker ticket prices skyrocketing in Los Angeles for what people thought was going to be his final regular season game.
You had people around the country buying up tickets to their hometown games where the Lakers are going to play.
Oh yeah, those prices surged on like Jazz games and stuff like that.
Absolutely. And they got duped. Now, he still might retire.
Yeah.
It still might be the last time that you see him. He might not do a retirement tour.
Yeah, JJ Redick, I think, called people, you idiots, you thought he was going to retire. Well, I mean, is he 42?
He's 40-something.
Yeah.
Like, dude, he might announce his pending retirement.
So I don't know how to feel about it.
I mean, it's still.
One hand, I want to give him credit for a Snoop Dogg type advertisement, and then give him some props for not making it all about himself with a big sit down.
But this is still kind of making it about himself here. And you got the Snoop announcement. The Snoop announcement was where, like, Snoop's generally pretty beloved in pop culture. Like, he doesn't have the enemies that LeBron does. People were pissed when he did that ad announcing that he was going smokeless. Like, people were angry that was how he, like, kind of manipulated or whatever. He's just a douche. That's what he is.
My initial reaction was one of anger. And then I'm like, I mean, I guess it's better than the alternative.
Final matchup of the season against Utah. The tickets were originally as low as $82. The cheapest ticket went to $731.
Yeah.
82 to 7.
Whoever that feels like. I mean, that feels like insider trading.
It really does.
You could have had some insider trading. Is what you could have had yesterday.
Should we do it now?
Well, you're not going to be here for worst take of the week. Go ahead.
So my wife works in liquor sales.
Well,
and I get home, and I'm like, "Yeah, did you know? Did you know? Like, hey, did you hear LeBron is doing a thing with Hennessy?" She goes, "Oh yeah." I was like, "I'm sorry, what?" She goes, "Oh yeah, I knew about that." I says, like, information that would have been great to know yesterday. You didn't tell me this. She goes, "Yeah, I know for like a week." And I'm like, "Oh wait," and they're like, they even say in the meeting, "You can't tell him. You can't tell RJ. You can't tell him what we have." And I'm like, so she's like, "You have no idea the amount of things that I haven't been able to tell you about, like, what's coming." And I'm like, "This is it's assumed when you're married.
Yep.
It's assumed." It's assumed that, if...
how's she going to react? You won't do it, but how would she react if you go home and you don't... I assume you tell her everything that happens here and you guys gossip and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah,
now you start keeping some things.
I'm going to start keeping secrets.
Then how would she react?
Yeah, I'm going to start keeping secrets, man.
You just start driving to a new building every day. And
Yeah.
you're like, my commute's completely changed.
She's checking your location. Like, why are you going there?
You're like, I couldn't tell you. We were moving. Couldn't tell you. It's a secret.
It's assumed. How couples, they speak. They have to. They got to share. They got to share secrets. Okay.
RJ's
it's the way it is.
fame.
This is the CIA. Even Alan Dulles' wife knows who killed Kennedy.
Alan Dulles.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin and Franco Injury Attorney text line. Jerry Jones' interview with us yesterday did not avoid a $250,000 fine and the arguments over whether Dak Prescott is really the MVP back and forth. We take you inside the Star on the home of the Cowboys next.
After.
remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first 214 or 817-333-3333 with Frankel and Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Kevin Hagelin told me in the hallway this was coming. Another example of myself being a little bit naive, and I was like, "Oh, Jerry, maybe he didn't mean the middle finger. Maybe it was maybe it was an ageism.
He's pointing.
Yeah, maybe it was Bobby's arthritis that he's dealing with this morning.
Again.
Microphone.
It hurts bad. Yeah, see, that's how bad it is. It's probably from turning the mic on and off so frequently. I've got like writer's cramp in my hand now. This is hurting bad this morning.
Do you write?
Yeah. How do you think I knew what the pain feels like?
I think I know what you're doing with that hand.
Whoa. This is a left hand. I use my right for that.
Oh, okay.
maybe it was the doll yesterday.
This was Jerry's explanation for the middle finger in New York that got him lit up by the league yesterday.
You know, that was unfortunate that was a kind of a exchange with our fans out in front of us. There was a swarm of Cowboy fans. out in front. Not Jet fans, Cowboy fans. And the entire stadium was brimming with the enthusiasm of Cowboys, and certainly late in the game. And that was inadvertent on my part because that was right after we'd made our last touchdown. And we were all excited about. There wasn't any antagonistic issue or anything like that. I just put up the wrong show on the hand, but that was inadvertently done. And I'm not kidding. It was, if you want to call it accidental, you can call it accidental. But it got straightened around pretty quick. I've had a chance to look at it. It got straightened around pretty quick. But the intention was thumbs up, and then basically pointing at our fans because everybody was jumping up and down excited.
Did you see the Bill Barnwell tweet yesterday? He said, "This at least means there's a small chance that when the front office came to him with the Micah Parsons trade idea, he meant to flip them off, and instead he accidentally gave them a thumbs up."
Well, Roger Goodell did not buy it.
No, he did not.
$250,000 fine for Jerry Jones, who is going to appeal, according to those in the know. So $250K. The league did not buy. Jerry's story with us yesterday.
Man, it seems steep considering Caitlin Clark only got $200 for criticizing the refs.
$200?
Yeah, $200 fine.
Again, we got to scale it with pay.
That's the WNBA.
I thought I saw
NHL
WNBA tickets like $35 for the series that could end tonight with another Vegas championship. For reference, David Tepper was fined $300K after he was caught on video throwing a drink in the direction of Jacksonville fans, but in 2009, Bud Adams did get $250 after making an obscene gesture while celebrating a win against the Bills. So there is your precedent.
Well, and with inflation, that means he actually got fined less than Bud Adams did.
Right.
So that's that actually is a good thing. But no, it's stupid. Like, even if he was flipping off a Jets fan, they're all laughing.
Your thoughts on this are just wrong.
No,
you gotta find.
You don't.
Yes, you do.
You don't got to.
The owner of your leagues can't give middle fingers.
Yeah, it is unbecoming. It is unbecoming.
Don't be a homer.
It is unbecoming.
There's plenty that's changed that is unbecoming about the NFL today compared to 2009. Like, I mean, the whole
your owners can't give middle fingers. It's just the beginning and the end of it.
It's to me, it's all context matters. And in that one, it's Jets fans are laughing at it. It's playful. It was funny.
Well, it was Cowboy fans.
Bud Adams, because he recognized they were going to fine him and he had to come up with something. But Bud Adams did it like angrily, like AFU. There's a difference there. You cannot tell me that what Bud Adams did in anger versus Jerry, like getting everybody to laugh in the section, is equal on a fine scale.
Then any owner, when they get caught doing it, can say, there was one person there in a Phoenix Suns jersey. I was doing it to that guy.
But it's
I'm not like offended by what he did. I'm not mad about what he did. I thought it was hilarious. Like,
it's unbecoming.
It's just unbecoming. It's just like, I find like there are things my kids will do, and I'll laugh. I'll be like, man, that was a good joke. That was a good prank you pulled. You're still grounded.
Scale it though. You scale it. Like, to me, like you can't say that the Bud Adams and Jerry Jones crime were the same. One of them is clearly a joke.
They're not the same. One's in a jovial way, and the other one is in an anger way. But you know, the act was the same.
There are two very different ways I can say "f you" to you guys during a break. I could say it like laughing and funny or whatever, and then there's another way where I could just be angry and like yell it. Those are going to be two very different reactions.
Can't do it. $250,000 for Jerry. We'll see what happens with the appeal. Yesterday on ESPN, they're debating whether Dak Prescott is the MVP. I think Stephen A. Smith has even said that Dak is his MVP right now. Damian Woody first.
He's playing like it.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, give me a quarterback playing better than Dak Prescott right now. Mm-hmm. You'd be hard-pressed to find one. Dak Prescott has been unbelievable. I mean, think about this again. I'm going to repeat this for everyone out there. The Dallas Cowboys were missing 4 of their 5 starters on the offensive line. Mm-hmm. No CeeDee Lamb on the road. And he just absolutely shredded the Jets defense yesterday. Absolutely shredded. He's been playing tremendous ball all year long. So, listen, he's ahead of pace of the couple years from 2023 when he was a runner-up for MVP. So, yes, right now, he's playing like the best quarterback in the league.
First thought. Can they get through having any of their analysts make a point without 2 seconds? They should go, turn it with that driving guitar and drums. Goodness. No, he's playing at a really, really high level. It's it's wild though that to think like look around and see like who is he next to. So Burrow's hurt. It's not him. It's not Mahomes. It's not Allen. Like the highest. It's.
I'll give you the odds in just a second. First, Drew Brees. Counterpoint disagreeing.
I love the job that Dak has done this year, and I think we're remiss if we don't mention the fact that right before the season, they traded unquestionably the leader on defense, and so that I think that just put more pressure on him. But look, I think he's handled it incredibly well. He's done it with injuries to some of his playmakers as well. I think it's more so to me, it's not just the numbers, but it's the poise and composure in which he's done it. That comeback to beat the Giants, in years past, that would have been a moment where the Cowboys fell apart. They never would have found a way to win that game. But the Giants score late, man, they methodically go down, kick the field goal, take it to overtime, go win that game. The way he played throughout the entirety of that Sunday night game against the Packers was really, really impressive. The way he played last week against the Jets. So he continues to get better and better. I love the fact that he acknowledges, hey, look, we're just trying to put ourselves in a position to go and really make a run at the ultimate prize. And that's how we'll be judged here. But yes, I like the way he's playing, but I'll be honest with you. I think Jared Goff and Baker Mayfield, I would put ahead of him in the MVP race right now.
Yeah, so the cut they put on like the ESPN front page, I went and listened. I was like, boy, that's a Drew Brees non-answer. Like he completely avoided the question, and then they didn't have that little snippet at the very end where he actually gave names and he named names. I thought he was just gonna not name names again.
I got the update from Vegas.
I was going to say, you are going to have to find, if we're going to talk about finding Jerry, and we mentioned Baker, you're going to have to find Baker for the viral video he got over the weekend where he's in the tunnel calling P-word at these fans over and over again. You're a bleeping P-word. You're a bleeping over and over again.
No fine.
Why? Why is that different?
And he's
What's more aggressive?
Never walk toward. Never even go near the management offices down that hall, Bobby. You have You're so clueless.
It's middle finger's worse than
owner.
An owner. What's the quarterback?
An owner cannot do it. They have to represent the league in a different way. Who is the MVP favorite? We'll go around the room. Pepe, you can get in on this if you want.
In Vegas. Just Vegas.
In Vegas from Bet Online.
Daniel Jones.
Allen.
I'm going to go Josh Allen still.
It is Josh Allen at 3-2. Peyton, you start us off with number 2.
Jared Goff.
Goff.
I don't know. God, man, they're not going to give it to Goff, I don't think. I'll just stick with Daniel Jones.
Mahomes at 5-1.
Okay, see, this is what we're forgetting. They've got to protect. They've got to protect against Allen and Mahomes, so they got to protect that.
Bobby 3.
Okay, let's go Jared Goff again.
Dak Prescott.
Daniel Jones.
Baker.
Oh, Baker.
At 8-1.
I don't have a problem. Baker's having a great year. I don't have a problem with that.
None of you have guessed number 4.
Let's go with Jalen Hurts.
Jonathan Taylor.
I was going to say Jonathan Taylor.
Jordan Love.
Okay.
At 9-1.
That's anticipating the Green Bay is going to be really good the rest of the year.
Jared Goff and Herbert are tied at 14-1.
Hell yeah, Herbert.
Stafford, 16-1. Dak, 20-1. He was 60-1 just a couple of weeks ago. Then Drake May at 22-1. Daniel Jones and Jalen Hurts are tied at 25-1. Lamar's still on here for some reason at 28-1. And then Jaden, 33-1.
I will... and I hesitate to admit this. It's 6:32, so Zach Wolchuk won't be up for another 3 hours. Stafford's been better, probably, so far this year.
Probably.
Well, I mean, that's
so much it pained him to say it.
I mean, Stafford's probably been better than Dak. We're talking about Dak as being like arguably the best quarterback play this year, and I'm saying Stafford. I think Stafford's probably been better so far.
Oh, better than Dak.
Yeah.
Who
I don't think there's even a shred of an argument that Baker's been better. Baker had a really good game this past week. Baker has been pretty inconsistent with his accuracy the other 4 weeks. And Baker, you're talking about a team that has scraped by every single week. That I don't think that's just teams going like, wow, the Bucs are 4-1. I didn't expect it. And Baker's 10-1 touchdown to interception. But like when you watch it, there's been plenty of turnover worthy plays from Baker.
Offensive player of the year, defensive player of the year, coach of the year. Let's go coach of the year.
Coach of the year, it's got to be Steichen.
It is not.
Oh, yeah. It's not.
And
okay.
they're stupid.
You're forgetting.
Liam Cohen.
Oh, Schottenheimer.
Liam Cohen.
No, I think what Steichen's done is more insane.
Liam Cohen's 5-2. Steichen is 11-4. Kyle Shanahan, 11-2.
They've had a lot of injuries. You got to give it to them.
Mike Vrabel, 17-2. Dan Campbell, 11-1. Ben Johnson and Mike McDonald are tied. Jim Harbaugh and Todd Bowles are tied. And Brian Schottenheimer at 25-1 is tied with Nick Sirianni.
If they make if the Cowboys make a run, make the postseason, I don't know how he doesn't finish in the top 4. Now, obviously, look, if you have the Colts that make the playoffs too, and the Jags make the playoffs, and who was third on there? Campbell. If they get the 1 seed, with losing coordinators, okay, I could see it, but
if the Cowboys make the playoffs with what the expectations were, and then you throw on, they had several weeks of offensive line and receivers missing.
He's got to make top.
That's going to be really tough to keep him out of the top 3.
Another humiliation. They're just coming by the day by day for the Bill Belichick humiliation. Something is getting canceled because of their crappy season. We have a giveaway to hook you up with as well. We'll tell you all about it as the Hump Day edition continues with the 6 a.m. club right here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But let me go ahead.
upgrade your vehicle? Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
I was hoping to at least check out Bill Belichick and Jordan Hudson behind the scenes with this Hulu documentary, the second attempt for the North Carolina football program to be followed, kind of like your, HBO Inside the NFL and Hard Knocks and all that stuff. Well, that has now been canceled as well. Many people think because North Carolina is getting the brakes beat off of them, Belichick said, we're not going to sit there and highlight our misery and suffering.
We talked about this a very little bit when he first took the job at North Carolina. The idea of could this do anything to tarnish his reputation? We're all like, no. Like in general, there's nothing he could do on the football field as a coach that we could conceive of in that moment that would do anything to damage his legacy or reputation. All of the other off the field, just psycho behavior that he's engaged in is now getting to the point where I think it's starting to damage him. It's damaging what he did throughout his career in the NFL, where it's were you just being held together by Brady being Brady? What? You are insane, dude.
I really am kicking myself for not seeing more of this before his first game. To me, it was a fascinating mystery of what was going to happen. His coaching brilliance. Could he go ahead? Would people just be magnetically drawn to learn from him and churning out NFL players? They're just going to become an NFL program. But all these other things in terms of his personality. I was not anticipating the Jordan Hudson thing being a problem in season. I was not anticipating that he would be so stupid, but I should have. No one on earth arguably is pettier than Bill Belichick. He makes me and Bobby look like RJ, where RJ just let it go ahead and roll off his shoulders. To ban Patriots scouts from coming to look at your players, to ban your social media account from giving props to former Tar Heels.
To where Mac Brown is the one that has to do it on his social media.
Yeah, I saw that. This thing isn't going to last until next year. This thing, I got to check the buyout stuff. I know that he had the outs to go back to the National Football League.
I believe it lowered to $1 million on June 1.
Yeah, he's not going to this is the end. He's not going to coach ever again after this season. This is done.
Going into this year, it was all right, he'll be at Carolina maybe for a year or two, and then he'll try to get back in the league, or maybe he'll make something out of it. He'll finish out his 3-4 years, then he'll go. Would you put, I think I put it at way more than 50% that he's out of there by December. That they fire him.
I don't know if I'd put it at way more than they've invested a lot. I wonder how much sunken cost fallacy will sink in for them, and they just go we got to make it work.
Maybe. It's so toxic. It is so bad. They're gonna have to do if they keep him around, it's gonna have to be dude, you got to get her away from you. You got to get her away from the program.
But it's not just her.
It's not just her, but
what he did in terms of not giving props to Patriot player.
I know.
The thing that I grossly underestimated, Belichick thought he could just go in there. There was a good piece done by Yahoo Sports, and Belichick, it's a revolving door of recruitment, right? Once you sign NFL players, they're stuck with you until you're done with them.
Right.
In college, I'm out whenever I want to be out.
I'm done with I'm out when I'm done with you.
Yeah. And you have to be a 24/7 kiss ass. And this is arguably the most miserable coach in the history of the world.
With the most miserable GM. And look,
Lombardi?
Do you think Lombardi's kissing anybody's butt? No. Bills.
That's
only.
He'll kiss Bills. That's it.
Yeah. And I love Michael Lombardi's podcast because he spits fire and he talks with some intelligence about the game. He's got skins on the wall. But Michael Lombardi is the biggest hypocrite right now because if he was doing a podcast and anyone else was doing what Belichick did, he would have all of his nicknames, all of his Kellen Moore video game stuff, Mike McDaniel the DJ, but he totally putting on the brave face because he's getting paid. His kid is the quarterback coach, and he is the ultimate hypocrite right now. Michael Lombardi will be doing a podcast next year, just like Bill will not be coaching.
What in the world would I see? That's now I got to figure out what would the Lombardi nickname for Belichick be if he was doing his podcast. It would have to tie to Jordan Hudson specifically. Something about him being soft and having the girl run everything. And so he would probably call him like Mr. Hudson or something like that.
Something having to do with the beach photo.
With the
Bicycle Bill.
The gymnast, the acrobat.
Something like that. So they canceled the Hulu series. So that is now done and gone.
It's just what you're seeing here is when Bill can't, when it's not going to be glowing for Bill, if it's not everything the way Bill wants, he will do everything he can to just bury it.
It's very cowardly.
And it's completely cowardly. And again, it just makes me wonder, all those things, you see those Patriot documentaries like on Apple where it's like, Bill was miserable. He would go after Tom in a way that like made other guys in the locker room go like, you're awful, dude. Like he was not Jimmy, you get some of the players who will say like he was an ass, but they're like, it was tough love stuff and he loves us, and like you don't really hear any of that with Bill.
No.
And like the school and a lot of these college coaches, they forget like this is basically free advertising for the university. If they were on Hulu or Netflix, that's free advertising for the university.
Yeah.
I was talking to an admissions guy at Tennessee a couple weeks ago, and he said that when before that 2022 season where they beat Alabama and everything, the Hendon Hooker year, the year before that, applications were at like 15,000. The year after, they were at 70,000. That's from 1 year of football. That's what it's free marketing. It's free advertising. The school should be like, dude, no, you're going to do this. You have to. We want this. They should want this. He should want this. I mean, he gets his program for good or bad.
But then how ugly would it be behind the scenes to expose all that and drive even more people away in recruitment? Bobby may be heading to the doctor for his hand issue that he's working on. Praying.
What am I doing? What is this position called that Choppy's got me doing right now?
I went to an Italian restaurant and the waiter taught me this trick. He's from Albania. I trust everybody who's in Europe on these things. But he said if you have like carpal tunnel or something,
it does feel better. I'm not even kidding. That may be placebo effect.
You press your hands together like in a praying, but and really push, and it stretches like the bottom.
That kind of makes sense, and so it actually does feel better now. But look, I didn't even have to ask an extra question at the doctor's office to get that. One of the great life hacks that has existed to me in society that was not even an unethical life hack. It's a perfectly fine one. You take your kid to the doctor, your doctor's looking at them, and then you can always just work in another question about like, hey, by the way, the other one over here, she's been dealing with something, do you know what that? And doctor will answer. Or you'll just be like, by the way, I've been kind of having, you probably got a sinus infection. You should go get this or that. It's always been one of the easy things to just like, all right, let me work in an extra question while we're sitting here. No longer at some doctor's offices. That life hack will no longer work, as this doctor in Washington, D.C., and there were a couple other different stations across the country that were reporting on this in similar markets. If you are seeking medical advice during routine checkups, additional advice, some doctors are now charging you for the extra questions. Whitney Darnell in Washington, D.C. went for her annual physical, and she was surprised by a sign on a wall that was so unexpected she took a picture with her phone, and it read, "Please be advised that additional charges may be applied if issues outside the regular examination are discussed during your annual visit," the sign read. The warning left Darnell hesitant to discuss her health concerns, and this is apparently something that more doctors are going by, where it's like, look, you're seeking our expertise. You may be in here for this, but if you want to start talking about this, now we got to start getting into some extra charges.
But it's just for questions and not the service, because the questions part, I mean, I've dealt with myself if I'm in there and I'm getting blood drawn and I'm like, well, I got this.
Yeah, by the way.
But they're like, you need to schedule another appointment, but not to charge me for asking you.
Yeah, it says that this is literally the exact wording is if issues outside the regular examination are discussed during your annual visit. So you go in for a physical and just go, by the way, doc, my shoulder's kind of been hurting. And then let me look, oh, no, you're fine. Like that will get you charged at these doctor's offices now.
Because I had a physical not too long ago, and they were like, do you have any other problems? Like anything else bother, any concerns, right? And then you would have to make an appointment to maybe fix those concerns.
Yeah.
But they'll still talk to you about it. I have no problem with them making you make another appointment. I mean, like
that's fine.
They spend a lot of money for school. Like it's their job. You're not giving it away for free. But Yeah, not even asking questions.
When do you let the restaurant or chef control your food?
Yeah, look, if you ask a question, you could get charged $1,000. Well, you're not even going to be able to pay $1,000 to get extra soy sauce, apparently. This British Columbia sushi chef has gone viral for being the soy sauce Nazi. You remember the soup Nazi?
Oh, I do.
Oh,
Yes.
this is the soy sauce Nazi. So at this sushi restaurant, he has a sign out front of the window that says, "We never serve extra soy sauce, rude people, intoxicated people." And people laughed at it, and they're like, "Oh, this is so funny. This is hilarious." He's not joking. This chef's name, which I got to be, let's see, Philip Kim is the sushi chef's name.
You got off easy there.
Not what I would have guessed.
I know. I was the name of the restaurant. I wasn't going to guess the name of the restaurant was going to be too much. So I was like, man, this isn't going to help me. But he has this sign out front. People started going in there going, ah, ha, ha, this is funny. He is not joking. And he gave an interview to CBC where he said, most chefs have this strong opinion, but they don't want to fight with the customer, so they don't mention it. But I'm not, because I want to serve my food to them in the right way. So that's why I care about the amount of soy sauce. When you take your meal, just drink half a cup of seawater. What happens? Your kidney will be destroyed with the sodium. I'm just thinking about their health. I don't want to feel guilty and destroy their health. And so because of this, he has said, you could come in here and offer me $1,000 for extra soy sauce, and I will not give it to you.
Okay. Look, I'm a low sodium soy anyway. It's a lot of sodium in soy.
Yeah.
But how is this different than not asking for like steak sauce?
But they won't not give it to you.
Right. Yeah.
Right. That's true.
He is refusing to give it to you, even if you pay him like, hey, I got something on the side for you. He's saying no. And he's going, it's about your health. But I think that's really the thing on the back end. It's more about, this is his art. And he believes this should taste a certain way, and he does not want you destroying it.
Yeah, so this type of thing can actually draw more customers. My favorite restaurant maybe of all time was in Adams Morgan in D.C., and it says on there, no adjustments. And it kind of...
you can't substitute green beans for broccoli?
Oh, like we're putting the Parmesan on. Don't ask for the Parmesan on the side. Don't ask to substitute this or that. No adjustments. It comes how it comes. And there's a segment of people who like that. It's like, oh, like this person is, it's like the soup Nazi.
Yeah.
It's like,
tied to
there's a mystique to it. The thing I found about sushi, like over the past few years, I use less and less soy sauce anyway. Soy sauce is so strong.
Yeah.
It drowns that stuff out, man.
It is strong.
It drowns out everything else.
I use I think an average amount of it, I would assume. What we don't like is we don't like a lot of the sauce they put on top of the sushi, like the mayo base.
Oh, I love all that. Yeah, I'd rather have all that.
303 says, I'm with the chef. His food is his art. He knows what the flavors are and how it should be. And by
You're
the
not
way,
an artist, man. You're a cook.
We are getting
Stop calling yourself an artist.
for something like
You're not an
that.
artist.
I won't
You
even
think
eat
you're Van
sushi.
Gogh?
I won't
You're
even
Picasso?
I won't even eat sushi.
George
but like
O'Keeffe?
the way like the presentation and the way they go, that definitely seems like art to me. By the way, we're getting blown up on the fan text with people saying, yeah, I've been charged extra at the doctor's office for just like somebody said they had to pay an extra copay because they asked a question.
No.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, we're getting a lot of people out here who say this is something they've had to deal with.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. Are the Sooners playing games with the Longhorns before Saturday? And are we about to have 0 sports arenas in Dallas? Not DFW. Are they all going away in Dallas? An update on all of it. And just got the word we have a 9 Inch Nails ticket giveaway during the Expressway right after this on 105.3 The Fan. But
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Racing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Are the Sooners playing games with the Longhorns before Saturday? Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. We have Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We have 3 different 9-inch nail giveaways this morning. 7 o'clock hour, Expressway coming up. 8 o'clock hour, 9 o'clock hour, 9-inch nails to thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. You are appreciated. But before we get to the possible mind games, there's a place for you to watch the big game Saturday.
There is. It is a Texas OU fan hang and watch party at the Highland Hotel starting at 2 o'clock, so you can come on out for a fantastic pool party. We're still able to do pool parties in October because that's how hot it is here around Texas. And another huge Flagtober stop. You can hang out with a few fan personalities at the Highland Hotel at Mockingbird Station in Dallas starting at 2 o'clock on Saturday for hopefully what is not a beatdown of the Texas Longhorns.
Pete Thamel reports it could be a beatdown because John Mateer is pushing to return this week. There's a belief that his return is possible as he has reacted well to surgery. Mateer's surgery on a broken bone in his right throwing hand took place nearly 2 weeks ago. Him playing against Texas would dovetail with the most optimistic return timelines as he would be 17 days out of surgery. I saw a Sooner fan record himself going to the hospital in California where the surgery was being performed to drop off a gift for the physician.
Yeah, the message board psychos were right. If he plays, the message board psychos were right. Remember, I sent this tweet. We didn't even talk about it. I sent it in the group DM like a week ago because it was just like look how funny this is that someone said that somebody on a Sooners message board was like, first to hear this, okay, guys? Just letting you know. John Mateer's playing in this game. Just standing in front of him at Chipotle and got to talking to him. And he said that he's going to play against Texas, that he's on track to play against. So he's playing you guys. And so if this guy was right, this is a Ricky Scoops call right here.
This is Ricky Scoops, man. Carter said that. Carter Freeman. He said that to me the other day. Smartest guy after 10 a.m. in college football, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, Carter stole it from the message board guy.
He might have. But he said other guys have had 2 weeks out with this injury. 17 days seems quick.
Yeah.
You get your stitches out at like 10. So he's 7 days out of stitches? He's going to play football? I don't know. I don't know how that works.
What would the spread have to be in order for you to believe? Give me the spread with and without Mateer.
With Mateer, I would say they're probably favored by 4.5. OU.
You think?
OU still favored.
I'm sorry, with Mateer.
Oh, with Mateer.
With Mateer.
And what did you say you thought it would be?
So 4.5. He's in college, the quarterback. He's probably worth
Stop
6, 7.
it.
I would play. So I think it's at 3. Is it Texas by 3?
I thought it was 4.
And then give me the other alternative.
If he's not playing, I would say it's 2.5, 3 for Texas.
1.5 for the Longhorns.
It's down that. There's no faith in Arch. That opened at 4.5.
Texas favored by 1.5.
Holy cow. There is, now that could be some Mateer steam. Right? That could be some bettors saying, all right, we're we're going to protect ourselves in case Mateer plays.
Is this bad? This is the Athletic and the New York Times were getting crushed last night by people, including like Oklahoma reporters, because this was their headline from the Athletic. Many people are having a bad year in college football, but Arch Manning is having one of the worst. The quarterback has gone from preseason Heisman Trophy favorite and projected number 1 NFL draft pick to a man synonymous with failure. I didn't read that and think there was anything like outrageous about it. This blew up of people going like, to say Arch Manning's having one of the worst seasons in college football. And to me, I took that to mean like, no, I think it's like the fault. Like if you want to just talk about like, man, this is the worst year for this guy. He was supposed to be Heisman, and now he's the guy you talk about as like a verb for failing.
He's been so bad. I want to check Cooper's. I need to do a DNA test on Cooper. See if he's actually Archie's kid.
Yeah, they're in some eyeglasses commercial. This is all the media's fault. It's RJ's fault. It's Paul Feinbaum's fault. It's everyone's fault who overhyped this in the offseason because of his last name. It's your fault, your stupidity. I'm not talking individually to you.
No, Choppy. I am dumb. It's okay.
Like based off what? You're a bad talent evaluator. If you watched him last year and said, I think he's the Heisman winner. I think he's the number 1 pick. What about you, Cowboy fans? I want to see y'all own this too. I didn't forget on the fan text when in the offseason or after the Cowboys' first couple defensive games, you said, just tank and get Arch. That's the answer. And I don't see any of that out there anymore.
Trade all 4 of those picks. You're 2 and Green Bay's. Make sure that you're in a position to get Arch. This is
I blame the Mannings. I blame the Mannings for this. Send him to a real high school. Not a 2A school, right? A private school where he's playing against future accountants. Play him against some competition.
I blame Peyton and Eli for not working with him. We all just thought he was living at a Manning camp, and I read this profile on him. I think it was The Athletic. He's like, no, I don't really talk to them that much.
No, I talk to them after games. Like, I get 2-minute drill information, and Peyton will send me a voice memo.
So they're partially responsible for not having the Manning name live up to it.
By the way, that high school, which it was
a private school, right? So that was the thing. He was like, what's his competition transitions going to be?
It is where Eli, Peyton, and Odell Beckham played.
Yeah, they all went.
So, I mean, they all were prepped just fine.
They were fine.
I think there were bigger issues with Arch.
Glad we have Bobby to add that important information. So we'll see what happens with Mateer, but it does not sound like Vegas thinks that he's playing if it's 1.5.
No, I do think they're kind of hedging their bet a little bit, or the money's coming in the other way.
Did you see, by the way, the Oklahoma receiver that ran into the brick wall? How scary was that? Keontez Lewis, excuse me. Y'all didn't see the Sooner?
See that, no.
Type in Keontez, Keontez. This is awful. He went full speed, head, neck, into the brick wall in the Sooners' last game. It is...
Oh, gosh.
Right? That is awful. Bobby, are we about to lose all arenas in Dallas?
Oh, well, there's already some bad juju surrounding the Dallas Stars right now. Not their season. That's going great. Just ask Jake Rietma. He's very pumped back there in the corner with his Dallas Stars hat on this morning.
Started yet.
But they're getting going this year. But there's talk that they may go to Plano. That was something that broke last week that people started getting worked up about. Well, what about the Dallas Mavericks? Who, for a long time, Chop, you had said the preferred area was where?
The Dumont family or Adelsons had bought the land by Texas Stadium, some of the land.
So Rick Welts went on Bloomberg, and in addition to just talking about how great everything is in the wake of the Luka trade financially for them, the topic of a new arena came up. And so this will be cut 15, Peyton. Rick Welts, where will this new Mavericks arena be?
We're hoping by the end of the first quarter of 26 that we're going to have identified a site. Listen, our commitment, we've been very clear. We want to be in the city of Dallas, and the city has been a great partner to this point in helping us identify sites. Not easy to do because we're looking for a minimum of 50 acres to build the arena and an entertainment district. So not a lot of 50-acre parcels that you can even consider in Dallas. But we have narrowed it down, and we're doing our due diligence on those. Very complicated project. These are very complicated things to get done. But again, we're hoping by the end of the first quarter next year to be able to announce where we're going to be.
50 acres. That sounds like a lot of land that you would need to put up a casino, right, Rick Welts?
As we look forward, we don't think the prospects for that happening in Texas anytime soon are very likely. So the project that we're going to build has no casino component to it. We're talking about hotels, we're talking about retail, we're talking about restaurants, we're talking about big gathering places and an arena. So there's no casino component.
Whoa!
Sounds like they've accepted defeat against the Texas legislature.
Wow.
That's a big deal. So Rick Welts is basically saying, now, I wonder if, hey, we're not going to officially talk about this. We're still working behind the scenes, but we do have 50 acres, guys. Like we're gonna start laying things out. Yeah, because if we can get this, but that does not sound like they are optimistic at all about the prospects of getting gambling in Texas.
We said this. We had
You
heard,
did.
We had heard that it wasn't even getting on a ballot. It's just a non-starter, and that's something that's just the reality in this state. Like, it's not gonna happen. And I know, like, obviously, like, these big mega corporations like MGM and they would love to have this as a footprint here. It's just not the reality of it.
You want to get into the financial turnaround post Luka from Rick Welts? Okay, well, this is Rick Welts. He was asked about, hey, you guys obviously lost lots of sponsors. You lost lots of season ticket holders. Then you guys get Cooper Flagg. How are things looking for you guys now financially?
Sports is such a wonderful thing because it can change on a dime, and it did on May 12th with the drafting of Cooper Flagg. The most decorated 18-year-old player in the history of basketball who plays his first game for the Mavericks tonight. And really everything changes. The optimism going into this season changed the business environment completely. We're third in the league in new season ticket sales. We'll finish this year ahead in revenue and season ticket sales, which, I wasn't quite sure was going to happen on February 1st.
That's such wormy language to me. We're third in new season ticket sales. You know why? Because there are new season tickets available. Yeah. I was talking to somebody who's in sports ticketing and sports revenue. And I just, like, when I saw this, I was like, does this sound as silly? Like, is this as silly as I think it sounds? And they're like, yeah, you want returning business. Like, you don't want necessarily in a year.
Because everyone canceled?
Yeah, you don't want to necessarily be the one that, like, you've got this mass influx of new, because a lot of times those are teams that don't have a lot of season tickets sold. And so you get an influx when there's an excitement. And so to go, we are third in new season ticket sales means, well, you would rather be third in returning sales.
You would probably be third, absolutely.
How old did he say Cooper Flagg was, RJ Choppy?
18.
Should an 18-year-old be able to do better than Cooper Flagg when he got an old school NBA card player quiz?
Okay. Not good to start. Hedo Turkoglu. Yeah, no, don't know him. Okay, Juwan Howard. We know Coach Howard. Oh. Michael Finley. Okay, we know Michael. We know Coach Finn.
Mavs legend too.
Yes, Mavs legend. Eric Snow. I don't know Eric Snow.
Sixer guy.
I don't even want to try and say this guy's name.
Zydrunas Ilgauskas. Big Z. Played with Braun.
Okay. Rasal Butler. I feel like I've heard the name.
Yep.
Rasal Butler. So, yeah, however you say it. Antoine Walker. I know Antoine Walker. Antoine Wright.
Okay.
Then Rashad McCants.
I
also don't know him.
Oh God! See, that's Carolina.
Rank the crime.
That's your chief rival from college.
Rank the basketball knowledge card crime. Hedo Ilgauskas McCants.
We're not throwing Eric Snow in there.
Whoever you want.
Yeah, Eric Snow. Eric Snow to me is another one that I think he should know.
Oh no! I don't. Maybe McCants is only because he was in the Carolina Duke rivalry. Like he played in a building where he saw his jersey up in the rafters. So like
is his jersey up there?
Yeah, I think anybody who won a yes.
So Jesse Holly's up there.
Don't know.
I don't think Jesse's up there. I would assume Rashad is.
The number one crime is Turkoglu.
Just because of his name?
Hedo Turkoglu?
No,
like,
don't know him.
Like I don't expect him to be able to pronounce it if it's the first time he's seen the name. But, like, come on. Like, you got to know who Turkoglu is.
It is up there.
It is?
Yeah.
It is also another patented RJ Choppy segment name coming up in the commercial-free expressway. Get or get by. Is that how you wanted me to pronounce it?
Get.
or get by Dallas Cowboys edition with a 9 Inch Nails ticket giveaway, and we'll chop it up. Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Just getting rolling right here with you on the Fan.
Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
understand the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
Around the NFL power rankings at 8 o'clock, did the Cowboys move up around the country after their win over the MESS? This is Sean and RJ along with Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. We are commercial free to the end of the hour with a 9 Inch Nails ticket giveaway in the Expressway. We do have to mention the NFL trade that took place yesterday. The Cleveland Browns trading Joe Flacco and a 6 to the Bengals for a 5th round pick.
And how about this? They did not reach out to the Giants for Jameis or Russ. They just went ahead and traded for Joe Flacco.
I think I'd rather have Flacco than the other two.
I would think so. I mean, the Jameis...
More than Russ. I don't know if I'd rather have him than Jameis.
Oh, Jameis is 3rd on my list.
Really?
Yeah.
To me, it's just Jameis is... He's got the ability to go out there and beat anybody. He's also got the ability to lose to literally anybody.
Literally anybody, yeah. He's the... he might have the highest ceiling... He might have the biggest delta between his ceiling and floor in any given game.
It's amazing how we don't talk about him as a bust, too, because he's likable.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He was the number 1 pick.
Which he was not, he had bad PR when he first he was not somebody who you would ever thought, he's bad, but we love him. That's not the guy you would have thought he would have been.
But,
Throw him in Gronk's chair, right now.
Yeah, for
get
sure.
him on one of those NFL pre's and get him out in the crowd.
I think this is smart by Cleveland. You're obviously you're not going anywhere. Joe Flacco's not going to help you this year. Get something. Get anything. Maybe that 5th round pick, 6th round pick turns into it's a lottery ticket.
It's a 5th.
It's a 5th. You get rid of you clear the room a little bit. Now you got Gabriel, and now you still have Shador. You got Deshaun. You got Bailey Zappi hanging around.
You say they're not going anywhere. And I mean, I don't think they're going anywhere. How much of this is just about the Ravens, that the Bengals look at it and go, the Ravens are not good all of a sudden. And
no, I'm talking about the Browns. The Browns are not going anywhere. That's why they would trade.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, but on the Bengals, if they look at this and they go, the Ravens aren't going anywhere. We don't trust that Pittsburgh's this juggernaut we can't go catch. Let's just get through the end of the season and get Burrow back for the playoffs. And then we can just let's try to get by and fight in the division that we normally wouldn't if it wasn't for the Ravens looking like crap.
So they're 2-3. Here's the schedule: at Green Bay, Pittsburgh, Jets, Bears, Pittsburgh, New England, Baltimore with Lamar back, Buffalo, Baltimore. That is so dumb. They're playing Baltimore 2 out of 3 weeks. I hate that. Then you finish with Miami, Arizona, Cleveland, but Green Bay, Pittsburgh. Then Jets, Bears. So if you give them 2-2 there, you are what? 4-5.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's doable.
Then Pittsburgh, New England, Baltimore, Buffalo, Baltimore.
Yeah, that 5 games is brutal.
Yeah.
Does Flacco have because now also trading for a quarterback in the middle of the season? Does Flacco have any history with Zach Taylor or McVay-ish? Or he was McVay, right? He's McVay tree.
Yeah.
Any of that offense?
Not that I can remember. I'm trying to think where
Browning has to start, right? Their next game, probably.
I would think so.
Flacco's
This is
not gonna go there and start.
Get in their names.
I mean, it was pretty quick that Baker Mayfield, when he got traded to the Rams, he started pretty fast. But I think I can't remember if that was a 1-week turnaround or how fast it was.
We don't say anything about McVay not developing Baker. You forget he was a Ram. Totally, I forget.
I do
that he was a Ram. And then Liam Cohen gets all the credit. Of course, the national storyline over this is going to be how much closer is Shador to starting.
Well, there's talk that he's not even the number 2 now.
Well, I've read that article that you sent and that you read, and I felt like unless I'm misinterpreting, that was just some, there was no report in that. That was like bro Bible speculation. I felt it was a little headline grabby. That was me. I did watch Gabriel play. Shador is going to start a game at least this year. Gabriel, his ceiling is left-handed Chad Pennington. What I was not impressed last week. Definitely not with the arm strength. I did not look at him and say, "Oh, okay, here we go." It may just be 2.0.
He's a Southern Dome quarterback.
A Southern Dome quarterback?
He needs to play in the South or in the Dome. Right. He needs to be in the AFC or NFC South or playing a dome. I don't think he can get by in Cleveland.
No.
Cleveland is Joe Flacco would have been perfect for Cleveland in his prime, right? You need to have just a cannon of an arm.
He played in Baltimore.
Yeah. I mean, he would, but that's the kind of guy you need. I don't think you can get by with Dylan Gabriel in Cleveland.
Got to give Shador a shot. I mean, really, if you are Cleveland and it's just, unless you think Dylan Gabriel's going to be your quarterback for the next decade, just throw Shador out there. You're bad.
Yes.
All right, let's get to a brand new Dallas Cowboys segment that I'm sure my brother will love because RJ Choppy creatively named it.
All right, here we go. Cowboys get by. We're gonna tell them we're gonna be get by with this, or tell them to get.
Like, get on out of here. Like that? Okay.
Get on out of here.
Gotcha.
All right. Turpin, Tolbert, or Flanoy as the number 3. Can we get by with that? We're going to tell them we got to get something else.
Get by.
Yeah. Now, right now, you get by. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, you can get by with that. I mean, if your top 2 are Lamb and Pickens and Dak is playing at the level that he is, there's no problem with Flanoy or Turpin. I would not have Tolbert run as the 3, but
who would you give the Flanoy a shot as like this week? Who's your number 2? Let's say Turpin's healthy, Tolbert's healthy, Flanoy.
Turpin's so unique because of the way he like moves around the formation and the different things they do with him that he doesn't you can still get him in there and get him his touches without him having to be the 3. So I'd probably, I would imagine their primary 3 receiver set is going to be Pickens, Tolbert, and Flanoy. If Lamb can't go, which he's probably not.
I would have Pickens, Turpin, and Flanoy.
Turpin.
Which I think Turpin still, like, Turpin target wise or touches wise may still be the 2 or the 3. It's just he's not. I don't think he's going to play reps like that necessarily. Okay. He's going to line up in the backfield or he's going to do some different things and they'll get him his throws that way.
To me, he's obviously after that one game. I mean, he earned a chance to be the 2, the primary 2 this week, assuming that CD can't go.
Which is just crazy coming off of what Jalen Tolbert did against the Packers. He had 4 for 61. Now, how much of that came? 34 came on one catch.
It was that one catch
but he still had 4 catches, the Dak throw of the season so far. It's just amazing and a credit. I want to know what the Cowboys looked at and discussed during the week to say, no, we're going to have Ryan Flanoy come into this Jets game and not Tolbert off of his best game of the season.
Yeah, because he got 1 target and it was 1 target for Tolbert in that game. They had to have seen something that was like, yeah, we could exploit this that the Jets do. Well, body size wise, route running wise that Flanoy can.
Yeah, I mean Flanoy played significantly fewer snaps than Tolbert did. He played 12 fewer snaps. I think just like he was winning. Like in the course of the progression, it was just Dak was like, all right, there it is, hit it. Tolbert. I loved him coming out.
So Tolbert played more snaps than Flanoy against the Jets.
Yeah, he played 46 snaps against the Jets. Flanoy played 34. But I loved Tolbert coming out. I wanted them to pick him in the second round. When they picked Sam Williams, I was frustrated. And I mean, we're just a few years into this now. It's just, all right, that's not the guy that I thought he was. And so to me, it's like, I know enough about him now. Let me see Flanoy. Let me see Turpin. Let me figure those guys out.
Get or get by with Tyler Guyton as the starting left tackle.
Well, I was set to say get until Bobby did his film review and Brian Broaddus also talked about Nate Thomas. Yeah. I'm worried about Guyton, though. Bobby has tried to steady the ship now for 6 months, saying he's going to be good, he's going to make all-pro, this and that and this. I'm worried about Tyler Guyton.
He's been a good run blocker. Pass protection has been scary. I think, Schottenheimer brought this point up at the end of training camp where he's like, he's still so young at the position. Like, he went to TCU, he's playing defensive tackle or tight end or something. And then he ended up switching to tackle, and it was right tackle, and now he's over at left, and he had that injury where he wasn't able to get through training camp, and so, like, there's still a little bit of a learning curve, but yeah, you need to see it start clicking a little bit more. I think he's further along right now in this part of year 2 much further along than like Mozzie was at this point of year 2. So I don't think it's the same panic. But I'm saying I don't think it's the same. I think some people are willing to call Guyton similar to Mozzie at this point.
Oh.
I'm saying I don't think that's close. I think there's stuff that Guyton does in the run game that's really impressive, and it's just you're still trying to clean up some technical things. But like physically, he can do the job, and I think he's gotten by. So you can get by.
Yeah, I'm not gonna punt on a first this early.
Who punts on first down?
There you go. To me, like, was it Dion that said, I ain't never seen anybody get better watching?
Yep.
Yeah, this is part of the progression of a professional athlete. You got to let them play. You got to let them fail. And then you hope that they figure it out. If they don't figure it out in 3 years, then you make your decision to move on.
Yeah.
I think you got to deal with the lumps.
Yeah, and it's tough to do it on the offensive line because you're jeopardizing your biggest investment that way. But he's done enough to get by.
Get or get by. Blue and Sanders as the number 2 back.
I don't need to see the number 2 back that often. So get by because Javonte Williams to me right now can handle pretty much 80% of the snaps.
Do you feel comfortable with 25 carries in a game?
For like the collection of them?
No, for like if you were going to do a single game, like you feel comfortable with 25 carries for Javonte.
Yeah. Like I think he can handle that.
This is a good one. They're going to get by. I'm not that comfortable with it right now. I'm going to have to be resold on Jaden Blue wearing his Nikes. Man, the text blew up. They did. The tweets blew up. They're not Louis Vuitton. They're not Louis Vuitton. The carries for Javonte this year have gone 15, 18, 10, 20, and 16. So he's hit 20 once. You're talking about 25 per?
No, I mean, I was just thinking like in general.
Totally fine with his workload right now. So I'll say get by, even though I wouldn't be opposed to someone else coming in, but it's get by.
What would you guys be willing to put what round pick on a midseason trade for
a back?
Nothing. Yeah, I wouldn't trade a 7th for a backup running back. To me, they do enough with jet sweeps to Flanoy to Turpin. They work Lipke and every now and then.
Don't forget the CD running.
The CD running. They do enough work in those sort of aspects in addition to Javonte running that I don't need anything else.
And I drafted Jaden.
Yeah.
I do have to see.
Donovan Wilson.
Bobby will say as what?
Yeah.
As presently used.
No, that's not going to work.
What's your point?
Did they change him a lot in terms of being the free safety last game?
He didn't play a ton of deep middle. And it's not like he's played as much as Hooker has. Like Hooker has played more deep middle, but that's the thing is that when you think about Donovan Wilson in the back end, it seems like you've seen him back there on big plays about as often as Hooker, and they're not playing the same amount back there. And so, to me, you cannot use them interchangeably. He's got to be coming forward. He's got to essentially be a box player. He can't be somebody that's playing deep. If he's a box player and he's just coming up and using his physicality, he's a useful player.
Yeah.
If you're asking him to do something,
because he might be their hardest hitter. Shamar,
100%.
Donovan.
It's not even a criticism of like Donovan Wilson, really. To me, the question is just more like
you're putting him in a situation to fail.
Yeah, I wouldn't ask Javonte Williams to line up and play outside receiver a whole game. I'd be like, that's just not what he does. I wouldn't blame him for it. I would just say, don't do that. Same sort of thing with Donovan Wilson. If you're going to play him like you've been playing him, no, you can get.
Yep, I agree.
Get if it's free safety.
Get or get by their current edge rushers.
So let's go just Fowler.
James Houston's 8 snaps a game where he gets 7 pressures.
I have not noticed Clowney once, by the way. Has he been up?
I haven't either.
He was decent the first game. This one he was just okay. But he was better the first game. I thought he actually played well the first game he played.
So Ezeraku,
who's getting I think Ezeraku, that is, if you want to talk about one guy who has checked the most boxes for like every week, seems to be progressing and getting better playing the game, that's Ezeraku. Ezeraku is making a bigger impact almost every week.
If they gave up a 4th for Bradley Chubb or a 5th and made the money work, I would be down for that. I'm not going to get mad if they acquire a big-time pass rusher unless it's crazy capital. We're going to have a capital discussion in a War Room segment coming up. But by no means am I comfortable at all with the edge rushers.
No. Yeah, if you're
scheme
just...
it. You can scheme it.
Yeah, no. I'm going to say, it's get unless Dante Fowler does what he did last week. If Dante Fowler's rushing like that consistently and Ezraku continues to perform well and they've got what they've gotten out of James Houston, at that point you're generating pass rush and it's been effective. And their Kenny Clark as a pass rusher has been really good so far.
Give me a Sam Williams grade.
From this past game or for the season?
Season.
C-.
Yeah. Disappointing.
I'll do a single week stay of execution on this because they did get some pressure. Maybe they've schemed it up. Maybe they've schemed it up, Steven. And if they have, then I think you can get by with it.
I mean, the scheme, Bobby told us yesterday, it was some stunts.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. Scheme it.
I don't.
Stun it.
Yeah.
Stunts and sons. Because that's what it was, stunts and sons. It was stunts and it was Dante Fowler's son and Olu Fashanu.
There you go.
Right now I'll say get.
All right, very good. Get or get by Matt Eberflus's defensive scheme.
Get. Go.
What scheme would you run with this talent?
It's not even so much necessarily the scheme that they're running. It's the entire, because for instance, cover 2, cover 3, these sort of concepts, which he runs a ton of cover 2 and cover 3. That's primarily what it is. That's primarily what a lot of people run. So that's what you're going to get a lot in here. It's more the application of the concepts, clearly what seems to be problems in communicating it and getting guys all on the same page. We've heard about Schottenheimer before. It was a discussion point heading into the season that there were concerns that is his terminology and everything else way too complex? Is it overdone? And it hasn't been a problem for them this year, but there feels like there's something that exists on that front for them because they clearly went, well, we're trying to simplify it. We're calling it one word now and blah, blah, so those sort of things. And just the application of understanding your personnel and being able to do that. I just don't trust
What besides Donovan Wilson do you think has been not proper application?
Jack Sanborn. I think Jack Sanborn hasn't been proper application. There's way too much. The scheme is fine if you're flexible to the players that you have. It's too rigid. He's it's more just, it's less about the scheme, more about the philosophy of how committed do I need to be towards you are this and you go in this and you are this and you go here and saying you have to do that.
Now, how much room are you allowing that the Jets game was a nice sign of progress and we can get to average when we need to be this season?
Not enough. If they do it over a couple weeks, then I'll say, oh, okay, something's clearly different here. But they were getting gashed in the run game in that game. The passing stuff was better, but I think you're also going against a team that doesn't pass the ball very well.
Get or get by the run defense worse than the pass defense.
Ooh.
As
a unit.
Can you
So, for the rest of the season, belief that the run defense is worse than the pass defense?
Yeah.
No way. That pass defense is awful. They're terrible. They don't even know where they're supposed to be standing.
Man, they did give up 8 yards of carry to Breece Hall.
Yeah, it was bad. And
totally forgotten.
That was Friday when we were previewing the Jets. That was the thing I said. It was the Jets are going to gash them on Sunday. They can run the ball. They run the ball really effectively. And that, the matchup is really bad for Dallas. Dallas is not a even good run defense. They've been okay. They've been an okay run defense to this point. They've had moments in games where they've been good, but they've been okay. They have been awful for 4 games in the secondary. Awful. I mean, historically bad in the way that they're covering.
Yeah, I agree. Secondary's worse.
Yeah, it is worse. It is worse. If the Jets trade Breece Hall before the deadline, what would you give? Or would you do that? Would you give up something?
If it was the summer, I would have. Probably not now.
Because it's the final year of his deal, so you had to pay him.
Well, it's not just that. It's now that I need resources.
A seventh?
If I'm willing to go spend to go get a player, it needs to be on something other than running back at this point.
All right, get or get by.
There it is. Our J Choppy Hump Day edition. Commercial-free expressway. We're going to hook you up 3 times this morning for being a Tolo, starting with this.
That's right. Right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see 9 Inch Nails at the American Airlines Center in Dallas on Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
around the NFL power rankings coming up at 8 o'clock this morning.
It's just you and me and Peyton because Bobby didn't have one from last week.
That's right. Way it should be.
I'll tell you which ones I had. I didn't send them to you guys, but I'll let you know which ones I had.
Yeah. The random Wednesday wheel spin at 8:20. Below the belt and Nick Even final hour of the show. Let's chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Today in white people things. What do we always say?
That's my wife's favorite segment. That's some white people ass.
That's some white people ass right there. We talked about this. It was either a week or 2 weeks ago. There was a guy swimming from Catalina Island to L.A. It's about 20 miles, and he got attacked by a shark. He didn't die, but he got attacked by a shark. And he was trying to complete the trifecta of open water swims, and one of them is Catalina to L.A., one of them is across the English Channel from France and England, and the other one is circumnavigating Manhattan around the East River, the most heavily trafficked and polluted waterway in the world. Okay, so that was white people stuff last week. This week...
And we are certain he's white people. Because that sounds like it, but that also sounds to me like something I would hear, like, this man from Spain decided he was going to swim around the whole country.
Okay, that's fair.
So it sounds like...
Fair.
Do you know the guy's name and ethnicity?
I don't remember it from last week.
So you don't know if he's white?
That's an assumption. Okay, listen, I'm assuming. That's an assumption because that's some white people stuff right there. That's white people.
All
right. This, I can assure you. I can assure you this one. Well, I can't assure you this one. There are 1,000 climbers trapped at the top of Mount Everest.
British swimmer named Chris Murray.
Chris
Sounds
Murray,
like a good
50-year-old from the United Kingdom.
All right, you were right.
Yeah.
Sometimes stereotyping works, kids.
There are 1,000
As Mark Cuban will tell
climbers
you.
that were trapped at the top of Mount Everest, 29,000 feet in the air.
Oh yeah, this is definitely some white people.
Yeah, this is white people stuff. I mean, and this is another. I didn't have a ton of sympathy for the shark attack guy, right? Like you're in their home. You're in their home. Like, get out of the ocean. What are you doing in there?
Castle doctrine, man.
That's right. Absolutely.
That's what the shark was doing, yeah.
Now, 350 of these climbers have come down from the mountain, but there's a blizzard, and they have 600 climbers trapped 29,000 feet in the air at the top of Mount Everest. And I can't sit here and say I have any sympathy. Like, what are you doing? What's there to see up there? What are you going up there for?
It's just going to be a ego flexer and like
I bet it looks breathtaking.
I'm sure it looks wonderful. You know how hard it is to get there? You got to fly to Kathmandu, and then you got to take a little, those little propeller planes that, we always see in the sky that never go up more than 500 feet. This little airfield called Lukla, and it's up at the side of a mountain. It goes uphill.
It's got luck in the name?
Yeah, Lukla. And it's got a cliff on one side and a mountain on the other. There's no go around. You get one shot. You get one shot at this. And then you got to climb. You got to get your Sherpa to climb you up this thing. And it's like, what are you doing?
Now, how often do these things happen, though?
These climb?
The way they're getting trapped.
Oh.
How many did you say it was?
Well, it was initially 1,000 that were trapped at the top there, like near the top of the mountain from a blizzard. Now, and like I said,
okay, so a blizzard had to happen.
A blizzard had to happen.
How often do blizzards happen? I don't know.
Yeah, especially this time of year. That's north of the equator, so it's late summer, early fall.
Yeah.
But you're thousands of feet in the air. But heavy rains have triggered landslides in the area, which have led to the death of 47 people. And obviously, Everest has had 400 people die while trying to reach the peak.
Yeah.
Over the years.
Yeah, not happening.
This is, I don't know. I don't have a ton of sympathy. What is there to see up there? What are you doing, man? Speaking of travel, American Airlines, they're right here in DFW. You know those little crates outside the gate where they have you shove your bag in
yes.
to see if it sizes
up
right?
I hate those things.
Well, here you go. They are getting rid of them.
Ooh.
As of this week, they have removed the metal bag sizers at boarding gates across the U.S. Flyers no longer required to squeeze their suitcases inside that contraption, which I'm convinced is far smaller than any overhead compartment.
Totally agree. I don't think it's up to code.
I agree.
I don't think it's up to code. I know I've bought, when we buy bags, I'm like, is this a carry-on?
Right.
If I buy it as a carry-on, You have to accept it as a carry-on as the airline. Instead, they have that stupid measuring thing.
I don't think I've ever seen this thing.
Yeah, because you fly with the Cowboys like a brat.
But even still, like when we've been on the road, I don't think I've ever seen it.
This thing. It looks like that.
It's right to the side.
Oh, yeah, I've never seen that.
And you try to hide your bag so that like, they don't eye yours to say, "Go, can you measure it right over there,
Have you done the
please?"
foot trick? So when you go to check your bag in at the gate and you get to check your bag, the foot trick is you lay the bag on the scale and you tilt your foot up so it kind of lifts your bag a little bit if it's going to be heavy. And that way...
Well, you need to start practicing it.
Yeah.
Because I can't remember the last time I've flown with you to where you have not been over 50 pounds.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we do bring some liquor home
Yeah.
with us. And then, it's just... I'm a packer. I pack a lot. I always come home with about, probably I would say...
Always over 50, every time.
Yeah. I usually come back with at least a dozen items that I didn't wear.
Which is nuts to me. Like, I can't imagine. Like, I hate bringing back, like, even one thing that I didn't bring with me. Because I'm usually just, like, trying to efficiently pack and just, like, here it is. This is all I'm taking. Coming back with anything extra always beats me down.
But I wonder now how much this is going to screw you over if you go on properly with your carry-on, but these a-holes sit there and take on a much larger one and takes up the space that's supposed to be allotted to you.
And now it's going to be like...
The selfish overhead bin people.
Does the gate agent just say, now they have like, it's subjective.
Yeah.
Oh, that won't fit.
Right.
Oh, that won't. Oh, that's poking out.
That'll start fights.
Yeah, that's going to start a ton of fights. So I like it, but it is going to start some fights, no doubt. Chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan. So, working from home. We don't get to do it anymore. There's a new trend. It's called micro shifting. And this is come in real popularity over the last several months. So what it is you're working from home, and instead of working a 9 to 5, you split your shifts up. So you work, today I'm going to work 9 to 1 and then 5 to 9. And I'm going to take 4 hours of the day. And I'm still going to get my 8 hours of work in, but it's just going to be split up. Or I've got something to do in the afternoon. I'm going to wake up at 4 a.m. and work until noon, and then I'm done.
We actually do that on this show. Because we'll do the show, then we go home, and then we're doing the prep.
Right,
so, like, we
absolutely.
actually do this.
But it's called micro shifting, and people are finding that they're actually getting about 79% more work done during the day, during that 24-hour period, because they're breaking it up, and it's like shorter increments to where you can. There's no lull. There's no 4 p.m. sugar rush that you need to go and get a cup of coffee.
First off, I don't trust the voting on this because they're asking, are you getting more work done? And they're like, yeah, of course.
Yeah,
because
if it's self-reported.
Because they're manipulating the schedule the way they want. Yeah. I don't know. I haven't had a regular office job for
ever
my entire life.
Right, yeah, neither have I.
So I don't know if bosses are just like, no, I want you in the office for the 8 hours. I want to see you doing it. Unless you're just judging, like a sales job. How much money are you bringing in?
Now,
and I don't care.
They did find that this report found that employees were willing to give up about 10% of their annual salary in exchange for flexible working hours and 10% of their salary for a 4-day work week.
Oh, I'd give up 10% of my salary for a 4-day work week.
Because that would be...
Yeah, because you'd be giving up
20%.
Yeah, so you're getting it back.
You're gaining 10% of time.
As long as you're somebody who just feels like
you can afford it.
Like there's some people who just say I can't afford it, so even though I'd have the extra time, I don't care that I'm working for less money on that 5th day.
Yeah, but like, would you give up 10% of your salary to work from home, to do the show from home?
No.
Probably not. In truth, yes, would I like to do the show from home? Yeah, it would damage the show.
The show's better.
It would hurt
in person.
It would hurt the show. I always live and move in proximity to the station, so it's 30 minutes for me in the morning. It's not that bad. I don't hate you guys presently, so coming in here with you every day is not that miserable.
Who do you hate the most right now?
Like in the whole building or on the show?
No, just on the show.
No one.
Oh, that's good.
I don't hate anyone right now.
I'm positive. Look at that. Schotty's culture is really just bleeding over.
I probably hate Schottenheimer the most. Because of Fridays at 8:20. Now that you remind me, it's probably Schottenheimer. Yeah. So would you give up 20% of your salary to work from home? You.
No.
No. Ooh, I'm surprised.
No. Now, when I'm done paying child support, I might.
That's right.
Currently,
Yeah.
Currently, I need that to offset.
Yes.
I need that to offset. So there you go. Chopping it up here on 105 The Fan. Real quick. You want Game of Thrones or you want pickpockets?
I think Game of Thrones is probably more popular, but I've never seen it.
Yeah, pickpocketers aren't popular at all.
No, they're coming. They're getting more popular. A new Game of Thrones spinoff will start in January, okay? And this is what I love about this. Now, I watched the original. I did not watch the spinoff that has happened, but they're having a new spinoff. And it will not feature dragons or magic. And that is awesome because I think dragons and magic was the worst part of the original.
Can you have it without it? I thought that was the whole thing.
I assume it would be about Winterfell, which is like the northern people.
Oh, sure, that makes sense.
There's not a whole lot of magic going on there, I guess.
All right.
So I never was a fan of the dragons. I just give me the sword fights.
First 10 minutes, when I saw there was evidence of a
you had that
dragon
on Thursday night.
There was evidence of a dragon. I called my buddy. I said, "Are there dragons in this show?" And he said, "Just stick with it." I went, "Nope, out. There's dragons." It was already enough to go to Middle Earth and then like suspend reality for that. Now you're giving me dragons. No, we're done.
Hey, Pay, are you in?
I mean, I've never seen Game of Thrones, though.
Then why are you in?
Yeah, because I like to try new things. I don't know. Someone likes the show.
Was your fiance in?
I think she watched it, yes. I think she did.
I enjoyed the show. The dragons, I wasn't a fan of it.
All right, this is difficult for me this week. Power rankings, 1 through 5, 5 through 1, and how much did the Cowboys move up, if at all, after their win over the Jets? Get them in on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. NFL Power Rankings are next. But
Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the greatest show in sport.
The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
This is tough. Touchdown. This is tough. 1 through 5, 5 through 1. Franklin Franco injury attorney text line for this week's Around the NFL Power Rankings. We'll find out where the Cowboys are after we grade ourselves.
All right, Sean Sharif, you had Buffalo 1, Detroit 2, Philadelphia 3, Green Bay 4,
5,
and the LA Rams 5. They lost to San Fran on Thursday.
Oh my God, that is 1 and 3.
Peyton Russell.
Yeah, mine's not good either. I don't want to hear it.
Buffalo 1.
No.
Philly 2.
No.
Detroit 3.
Yeah.
Rams 4.
No.
Green Bay 5.
1, 3, and 1.
I had Buffalo 1. Detroit 2. Philly 3. Kansas City 4. And Jacksonville 5.
And I had Lions, Patriots, Bills, Jaguars. So that's 4-0-1.
Oh,
where I lead off.
That is stinky. Where are the Cowboys around the country?
So the Dallas Cowboys, it's okay. So this is very surprising to me. I was looking through the rankings. I always go through 6 national outlets to see where they have the Cowboys ranked. And there was one outlet that dropped them 3 spots from beating the Jets.
The Jet tax.
The Athletic. The Athletic had them all the way up at 18th before this Jets game and dropped them down to 21 when they beat the Jets.
Way to go, Brugler.
It was very bizarre there. But Dallas's average placement is 20th across the league right now. Their highest showing came in at 19th from Pete Prisco at CBS, and the lowest ranking was 22nd by Yahoo. So 5 of the 6 moved Dallas up a spot or 2, and it was the Athletic who dropped them down. But Dallas roughly 20th in the NFL right now.
Are you going to all these sites one by one?
Yeah.
Just go to Blogging the Boys. They have it all compiled.
Because
aggregate.
I'm not going to use an aggregator, even though RJ Ochoa is a friend. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go do the work myself. I'm going to put it in. I'm going to grind the tape.
And, we're going to get him to
so
change his name. The amount of people coming at me saying, how's your tech take look from week 1?
I think there have been 3 different times where I've sent our show email to RJ Ochoa.
And it's like,
So explain that.
So I guess he said that Dak was one of the reasons they lost week 1.
Yeah.
I think he won worst take for that week.
And people are coming, hey, how's your Dak take look for week 1? It's not aging too well. And I'm like, it's not me, dude.
He also really defended McCarthy with an interview I did with him. And I'm like, man, you're such a nice guy. I don't want to yell at you. That was a bad take from Ochoa.
We fight on that over text for years. He's always been like, you're just too dug in. You're too negative about it to give him any credit at this point.
Are any of you dead set on the order we should go?
The intrigue to me is 5 because I don't know.
Intrigue to me, it can be 1.
Okay, all right, that's interesting because every publication I've seen has had the same number 1.
I think we're all gonna have the same number 1. That's what I would anticipate. Unless you're gonna throw the Ravens in there like you've been doing.
Let's go 5 through 1.
5 through 1.
Okay. Okay. Number 5, RJ.
I won.
You know what? Bobby should get to go because of how much we stunk it up. Although his would not be much different.
Number 5. I literally just decided on this during the break. I was sitting there looking through. I don't feel good about this. There were a dozen teams. Legitimately, it was probably 8. There were 8 teams that I was looking at going like, I can knock any of these teams right now. Ultimately, we're putting the Jacksonville Jaguars Duval.
Ew!
Look, when you look at the fact that they lead the NFL in takeaways right now, they are top 10 in points scored and points allowed. They had a big victory over the 49ers, bounce back, big late victory against the Chiefs. I got to give them an edge right now. There are plenty of other teams that could have been in contention, but it felt like a coin toss. I got the Jaguars 5th.
8th. Go with your initial guess.
Well, because
I had the Jags 5th last week. I have them 5th again. I just can't get them higher than this, I don't think.
They shouldn't even be that high.
Defense is good. They're a solid team. They're going to make the playoffs. I give me Jacksonville 5 again.
That Jordan Lewis guy in their secondary.
Yeah.
He's pretty good.
I have the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at number 5. Look, I mean, they don't win by a lot, but they just find a way to win games. Baker Mayfield is playing out of his mind right now. Look, you heard Drew Brees in the first hour. He has Baker over Dak in his MVP rankings. Maybe there's some truth to be told there. No Mike Evans or Bucky Irving last week, and they still won in Seattle. Very impressive. So I have the Bucs at number 5.
Awful.
How are we attributing luck to the Bucs season so far with all these close games?
Ton.
Yeah, oh yeah,
they are
plus
3 at 4-1. They have trailed with 1:10 left in every game.
They're a lot higher up in these national power rankings than.
That's because these national, they just go by the record, right? That's what they. How many people have San Fran in their top 5 now national?
No way. I'm gonna go with Green Bay at 5. I'm going to go with the Packers at 5. That defensive performance against the Cowboys would have me worried about the Packers. Someone tweeting me that Jamar Chase has more tackles than Micah.
He's got solo tackles. He's got 5 to 4. Now, the Green Bay's already had a bye, too, which is crazy.
Who
has a bye? Why do you have a bye so early?
Didn't Pittsburgh have a bye?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they played in London.
Atlanta had a bye. Yeah, they're on into the bye weeks.
If I was a wide receiver, though, I'd start putting that as a clause in my contracts. If I have 3 tackles in a year, that means the quarterback play, or 5 tackles.
It triggers $1 million bonus.
Yeah, the quarterback play is so awful. I'm putting my body in harm's way because of your evaluation in personnel, and Jake Browning is going to get me hurt.
Could you imagine you got that clause all of a sudden, you just start fumbling just to get tackles?
Yeah, or just like $25,000 bonus for every tackle I get.
So I'll go with the Packers at 5. I had some NFC struggles with 4 and 5 here. Bobby,
number 4. I have not wanted to put them up there. You can't keep them out. It's the Indianapolis Colts. They have the best point differential in football. They are top 3 in points scored and points allowed. The problem when you look at it is they've really beaten down just bad football teams.
Yeah.
Like it's Miami, it's the Raiders. They squeak by against the Broncos. Their one loss is to the Rams. So it's a little bit difficult. But I mean, they are beating down who they're supposed to beat down. Right. They can only play who they can play. And even though these are bad football teams, I would not have thought that Indy would be 4-1 and plus 74. So they deserve credit, and they're number 4 this week.
So that's why I didn't put Indy in there. I can't get them ahead of Jacksonville. Jacksonville's played objectively a better schedule.
Yeah.
They beat San Fran. It's their only loss. They beat Kansas City. They played a better schedule. I begrudgingly put this team in here. I'm only putting them here because I like the quarterback better than Jacksonville's. They're gonna win their division, and they're gonna host a playoff game. So I'll put Tampa at 4.
Ooh. Okay.
I don't love it.
That's gonna be
I know.
The Minnesota team you hated a few years ago. That's gonna be Tampa.
Oh, that's a little too harsh.
Better quarterback.
That's a little bit too harsh. They're better than that. Much better.
I struggled with 4 and 5, but I'm going to go with number 4, the only team that has beaten the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I still have the Eagles in my top 5. Look, they got exposed against the Denver Broncos, a decent team. The Eagles had a double-digit second-half lead.
Yeah, how'd they get exposed?
Yeah, well, I mean, they lost the game is what happened.
Right, they got exposed.
And Jalen Hurts throwing the Hail Mary at the end of the game, run down the end zone, was stupid.
All right, let's talk about that.
That was dumb.
Let's talk about that.
He was nowhere close to the play.
Yeah.
I have always thought that is a smart thing to do. There's going to be a ricochet. There's going to be a bounce back. And I'm like, okay, 50 yards out, tough. I know you look like a psycho. What do you have to lose? What do you have to lose?
Your hamstring.
You're absolutely right. It is a smart thing to do for anybody else. For him, I'll never forget this.
Where did he make it to, by the way? I didn't see where he ended up making it.
15-yard line. 10 or 15
He started at the 38. He threw from the 38. But it was the back of the end zone, so what's that, technically 48?
His 40-yard dash is 4.6. And that's when he trains for this. Without pads on, he's throwing the ball. There is not a tip drill in the world where the ball stays in the air for 5 seconds. He's not getting down there. It's not happening.
Could Fields?
If he's getting down there for it lands short of the end zone and he's wanting to catch a lateral, that's a little different. But that's Russell Wilson doing high knees on the plane.
Yeah. Yes, it's showing you how smart you are. A-Rod did this. The first game I saw Alex play in person at the Globe when he was here, he gets to second base and he turns around and he literally points at all the outfielders.
Yes.
Now, you're supposed to do that. You're supposed to turn around and look at where the outfielders are. He's pointing to let the fans know that he's a smart baseball player.
Yeah. There's still 3 out there.
Count
it up.
All right. But he's actually pointing at you.
I, too, am going to have the Eagles at 4. Despite all their drama, no one's talking about this gauntlet that they've played. This is a ridiculous schedule. Cowboys, Chiefs, Rams, Buccaneers, Broncos.
Ooh.
And now you're going to get Giants, Vikings, Giants. So they're going to get – it's going to quiet down, I think. It's going to quiet down here over the next 3 weeks before Packers, Lions, Cowboys for Philly. So Eagles 4 for me. 3.
Number 3, and a team I still don't feel great about because I don't feel great about really anybody in the NFL right now, the Green Bay Packers. The defense did get exposed a little bit. Dak's playing at a really high level right now. The offense is able to kind of precision tear up anybody. It's not an excuse, but I mean that's a different game if you've got a different quarterback back there who's getting sacked frequently by Micah. So it's still, I think, a pretty complete football team and one that I would bet on being in contention for the number 1 seed when it's all said and done. I've got Green Bay 3.
3 was a struggle because I don't love how this team plays. I do like their coach. I do like their quarterback. I do like their number 1 wide receiver. It's evident that they don't like each other, though. And they're teetering, and they might be gone if not for the schedule that's coming up, we just said. But I have Philly at 3. Begrudgingly again.
I'm going Indianapolis at 3.
Woo!
That's my big move. I just feel confident every single week that they are going to play consistent. I hear what Bobby's saying about beating bums. They did beat Denver by 1 and did lose to the Rams by 7. By the way, I was wrong about the Raiders being a pain. Holy crap. Gino, what are you doing, bro? I thought you bounced back. I thought you were a feel-good story for the rest of your career. They suck.
Where do you think any of those fans, which there were plenty of them, they were like, give me Pete over Shoddy. You think they're still wanting that right this second?
I was not in that camp.
Entertain it.
I'd entertain
Got
it.
entertain. I'm going Indianapolis at 3.
I have the Packers number 3. I mean, look, last week's rankings were so bad that I moved them up 2 spots because of how bad they were. Even on a bye, they still moved up my rankings. But I still like the team as a whole. I think maybe early overreaction. I don't think they win the division. I don't think they have a chance. I think Detroit's way too good right now. They beat them in the week 1, but I think it's gonna be tough for the Packers to withstand the Lions. But I have the Packers at 3 right now.
Number 2.
Number 2 is what I'm going to guess is Sean's number 1. I'm going to guess. I have the Buffalo Bills, too. And they lose to the Patriots, which I think the Patriots are showing they might be decent. Drake May's playing really, really well the last couple weeks, so that's not the worst loss in the world. It's a division game against a young, up-and-coming quarterback who is showing that he's maturing right in front of our eyes. They barely scraped by getting back against Baltimore. They've lost this game to the Patriots, and there have been the Saints game took longer to put away than it should have. Some of these other games they've taken longer to put away than they should have. They're the best of a group that's not very good right now, or one of the best of a group that's not very good right now, but I don't feel great about Buffalo. Normally, in a normal year, I think they'd probably be around 4th or 5th for me right now, but I've got them at number 2.
I've got them at number 2 as well. That was not a pretty game. I'd be foolish, though, if I thought that this changes anything as to who has been the best in the AFC to this point. To me, it's clearly the Buffalo Bills in the AFC. So give me Buffalo at 2.
I have the Bills as well at number 2. I mean, that game Sunday night was embarrassing. It should never have been close. That's why I had to drop them. Usually one loss, at this point in the season, I'm not,
Embarrassing?
overreact.
So you think like New England had no business even being close?
No. Buffalo is 10 times a better team than New England, and at home. I mean, the Bills should have ran away with that game. The whole division thing, whatever. I don't think it's a big deal or a big thing. But yeah, I have the Bills at number 2.
I have Bills 2 and Lions 1.
You do have the Lions 1.
New number 1.
Yeah, I got the Detroit Lions at number 1. That's the only really, really good football team I think playing right now.
I want 2 things to happen.
2 things.
All right. 1, I want people to stand up and recognize that Dan Campbell is in the conversation for the best coach of the NFL.
Yeah, a lot of people have fought you on that.
Yeah, actually, matter of fact,
I feel like they have.
Well, the coordinator thing was a question.
Coordinator thing, he doesn't do anything. And then I want people to recognize that Jared Goff is the modern-day Peyton Manning.
No.
Just from the pointing, the smarts.
No, God. How many times we Peyton Manning mentions on this show per week? How many times do you shoehorn this in?
I try to say it every day. I wanted it on the. I want to keep them in the AI universe.
All right, there it is. 877-881.
And I have the Jaguars number 1. No, Lions number 1.
Lions number 1 for Peyton as well. Power rankings every single hump day.
Hey.
At this time, it's always time for the wheel spin. I dominate high-low. Why would you want that?
And we've got... No. Sports match!
Yes, sir!
Get this off the wheel.
No, leave it on there. We're going to make it every slot on the wheel.
Yeah!
How does it work?
All right, so get on the phone right now. I need 877-881-1053. I need 2 contestants.
Don't call.
To win no prizes, but you do get to talk to us on the radio.
Sports match is next. And, of course, I have to go ahead and get excited after hyping.
Frankel first, 214-0817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to contract attorneys in Dallas.
All right. It's Sports Match.
All right, it is Sports Match, boys and girls. I am your host, RJ Choppy.
I'm definitely not.
Gene.
Yeah.
I'm going to hold my little Bob Barker stick mic here because that's what they did in the 1970s, match game 75. Okay, so here's how you play the star-studded match game. We have our hosts. That would be you, Sean Sharif, and Bobby Belt, Peyton Russell. You're going to have to do an answer too, okay? Mm-hmm. And then we have our contestants today. Now on the line number one, it is Oliver in Fort Worth.
Oliver
Good morning,
Sharif.
Oliver.
Good morning. How's it going?
We're doing fantastic. Are you ready to play match game?
I'm so excited. I've been waiting for like weeks now.
All right, that's it. There we go. Okay, so here's how it's going to play. And we also have Mark, and Mark is from Wiley. Mark will be also the contestant. Good morning, Mark. How you doing?
Good morning, gentlemen.
All right, very good. So this is how you play. I am going to ask a question to the panel.
Mm-hmm.
The panel is going to write down their answer. They're not going to show it to anybody. They're not going to say it on the radio. And then we're going to go to contestant 1, then contestant 2, and we're going to see if you can match up the answer, and that's how you win a fabulous prize. And in a related story, there are no prizes for this game.
Fulfillment.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay, so Oliver, you are up first. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
All right. It has been a rough year for Bill Belichick.
How rough has it been?
He's been canceled off Netflix and Hulu. He's had all of his trademarks declined, but that's okay because Jordan Hudson has just trademarked her blank. It's been a rough year for Bill Belichick. He's been canceled off Netflix and Hulu. His trademarks declined. That's okay because Jordan Hudson has just trademarked her blank. Contestants, write down your answers. Ding when you're ready.
Ding.
Ding. We got a ding. We have a ding from Robert Montgomery Bell.
Ding.
All right. Ding. Oliver, you are up first. It's been a rough year for Bill Belichick. Canceled off Netflix and Hulu. His trademarks have been declined, but that's okay because Jordan Hudson has trademarked her blank.
Her private parts.
Her private parts.
Nice.
Okay, so we're not going with the innuendo here. Just go right to it.
Right to it.
All right. Private parts. Sean Sharif.
Her Chuck E. Cheese membership.
Chuck E. Cheese membership. Is that an age joke?
Yes.
All right.
I didn't know they had memberships at Chuck E. Cheese. I didn't know what to say, so I just went very direct as well. I said breasts.
Oh, Judge
I think
is
that
ruling?
counts.
That's a private part.
That's a private part.
Ding,
Okay,
Oliver!
right there. Peyton?
I said her body. And not her forehead. I mean, come on.
Yeah,
We're
I
not
think
talking
it
about the
counts.
kneecaps here.
Does that count?
I think
Okay,
it
that
counts.
counts. We got 2 points.
Wow.
2 points for that was Oliver, right?
Yep,
That was
Oliver.
Oliver. Okay. 2 points for Oliver. Mark in Wiley. Good morning. You are up next. And again, don't give your answer out. I'm going to read it to these guys. LeBron James loves to read.
How much does he love to read?
Well, he is getting old, so when he reads his Hennessy label, he puts down his reading glasses and picks up his blank. LeBron James loves to read. Getting a little old, so when he reads his Hennessy label, he puts down his reading glasses and picks up his blank.
Ding.
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 Can you all agree with me on the fan text how stupid this is?
No, they love it.
Seriously.
They do love it.
All right, ding. We got dings all around. Mark and Wiley. LeBron James loves to read, get a little old. So when he reads his Hennessy label, he puts down his reading glasses and picks up his blank.
His Chinese flag.
Wow! And that's why we play the game.
You know what? He should get 2 just
Yeah, he
for
should
that.
just get the point.
This is the first time ever. None of us had that probably written down, but we should give him 2 points just for that. I said his book. Obvious.
His book.
He picked up his book to read because he loves reading. His Godfather book.
I said his drinking glasses.
His drinking glasses. Okay.
Ooh.
I said book, but I said checkbook.
It was checkbook. Okay, so 0 points for Mark.
Mark, you deserve.
You might get a.
Let's give him one.
You get a bonus.
Yeah, you get one. You get 1 point for
That
that.
was good. That's never happened in the history of the game.
You get 1 point for making us laugh.
That was good.
Okay, very good. All right, we are back to Oliver in Fort Worth. Here's the next question. Tyreek Hill went to the hospital last week for an ACL injury.
Oh, I'm going to nail this.
And he got pretty friendly with the nurses. And instead of changing his bandages, they changed his blank.
Ding.
Ding.
That's my answer is ding.
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 Gosh.
Ding. Okay, Oliver. Tyreek Hill went to the hospital for an ACL injury. He got pretty friendly with the nurses. Instead of changing his bandages, they changed his blank.
Oh my goodness. His baby mamas? I don't know.
He changed his baby mamas. Okay. I mean, it's a stretch.
This
but,
was a layup.
Sean?
Prophylactic.
It's prophylactic.
Yep.
I said his, I was trying to find whatever euphemism I could, his raincoat.
His raincoat. See what you're doing there.
I said changed his kids' names.
Kids. Sure. Yeah, you got to write down. Okay. No points for Oliver, but you're still up. You still got 2. You're still up 2-1. All right. So, question number 2 for Mark and Wiley here on Sports Match. Skip Schumacher is popular with the ladies.
How popular is he?
Again, we're just making these things up. We have no idea. I don't know if Skip's married or not.
He's attractive.
Okay.
Yeah,
He's
so
a good-looking
Sarah's
guy.
already calling him daddy.
Oh,
Yeah, she's already calling
okay.
him daddy. So he's popular with the ladies. This year, when they go to the games, they'll hope instead of making a pitching change that he'll be blanking on the mound. Skip Schumacher, popular with the ladies. This year, when they go to games, they'll hope instead of making a pitching change that he'll be blanking on the mound. Ding when you're ready.
Ding.
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 Ding. Yeah.
Okay, very good. Mark and Wiley, Skip Schumacher, popular with the ladies. This year, when they go to games, instead of making pitching changes, they'll be blanking on the mound.
Diapers.
What?
Diapers.
Diapers?
Changing diapers.
Yo, this game is so dumb. This game is so stupid. Changing diapers.
Changing diapers on the
How
mound.
to turn women on?
He thought the changes was the pivot point, I guess. I said instead of making pitching changes, they hope he's twerking on the mound.
Working. That's the answer we were looking for, I think.
I said doing curls.
Curls. Okay.
Workout.
Swapping balls.
Swapping.
Oh, that's good.
balls.
Pitching
Okay.
change. You know.
Pitching change.
Yeah.
Very
Swap
good.
and spit.
All right, Sports Match here on 105.3 The Fan.
How many more rounds? Is this the final round?
I believe
Fantex
this is
loves
the
it.
final round. We've got time. We got plenty of
Overtime.
But we got one more. Here we go. All right, this is back to Oliver.
And what's the score?
It is 2-1. It is 2-1. Now, of course, Mark got a generous 1.
No, he deserved
it. Was very funny. It was very funny. We appreciate that one. Okay, here we go. Oliver in Fort Worth. Arch Manning is off to a slow start at Texas. If he doesn't turn things around, this time next year, he'll be on the blank. Ding when you are ready, gentlemen. Arch Manning off to a slow start. If he doesn't turn things around, this time next year, he'll be on the blank.
Ding.
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 Ding, ding, ding. Oliver. Arch Manning off to a slow start. If he doesn't turn things around, then this time next year, he'll be on the blank.
He will be on the Shanghai Sharks.
What?
The Shanghai Sharks.
Oh, man, he's trying to steal a point with a China joke. I see what he's doing there. That's what he's trying to do. Sean Sharif.
He will be my easy answer. My layup here was bench, but he'll be on the Manning cast.
The Manning cast. That's the answer I think we were looking for on this one.
I was thinking bench. I gave he will be on the Manning cast.
Manning cast.
I said Manning cast as well.
Man, you could have,
Oliver.
You could have sealed the deal.
Yep.
You could have sealed the deal. Oh, man. Now we got to go to Mark in Wiley. Now, Mark, I will ask you, you have a choice here. Do you want an MLB question? Do you want a Paul Feinbaum question or a James Franklin one?
MLB.
MLB. The MLB Division Series have not been great for Major League Baseball and Rob Manfred. You got 2-0 series. You got blowouts.
Yep.
They're so boring. Rob was seen during the game checking out his blank. MLB Division Series have been a little boring for Major League Baseball. They're so boring. Rob was seen on TV during the game checking out his blank.
Ding.
Ding. Ding.
Ding.
Ding. Okay, Mark and Wiley. It's your chance. You need 1 to tie, 2 to win. And if you do tie, we got a couple of walk-offs here.
Please, God, don't tie.
MLB Division Series has been boring. They're so boring. Rob is seen during the game checking out his blank.
His grinder.
His grinder. Oh, man. His grinder. Okay. Boy, he's going for the 2 points
Yeah,
here just
look,
on
he's-
jokes
yeah,
alone.
you know
John
what?
Sharif.
His piece of metal. The trophy joke.
Yes, that's a good one. I like it.
Piece of metal.
That's a good one.
That's what he called the World Series trophy.
I said he's checking out his golden bat.
It's golden bat. It's a rule change joke. Okay, Peyton, do we have?
Pretty good.
I said he's checking out the value of his home. He's going to have to
Value of
move.
his home.
Gotta get out of here.
Oh, man. Game over.
Dang. We get into the Paul Feinbaum question.
I know.
Go
it
ahead, get
sucks.
to it.
That's
Let's go.
awful.
We got 2 minutes left.
Paul Feinbaum may or may not have been suspended for a few days from ESPN, but it doesn't matter to him. He keeps a microphone hidden in his blank.
Say it again.
Paul Feinbaum may have been suspended. We don't know. So it doesn't matter. He keeps a microphone hidden in his blank.
All right, just throw it out randomly. What do you got?
His forehead.
Forehead.
Saban's belt.
Is what?
Saban's belt.
Saban's belt. All right. Thank you.
Do we have a total answer?
Well, they're gone.
Okay. What'd you have, Choppy?
What did I? His neck. It's his neck. Hidden in his neck. His tiny little neck.
Hidden in his tiny little
Yeah.
neck. There it is. Random Wednesday wheel spin with Sports Match Hump Day Edition on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I think this will actually be a dumber segment than what we just did. Brian Schottenheimer says the competition is over. That's next in B-Lo.
B-Belt.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
Than anyone else, all price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off
no,
my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
It was supposed to be all about competition, but no longer. The competition is over, and Sean Sharif is worked up about it. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing and Window Nation.
Well,
you've had a gripe about this, and I don't even know what the gripe is, but you've had a gripe about this for roughly 15 hours, and you said, I'm not gonna issue my gripe until we're on the air. And so here is the opportunity to react. Who's your gripe towards, me or to Brian Schottenheimer?
You.
What did I do?
This is, and I never accuse you of this.
Uh-huh.
You know what I think about you behind the scenes. I'd never say it publicly. I'm a little worried that RJ's off the next 2 days if this is the level of effort we're going to get with this mail-in of a segment and mail-in of a tease. No duh.
I knew this was where you were coming from.
Whatever drop you have, no S dummy, whatever it is, go ahead with it. That's a mind-blowing proclamation made here. in below the belt.
Yes. Am I going to have to send you guys some prep tonight?
Probably.
Yeah, please do.
Your road trip, which we'll preview in the 9 o'clock hour, I assume will be prep enough with what you're going to tweet and stuff.
Yes.
And do play-by-play of.
No, this was not just going to be about the competition being over. It was then going to be an opportunity to explore some of the numbers in the Cowboys run game.
Okay.
We're doing more than just that. But this is the pivot point. The competition, which has been underlined routinely by Brian Schottenheimer, that's the big C word. It's been culture, it's been competition, and now it's communication, or lack thereof, is what it's been all about. But we've been able to recognize this, and I even said it in my email, Sean, that we've been able to recognize that after 5 weeks, this is Javonte Williams' job. There's nothing to it. It is. Unless you trade for Breece Hall.
This
like
is the segment. This is the tease. The competition is over. Javonte is the number one.
Which is absurd. And that's the
gutsy call.
It's the point of the absurdity, because Brian Schottenheimer on Monday decided to make this a declaration, which is like, of course it is. The competition is over. And that's what he said. He said, Javonte Williams is the bell cow. He's earned that. We believe in him. And that's the way we'll approach it moving forward. And so the idea would then be, okay, why is that even significant that somebody declared?
Is it?
Because it's not. What's different is Brian Schottenheimer will not make declarative statements at all. Anything publicly that declares a competition over, anything declarative that says we're definitively doing this, because he has preached so much that he wants competitive practices, he wants competitive games, he doesn't want anybody feeling secure in a position. Javonte Williams has obviously changed so much of their perspective on the running game. They wouldn't declare a first-team running back throughout training camp, still wouldn't do it the first couple weeks of the season. Now they're settling in on this is the guy. And so if you're talking about just from Schottenheimer's perspective, it is significant that he would ever publicly declare any competition over and say that this is the way that we're going to assign it now. And the reason why they're going to assign it this way is because of how much success that Javonte Williams has had running the ball. Now, the question has become, and something that G-Bag got into, they're getting a little tense the other day. And that
happened.
So they were mixing it up.
Are we still the most toxic show on the Fan?
I don't think so.
So I think we are the most in-your-face toxic, which is, I think there's almost kind of like a wink with that. Like
I think us attacking others is the most toxic, but within the room, they're the most toxic.
Yeah, because they actually, I think they get in their feels a little bit on it.
I do too.
They're toxic in a way
Screw
of
you,
like,
Jared, goodbye.
We're toxic in the way of just like, we'll bully you to your face, basically, is what we'll do. They're toxic in the way of like a passive aggressive way of like, you see somebody who bought a brand new like article of clothing. It's like, oh my gosh, I love that. Is that vintage? Where did you get that at Plato's Closet or something? Was that where you store did you get that at? It's really nice. I really like it. Like they're very passive aggressive with each other at times, where it's like, oh, what's there seems to be some underlying tension here. So they were getting into it and mixing it up over the idea of the run concepts and how does this look different what they're doing this year? Because Brian felt like he didn't think they were doing a ton that was different in the running game compared to previous years. They felt like Zach had said that, Clayton Adams, he was doing different things. He's using tight ends more frequently. One of the things that you're seeing is that he is running more trap blocks and things like that, which Brian, to his credit, I think went back, studied it himself. He texted us about it the other day, went back, studied it, and found they are running it more frequently. And they are running some different concepts more frequently. One of the things that they're running differently, and something that's been discussed at this point, last year the Cowboys had by far the widest formations in the National Football League for much of the season. Widest, yeah, WIDEST. This is not chopping it up. Yeah, this is not chopping it up.
Going the old Josh Heupel route.
They would and spread offense for years. That was new. That was innovative. That was the forward-thinking way to do it. The top offenses in football in recent years have all been condensed formations. If you look at the Kyle Shanahan explosion, Sean McVay, some of these offenses that really push things forward, last year I think the top 7, this was like last couple weeks of the season, it may have changed when the season ended, but the last couple weeks of the season, the top 7 tightest formations on average were all from the McVay-Shanahan tree, all of them. And they were all having a lot of success, whether it be running the football, throwing it, however you want to do it.
Because people used to say, why are you inviting so much more traffic near the line of scrimmage with condensed formations and stuff, right? So why has that changed?
So a lot of the different things, a lot of people look at it as like you can do more with crossers when you're coming out of condensed formations. You get the opportunity to conceal your looks a little bit better because you could either be running passing concepts, or you could be blocking out of that for the run game. It does invite more people into the box, and so it has made things look a little tighter. But here's the example of where it's effective. So the Cowboys have run the ball out of a condensed formation more than 40% more this season than they did last year. And what's interesting when you look at that is running out of the condensed formation, they are seen significantly heavier, because of the way the formation is lined up, significantly heavier stacked box numbers on those run concepts. So, for instance, they would run out of a condensed formation. Last year, they would get a stacked box about 32% of the time when they would run out of a condensed formation. This year, when they're running out of that, they are getting a stacked box like 65% of the time. And so people would look at that and actually go, oh my gosh, you're running into the teeth of the defense. How has this been able to work? How is this going to be effective? It's been effective in the way that they've been able to execute, because last year in those same stacked box, or in those same condensed formations, when you weren't always getting the stacked box, you had the Cowboys averaging about 3.7 yards per carry out of those looks. This year, out of those formations, Javonte Williams, the run concepts that Clayton Adams has, they are averaging 5.1 yards per carry. They are one of the most efficient running games in the NFL when they're running out of these tighter looks. And a lot of the different things that you're seeing are, they are running the ball from under center more frequently. They're running the ball. In general, we've seen that their run rates have just been different. One of the areas where they've really changed, and I gotta see if I can get this graph, because it's such a striking visual. When you look at where they're running the ball, so typically they break up direction in the NFL by right end and left end, right tackle and left tackle, and middle. Basically just running between the tackles. Last year, the Cowboys were way at the top of running the ball in the middle. Like they were, I think, 8th in the NFL. And when you would look at their bar graph, it was absurd. In fact, I might have it here on my phone. It was absurd just how much more they were running it there. They were running it between the tackles more frequently than all of the other spots combined. Right end, right tackle, left tackle. This year, everything is completely evenly distributed. They're not just, burying their head and pounding the ball up the middle. There's a really good clip of Javonte Williams yesterday that the Cowboys posted that I was driving in this morning and I saw, where it's kind of a visual, so it's harder, but he's basically just drawn on an iPad and breaking down the 66-yard run that he had. And he's talking about, all right, so I get the ball here, and I already know what we're doing. I already know this guard's going to pull here. I know this guy's moving. And because of the way the blocking concept was, I saw when I got the ball that the Mike linebacker had bit and anticipated stepping up in this gap. He's like, as soon as he moved, and he's not even to the line of scrimmage at this point, Javonte Williams was like, as soon as he moved, I knew I had a big run. He's like, I knew I was breaking it because I knew what we had in front of us. And so he took the ball. He said, I didn't think we were getting a 66-yarder. He's like, a lot of people are clowning me for running out of gas. He's like, y'all, I haven't run that far in a while. Like, you got to give me a little bit of a break. Like, I was not anticipating having to go that far. But I think what you're seeing is matching up Javonte Williams' demeanor, matching up what it feels like a nastier demeanor for the offensive line this year. Even before Brock Hoffman got in there. I know last year Cowboys got some credit for when Hoffman got inserted into the lineup. It kind of changed the way that their play style was on the offensive line. But this year, I think you're just seeing a meaner, tougher, physical offensive line. And you're matching that with a meaner, tougher, physical running back. And you're matching it with more modern run concepts. And you're matching it with the way that the rest of the NFL, who's had really effective run styles for the last few years, San Francisco, Rams, all those different teams that have found the way to kind of break the code, you're leaning into that. I hesitate because I got to be careful in how I describe this exactly. I know that one of the areas of frustration that existed within the Cowboys last year and into the changeover to Schottenheimer, this is not a dump on McCarthy segment.
Sounds it.
But there was a real resistance to even explore the concepts that San Francisco and the Rams were doing in the running game. Just refused.
Why?
Because it's just not the way of thinking that McCarthy had typically applied to the run game. And he just, it's that
San Fran and who else?
San Francisco, the Rams, just that Shanahan-McVay tree.
Because I was trying to think of like West Coast principles.
So they generally, McCarthy likes running from a broad formation, a spread out formation, and believes that opens the defense up a little bit, creates running lanes, does different things like that. Because of that, it's the old Billy Bean and Moneyball adapt or die, throw your arms up thing. there was a feeling that there was just a refusal to adapt to what the NFL trends had said. And that was one of, I think, the key areas where Schottenheimer and McCarthy had some tension, was the idea of how the runs were supposed to look.
You know what, Bobby? You really did save this segment. It's a horrific tease, an obvious no duh. And you went really, really in-depth with the run game. So nice job on the back half.
Thank you.
Below the belt.
How's that for a curve?
Hump Day edition here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Oh, yeah. Our home, we're gonna hook you up as well. Overreactions or not are coming up next. Choppy's going crazy over the Cardinals coach being in trouble. Are there any great teams in the league? Choppy has NFL overreactions or not, after we hook you up right now.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see 9 Inch Nails at the American Airlines Center in Dallas on Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
And we're going to have another giveaway coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. So 3 giveaways for you turning it on, leaving it on, and you get to save. It's time to set yourself up for massive savings next year with Own Well.
I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
Is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. I see Aiden, I see Peyton, I see Bobby, I see Choppy, I see myself. It's Sean and RJ Hump Day. Right here on 105.3 The Fan with another 9 Inch Nails ticket giveaway for you being loyal to the final hour of the program. You are appreciated. We got NFL overreactions or not. We have Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20. Then we go road tripping with RJ Choppy as we crosstalk with KNC. Jerry Jones, of course, fined $250,000 for the middle finger that he tried to explain yesterday while he was on the radio with us. So we'll talk to Nick Eatman coming up in 20 as we start to preview the Panthers. RJ Choppy has his weekly NFL overreactions or not, but I'll ask the first one because RJ's been itching to talk about this topic. Jonathan Gannon deserved what he got punishment-wise for the TCU running back.
Which is a $100,000 fine for getting into the face of Amari DiMercato.
And touching him.
And making contact with him.
Yes. And apparently Gannon apologized in the team meeting as well. Said he woke up, did not feel really good about it.
Guys.
Uh-oh.
This is not real life. This is not... The HR department doesn't work on the sidelines of an NFL field. This is not the same protocols you have. You cannot argue face-to-face with an umpire and not make some kind... Bobby, stand up. Come here.
You guys, what happened to the two-stepping?
Oh, dang it.
You guys have not been...
Right here. Right in the middle. We're right there. We're right in the middle. And my belly touch. That's not contact. There's contact and there's contact.
Here's...
Right,
but that contact was more, right, than just bellies touching.
The second one is what got him fined. I would almost guarantee it.
The guy,
when he's trying to, like, when he hits him in the chest or hit, pokes him or whatever he does on the side. That's one thing. When he's walking away and as he's walking away, like open hand, like smacks his shoulder, or whatever. That's the one where it's like that's not like a hype up or like come on, get like that. At that point, looks like you're just hitting the dude.
And who fined him?
The team fined him. But like, I mean, how many coaches?
But let me stop down right there. league versus team finding him.
Yeah.
What do you have a bigger problem with? I think it's weirder that the team did it and not the league. If the league had done it, would you have had a bigger problem? That's a topic that jumped out to me.
The league may have looked at it and just said, this doesn't violate league policy. If you want to address it as something internal, like a business would address something internal that's not necessarily illegal, then you guys can do it. So they may have just communicated to the Cardinals, like, if you want to have some sort of discipline for him, you all have to do it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I would have a different feeling on it or not. But I mean, it's just like,
You just don't think there should have been any fine.
I mean, that's not, I don't know. I don't consider that like contact. I mean, what? How many times have we seen this, and would this be different if he grabbed his face mask and just held him there, right? The face mask, just held him right there.
Right.
How many times have you seen coaches do that throughout the years?
I wouldn't have punished him. I would have wanted Jonathan Gannon to be even more contrite than he was.
It looked like he slapped him.
Yeah.
He first hit him in the stomach area, and then it looked like he slapped him. Like, I think that's over the line.
The second one,
817 says no fine, people are soft.
The second one, walking away, to me is the one where like that
That's
looks
where he
like
slapped him.
that. Yeah, that doesn't look like you're just a contact of like argument or intensity of like trying to like, hey, lock in. That looks like you were just, I'm gonna assault him as I walk by.
You don't think he was apologetic?
I think he was fine. I think it should have been. I think looking back at that, especially the way DeMarcado got rave reviews from everybody for the way he handled, stood up at his locker, answered every question, owned everything, was apologetic about it. It was a dumb thing to do. It's a dumb thing that a lot of people have been doing lately, so it's not completely unique to him. And I mean, I think we would all kill somebody who would do it, but it's made all the worse by the way he completely owned it and didn't like try to just like blow it off or anything else. So it comes across so over the top from Gannon that I would think looking back at that, he would feel so bad knowing how the guy handled it that he would come back and just almost be a little more. I wanted him to almost be a little more somber about it. Like, I was awful, like doing that way. Again, it's the hit on the way out that I think it was the worst part of it. Go over there, yell at him, whatever else, but it's the one on the way off.
You just don't think this constituted?
I don't consider this contact. Like, especially he hit him in the shoulder pads. You're not feeling anything. Second of all, that is one of the most egregious.
I just want you to watch it one more time. We should have this on the fan cam, by the way. We've had like 3 or 4 minutes to do it. Next time, we should send the video over so everyone can judge it at the same time.
Yeah, like to me, like that
wasn't the shoulder pad. That looked like he slapped his arm.
It could have been his arm.
Like a hard open hand slap at the arm.
The Kelsey one in the Super Bowl was bad too, and that's the one people are keep going back to. And I know that's what Peyton had said when we first were texted about it, is everybody being like, well, why wasn't this an Andy Reid Travis Kelce thing? And again,
that's
the league didn't mess with that. It was again, it would have to be the Chiefs stepping in.
Yeah, that's different too, because there's authority figures have a different, a boss subordinate has a different.
I would
code.
think that a player pushing Andy Reid would get punished though.
It's different. You're different rules for people in positions of power. I don't know. I just like, to me, it's like also this is not missing a block. This is not missing like that. What he did is one of the most egregious moves in sport any athlete can do, is dropping that football before you get into the end zone.
Okay.
Like, and that doesn't warrant anything, but like that would, to me, get a coach more riled up than anything else you could do on the football field. Like anything else.
So what's your point? Are you saying you're justifying
justifying the
anger?
Yeah, I'm justifying the yell. You deserve to get your ass absolutely chewed out. Chewed out. And that's part of it. I mean,
not slapped.
Yeah,
you keep ignoring. You keep acting like the second slap didn't happen.
I am ignoring that. He should be able to grab him by the face mask and pull him over.
But he slapped him,
and that's fine. Like that's not to me.
That is contact though.
You're slapping a guy in the chest. How many times
he's slapping his arm?
I see it. To me, that's
the first one going up to the chest is different.
Yeah,
I think like Bobby said, if he just did that, he's fine, but it was the open hand slap. Maybe he slapped him in the chest or arm. I don't know which one, but it was he wound up.
Des Bryant, who was known for intense sideline reactions in his day, said, I don't agree with the Cardinals finding their coach. I believe it only happened because of the soft-ass world we live in today. Because if you're an athlete with any kind of integrity and respect for the game, you'll understand that situation.
All right, there it is. So that's the first overreaction or not. What else you got?
Right, overreaction or not, there are no great teams in the NFL this year. There are no great teams in the NFL this year. Overreaction.
You sound like you wanted to say that in power rankings.
It's an overreaction because I do think Detroit's showing they're great. Like Detroit to me is playing at a really high level. So overreaction only for that. It is not a.
If Buffalo wins by 3, are you having them as great?
No.
Over to win last week?
Yeah, Detroit's still to me like easy above Buffalo, even if they win that game last week. Because to me, I look at it, I don't go. There's nobody out there right now.
I mean, look at the top of the divisions, and it's easy to say. San Fran's 4-1. We know they're not great. Tampa Bay's 4-1. They're squeaking by. You have the Lions, the Eagles. Same thing as I said with the other 3 teams. The Chargers are still leading the West, along with Denver. No one's great. Indianapolis, really surprising. Good, not great. We know Jacksonville's not great. Pittsburgh's not great, 3-1. And then you have Buffalo and Detroit.
Yeah. I mean, I think we all think they're clearly the 2 best teams right now after 5 weeks. Now, this was. I mean, after week 1, people were right. People were thinking that Detroit's not going to be that good, or take a step back. I mean, they're halfway to their win total almost.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember, like, through 5 weeks last year, who did we think was great? Like, is this something that we run into just about every year?
That's going to take a long time. How's Detroit's defense this year compared to last?
It's similar to what it was last year, which it's splashy at times, but it's not impenetrable.
Hutchinson makes it, they got a pass rush. But other than that,
and a dirty player, yeah.
Is he that?
Aiden Hutchinson's a dirty player. I think.
Really?
Yep, 100%.
I'll say it's not an overreaction, just to not be literal, even though the Lions are my number 1 team. We have a lack of great teams, no doubt.
I agree. So, Tampa, we talked about them. Tampa is a Super Bowl contender. Overreaction or not?
Well, you always have to answer these questions now because of the strength of the rest of the league. Could Tampa beat Philly to get to the NFC Championship game? Could Tampa beat San Fran, Seattle, Green Bay to get to the NFC It's so weird looking at Green Bay 2-1. I was like, wow, they've played 2 less games, and then I forget the tie. So are they a Super Bowl contender by league circumstance, by conference?
Yeah. No, I just could not envision them winning 2-3 straight games to get to the Super Bowl.
No?
No.
Ooh.
I could. They've beaten Detroit. I think they split Detroit last 2 years. I could see them beating Green Bay. I could see them beating Philly. Yeah, I think I could see that.
I'll say it's not an overreaction because of the weakness of the conference.
Now, I think they run into Buffalo and they get beat or whatever, you know what I mean? But I could absolutely see them making the Super Bowl.
To me, it's just like that's a team that's not like they've squeaked by against a Jets team they should have handled easily. Atlanta should have beat them in week 1. Like they have gotten really fortunate in a way that, I mean, it seems like we run into this every year, right? The last 2 years, there's always a team that's playing really well, and I'm refusing to buy in on because I'm like, it's going to run out. It's not gonna. They can't keep doing it. And it may get all the way to the Super Bowl sometimes, and then it happens. But
I put them on a Rams level.
I think the Rams would. I think if the Rams played them in the playoffs, the Rams would smoke them.
Okay. Ooh, okay, very good. All right, overreaction or not, the Pats are a legit threat to win the AFC East.
Overreaction. It's a 2-team race. 4-1, 3-2.
It is.
I'm not buying. I'm not buying Bobby's Drake made Kool-Aid yet. I'm holding off. I'm waiting.
I would still have Buffalo as a healthy favorite. It's not an overreaction that they could. The next week's New Orleans, Tennessee, Cleveland, Atlanta.
Ew, 7-2.
And then it's Tampa, New York, Cincinnati, New York. That's Jets, Bengals, Giants.
10-3.
Then they close with Buffalo, Baltimore, Jets, Dolphins. And they've already beat Buffalo once.
12-5. There you go.
What's your answer?
It's not an overreaction. I think somebody took one of my posted notes. I'm pretty sure I said the Patriots were going to the East this year. That was my hot take.
I don't remember you saying that.
I think I said it on the radio. I
think I would have been here.
Then I took it back.
I thought I would have heard you say it on the radio.
Pretty sure I took it back. You may have been out. I don't know. I took it back. Not an overreaction. I don't think they're going to do it, but I don't think it's an overreaction. All right, well, how about part 2 of this? Drake May is a franchise quarterback. You don't think so yet?
100%. I buy Drake May. I like Drake May coming out.
Yeah, we know you did.
I think it's an overreaction for now. I think he's really good. I don't know that I would say he's a franchise quarterback yet, because I got to see the league adjust to him.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen this with Jaden Daniels CJ Stroud. You got to.
He was already a Pro Bowl player last year. So.
I'll say over Drake.
Yeah.
He made the Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
God, please get rid of the Pro Bowl.
Get rid of that
Stop
game.
it,
Holy
please.
cow.
I'll say overreaction. I'll be bold. It's overreaction for right now. Drake May is a franchise quarterback.
Overreaction for now.
But that's a sentiment throughout the league that he is.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a Allen Herbert skill set. It's like a ridiculous arm talent who can really move as a big guy. And he's made some ridiculous throws this year.
You've already complimented him more than the Tar Heels Twitter account. NFL overreactions or not with RJ Choppy here on DFW Sports Station. We'll preview Road Tripping with Choppy at 9:40. Crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece. Let's start to preview the Carolina Panthers with Nick Eatman. Now, his new time moving forward, Hump Day edition, continues with Nick Eatman. And you know what? Let's hook up the Tolos right now. Peyton Russell with a 9 Inch Nails ticket giveaway.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see 9 Inch Nails at the American Airlines Center in Dallas on Tuesday, March 3rd. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
After we get you over to Platinum.
that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Jewelers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Moving forward, every hump day,
Hey!
at this time, 9:20 on Sean and RJ, it will be Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Nick, in previewing Carolina, more threatening, less threatening, or just the same as you felt about the Jets?
Oh, probably a little bit more threatening, I think. Not so much from the quarterback standpoint, but I think overall, just with their team and what they're building over there, they seem to be a little bit more competitive. This is a team that the Cowboys have faced the last 2 years there, but I think this one will probably be the most competitive of the three games.
All right, what else are you liking about what they're doing? Or liking more than the Jets?
Yeah, well, I mean, they've won games, so you got to give them credit for that, for actually being a winner. They came back from the Miami game. I mean, I was looking at that a little bit. I didn't watch it. Obviously, it was the same time as our game, but to see they were down 17-0, and then you just kind of come back, and not only come back, but usually when you get down like that, teams just kind of scrap what they're doing. So for Rico Dowdle to get 200 rushing yards in that game to 6 in a game where you were down 17-0. That's impressive about what they're doing and trying to at least protect Bryce Young and not make him do everything, which is good because I don't think he's ready for that. He's still statistically one of the worst starting quarterbacks in the league. So I think if you get after him and pressure him from start to finish, I think the Cowboys should be okay.
Did the Jets expose this run defense, though? I mean, there have been some instances where the Cowboys have had some problems stopping the run this year. It's not been nearly the albatross that it had been in the past, but did the Jets expose some of that and open up a vulnerability for Carolina this week?
We'll see. I mean, that's kind of the flip side of it. The Panthers were down in their game, and they kept running. The Jets were down. They kept running too, I guess. They stayed with it. Every time they tried to pass, there was pressure. There were some big runs there by Breece Hall, or nice runs, not long runs. But I still think it was a good bend but don't break type of approach for the defense. When they got down to it, they kind of stiffened up against the run, either knocking the ball out or making tackles for loss and forcing field goals. So we'll see. I mean, I don't 200-yard game doesn't mean you automatically are scared by Rico. I mean, I know what he said, and Cowboys have kind of responded, but there's when he had 1,000-yard rushing season, it wasn't like or the people here didn't think, wow, Rico's really good at 1,000 yards. I think it was more, well, if he can get 1,000 yards, let's see if we can get better back in here, and we can do even better than that.
Nick Eatman, D&M Leasing Hotline from DallasCowboys.com here on Sean and RJ. Were you on Team Tetaroa, as he wants to be called? Not Team Tet, Team Tetaroa McMillan during the draft process?
I was not. I was not. Then again, I'm not really on any of like teams like that. I jump in really late in the game, and then I talk to some few people in the building, like, "Oh, this is the guy I like." But Bobby will tell you, I'm not the guy that's on the draft show, and I kind of have my own opinions about draft coverage and things like that. So I really don't get into some of that stuff beforehand. But no, I didn't think that was going to be the best option to get a receiver there. I don't really know much about him, but to get a receiver at that point, I mean, I think it worked out great for what they did.
Do you know if he was their top choice in the building before Carolina took him?
I feel like it. I feel like he was the guy if he was there. I think you got to remember, by the time I jump in on this, it's like Thursday morning, of the draft night.
Yeah.
So everybody knows what's probably going to happen. Like, yeah, we love this guy. If he's here, if he's not here, we'll move on. I think there were some running backs they actually liked there too, but Booker was the guy. Booker was the guy I picked that day when we did our whole pick of like who are they going to take. I took Booker, and just because of stuff that you're hearing in the building, you know what I mean. So I never thought it was that serious to take McMillan. I mean, obviously he's a great player, and I guess he talked his way out of the. Didn't he have a situation where he said, "I don't really like football" or things like that? Like he had said that early on, but
very early, yeah.
I don't think that was big. I mean,
Did he say I don't like football, or like he had perspective? It's not my top.
No, it was like he wasn't a football fan or something. I don't remember the specific quote, but it was something about like, yeah, I've never been like a big fan of football, or it was something like that.
Oh, okay. So he's like 80% of the players on the team. That's what they do. I mean, that's it. I mean, how many times do you say like, who's your favorite? Teams? Like, I don't really like teams. I just like players. I mean, basically, these guys go around and play in the yard, but they didn't have like a big team. But that doesn't mean that they're not really good. I think there are 2 or 3 Hall of Fame players that played for the Cowboys that I would suggest maybe didn't love football. So I mean, like it happens like that, and I'm not getting into all that. I'm just saying, well, you can. That doesn't mean you're not a great player.
You mentioned in Tyler Booker there as we talk with Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com here on 105 through the Fan. How much more of Dak Prescott's offensive line is going to be back this week, do you think? Or are we potentially looking at another 80% of the offensive line as backups?
Well, to me, like when I think of the 3 guys, the 3 Tylers that didn't play, I would think, all right, just going off of like history here, if you had one guy that was an emergency 1 week, he could play if you really, really needed him. Usually in a week he should be ready. I mean, I would think that about Tyler Smith. But they are nagging injuries though, nagging like hip, knee, ankle, I think. So I could see where maybe they would want to rest them. Again, also going off of history, a concussion. You miss the next game, but you typically don't miss the second game. So Guyton would be a guy I would expect to be back. But from what I'm hearing, Booker is doing really well, and he's another guy. So I wouldn't be surprised on any of the three. I wouldn't be surprised on all three or none of the three. I mean, it's wide open. If I just had to guess, I would guess for Guyton because he's another guy to be like, Nate Thomas looking pretty good. I need to get out there and get his spot back.
Nick Eatman joined us here at 105 to the Fan. So when do you make a decision on that? When you have a unit that basically entirely is changed up one game to the next based on injuries, when do you make a decision that like, hey, the ones that are like the unit is playing better collectively to make major changes?
That is a tough one, and it's only a tough one really for offensive line because offensive line is where the continuity of those guys together seems to matter the most. In this particular case, you kind of wonder if it does matter at all because we've seen changes to the center. We've seen changes all across the board. This is the fifth. They've had 5 games, 4 different combinations. So, and they're still putting up points every single time. So, I don't know if there's a great answer to that because right now the Cowboys are kind of proving that those theories wrong. I still think at the end of the day that going back to sayings and phrases that we've heard, and Shoddy has said it several times, is you get your 5 best linemen out there, maybe not so much of a combination, but your 5 best linemen. And I think when every week that's what they're going to continue to do.
Nick, if let's assume Kevontae Turpin's healthy and he's ready to go this weekend. If that's the case, who are your number 2 and number 3 receivers for this game?
I thought you were going to ask me about running back, which is I wasn't going to have a good answer for that either. So my number 2 and 3 receivers, if Turpin's back, and CD we're assuming is not.
Yes, CD's
probably.
Still out.
I would think. I think Turpin is still like your 3 all the time. Like he's always going to be that. That's kind of the role that he's going to have is kind of be your 3. I think Flournoy. I mean, I would put Flournoy in with Pickens and Flournoy, and then I think Turpin's there as your 3. That's where I would go. I don't know if Mingo's ready. I know he would love to probably go play in Carolina, but I don't, I think Flournoy has done enough, and I think what he provides on the other side is probably a guy that's got to, he's got to play more, and then that means Stolbert might, push down on the depth chart. He still plays special teams though. Tolbert does, so I still think there's value there.
At what point does a guy like Tolbert, though, if these other players continue to step up and he's getting pushed down the depth chart, at what point does he become a guy that they look at and go, all right, we need to potentially explore if there's trade value here?
I think you do that. I think you see if there's trade value, but I wouldn't imagine that there would be a lot if you're seeing starting quarterbacks and going for 5th and 6th rounders and stuff like that. A lot of that has to do with contract and how much contract's left and all that. But here's a guy that's going to be a free agent next year in Tolbert, and I'm not one that's ever been super down on the guy. I really not. I mean, for some reason, then the show I do, the fans call in, and there's just this hate for him, and I don't have that. I think he is what he is. He's a 3rd-round pick from South Alabama. He's never been one of the top players. He led the team in touchdowns last year, but it wasn't spectacular. He just is what he is. But I think now Flournoy looks like there's more promise there, and you want to see what you can get out of Mingo, and then the other 3 guys are ahead of all of them.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com here on the Fan. Final one break. It's not a tie. It's 2-on-1. We've been arguing with one person on this show over whether Jerry deserved to be fined for the middle finger of the league hitting him for $250,000 yesterday. What would you do if you were the league?
I wouldn't have fined him.
Yeah,
for
Nick.
that.
There we go.
You Cowboy Hour.
Yeah, Nick.
Cowboy Hour buddies.
Anthony Spencer this evening.
I didn't hear this part. I heard some of the other part of the show.
Whoa.
I disagreed with. There was another part I disagreed with about you can't get better if you don't learn. If you don't play football. And I was
that's
immediately
choppy.
Like, well, I know, and that's probably true in most situations except for quarterback. And I just thought, man, I know Romo benefited for sitting for 4 years, but that's probably the only excuse I have, or the only example. But in this case, he said he apologized. He said he didn't mean to do that, and he was Cowboy fans. It just seemed like it was a mistake for $250,000 for a mistake like that. That seemed. I mean, yeah, I know. Yeah, he's got it, of course, but still, the precedent there of making a mistake when he just truly apologized and said, and I think we all believe, because if you know Jared, you know his mannerisms, and you see that that's exactly what it looked like. He's pointing. He does that. He points
with them, and no one
that.
points with a middle finger.
I don't even know if that's accurate.
Yeah, you literally has never happened in the history of civilization.
Yeah, my grandpa.
Unless you're missing 3 of them or something.
I think people $250,000 though
Well, Bud Adams, they got the Bud Adams precedent.
Do you ever do this with the middle finger when you're reading? That's a thing, right?
Not really.
But if
really.
you know it's a thing, right? You've seen people do this.
Maybe, I don't know.
Either way, I think Nick made a fantastic point and had a fantastic take. Nick, I think that you were dead on the money, and you're very wise.
Great stuff, Nicholas.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. See you guys.
The great Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Let's send RJ Choppy on his way. Road tripping with the Choppies. Crosstalk with K&C next on 105.3 The
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaked me out a little bit.
Looking to upgrade your vehicle? Get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece. Whenever Kevin Hagelin tilts his head like that with his hand on his hip, he has something to say.
You're welcome. What percentage of people do you think shoot the bird every time they get honked at? Like, just as even if it's like you try to do the polite honk or whatever, because somebody flipped me off yesterday and I was like, man, I feel like I gave you the most polite possible honk, but they were
Did you do the
beep? Yeah.
I honked at someone on the way out of here too yesterday. But she was like looking in the
polite?
back of her car. It wasn't that polite.
Okay.
It cost me the light.
That's the worst.
And it can't cost you the light.
Right.
Then you start piling that up. And,
That's time.
How long of a honk hold becomes obnoxious? Like, what is considered obnoxious? A second or
3.
longer? 3?
26
3
seconds.
seconds.
26
1,
seconds.
2, 3. I feel like
But if
that's
somebody
enough.
pulls out in front of you, like pulls out in front, they deserve as long as it takes to let them know that
Yes.
you effed up.
I've held there's been a time or two where I've held it down for a good 20 to 25 seconds.
No, you haven't.
I 100%
20?
have.
What would necessitate that?
Usually it'll be somebody just making a stupid decision where I'm coming up fast and all of a sudden they just, with no one in front of them, think they need to get over, and then it's directly in front of me, and then they like basically stop, and then I will just lean on it like,
Okay.
you need to move.
Percentage of middle fingers.
Hardly ever. I hardly ever get the middle finger in traffic. Or in
Well, what do you think is for general society? Do you think it's like 20%?
If they get honked at?
Yeah.
My mom waves. My mom waves when she gets honked at. I'm like, I hate you.
delightful.
Because they're probably turning right. I would my first number was 20.
Politics.
My first number was 20, but I think I'm gonna go a little less. Like 10.
I don't think I've
10 or 15.
I don't think I've ever gotten honked at and given the middle finger. I honk to get your attention and then give you the middle finger.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's Colby, right?
Okay,
Remember you
yeah.
chased that guy
That
down to
is-
flip him off?
Yeah.
The best is the lights and honk at the same. When you're behind somebody and you give them the
flip
lights and the honk.
Yeah.
No,
Honk
I
at 'em.
feel
Let's
like
go.
I
Let's
feel
go.
like
Get out of the way.
I've ever gotten
If
the
they're
daytime
behind you,
lights.
turn
I
your
feel like-
windshield wipers on.
I feel
and
like
let the
flashing
water
the
spray on 'em.
lights, even though it's not generally associated with it, I feel like it's more closely associated with aggressive behavior than honking a horn is.
I don't think I could even tell if you flashed
During the day?
Yeah, during the day.
I'd probably agree with
I'm
that.
like, oh, you're telling me there's a police officer. Cool, thank you. Why do you ask this?
Well, yeah, it's just when I was going home yesterday, we were at the light and it was a turn lane and the person in front of me was clearly going to turn. Their signal was on and everything. There was nobody coming for, I don't know, like a good 10 seconds. And there was no cars encroaching on the area. And I gave like a light, the tap honk, and they immediately fired up the middle finger. And then they went. And I was like, okay, so you agree with my concept that it was time for you to go. And so I wondered how many people that's just like a mechanism, you know?
I've used it more in the last year than I've ever have in my life.
She meant to give you a thumbs up, like, okay,
no,
I'm
my
going to
finger.
go.
Use the middle. I don't know.
And I find her
Feels
Twitter
it
video.
feels
What's
good.
wrong?
And I've just been throwing it up at people, and that's actually though.
I'd use it a lot less these days.
My car had a missing panel on it, and so I was really excited to move on to a new truck so that I could not be recognized as the guy that with the missing panel that had been flipping everybody off.
My new car fight with my wife is about pointing. And if Ollie's in the back and it's like a cool sports car or something, or a piece of like construction equipment that he plays with.
That excavator, man.
Yeah. So like, let's just take it from here to that wall with the TV on it. How far away do you think that is?
15 feet.
15 feet. Okay. It's not right next to me. I'm talking about like at another light.
Okay.
Going opposite way.
Okay.
Or to the side. And I'll point and be like, Ollie, look. And she gives me the old lecture that my parents used to of, don't point. You can't point at them. And I'm like, 0% credence I'm putting in your statement. Number one, they can't see that I'm pointing. Number two, you'd have to assume that I'm pointing. And number three, it's far enough away to constitute a point. Now, if they're right next to me and they pull up and we're at the light and I'm, Corey's like, you putting way too much thought into
No,
this.
I think you put the right amount of thought into
I got
this.
an interesting story.
Now, if I'm
here.
pointing next door like this to you, Choppy, that's rude, unacceptable. But if it's to that wall and I'm pointing, That's fine, isn't it? Everyone back me up.
I'm fine with the pointing. I think we need to abolish this whole "don't point, it's rude" thing. Some people need to be pointed at and pointed out.
Why is it inherently rude?
It's not.
I don't think you're supposed to call attention to it in case somebody then can project why you're pointing at them.
Sure, that's it. And so I would say if you're going to point, I would have a super happy look on my face and demonstratively look back so they don't think I'm just like, what is this effing guy doing?
Just throw your finger like Bill did.
Also, or you could just
my middle finger like Jerry.
Yeah, middle finger point.
That's Kevin and my topic together, and Jerry.
You could just gesture too, like, look. Instead of pointing, you can just do that. That feels less aggressive.
That feels non-threatening.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to change. Those are good suggestions, but no, they can't see me pointing. And then
because your hands are so small.
Hold on. All right, here's the deal. When I graduated high school, me and my buddy headed to New Mexico to visit my cousins.
Wow.
And I'm driving my mom's car.
Nobody's ever said well to New
And
Mexico.
we'd been driving for a few hours, and I was like, I'm tired. Your turn to drive. All right. He gets in the driver's seat. I was like, look, you got to be careful. Don't go over the speed limit. Because
mess up my car panel.
There was a cop car driving on the other side of the highway down at the end of the hallway.
Don't
and I
point at
said,
me.
because this city, it was Roscoe, Texas. I was like, this city is known for having lots of cops. And I said, like those right there. And I pointed, and they wheeled around from the other side of the highway and pulled us over. And my buddy was like, why did you pull us over? He said, we saw your friend point. In a Maxima, like with regular, like we had tinted windows and everything.
And I
so
said,
that's
what's the crime?
And there was no crime, except for we did have some stuff in the car we probably shouldn't have had.
Oh!
They didn't search it. We got away scot-free.
So what did
Marahoochee?
No ticket.
No, it was a warning. He was going 88 was the speed limit that but they didn't clock him on the other side.
Yeah.
They clocked him behind them. So
I'm going to go home, roll the window down,
Just point left and right.
and just like this the whole way.
Yeah.
And see if I get pulled over.
People are gonna think you're turning left.
Yeah. You change your hand signals and stuff.
Yeah. Speaking of all this driving, RJ Choppy and his road trip start when?
Start tomorrow morning.
What time?
Before the show starts.
road trip across America, huh?
Across America, and got like the map planned out. Listen, I got.
Oh, he's horny for maps.
Yeah, I'm a big map guy.
Well,
I love.
Do you
maps.
have it broken down by counties so you can stay in the red?
Between here and Knoxville, they're all red, okay? Except for Memphis.
So you're driving to Knoxville for Tennessee
and Arkansas.
And
Revenge game, baby. We got a tour with the school. We got a tour of the baseball facilities. So it'll be an unofficial visit, right?
Good.
We got to get a letterhead so you can get a excused absence from school. The College of Communications, they have invited us to tailgate. They're like, we're so excited to have you back. So excited. So
really?
They've
You're
invited us.
College of
celebrity.
The College of Communications tailgates?
Yeah. They're their own party.
Oh.
They got their own tailgate
So how
party.
did you
Sounds like a part of the College of Communications.
who'd you reach out
party.
to for
They
that?
communicate so much.
My Texas alumni representative.
Okay.
We got like 20,000 alumni in the state.
So how long's the drive?
12 and a half hours. And
Just be you didn't want to fly because the cost.
dude, it would be about $3,000 or $4,000 to fly the four of us to Knoxville. It's like almost $1,000 a ticket to go to. It's awful.
Is everybody excited to be going?
You're on Southwest?
They don't fly to Knoxville.
Oh, yeah. That's
And Daddy don't connect. So could have gone to Atlanta or Nashville and driven, but you still got to drive. You still got to fly. It's not quite the same. Then you still have to have the expense of a rental car.
You driving the new truck?
No, we're renting a minivan.
It's a good call.
For four people?
A
Space. I think this is a good call.
A minivan rental.
I think it's a good call. Space, and you're not putting miles on your own car. I think it's a good call.
Should have got like a Tahoe though, or Yukon.
Yeah, I was thinking that gas mileage would be crazy. I'm really hoping for the upgrade to the Sprinter van. That's
What's
what
a Sprinter van?
Yeah.
I don't know. 2 Chainz thinks about it. I think it's one of those like Mercedes super tall ones that look like a milk truck.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
So driving straight through, no stop.
Upgraded to
We
that?
might stop.
Where?
At Rendezvous in Memphis.
Yes, Rendezvous is fantastic.
What is that?
It's barbecue. It's like one of the most famous barbecue spots in the world.
Downtown Memphis.
It's in Memphis.
There's one problem. It is a
barbecue's
demilitarized
gross.
zone right now. The National Guard's there. I mean, everything is there.
You stop at Corky's. Corky's is good
Is
too.
that-
Corky's is just as good as Rendezvous.
It is? Is it like, so we've been told avoid downtown. I have no idea where Corky's is.
Corky's is a little further north, but it's fantastic.
But you're not stopping to sleep anywhere.
No. We're going right through. We're going right through.
Are you driving the whole time?
Probably.
He's the man, isn't he?
Yeah,
He's
probably.
daddy, isn't he?
I'm daddy.
That's a good point.
She's gonna have to drive home because the Cowboy game will be on the way home. So I'll be watching the.
I drove home while watching the Cowboy game once.
That feels dangerous.
From
That's why you're
Central
middays.
Texas, almost threw my phone out the window. That was the Cowboys-Packers playoff game.
All right.
Give an F about that
You know
one.
what? I'm Team G-Bag now. All right, that's
You've taken multiple shots at us in our Schottenheimer replay, coach replay, so it's about time it's 10-2 on the
You're just
scoreboard.
still upset that Shotty doesn't love you.
As I am. That is true. So
It's his love language. That is love.
So you're going to be
bullying you.
tailgating,
Yeah, we're gonna tailgate. We got
staying the night after the game.
Yeah,
What time's the game?
4 o'clock game. So be able to we'll get the bed relatively early.
Now you don't drink in front of the kids.
It's as far as they know. But I will.
You
I
will
will
this
be at
time.
this game
Okay.
because Friday we got this tour in the morning.
Well,
And then I'm going to go to this restaurant where my first boss in radio does his show from. I'm going to join him. And then we're going to go.
What's that state? We gotta listen in.
Yeah.
Is that 104.5 or whatever out there?
No,
it's an AM.
It's changed. He's on the
midday.
It's okay if you don't know the name of the station.
It's not a
Sometimes people
station
don't know the
anymore.
name
Now
of
it's
the
like
station.
it's all Spotify. I just listen on Spotify. I think it's maybe.
It's not a station. This just sounds like you're going on a podcast.
I think it might be. He might just do a podcast. I don't know what it is. I don't think they have,
very quickly.
I don't think they have any radio stations up there.
Okay.
I don't think they have a sports station
All
up
right.
there anymore. So I'll do that, and then we're gonna go to the mountains, Smoky Mountains.
Oh.
Yeah, we're gonna do a little hiking. The kids don't know about this yet.
Didn't
They
you
will
just
not
say
be
how
happy.
stupid the mountains were for people to go on them? Like, didn't you say that
I
a couple
said it was
hours
stupid
ago?
to go 29,000 feet in the air, yes, to Mount Everest. Okay, we got some cute little
'Cause you
black
might get
bears.
stuck,
We got
yeah.
some black bears over
But your kid's running cross country tonight.
Yeah,
so
he is.
He could like that.
He could like that. He decided on Monday that he wants to run cross country.
Where else do you feel like you have to take them in Knoxville, your old stomping grounds? I used to do this here. This is where the girl number one.
Well, I
on
mean,
me.
I'm going to show them where that
Oh,
happened.
my God,
I will
that's
show them where
right.
that happened.
Why?
I'll also show them this other building I never went into. It's called the library. I'll show them that.
And they'll be like, "What is this, Dad?"
Yeah. Apparently, the campus has completely changed. I feel very safe about going to the stadium
Hold
now
on,
because
I'm sorry, pause. Did you just say apparently the campus has completely changed since you last went to school there like 20 years ago?
yeah, it's like all the new buildings.
That
Apparently, the
makes a
football
lot of
stadium,
sense.
they found out it's built over caves. So they're just worried it's going to collapse left and right.
Oh.
Because it's just the caves are going to
What?
give in. Oh, yeah. So big. You might never see me again. You might never see me.
Where are your seats?
Oh.
Could we see you on TV?
No. Absolutely not. Absolutely
The
not.
communications department.
We
not
will
the
be in
football.
the we'll be in the far reaches of the end zone.
Okay.
Yeah, far.
So
reaches
if they
of
say
the
it collapses, you'll be the last to die.
oh yeah, well, that's the hope is that
Yeah.
I get to land safely on somebody else.
All right, well, have a good trip. Keep us updated. Ralph James Choppy, road tripping for the next few days. The KNC Masterpiece is next on 105.3 The Fan.
skills.
Doesn't sound right.
Is it sometimes fun?
D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, oh man, I'm not ready, Corey Majors.
I'll let you know when I'm ready.
And of course, I told you, the famous Alec Medford. At least Alec, how you doing today, man? Welcome to the program.
Doing wonderful. It's hump day around these parts. I know some people call it that. So it's great. Great. I'm excited.
Do you think, going off the assumption, and then I promise...
I still haven't put my headphones on, so I still have no clue what Alex said there.
Okay.
But I'll be...
that means I can
guys,
talk as much mess as I want.
All right. So
I like this.
You might be able to figure this out via context clues now. We'll get to sports in just 1 second. Going off the assumption that people hump the most on the weekend.
What?
Do you think the designation of Wednesday as hump day has moved the percentage of sex up on weekdays to Wednesday? Like, let's say Monday through Thursday are the less likely to hook up days. Do you think Wednesday has now taken the lead because it was given the moniker of hump day?
Guys, I am ready now. I have
you heard me. I'm right next to you.
Can you repeat the question?
Nope.
All right. So I think hump day it's really because it's the middle of the week. So that's the idea, right?
Sure.
So it has never necessarily meant sex day. It's never said Sex day. Nobody's ever said that.
You know how society
That's a
works.
lie. But I don't think so. I think weekends are just easier. Friday night, maybe you get a little tired.
No. I am conceding that.
So you're thinking over like Monday, Tuesday, Thursday.
So Monday through Thursday has what I concede your point about the weekend.
Monday night football, that supersedes anything. Thursday night football, that supersedes. And she's probably going to bed early because of that. So yes. So yeah, Kevin, technically only Tuesday is the day that Wednesday has to compete with. So I think that Wednesday is the best version of it.
What about in the off season?
No days off.
Okay. It's good to know. Okay. All right. So you would go along with the conceit that
Wednesday. Yeah, I'm sending a text right now.
All right, Alec. What? I'm sorry, I have no one to text. Well, actually, let me. I'm gonna revise that.
Dude, Alec has everyone to text.
You have no one to text that you probably want to text right now. Let's go with that. That's what I'm gonna go with right now.
Yeah,
all right,
that's accurate.
So, do you think that Wednesday has seen an uptick over the years, decades? I don't know how long we've been calling it that because we call it Hump Day.
I would say yes, but not as much as you would think. I think it would be the corniest of the absolute corny people that are like, yeah, this feels right.
Okay.
No, I think it's dumb.
A lot of judgment right there, Alec.
Yeah.
I did not expect
I think we
that.
should take advantage of it and market it better.
Okay.
That's a good point.
Like Cooper Flag.
Yeah, we should really get to know what Hump Day means.
Okay.
Know all the things about it.
Out. I'm not looking to learn the history of this or anything.
See, that's the problem, Kevin. We don't know enough about the products we have in life.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for participating in that conversation. From the 972, I didn't really consider this. Wednesday is church day. And to be fair, I am recording the Jesus podcast after this. So
is that what it's called?
No.
Like, how's anybody going to find the podcast if you just keep calling it that and that's not the name?
Okay.
They're going to be going searching the Jesus podcast. They're like, hold on.
That's a good point. That's what I call it. But I'm not officially discussing it.
Do you want this podcast to go up or not?
Okay. The podcast is called I Met Jesus, and I'm a part of it. All right. If you want to listen, it's not called the Jesus podcast, but if you want to put that in the comments, I think that would be fine. All right. Now, man, lots of people want to talk about this. All right. I'm going to read just a couple more. Fact or fiction, having relations even 24 hours prior to a sporting event depletes your performance. As a fan, I wouldn't think so.
Having what? That was a very fast way you said that.
Relations.
That kills the performance? Have you ever seen Tombstone?
Yes.
You remember that the bad cowboy that wore the red sash, that he went in there and he hooked up and maybe there was some opium involved, and then he walked out and he just started shooting at everything and then he died?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I would say that affected his performance, Kevin.
Okay.
And that's actually, we were watching that scene in baseball one day, and that's when our coach looked at us and said, and that's why you never do it on game day. That's what my coach in high school literally told me. I had not even done that yet.
Because you weren't married.
Because I wasn't married, and exactly.
From the 3, 2, 1. Are you going to talk about Hump Day on your Jesus podcast? You know what? I think people from the church, I know people from the church listen to this show. So
dude,
I should have.
The other day, I saw a video of Dua Lipa. And I think we can all agree.
And the baby?
She's fantastic. And she was on with Stephen Colbert. And she asked him about faith and comedy and how those two have crossed paths. And he opened up. I know he's getting canceled. But he said,
literally,
he said, I really hope God has a sense of humor. And because, yes, I have all these other feelings, but I also am good and talented at this. So I hope he has a sense of humor.
Look, I think we all kind of hope that, like, if you believe that God is a reflection of, like, your personality, and he's like, no, I get you, man.
Mm-hmm.
But, I saw those commercials. Jesus, he gets us. All right, now to the football. I'm tired of you D'ing around, Alec, trying to throw us off course.
Turning my hat around, y'all.
All right. That means it's time for serious sports talk. All right. Do you believe these Cowboys performances against the Jets can actually carry through the season? So I have a variety of specifics for you. Here we go. Cowboys, they had just 5 sacks combined in the first 4 games, but they had 5 just against the Jets.
Okay.
Do you believe, and it doesn't have to be 5 sacks per game, but do you believe you will see a more destructive pass rush going forward.
So you're saying, do I believe we'll see more sacks?
Yes.
And pressure?
Yes.
Like, because that's
Yes,
something that
for sure.
Pressure definitely
I
does
agree.
affect
Agreed.
quarterbacks. Obviously, sacks in place. Like that's when you're having the discussion. People are like, no, pressure's more important. A sack ends a play right there.
No, you're right.
You want pressure the entire game. You absolutely want pressure the entire game. You want sacks. So those two things do. Yes, I think disruptive, destructive, whatever word you want to use there. I do think, Kevin, that Eberflus has a better idea of his talent. He didn't know Kenny Clark, he didn't know how Kenny Clark was going to fit into this thing, really, because he had never had the dude practice with him.
Right.
Until they started practicing. There were a lot of the defensive ends he was still trying to get to know. He knows a little more about James Houston now than he did before, Kevin. So I think that...
Don't we all?
Yeah, and I think that Eberflus... this is a hope more than anything else, but I think that he is learning about his team and starting to become more aggressive because he feels he can be more aggressive because he knows what they can actually do.
Alec, do you believe that this pass rush will look significantly closer to the Jets in terms of competing against the Jets than it did in the first 4 games of the season?
I think it can. I think it's going to be a work in progress. It's kind of going to be week to week, based on the matchups that they have. I'm not saying that they're going to just look great against bad teams all the time, but I do think there are things that will carry over. I do think there are concepts that they might realize, hey, this actually works more times than not compared to this scheme, compared to this stunt. I felt like when they showed pressure and actually ran with it, it looked good. So if they do want to blitz a little bit more, I wouldn't mind that. If they do want to drop back and play man and allow people to rush freely, wouldn't be mad at that.
Right.
And I know that's been the knock on Eberflus's defense is too much zone, but I do think that if you free up some bodies, especially some of those linebackers like Shamar James, I know, like Corey, you mentioned yesterday, probably won't see that get uncorked too early, but if you want to experiment on late down situations early in the game and see if you like it, I wouldn't be mad at it. I think all those things can lead to success, yes.
From the 972, I got to see it more than 1 week before I believe it. I think we all agree with you.
Totally.
I will also add this, Kevin. I have felt every week as Raku's gotten better.
I would agree with that.
And he looked as comfortable this week, I felt, as he has all season.
Okay.
And so that's just another thing that I think adds to the litany of players they have to send at quarterback.
Well, you know what, then? I am going to pivot off of Ezra Raku because I agree with that. Do you believe in the approving play of Maris Liufau? Because Maris Liufau is another person that I think has moved forward on a game-by-game basis. He forced the fumble that I believe is Sam Williams who picked it up when it was still just 10-3. He also, and I feel like this is an underrated play from that game, he put the pressure on Justin Fields when I thought Justin Fields was going to run on 4th and 1. I know he ended up throwing it and that pass got broken up as good pass defense right there. But I thought Fields was going to keep it, and I thought he was going to get that first down if it wasn't for Liufau in his face.
That kind of goes to Shamar James there a little bit. I think Liufau is going to get those first before we see more of that from James. The Liufau, Kevin, did he learn from the big mistake?
I mean, you hope so, right?
I think he's still. What I don't want to happen is that player be timid because of that. He plays with a certain style that you actually need a guy like that on your team. You just need to have one of those guys that's just doing that. Now, the addition of being able to tackle well, like that, they look like they worked on, aside from Breece Hall, they looked like they worked on tackling better and they were better at it.
I feel like they really have been listening to these Stephen Jones interviews about the balance between just punching the ball out. Maybe not Liufau.
I actually talked about that with a lot of Tolos at the Bearded Monkey on Sunday. And by the way, I'll be at the Bearded Monkey in Lavon on Sunday as well.
Hey.
And we also have Lawless coming up on the show today at 1:30. So FC Dallas watch party at the Derbyshire on Saturday.
His birthday's on Christmas.
But I think we're seeing a growth from him, but I don't want that part of that thing to go away from him because he made that one mistake. But hopefully that was a one learning mistake, and we get to see an acceleration of whatever else he has.
All right. I know Steven talked about the return of a lot of their players in perhaps the next 2 weeks, but the offensive line of Thomas, Adeniji, Hoffman, Bass, and Steele. Do you believe in that combination? And that's the whole reason. And I see people who are like, hey, it's just one. I need to see more. Totally understand. But that's why I wanted to gauge y'all on this and see, like, do you think it's real or not?
Well, Bass and Hoffman, we have to believe are real for a while.
Yeah.
Adeniji, we could probably move on this week, but say thank you very much for your one game. Thomas is interesting.
You think he's right now better than Geithner, do you not?
Or Steele.
Okay.
He should be one of your tackles.
Yeah.
Whichever one they want to give the reps to. I think they're more likely going to give reps to Guyton if they were to make a decision on that. But I would be more than happy to see Thomas continue to get out there and do his job because I've liked it. It's human nature to have success and then back off.
Okay, yeah.
It takes another force of human nature to drive you a lot of times to keep going for more. So I think that we will continue to see it. But I think it's going to be because of Clayton Adams and Connor Riley driving these guys to say, whatever y'all did was great, but that was last week. This is this week. We have to do better now. So, yes, I do think they can.
Alec, belief in that specific combination of offensive linemen, though to Corey's point, that will probably look different sooner rather than later.
I'd say the belief is there for me, and I think it does go to the coaching. I think that what they've learned, I think what they've instilled, and I do think the consistency in the product of the game and the offense that this coaching staff has really instilled, it feels like everybody knows the job is the same no matter who's playing the position. Everything looked similar, and credit to Schottenheimer and credit to everybody involved in the game planning and the installation going into that week. They knew they were going to be thin, but it looked like they ran all the same concepts.
Yeah.
So if you tell those guys, hey, we don't care if you're not, the highest paid guard in the league, we're still going to run our same schemes and our same looks. If you can give them that confidence that nothing changes, we just expect you to do the job. I think that does a lot. I think that does a lot for the team.
All right, one more for you. Is it sustainable that Dallas is not turning the ball over? And I'm not saying like they won't have a single turnover in the next 12 games, but Dallas is +2 in the turnover margin in the last 2 games. 2 turnovers forced, none given up. In the first 3 games, they were a -5. Although that Chicago game at -4 makes that look a lot worse. But this feels like a team that is going to need to win the turnover battle because of some of their defensive deficiencies. Do you believe they can do that for the rest of the season?
I don't know. I have concerns about them forcing turnovers.
I mean, sure.
I think because I don't think Javonte Williams is a frequent turnover. Based on I went and looked at his numbers. And Miles Sanders, I have a lot of questions about. Jaden Blue, I still have questions about. So those are 2 X factors. But Javonte Williams getting the lion's share of the carries anyway. Dak is playing as long as he doesn't have to panic.
Yeah.
I think that Dak's in a really good place. I think they can continue to win the turnover battle, but I actually think it's going to be flat most times.
Okay.
This is that kind of team where until their defense proves that they're like the machine, then I can't believe it yet.
Alec, how do you feel about the turnover battle going forward?
I think if your secondary stays healthy, then you could see that improve. I think you can see the margin look better. I think if Trayvon Diggs finds his rhythm again and his timing, Deron Bland, if he simply just stays on the field, he's going to get one every now and then.
Felt like Diggs almost had a pick 6 in that last game, and then obviously the game before he had the negated interception.
Yeah, Garrett Wilson saved them from making that score look even uglier because Diggs was literally standing there like a wide receiver in the flat, just like, give me the ball, because it was going straight to him.
Yes, agreed. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's expand it out with a little NFL overreaction or reality right here on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning it.
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Motion, Jets flinch. Free play. There's the flag. Here's a deep pass down the right side. Oh, Floyd at the 25. A great move inside the defender and down to the 15.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to do some NFL overreaction or reality. I'm going to start with Alec because who knows when Corey may or may not be ready.
I'm ready all the time.
Okay.
I've never not been ready.
Huh. Shall I roll the tape?
Oh, man.
You'll just have to trust me on this.
All right. I want to pick up on a conversation that we had yesterday because I've really been thinking a lot about this conversation. And I want to kick it to just y'all. NFL overreaction or reality? Because I got to say my piece about it yesterday. Dak Prescott is a legitimate NFL MVP contender.
1,000%. So you didn't want the Tolos to chime in?
Oh, no, I want the Tolos.
You said just y'all.
No, I meant not me.
Sorry,
I
Tolos.
want the Tolos to chime in as well. 877.
Next question's for
Shut
y'all.
up. 881-1053. Frankel, injury attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube.
Name another one. You can email Kevin at kevin.hagelin.
At odyssey.com.
By the way, we will be at Tolbert Garage tomorrow, Kevin. I'm so excited.
Hell yeah. That's the second time I've been there in 6 days.
Busy
5
week.
days.
We got Tolbert on Thursday, Taco Bueno on Friday, Derbyshire on Saturday,
Bearded Monkey
on Sunday. We're a busy bunch, and I love it.
So you have no excuse not to see us.
The statistics are going to be there for Dak. Whether or not, because nobody gave Joe Burrow any credit for how bad his defense was last year.
Which, looking back on it, we definitely should have, right?
So it really does depend on how far he separates himself. But the thing right now is, like, Daniel Jones could win Comeback Player of the Year this year and MVP for having stunk so bad before.
Nope, they're cracking down on that, Corey.
But Daniel Jones actually could legitimately be a dark horse candidate because of their record. Baker Mayfield is the center. He is the MVP of his team. He is the most important piece to his team. Dak has a very good run game, and he has some other things that are help. But he is the centerpiece for this Cowboys group as well. Their pass attempts are up. The yards are up. His percentages are high.
Absolutely.
And so yes, I think he's a legitimate. Whether or not you like him. Sure. You cannot deny that right now his numbers put him in the top 5 for MVP voting.
And then, Alec, I'm going to go to you, but from the 2 and 4, from the 806, you're not helping. I refuse to answer that Dak is indeed an MVP candidate because Kevin didn't ask us to.
Thank you.
From the 2 and 4, is MVP in the NFL just the best quarterback award? And even
best quarterback on the best team?
Exactly. And that, I think you even need to add that qualifier to it. All right, Alec. What say you? Is Dak a true MVP candidate?
It's a reality. I go back to when we had Bob Nightingale on the show. I know it's a different sport, but he broke that down, I think, in the right way, and I wish every voter would think that way, where he was like, it's the most valuable player.
Hence his Raleigh vote, yeah.
Exactly, and he was like, look at the Mariners without him. They would stink.
Yeah.
You know, so think about that. There's some really good teams out there that, yes, losing your franchise quarterback, you're going to lose a few extra games, but there are some teams that are more equipped to weather that storm. If the Cowboys lost Dak right now, then all expectations are off the board. You can't expect anything.
Okay. So I want to make this very clear, and I hope people understand when I say this. I agree with the logic both of you guys are using. That is not, I do not think that is the logic that MVP voters use.
Then you asked the wrong question. I'm sorry to argue with you on this. Because you asked if he was
reality.
You asked if he was a contender.
Yeah.
He's absolutely a top 5 candidate.
See, I don't
contender.
I don't
now
think
whether or not he can
is.
win is a different. You don't think he's a top 5? Joe Burrow wasn't even in the top 5 last year.
I would need to go back and check that, but I'm honestly not sure the answer to that question.
I don't think that there's any way that he's not in the conversation, even if that's the case.
Okay, so can I give you?
But I will concede if they finish 6-11, he can't win, no matter how good his numbers are.
Yeah. So
even if they finish, honestly, Kevin, if they finish 8-1, I don't think he wins.
Here are the MVP betting odds, just in terms of order right now. Okay, Josh Allen is 1, Mahomes is 2, Mayfield 3, Stafford or Love kind of 4 and 5. It depends on where
Mahomes
you go.
does not belong there.
Goff is 6, and then Dak is 7. So I'm really conflicted on this question because I think he should. So you might be right. I might have asked the wrong question. I think he should be, but I don't think he is. And that is not my reflection on the way he's playing. That's my reflection on the way they give out this award, which I think is fundamentally flawed.
I agree and disagree at the same time. And Kevin, I'd never disagreed with you on the fundamental flaw before. Yeah. It was when Steven really made an impact on me whenever he said what he said the other day.
Sure.
And how he and he's, on the competition committee. So now it makes me think that more people on that competition committee, more people in that group. Now they don't control it.
Yeah.
They don't control it, but they think, hey, look, you should be a winner. And if you're also going to be the MVP.
And somebody said if they win 10 games and make the playoffs, he's the MVP. And so then that comes down to, do you believe the Cowboys can go 8-4 the rest of the way? And like, I kind of wonder. I would have thought 11-5
a lot of things can happen, A lot of I'm dead serious.
Yeah, you're right.
Like I'm not wishing this. Josh Allen gets hurt is
I hear you.
Buffalo the same team.
Yeah.
So like a lot of things could happen. I don't believe at the moment that I think they will.
Okay. NFL overreaction or reality. Aaron Glenn won't last the season as the Jets head coach.
But I also reserve the right to change my mind when given new information later down the road, Kevin.
Nothing wrong with that. And look, hey, how different is this conversation if they really did go undefeated in October? And then they're 5-2-1. Then I think that completely changes the conversation.
Aaron Glenn, what?
Aaron Glenn will not finish the season as the Jets head coach.
Oh, I think that's overreaction. I think first year guys get a lot more time. Now Frank Reich didn't because he stunk.
The Jets just did something that never happened in the history of the NFL in a bad way.
I think Aaron Glenn needs some time.
I don't disagree with that.
I like Aaron Glenn a lot. I know what he wants to do. I know what he wants to accomplish. Right now, Schottenheimer maybe has a head start because he was already with the organization. He already kind of had an idea of what needed to be fixed. Aaron Glenn still has to figure that out. That being said, it's the Jets. Who knows? The Jets are weird.
Man,
and there's a reason they've been the way they have been for so long.
Bonus question, Alec. Will they learn their lesson from Robert Saleh when they realize the hard way that, it wasn't the head coach's fault?
Ooh. I think it's overreaction to both.
Okay.
I don't think they're going to learn their lesson because I think that franchise is just dumb. But I'm with Corey. He needs more time, but At the same time, I think he and everybody else knew that he was taking a pretty bad job because you didn't know what the quarterback situation was going to look like at first, and it's not great, if we're being honest. Justin Fields on a 2-year deal, which essentially is just a, hey, show us that you can be competent for a year or two before we try to really figure out our quarterback situation. There's a lot of personnel issues with that team outside of Garrett Wilson and Breece Hall, so I think he needs a couple of years to figure it out.
Will he get it?
I think he will. Okay. I think he will.
NFL overreaction to reality. Much like the Packers in the NFC, we were far too quick to crown the Chargers as the leaders of the AFC.
Yeah. But we were going based off of what we'd seen 3 games into the season. We were like, oh, man, this is looking really good. Now, that's helped me one time. I bet on the Rams to win the Super Bowl 3 games into the season, and they won. So, but, I mean, again,
that is the risk reward right there.
But I do think, Kevin, whenever we were discussing it, we were asking the question. Now, you say you're talking about the whole media,
the royal we.
I think on this show, we were asking, is this real?
Sure.
Like, is this Justin Herbert? And obviously, maybe if the injuries across that offensive line weren't what they were. Now, I say that and people are like, what about the Cowboys? You see what they just did with the backup offensive line? You're like, what are you? Get serious. Joe Alt is
Joe Alt's phenomenal.
So, and Rashawn Slater too. I know that injury happened earlier, but that's a big factor. The injuries on that team are a big factor in what's failing them right now. I hope the best for Justin Herbert, but I won't be able to believe it until I truly see it. And I'll always ask questions, even if I do think that they look like contenders.
Sure. Alec, what say you?
It's a reality for me because the Broncos are starting to look like what I thought they were going to look like. And on top of the injuries that Corey mentioned for the Chargers, it's going to be hard for them to maintain that level of consistency because I still don't think they're talented enough on offense outside of the offensive line. I don't think they're talented enough to make up for those injuries and, get those quick pass plays and extend the run game. I don't think they're talented enough on offense yet for that to happen. I think they have the right guy at quarterback to make that happen, but everything else around him isn't quite enough to make up for the offensive line.
I'm going to fire right back to you for this next question then. Overreaction or reality? Now that I see the direction you might be going, the 2025 Denver Broncos can really be something.
Reality. They can. They were struggling at first, which second-year quarterback, it's expected. You got to get your rhythm going and everything, but they've looked better. They're starting to get more consistent to what I thought they were going to be and what they looked like last year, if we're being totally honest. Bo Nix is showing that late in games, he can control the line of scrimmage and he can make plays happen off schedule and as planned. Everything looks great, and that defense is one of the best in the league. So even if the numbers might not be as flashy as I thought they would be early in the season, I still think it's one of the better defenses in football. So yes, they can be.
Corey, overreaction or reality? The 2025 Denver Broncos can really be something.
Overreaction.
Oh!
I like the Broncos a lot, Alex.
That is not what I thought he was going to say.
Just as much as you do.
Doesn't sound like it.
I put them in the same category as I put the Bucs right now, though.
Okay.
And that is they play a lot of close games, and they haven't really blown anybody out yet. And whenever I see them do that, then I'll start thinking a little differently about them. I think they have the ability to win these close games. And by the end of the season, maybe that can change and stretch itself out. But I think that playing with that close of a margin, you're always in a weird place. The defense does allow you to be more aggressive offensively. It does allow you to trust that your defense is going to make the play and keep the scores close in games. But really be something means I think they're going to be in the AFC Championship game, and I just don't believe that yet.
All right, I have a potentially mean-spirited one to finish this out today. Overreaction or reality? Keenan Allen is most certainly not a Hall of Famer. So he reached 1,000 career receptions faster than any player in league history. Marvin Harrison was the previous fastest to do it in 167 games. Keenan Allen did it at 159 games. Keenan Allen has also never, not once, been named All-Pro. So, overreaction or reality, Keenan Allen is most certainly not a Hall of Famer.
I'm sorry. I have APCPOY. What is that?
Comeback Player of the Year.
Comeback Player of the Year. He was Rookie of the Year second. He's got some really good numbers. He's got some really good numbers.
Have you ever thought of him as in the best of the best group?
I've always thought of him as like second, third best in any given year. He's one of those guys that you're just like
second or third best in the league
in any given year. Yes,
I mean that can be a Hall of Famer then.
But not every given year.
Yeah.
So maybe like the 2017 year when he was comeback player of the year. He had 1,300 yards, 6 touchdowns. Again, that's not huge touchdown numbers.
Yeah,
he's never had double-digit touchdown numbers.
I'm not saying he's not good.
He's the guy that you're like, man, I wish I could have a guy like that on my team.
Sure.
And then you have him, and you're like, can I get a better number one?
Right.
But he's like the best 1B you could find.
Yeah.
And he's played with some very interesting quarterbacks in his time too. So I like him. I like him a lot. I think you might be right. I think that's reality.
Alec?
You say most certainly, though, and that's where I have a hard time.
I just refuse, especially for modern players. I don't think you're even in the conversation if you've never been an All-Pro.
And then you look at Mike Evans' numbers, and you're like, how can people even question it?
Yes.
Because of what he's done so consistently through his career.
Reality, people are going to crush him for not having the accolades, like All-Pro or a ring to go with it. And I think the Hall of Very Good can open up for him. Yeah, because he is very, very good, but he's not a Hall of Famer.
Dude, can we throw out, though, it's the Chargers? They don't have fans, except for this one guy that texts in all the time. And
it's a hardcore Chargers fan?
They don't even have their own stadium, you know? They're like the Jets of the West Coast.
Does that mean the Rams don't have their own stadium, or do you think
that's the Rams Stadium?
That's the
Giant Stadium and the Rams
Stadium.
Yeah.
And they just get to co-lease it?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're there as the
fascinating. Man, I hope you get to be on Los Angeles sports radio. It's like, hey, this is 107 The Buzz Charger Station. Like, I know I didn't even put a dot, whatever. I would love to hear that argument. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. The Empire Strikes Back.
I don't like that.
I'm sorry.
Come.
segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Two-strike pitch. Hits a drive down the line. If it's fair, it's his moment. It is! It's tied! Judge has arrived!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for baseball nuggets. And holy moly, Aaron Judge has been the man in this postseason. Now, I know the last game certainly helped, but out of the 6 postseason games he's played, he has gotten 2 hits in 5 of them per game. So he's hitting.
I was like, that's actually not good.
Yeah, that's not good.
Bad.
No, he has a 500 batting average with a slug of 727 and an OPS of 1304. And last night, the home run, I certainly concede it helped. But even before that, he had an OPS of 1.024.
Oh, it helped the Yankees.
So it did. The Yankees were losing this game 6-1. And the headline was going to be, go ahead, Alec, give me cut number 3, because the headline for this was going to be Vladdy is the Yankees' daddy. But then they lost.
On this 2-0, he swings, and it's a fly ball to deep center field. Grisham's going back. He's done it again! Vlad Guerrero Jr. has the Blue Jays in front in the first inning. His 17th career home run at Yankee Stadium.
And like I said, they were up 6-1. The Yankees struck back immediately in the bottom half of that inning when they fell behind 6-1, rolled off 8 straight. They won the game. Once again, a really impressive defensive play. We talked about it yesterday with Freeman making the scoop for the Dodgers. A great diving play in the infield with a connecting throw to get the final out of the game. And that series continues. I know we all want the Yankees to lose. There is one good part about that, them winning last night. This will be the last time you see this year. All 4 of these series are going today, and every single one of them is a potential elimination game.
Great on a Wednesday.
Yes.
We don't have Wednesday night football. This is a great opportunity.
Yeah, so it's 2 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 8 o'clock. Yeah, 9 o'clock rock. But you're going to get, sorry, Alec, that might
Who
not have
knows
been,
that song?
I don't know if that's what Alec was thinking.
Hey, old people.
But he looked at me, and in my mind, I interpreted his look as 1, 2, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock rock. So you get 4 games. They could all be elimination games. It's a great day for baseball.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, you're right. I don't know if the weather's as beautiful everywhere else as it is here right now, but you're right. It is a great day for baseball.
Every single one of the games is going to be in the 60s when it starts.
Perfect baseball weather. Did you see what Cody Bellinger said?
Oh, no.
About the home run that Aaron Judge hit?
No.
He said he was on deck, and he said, just hit the effing foul pole. Just please hit and it did, and he was like, that's the greatness of Aaron Judge.
Well, and Aaron Judge just stood there, and afterwards, he said he didn't think it was going to be fair.
Yeah.
And then he was pumped. Now,
I want to say this. As a not Yankees fan, as a Rangers fan,
sure,
it is awesome to see great players perform in these big moments. I didn't like that Aaron Judge wasn't good last year during the playoffs, or hasn't been good in the past, because we know he's a great player. And so when you get to see these kinds of moments and him step into the spotlight and go, I got it, guys, it's really cool to watch greatness do that.
Now, another little interesting tidbit from this game. There was a foul ball, and it went to the front row behind home plate. Did you see who got the foul ball?
Taylor Swift.
Not too far off in terms of celebrity. It was Bad Bunny. But I watched the video back. It looks like Nathan Fielder dropped it because he was in the second row.
Prince Fielder's kid?
No, he's the guy who does like the rehearsal, and he did Nathan for You and everything. So it looks, I'm not positive it is him, but it really looks like him, and he drops the ball, and then it rolls to the front row, and Bad Bunny got it.
What What a cool script.
I know. Yes. I just thought that was a neat little compilation.
I wonder if they
especially,
did that in the rehearsal.
You know what? My wife and I just watched the rehearsal. Episode 3 of season 2. It's only 12 episodes, and it's some of the most uncomfortable things I've ever seen in my life. Episode 3 of season 2 might be the most bat-ass episode of TV I've ever seen. It's hilarious and weird as hell.
Kevin, I need to go back to our first segment. Alec, I hope you're okay with this. On the 806, damn it. Today is my humping day, but there's baseball all day. So how is that going to affect hump day?
You either need to hump before 2 p.m. Central,
which is almost impossible,
or after.
I'm at work until 2
Okay,
p.m.
for you.
Yeah, so it's impossible unless.
Or no, unless.
Okay.
Or after 11 p.m. Central, and you better hope there's not a rain delay unless you can squeeze it in there. I'd figure it out.
Kevin, I just got a text. I need to leave early today.
Okay. You know what? I don't want to know that. All right. Let's go to
dentist appointment.
Yeah,
bro.
Because you're gonna make a joke about getting drilled or whatever.
Oh my
God!
What are you doing, dude?
Let's talk about Cal Raleigh. Let's go from the big hump to the big dump. So Cal Raleigh hit a home run in the playoffs yesterday. I believe that is the 13th day this season that Aaron Judge and Cal Raleigh have hit a home run on the same day. But more impressive than that, this game was in Detroit. There are Tigers fans all around this guy. The guy who got the home run ball is wearing a shirt that says dump 61 here. He catches the home run ball or gets the home run ball, takes his shirt off, and he has another shirt on that says dump 62 here.
It's almost like baseball is scripted.
It is
the
amazing.
Bad Bunny and Cecil Fielder situation.
It's not. He's not related to Cecil Fielder. To be fair, as far as I know, I guess I'm not positive about.
That I saw this and I thought it was the coolest thing because he's the only Mariners fan in the whole stadium. Basically, like he was.
There are nothing but Tigers fans.
It was awesome, like orange, and then this one little dot of green, whatever color green they have. But it kind of reminds me, Kevin. I don't know if you remember this. Was it a spring training game? Where Juan Soto, somebody was talking trash to him in the outfield, and he turned around and looked at him, and then he got up to the plate the next inning and hit a home run that hit that guy in the chest, and then he just kind of pointed at him. Like, how do you get it that accurate? They're that good, and that's what the big dumper is. He's that good. Kevin, I'm not a Mariners fan.
Sure.
I am probably rooting for the Mariners. They are a fun team.
And they were able to win that game yesterday.
They were able to do that. This is a group that's kind of got a lot of my interest right now.
I certainly understand that. By the way, Cal Raleigh met up with that fan afterwards and got an autographed bat, or the fan got an autographed bat. We talked about this yesterday.
It's a plumpy dumpy. Yeah, that's true.
We talked about this yesterday. The Dodgers were probably counting on Roki Sasaki as their closer. Well, Dave Roberts was listening, and he was like, I should probably confirm that. And see, he did confirm that for the playoffs, the team's primary option at closer is going to be Roki Sasaki. The Dodgers are one of the 4 teams that can close out today. The games go in order like this. Mariners, Tigers. The Mariners are up 2-1. Brewers, Cubs. The Brewers are up 2-0. Blue Jays, Yankees. Blue Jays up 2-1. And Phillies, Dodgers. And the Dodgers are up 2-0. Something to watch in that game. Since winning Game 2 of the 2023 NLCS, the Phillies are 2-9 in the postseason. And the series is now shifting to Dodger Stadium. In that run, the Phillies were 1-5 at home. So they have been pathetic in these last 2 years of postseasons. They need to win tonight to keep their season going.
Trade Bryce.
If they want to win a World Series, that does seem to be the formula.
The only way.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, and a Wings player met the Pope. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? You gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out.
Doesn't sound right.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring you our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Turn my volume on. Good morning, guys.
That would help.
There we go.
Now, Mickey, I think the most important question of the day is, have you ever been fined for anything work-related or otherwise? And if so, what was the fine?
Fined? No, never.
All right, follow-up question.
I keep my hands to myself.
Okay, I was going to say, how often do you flip people off?
I don't recall doing that.
Ever?
Well, maybe sometime, but not lately. No.
Okay. I just need.
I've matured, believe it or not.
Okay. All right.
Inadvertently, maybe, huh?
Oh, look at you carrying that company line. Jerry said, "I thought it was my thumb." Come on, Mickey.
Who has to pay that $250,000? Is that out of the media group? Who's?
There's no way.
Where does that come from?
Well, I would imagine it's his pocket. You hope it doesn't come out of the salary cap.
Oh man, Mickey, how much more stringent do you think teams would be on these things if those fines came out of the salary cap?
Oh, they'd be much more careful, right?
Yes.
But you know what the weird thing is? So when I saw that picture, there was all Cowboy fans underneath there.
Yeah.
That's what Jerry said yesterday with Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton.
And by that time, and I don't know when it took place, right? The time in the game or whatever.
Yeah.
But by near the end, like even halfway through the fourth quarter, that stadium was emptying out.
Right.
The only people left in there were Cowboy fans.
Right.
So, yeah, who knows? If that's the worst thing that happens to you.
Oh.
It's a costly one.
Yeah.
However they interpret it, but I was kind of glad to see that he was going to kind of protest it, right?
Yeah. Hey, I'm most excited because he has to protest it by Friday, and he's on our show on Friday.
Oh, very good.
Like, I'm hoping that we
Self-serving. Come on.
You know, I'd love him to be like, hey, I'll tell you what, I will pay this fine if you'll give us that win in that tie instead. You give us a different clock operator next time.
Well, I mean, the Cardinals fined their coach for yelling at a guy for fumbling.
I don't think it was for the yell.
What was it? I didn't see it. So
yeah, if you go back and watch it, as he's walking off, he kind of slaps his arm, and I think that was the final. That was the one that was over the line. If he did his shoulder pads or something, I think that would have been different. But you can kind of see him like slap his arm as he's walking off, and I think that was it.
Back in the day, when Bill Parcells had something happened the week before. And so he basically called out his assistant coaches and said, look, if anybody talks to the officials, I talk to them. I don't want any of you guys yelling at them, right? So the next game, Todd Haley gets into it with one of the officials, and Parcells punched him in the chest to get him away.
Yeah, I remember that
right?
one.
and the funny thing is, he tells the story, and he says, he goes, my daughter called me, and he goes, we need to go back into impulse therapy. And so everybody laughed, right?
Yep.
They didn't fine him for punching Todd Haley, right?
Right.
So, but that's the time we live in right now.
It is different. I mean, because like there were face masks being coaches would grab you by the face mask
right
back in the day, and now,
all the time.
If you complained, people would make fun of you.
Yeah. Actually, last night there was a coach yelling at my kid's middle school game. My wife was like, "I would be losing it right now," and I was like, "You do not understand this game. Like you got to." And I was all right. It's going to be okay. So.
Well, I mean, I grew up, in the newspaper business. The newsroom was wild, right?
Yes.
People yelled and screamed and cussed, and then I found out that in the workplace you're not supposed to do that.
Yeah, the newsroom does not really abide by
it had to change
those rules particularly.
Yeah.
Now, we always like to direct people to some of the stuff on DallasCowboys.com, and you were one of the people that answered this question. And I was hoping you could go back through it for people who haven't read it just yet, because we've had this conversation the last couple of days. Why do you think some people discredit wins? And my biggest issue with this has been the Cowboys were 1-2-1 going into this game. It's not like they were 4-0-1 or 5-0, and they should have steamrolled the Jets.
Right, and they basically did, except for the last two possessions, right?
Agree.
So here's my deal. You can only beat who they tell you to play. And in my books, a win is a win is a win. And you don't diminish it in the National Football League. Go ask, the Eagles.
Right?
Would they have rather beat Denver? Well, yeah, of course, right?
The Ravens.
So yeah, and so no, and I think what happens sometime is people's reaction serves their opinion. Like they don't think the Cowboys very good, And so if they do something good, it's like, well, that doesn't serve what they thought. So
Right.
it's like, well, they only beat, the Jets, and they haven't won a game. Well, they came close to winning 3 games. So again, I don't discredit any win in this league and say, oh, well, yeah, that's what you were supposed to do. When they were 1.5-point favorites to win against a team that hadn't won a game.
Yeah.
So that kind of tells you what people thought of the Cowboys going
Agreed.
into the game.
Agreed.
So, I think that, a lot of times negativity reigns.
Did you happen to, when you looked at the way the running game the Jets had that was successful, when you looked at how that they got their success, was it because your interior defensive linemen weren't as good as they have been, or was there something else that you've seen?
Yeah, I mean, there was gaping holes.
Okay.
You would like to say, well, the linebackers need to clean that up. Well, not when you got a 320-pound guy on you because no one's holding down the line of scrimmage, right?
Exactly.
So I thought, that whatever scheme or whatever they were using up front, they were picking on them and found some gaping holes. You'd like to say, well, the defensive ends got a little too carried away rushing the quarterback. Yeah, but some of that was in between the tackles. So that's got to be better. Again, using your eyes and looking for the football. So yeah, it's amazing, right? You spring a leak like that.
Yeah.
Take care of the passing. Part of it within reason, because I think they only had two completions for 20 and 25 yards, something like that. And then you spring a leak, stopping the run. So, they're a long way from being established. But I just thought holding them to 22 points was a step in the right direction, because the key to defense is making plays, and they did make some plays.
And I think that's the thing I'm kind of turning my attention to now is, did the Panthers do similar things this past week that the Jets did, and is that going to be a recipe for success? How that comes along? Because Dowdle had a great game,
right?
And I haven't really watched Panthers tape yet. So
well, and I just read where that was his 234 total yards was the third most in franchise history in a single game.
Wow.
And, they've been around for right at 30 years, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, that kind of gives you an idea of what he was able to accomplish. But again, now their question is, well, what do we do when Chuba Hubbard's healthy and can play again?
Yeah.
Right.
Are we splitting carries? Do we have a 2-man deal? Or, is Rico better than they thought? So, I mean, that was his first start, and he goes 23 for 206 and a touchdown. Running the football. It's pretty impressive. But again, he played well here when they gave him a chance.
I agree with that.
The difference is Carolina paid him some money that the Cowboys didn't want to do that at the running back position. And, so Javonte Williams probably making half of what Rico's making against the cap, because he's at $3 million, $2 million guaranteed. And I believe they gave Rico a pretty sizable signing bonus, by the way.
Now, we've talked a lot about how well Dak has done this year, but I was looking at some of the numbers about how just well isn't even a fair descriptor, how good he's done on the play action. And you saw it again against the Jets for the year. He's completing 87% of his passes on play action with 5 touchdowns and no interceptions. I don't actually know if I have a question. I just needed to make sure that you knew that information.
Well, good. I'm going to write it down because I need some notes for today. So I like that one.
No, it's incredible.
Depending where it came from.
It came from a reputable source.
Okay.
I promise you that. But yeah,
Kevin's brain.
No, not from my brain. 87. Although hopefully that is a reputable source. 87% of his passes on play action have been completed. 5 touchdowns, no interceptions. Have you seen a particular difference there, either with the way they have operated on play action or just how efficient they have been? Or does this just kind of fall into the category of, man, Dak's been really good this year?
Well, I don't mean to answer with a question, but what makes play action work?
If you believe in the running game.
Right.
Yeah.
And Javonte Williams has 447 yards rushing and 5 rushing touchdowns. And he's on pace for a 1,500-yard season with 17 rushing touchdowns.
And his career high is 5.
Right. And he's already, that was Cowboys season high last year as a team was 6.
Your face.
I
So,
support that.
if you're running the football, play action works. If no one respects your run, they're just go, well, we're not falling for that.
Yeah,
right? You're
yeah.
going to throw the ball, and we'll worry about the run next. So I think that has a lot to do with play action working. Is that you got a running back averaging 5.7 yards a run, and the backup who didn't play, Miles Sanders, was averaging 5.9 yards a run.
Right.
And when you hit runs for 66 and 49 yards, now somebody's got to respect the run, which makes the play action more dangerous for defenses.
I do love the physicality that Williams is running with.
Oh, yeah.
But the balance that he has, I think, is the thing that stands out the most. It's just like the ability to stay up and stay balanced whenever his shoulders are always square. I'm really, really liking watching him run.
Yeah, no, and that's a lot of what he did his rookie year before he tore his ACL. And a lot of what he was doing in practices before the season ever began. And as I've said before, problem is no one got to see him in a preseason game.
Right.
And so now this is like shocking the world what he's doing. But,
I am part of that group.
Yeah, give the pro scouting department some credit that,
Agreed.
They saw something in what this guy could do, and they took a limited chance on him getting back to that level. By, I think it was $2 million guaranteed and a little bit of a signing bonus and only $3 million against the cap. And they said, okay, well, the financial risk is low, but what the production could be high if we hit. And so at this point, at least, they're winning the gamble.
What do you know, or what do you remember about Julius Wood? He just got brought back onto the practice squad. I know that's somebody that they had picked up as an undrafted free agent, I believe, last year.
Well, I'm going to out myself. I don't remember.
Oh.
Wow.
He was a practice squad guy, right?
Yes. Yeah. Yes, he was.
I think he covers the team, Kevin.
Wow. Holy moly.
I have it's kind of a sad theory that when you make the 53, then I'll know who you are.
Well, you know what? One Mike Bassick also very much carried that theory, and he goes, play well enough for me to remember what your name is.
I was like, I'll try to remember numbers and names, but I'm not going to go overboard until you're on. And then when they're on the practice squad, you kind of have an idea who they are.
Well, he might be best known for eventually catching on with the Titans and then getting suspended for the performance-enhancing policy
that goes around, doesn't it?
It really
You know what?
does.
I had an interesting thing I wanted to point out to you guys. You were talking about, and I don't know if you brought it up or a caller brought it up about the backup guys on the offensive line playing well.
Yeah.
And, what do you do going forward? Well, think about this. So for the majority of those guys, short of maybe Bass and Hoffman, I'm sure the Jets didn't know much about those guys playing as a unit, right?
Definitely.
Now there's tape out there.
Yeah,
that's
and
true.
the Panthers can sit there and go, okay, now what did these guys do well, and where are they kind of susceptible? And so now it's sort of like when a quarterback comes in and it's like lights up, lights up the deal.
Yeah.
And then now we got time to look at you, or we got a off season to analyze you. And sometimes that second year is not as good. So you got to be careful analyzing off of just one game. Now, Hoffman, I think, and Bass have played well, and they've played a few games. And
they play well beside each other, too.
Yeah. And you know what? Because they played together in preseason games, maybe, right? That might count for something. Now, not a lot of people knew about Nate Thomas. He didn't play all last year and basically played a handful of snaps the week before. Well, now they've got tape on him, and they'll go to work on, okay, here's where he has problems, and this is where we're going to attack. So now, can you stand up when people know what you can and what you can't do? And that's always, one of the questions that have to be answered once Guyton gets back from his concussion. But you know what? During training camp, there was a little bit of competition going on there. And then when Guyton suffered, I can't remember what it was, injury. Well, Nate Thomas was getting the first team snaps with the offense and looked well.
Yeah.
And they were impressed with him. Now we'll see what happens when they've got some tape on them, how the Panthers might attack them.
Thank you very much, good sir. We will catch up with you again tomorrow.
All right. See you guys.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. We're the KNC Masterpiece. Coming up next, AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus Big Papi makes things awkward. Next on The Fan. This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to remind you, tomorrow we will be at Tolbert Garage in Mesquite, and that is going to be a flag Tolbert stop. We have acquired flags. Don't worry how we got them. We will have them to give away tomorrow at Tolbert Garage Door in Mesquite.
Or you can purchase them from me.
No, Corey's going to be selling them out of the trunk of his car. Don't fall for that. Right now, it's time for you to fall for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas. 877-881-1053. The Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Then we're going to roll some sound of David Ortiz making things totally awkward.
Alec, can you answer my question of the day?
I'm scared of what it is.
That's probably the right reaction.
Yeah.
There are 4 playoff baseball games today. For Baseball Nuggets tomorrow, do you think I can say coming up next Baseball Nuggets, a 4-play of baseball?
Yeah. I think that works. I think it falls in line with what we do around here. We're clever.
Perfect.
We think.
Thank you.
Sometimes. Guys, we'll get to all of that good stuff here in just a moment, but I do want to let you know about something that's going on Saturday as well. 2 to 6 p.m., Oklahoma, Texas watch party. Rooftop pool at the Highland Hotel in Dallas. I will be there.
Oh.
Other fan talent will be there. G-Bag flags. Oh, I probably will. I'm going to have fun with everybody. Yeah. We're going to have a good time, man. I want you guys to show up because you mentioned Flag Tolbert.
Yeah.
It is a Flag Tolbert stop. We will have G-Bag flags available. There's going to be a barbecue buffet. Tito's has drink specials. It's going to be a good time at the Highland Hotel here in Dallas. Show up. Come hang out with all of us here at The Fan. But, question of the day, gentlemen. I looked at the National Day calendar today. Some really interesting holidays coming up this week that we'll probably touch on a little bit more tomorrow. But one of them today is National Touch Tag Day, like the game Tag.
Oh, yeah. Not a bad movie either.
That's right. And I think of that as a game that we all played growing up at some point, but it's also, I've seen the videos online, they're trying to make it a pro sport too.
Yeah.
And it's amazing to watch.
Where they are like battling through the jungle gym.
Yes.
It looks, I am amazed that more people don't get knocked out unconscious in that sport because how fast they move and with all of the stuff around, it is kind of fun to watch.
So it got me thinking, what's a non-pro sport kind of game that you think you could go pro in? 877-881-1053. Because I do think tag is one of them. I do think I'm shifty enough. I do think I'm quick enough. I think I have the IQ to think quick. Some critical thinking skills, if you will. I use those sometimes, not often. But I do think that I could win a couple games of pro tag. Another one, I think I could go pro in Uno.
Oh.
I get overly competitive when it comes to Uno, and I am a rule thumper when it comes to Uno too. I don't do house rules. I will argue people, and I will go grab the box, and I'll take the little piece of paper.
Take out the instruction booklet?
And I will look for the rules. I don't like when people try to change up, or when they tell me, hey, you can't do that. I'm like, the piece of paper that I know is way too many words inside of this tiny little packaging.
However, house rules. Do you abide by those?
He just said he doesn't do house rules.
I don't. Look, if I'm going into somebody else's party,
ask again.
If I'm going into somebody else's party, sure.
Okay.
I can't fight you if it's not my establishment, if it's not my function. Gotcha. But if I'm the one initiating the game, we are playing by the rules set by the company that made the game.
I like the idea that Alec walks into your house party holding up the Uno box and the rules as he walks in and he goes, "When we play tonight, My rules.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen what you've been doing with the follow-up to the draw, too. That ain't going to fly with me.
See? And I do the same with beer pong. Another thing I think I could go pro in. I think I could go pro in a lot
We need to team up then. I'm pretty good at beer pong.
I'm pretty solid at it, too. And
Yeah.
I hate when people bring like, oh, I created this rule in college.
That's great.
And it's like, no, that's cool. Good for you. That's great. I'm so happy that you
great
thought of
shit.
something unique that's going to help you win the game.
Yeah, let's play the game the
we're,
right way.
We're playing it the pure way, the way it was intended.
You don't hear
to be
enough
played.
about the purity of beer pong, do you?
No, not at all. Maybe for a good reason. Maybe not. I don't know.
You ever thrown cards into a hat from across the room?
Oh, yeah.
When I had my tonsils taken out, I also had some polyps removed from my nose.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Yeah. Which I probably need to get done again. Yeah. I couldn't really move much. Like I had my throat was it was just a bad time. Blood everywhere.
Oh my god.
And so I did. I would set up a hat and just throw cards into it. I got really good at it. And if they ever started a league, y'all better watch out. Because I'm pretty damn good at it. Or Monopoly. I will destroy people in Monopoly. I still hold that fact.
See, I'd probably say Hungry Hungry Hippos because I feel like I have the balance between aggressiveness and patience to make it happen really down the stretch. And that is one of the things I liked about the movie Camp Dread, which is Club Dread, which is not actually that good, but they had a human-sized Hungry Hungry Hippo. At least I believe it was in that movie. If I'm wrong, please let me know. But I thought that looked awesome. Because you would roll them like out on.
I think I've seen this actually. Now that you say that, yeah, that sounds incredible.
So
and I want to play that too. I want to play any of those games that have the giant like human hamster ball too, or the ones that like only covers like your torso up.
Yeah.
And you put your arms inside and people just like run full speed at each other.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's some sort of like scoring system or if there's a goal other than just to run into people. But if we can make that into a game, I would like to play it. Will I end up with some sort of brain damage afterwards? Probably, because I'm going to run too fast.
That's part of the fun.
Exactly. Yeah. Comes with a price. 877-881-1053, a non-pro sport that you think you could go pro in any kind of game. From the 425 Cards Against Humanity. I like that just because you really have to cater to the czar every single time.
I suck at that game.
Okay.
Because I think I'm hilarious.
Okay. I am so glad that you said that.
Other people have a ridiculous sense of humor.
At least 95% of anybody who's ever played Cards Against Humanity thinks that they got jobbed at least 50% of the time.
Yes.
You're like, that guy? You picked that one? Ooh, I'm a peanut farmer. You're like, that's stupid.
I tell my wife a lot of times, I'm like, my comedy is just too high level for you. It works on too many different levels.
Apparently this person's comedy is too high level for me. Whoa. Did you just say Club Dread wasn't a good movie? You fascist pizza roll hater. I could definitely see how you would chug several 2 liters of Mountain Dew while eating your pizza rolls and really enjoying the hell out of Club Dread.
You know, I ignored it the first time, Kevin, but I'm very upset with you right now. Club Dread was fantastic.
You
really need to stop with this whole Broken Lizard hate.
I
never understood
love
it.
Broken
Never
Lizard.
understood it.
Well, Kevin, you'll like this from the 469 Lego building, like a speed building contest.
Ooh.
That would be kind of
You know
fun.
what I suck at with building Legos, and I love building Legos, and I think I'm good at it, but I am not good at putting those stickers on.
Yes! My hands are too shaky for that.
I know.
You need tweezers to
You really
place those
do.
in a magnifying glass.
And then they've made the sticker that if you dare have to pull it off, that they're like, it's going to be messed up. We didn't make these magical stickers that you can like easily take off. You really got to like take some time.
From the 469, I could go pro at pissing my wife off. From the 469 Tetherball. I haven't played Tetherball in so long.
When you
That
did,
was awesome. I used to destroy my sister in this game because she's short.
That's what I was about to ask. When you played
Maybe I shouldn't
Tetherball,
I did not make a joke at you, Allie.
All I said was maybe I shouldn't play.
did you go high angle when you knew it was over and you're just like, boosh, boosh, boosh.
Yeah. Sorry, sister.
Well, from the 214, I was a pro cornhole player for 3 years on TV several times.
Why'd you turn your microphone off, Kevin?
thought I was going to sneeze.
Oh, I thought you were trying to hold back a bad joke or something. I was like, what? We'll see.
Oh,
okay,
man.
I'll appreciate the interaction
You
there.
remember that time we got to throw axes at the that gaming bistro?
I did. That, you know what? That experience paid off because me and my wife, I don't know, competed against another couple in axe throwing. We whooped their ass. This is before they got married, and I really wanted to be like, maybe you shouldn't.
Oh, really?
I didn't say
because of
that.
the split.
Yeah, because Jess would have got mad at me. But we dominated them, and I chalked it up to that experience.
Yeah, we learned how to throw an axe that day, and because the first time I threw it, it bounced off of it, and the guy was like, "That's not how you do
That
it."
terrifies me. I've seen the videos of people just their first try, and it bounces right back.
It
towards
landed
them.
at my foot. Like it landed right in front of my foot, and I was like, "Oh no!" And then he was like, "You got to give it this little weight here," and I was like, "Oh." And once I learned it, I was like, "Oh man, this is so much fun." The next one, it was just like over and over, bullseye.
I know, and they kept saying throw it two-handed. I don't do that. I throw one-handed.
I didn't. I can.
That's a
throw
power
either way.
move.
Yeah.
Ooh. Multi-skilled. Kevin, who is the Yankees pitcher that everybody is scared to mess up their name?
Oh, Schlittler?
Yes. So
I see. He was great the last start.
The MLB on Fox crew was talking after the Yankees game yesterday. I believe it was after. And they were talking about Cam here, and David Ortiz just kind of ruined the whole segment by making a ill-timed joke.
Every single one of you pronounce his last name. You kept first.
Schlittler. Oh, well, he's the master. Schlittler. Schlittler. You now your turn.
Sound like Hitler.
Holy crap, dude.
Cam, I'm going Cam.
You know what, Poppy? You just
get in trouble.
You just call him Cam.
Cam, that's it.
You just call
Leave
him
it up to
Cam.
it.
You just call him Cam, and you know maybe it'll be Mr. Cam, depending on how he pitches tomorrow.
I'm not kidding. That's the first time I've thought that about his last name, because obviously I was worried about moving into the non-FCC compliant word. At no point had I thought about it being Hitler.
Because when I heard that, I knew he was running a bit. I knew he was trying to get them to stumble. I thought it was going in the direction you thought.
Yes.
But he was going to a dark humor joke, and you could hear Jeter immediately say, "Go to break, guys. Go to break." Like, he was like,
fair.
just bail. You know, that's the art. That's a rare thing that a lot
Holy
of people in
moly.
broadcasting don't know, when to bail. And clearly Big Papi doesn't. Jeter does.
Holy moly. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Have these players and or coaches won you over yet? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, a Wednesday, Greg Wyshynski, Puck Daddy's going to join us at 3 o'clock to talk Dallas Stars, and Broaddus will preview the Panthers offensive.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Seattle inside the red zone. Darnold back to the air, throwing end zone for Horton. Touchdown!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't worry, I don't think Corey's life is sad, but somebody texted in, can we get the level of concern intro played at least once a show? My life is sad, and that's the bright spot of the week.
I'm so sorry your life is sad, but I do appreciate that. That was an Alec mastermind, brilliant work that he did there, and so anytime Alec can shine, I'm all about it.
Agreed. But it always feels like it's Alec's time to shine.
Yep.
Including right now, as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip and rip it.
Hey, you probably won't be surprised to know that Rico Dowdle was named the NFC Offensive Player of the Week.
For what?
For being the first player in the NFL this season to rush for 200 yards.
Since OJ?
I don't know that to be the case.
Good guess.
That doesn't feel right.
Okay.
So no.
You feel like somebody else did it last year, maybe?
Yes, just the first one this year.
Okay. Who was the last one last year?
Derrick Henry?
I don't know.
Okay. Thanks, Corey.
I'll go look it up.
See, Alec, it's always your time to shine.
All
right.
100-yard rush.
Oh, my God. You don't have to say it out loud. What are you, like a 5-year-old learning how to read?
You don't say the words you type?
No.
Well,
I'm not saying it's never happened.
We're different.
Most of the time, no. All right. Got a couple of players, maybe coaches for you. Have these people won you over? Do you believe in them? You heard the highlight. Sam Darnold. Has he made a believer out of you? That is the quintessential Sam Darnold sigh right there.
It depends on what you mean by believer.
Okay. What is your definition of believer?
So when you say that, it makes me think believer that he's going to be an MVP, that he's going to win a championship.
Believer that he's good, and for this season you can count on him.
Yes, he's good.
Okay.
I can't count on him to take me any further than the first round of the playoffs.
Okay.
But I think he is a serviceable quarterback at this point. Whereas when he was with the Jets and with the Panthers, he was not serviceable. And when he went to San Francisco, he found something out. There's something he learned with Shanahan, and then he goes to O'Connell, and he gets to display some of the things that he learned. And I think O'Connell kind of showed him what's important. I always say this. I think when you know what's important, you can shed off the other things.
Okay.
And you can really focus on what you have to accomplish. I think O'Connell helped him with that, and I think he's carried that to Seattle now.
From the 214, no way I'll never bet on him.
I wouldn't bet
again.
on him. Yeah, I wouldn't bet on him.
What about Quentin Johnston?
He has what's he done in the last couple games? Because I feel like I'm going off what he did in the first couple of games.
And he did have a fumble in that Washington game, although he does look significantly better than he has the first couple of years.
He still will drop some balls on you, though.
That's
like the
true.
first game he is...
This sounds like a no.
He's not a number one receiver, if that's what you're asking.
Okay.
He's not. I would take him probably 25th in that conversation.
Do you believe in Liam Cohen?
I do.
Did you believe in him before the Monday Night Football game?
I had a lot of questions. No, I believed in him after the start of this season.
Okay.
Maybe the second or third game, I was like, oh. I was after the Niners game.
Okay.
I was like, oh. And then Saleh was like, you cheated and you stole our signs. I was like, come on, that was college, dude. What are you doing? But this week, it's watching his defense play the way his defense is playing, keeping them in games, giving them opportunities, and him convincing this team that they're good enough to win games late. That's the thing that's been very interesting for me.
What about Shane Steichen?
I
feel like he gotta, yeah.
He made Daniel Jones good.
Yeah. Oh, man.
I mean, he has Jonathan Taylor.
Case closed.
He has Jonathan Taylor, and that's a huge factor. But yeah, Shane Steichen has, for everything that they weren't good at the last 2 years, they look like they're good at them this year, and they look like they have a formula. You know, like, here's how we're going to win games, guys. And was it Aikman the other night on the broadcast? They were like, look, Mahomes always knows that the equation isn't going to be the same each week, but he doesn't let that stress him out. And I think that's the same, like right now with the Colts, it's like the equation is what it is, and they're very good at it.
All right, I got two more. Offensive coordinator for the Detroit Lions, John Morton.
Rolling right now, dude.
They really are.
He's successfully, Alec, doing what Ben Johnson did. Look, I'm going to run the F out of the ball. And whenever Jared Goff needs to throw, he's going to have open receivers because of it.
Then I have a feeling you guys will both say yes to this one. Emeka Buka.
Big Boo?
No, not. Who said that? Was that Gronk? Yeah, Big Boo.
It's the most Gronk thing ever.
Yeah.
And because of Gronk's voice, it sounded as cartoony as it sounded.
That is a great point.
Dude, I wanted him to be a Cowboy.
Yeah.
So that's where I am on that, because I wanted him to be a Cowboys player, and he's turning out to be everything I expected him to be.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about that offensive explosion against Seattle. He was right there in the mix of this as we continue through Gridiron Gravy, which is, of course, powered by Men's Tea Clinic. I don't think this is a big story. I just wanted to read you Dan Campbell's report on it, or his quote. There's a report going around that the Lions complained about low hits on Aiden Hutchinson. Here's Dan Campbell's response. That's bogus. That's a bogus report. I don't know where that came from. Nobody ever here ever did that. It's bull.
Interesting.
I just like it. I think that's a fun quote.
A real quick, Choppy this morning said, I don't know, unequivocally the best coach in the NFL.
Dan Campbell?
Yes.
And I have plenty of equivocations.
I understand right now the idea that other coaches might be doing more with less or doing whatever. Dan Campbell's a damn fine coach.
I don't disagree with that.
And if this team ends up being the best team in the league this year, he probably deserves it if they end up being the best team.
I know it was 2 years ago. Well, I guess it's happened the last 2 years. Do you think that kind of like it dinged Lamar last year in the MVP, the lack of continual playoff success will ding Dan Campbell
for a regular season award?
But that's what they did to Lamar Jackson for a regular season award.
It's ridiculous.
But do you think it'll happen?
If it who votes on it?
AP.
Dude, the media is so dumb. What does the media know? Are we the media or are we entertainment? I can't. We're entertainment media.
Media entertainment.
Metertainment.
Stop it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that.
Okay.
Because coaches are different.
All right. Now, this is the time where I can give you a pro Lions stat if you would like.
I dare you.
Okay. The Lions are averaging 34.8 points per game through 5 games. That puts them on pace to score 592 points. That would be the second most in NFL history, behind the 2013 Broncos. Second right now is the 2007 Patriots. Both of those were 16-game seasons, if that bothers you. But last year, the Lions scored 564 points, which was fourth most. And right now, they're on pace to score 4 extra touchdowns.
Do you think it's weird that the Lions have a color called Honolulu blue when their skies are very clearly never as beautiful as Honolulu's?
I want to let you know, Corey, I had literally no idea until this moment that it was called Honolulu blue.
You didn't? All right.
Why isn't it called Honolulu blue?
I appreciate you for what you just did.
Come on, Alec. I'm not saying it's a joke. That's just better.
I'm also going to give you some time to think about it now that you had not known it. When you look at the Detroit Lions, do you think of Hawaii or you think Motor City?
Yeah. I mean, I've only been there once. I don't remember looking up at their skies either and being like, oh, it's a particularly beautiful day in Detroit. I'm not saying that it can't be.
Just saying you don't remember.
Yeah, because we were focused on getting to the Little Caesars headquarters.
Oh.
Fun fact about that. The world headquarters for Little Caesars is in Detroit.
Pizza and pizza.
Yeah.
That's right.
I'll tell you more about that story off air. We almost got in trouble in that building. All right. The Eagles, their star offensive players held a private meeting on Monday to try to fix the team's offense. That's good. Do you think they have a follow-up meeting about why their private meeting became a public meeting? I don't know.
Guys, who told everybody about a private meting?
And
this is our private.
It shouldn't be that hard to figure out because supposedly it was Jalen Hurts, Saquon Barkley, and A.J. Brown. So you Spider-Man each other.
The leaders.
And you're like, was it you?
It's the leaders of the offense.
Correct.
Trying to come together to figure out, hey, is it our line?
Correct.
Or should we blame ourselves? And they probably blamed everybody else.
I don't know that to be the case, but
so are you suggesting big things against the Giants on Thursday night?
So you're telling me
no.
Once you have a big team
as
meeting,
I've already stated
better.
In my underdog spot, I went lower on 88.5
Even with
yards.
this information?
Yeah, because
they met, Kevin.
Yeah, and there's only 3 of them, and the news got out. So
where did they meet? Was it the facility? Was it at dinner?
I don't know.
I wonder how they did that one.
Maybe that part was the
Go down to that to the Reading terminal.
Yes, the food market, the terminal. Oh man, that place is awesome.
That's probably how it became public.
Yeah,
they were like, "What are these guys doing eating out in public?"
One more thing for you. Odell Beckham Jr. accepted a 6-game PED suspension because he was like, well, nobody wants me anyway for using PEDs.
So is he going to use that as his excuse for not being on the field? Or the fact that nobody wants him on the field?
Yeah.
Why accept the suspension? Just move on with life.
But I think
turn in your retirement papers.
That's what I'm saying. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Skip Schumacher and the challenges that lie ahead for him and the Rangers. Next right here on The Fan.
Racing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors. And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, it's time for some baseball discussions. I got a couple of notes to catch up with. The Texas Rangers signed Declan Cronin to a minor league deal. He's a 28-year-old who pitched with the Marlins. He had pitched with the White Sox. He's not that good, but the good news is he won't pitch for a year because of Tommy John surgery.
That's us.
He has a career 4.98 ERA and 3 wins at the age of 28. They signed him to a 2-year deal, and he'll pitch in 2027.
He didn't even pitch for Miami when Schumacher was there. Right? Like, that's even worse. Like, yeah, why?
But, to be fair, it was a minor league deal. Okay. And then also the Astros are going to stick with their general manager and their manager despite the late season collapse and missing the playoffs. Now, for the Texas Rangers, go ahead and give me cut number 9 if you can. I want to know what kind of challenges you think lie ahead for Schumacher and for the Rangers.
The 1-0 is hit high and deep into center field. Mullins going back, still going back, looking up. It's gone. Just over the wall between the 407 marker and 410 marker. Home run number 11 for Corey Seager makes it 6-0 Rangers.
Because I do think that Schumacher has some advantages. The first being he's not coming into a brand new system. Like, they brought him here with, I think we all agree, the idea that eventually he would be the manager. So it feels like he's kind of been training for this. But on the flip side, it does feel like there's a possibility of a whole lot of roster turnover going into next season.
How much roster turnover? About half the roster?
Yes.
Half of the starting lineup?
I could see that.
All right, let's say right field, catcher, first base.
Yep. Third. I think maybe third base.
And maybe one of the middle infielders.
Or maybe both of them.
Maybe so White Langford, Osuna are safe.
I guess.
Cody Freeman has a chance.
Yeah.
What was Hickey's deal?
What? I think he'll still be here.
Okay. And then your pitching staff's good. Yeah, I think that there's, you have to decide what kind of team you're going to be.
Yes.
Bochy talked about that a little bit.
2 years.
On our way out, it sounded like. Because if we were asking a lot of questions, they were kind of turning our attention to next year already. And I said, one of them was, can you still be a slugging team, or do you think you're going to change the philosophy of hitting?
Yeah.
And Kevin, honestly, you need some sluggers on your team. They also have to slug when given the opportunity.
Okay.
Adolis did not when given the opportunity this year.
So that's what I'm curious about. Because let's just go with Seager, Marcus Semien, and Jock Peterson. I'm not saying that you would view Marcus Semien as a slugger, but he could pop some home runs. Jock Peterson, after having one of the worst seasons in modern baseball, will almost certainly opt in to his player option. Would the Rangers consider dealing him, knowing that they have to eat almost all of that money, just knowing, hey, we can save
probably
$3 to $5 million. All right, so there's one of your sluggers.
And one of the things that you're talking about too is you say Skip's not completely new to this. He watched this thing.
Yes.
So if he watched Jock, a guy who his teammates seem to like, but he's not always available to his teammates. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Teammates, they're like, yeah, he's fun. But also you want, as a teammate, you want somebody that's going to get the job done too.
Yes.
So I would say that he looked at it and he's like, I would prefer not having him in this clubhouse.
Yes.
If I'm the manager, if I'm Skip, that's what I would have been thinking.
And then Corey Seager, I could see I'm not calling.
I'd do everything I could to try and keep Corey Seager.
And I agree with that, but you could definitely see a world in which they trade Corey Seager.
I can. It's going to but there's no way that you're going to find a favorable trade to you.
That's probably true. And you've already tried to trade Marcus Simeon, so maybe they'll try that again, but you're probably going to have to eat at least half of that money. And so what I'm curious about is, are you going to get rid of like 2 of those 3, maybe all 3, and eat a crap ton of money? And maybe this team really does look more like a, not rebuild, because I know Chris Young doesn't want to use that word, but closer to a rebuild. The positive.
A renovation.
Yeah. Ooh, that's a good way to put it. So the Rangers were listed among all the teams that missed the playoffs by The Athletic. They were power ranked as 5th. And so they had the Astros at 1, then the Braves, then the Royals, then the Mets, then the Rangers.
How much of that do you think is the competitive nature of Chris Young being something that people believe in?
Believe it or not, I actually don't think that played a lot into it.
Okay.
And I'm going to tell you why. I understand why that would be. I'm going to tell you why. Because there are 3 paragraphs, and the first 2 paragraphs are all about the pitching. And so I think it's...
If you have that, you have a chance.
I think you can look at it now, and you're like, DeGrom, Eovaldi, Leiter. I'm not necessarily thinking they'll keep Merrill Kelly. Unfortunately, probably John Gray is on the way out. But you look at those 3, and you're like, man, that's a hell of a start.
Yeah.
You
no,
know,
absolutely.
and so that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Now,
add in the competitive nature of Chris Young, and I don't think he's going to stop looking for a way to find bats. Kevin, this year might be his freest year from the World Series roster.
Okay. To kind of piggyback along with that, Chris Young and Ross Fenstermaker said that they're going to try to figure out which players fit in this home ballpark. Now, we've talked about it. It's kind of surprising given like the historical direction of the Texas Rangers. This ballpark is not very friendly.
It plays very
to
different.
hitters. Yeah, and because we talked about it, even with like some of the drop in how far balls would go, it was disproportionate at Globe Life Field. And so that's a great question. Is it because there are players like Josh Young and Adolis that you still control, but you can just move on from, as opposed to like Jock Peterson, you're going to take a heavy monetary hit. Marcus Simeon, same, probably even Corey Seager to a certain extent. But there are other players that I wonder if they just determine maybe your game doesn't fit here.
Okay, and you say game, and I'm very interested in drilling into this a little more. What I heard and learned this year, Kevin, was the doors in left field created some of the dead balls. So you don't want right-handed power hitters. You want left-handed power hitters.
But
because you're hitting those go to right field, they're away from those doors. Now they did keep those doors closed. This is the science of a building that we're trying to figure out here.
And then you're going to get in trouble if you load your lineup with too many left-handed hitters, because you're still going to run into a whole lot of right-handed pitching, which in theory would be detrimental for you. All right, so I got a couple of other, I don't know, maybe points, maybe questions. How are you going to rebuild the bullpen from scratch? Now, I'm not saying like, hey, I need your 8 people right now. But if we're talking about the challenges that lie ahead, maybe you think it is the roster turnover. But if it's not, surely it's almost entirely rebuilding the bullpen, right?
How does Cole Winn fit into this?
Yeah.
Cole Winn had some moments this year.
I think Cole Winn deserves a spot in the bullpen.
How does Jacob Latz fit into this? Because he could be a starter.
Yes, I think they're going to give him, this is just a organizational philosophy, and you'd probably argue that all baseball teams feel this way. If all things are equal and you believe they have the similar skill sets to do both, you're going to push a pitcher as a starter. And so I think Jacob Latz will get a real look at being a starter unless they determine that they cannot construct the bullpen they want, and that's maybe a plan B.
Because if you can do that, you're like, okay, I got a righty and a lefty that I can work with. If you decide you're going to go with them in the bullpen, and then now I need a legitimate closer, and then I need to build from there. But I think those two can be viable pieces if Latz isn't a starter. I've given up on Cole Winn becoming a starter.
Yes,
that's just like where I am.
Me too.
But I think that there's more more intrigue in what those two can add to this thing. The rest of the bullpen, Kevin, I think you're going to have to pay for a closer.
Okay.
I don't think you have. Is Teodo one?
Yeah, but I think he is, but he's coming off a rough season. So that's
what I don't know if I can trust.
Yeah, no, I agree.
So
I agree with
that.
that.
That's why I think but then again, I also think you pay for a closer when you know you're a contender, and I don't know that this team's a contender right now.
Okay, and so then if that is the case, what about Kumar Rocker? Now, Kumar Rocker as a starter. Oh, as a starter.
Well, if he's not traded in a package with either Simeon or Seager.
And you know what? Especially for Simeon, you do wonder if not only would it not be a return that you would want for Simeon, are you going to have to send away things to get some of that money off the books?
Yeah. No, that's a high possibility.
Well, the issue that you run into there, I think he'll get an opportunity to win a starting spot. I really do. Is that they wanted to redo some of the mechanics, and there's been a little give and take. Yeah,
okay,
pushback.
Let me ask you about that. Do you admire that? That he's not just saying, yes, please change everything about what I do?
Yeah.
That he's a little resistant to it? Because sometimes you see guys that they say, okay, let's change your mechanics. They change them so much, and then they've forgotten what they did well, and they're not good at it anymore. And then they're like, well, then I went back to what I grew up doing so well, and it helped me.
I agree with you depending on how far it goes, because there's been some conflicting reports, right? Like you and I have heard a lot of the similar things of questioning, yes, being presented with evidence that you do need to make a change. If you're like, I don't see it, that you're like, it's right there.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what else to show you. If that is the case, then I think that's problematic. All right, next question. Let's go off of the tenet that maybe they really are fine with not fine, but they're probably not going to be a contender, and they're going to build up with some of the young kids. What is the ETA for Sebastian Walcott, especially if you made more dramatic middle infield moves? I'm not saying you need to do this whatsoever. I think it's perfectly fine to let Sebastian Walcott, who's 19, just stay in the minor leagues for a whole nother other season. That's right. And then maybe trot him out for 2027. But if you were going the more dramatic route, he played well.
I'm curious.
In Double-A.
I'm curious. Can he play third base?
Yeah.
I understand people.
I actually think third base might make more sense. He's got the arm.
Yeah, a lot of people's big concern is his size at shortstop.
Mobility, yeah.
And you're like, well, I mean, look at Corey. Look at a lot of the shortstops right now. They seem to be longer athletes.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know his athleticism. I haven't watched his athleticism enough to know, is he like that nimble dude out there? But if he can play third and you've decided to move on from Josh Young, I'm not saying Josh Smith is your solution at shortstop.
Right.
Because everybody has a different thought on Josh Smith. I've been very adamant about mine. When the coaches tell me that he's an everyday starter, I'll believe it.
Look, and I think you look at the last 2 years, and there's no way that you can go into this season and say you're going to be an everyday starter. I think that would be a terrible idea.
And I didn't keep pushing that idea, what you just said, this past season, because I was really hopeful that he would grow. But he did have a dip at the end of the year. But if Walcott can play third, and he's okay with taking on that position, that's another thing too.
That's a different discussion.
You never really know what an agent is having the argument about. If he can do that, though, I'd be more than happy to see him in that spot and let him grow in it this year. The at-bats are the thing that I think that you're most concerned about with a young hitter at 19 years old.
Yeah.
Is losing confidence at the plate, and you don't want that to happen.
So if I had to guess right now, it would be that Walcott spends most, if not all, of 2026 in the minors, and they keep Corey Seager. But it really does sound like all possible options have been on the table, and then that is where I think the competitive nature of Chris Young comes in. I know nobody wants to lose, but it feels like Chris Young's soul is being crushed at a different level every time they lose. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a difference in terms of what you're willing to do.
And that's why I think this is as free as he's been in a while since 23, Kevin.
Maybe
because
so.
he doesn't feel obligated to some of these guys. Their lack of success the last 2 years also relieves some of that obligation. I don't have to give this guy a chance just because he won us a World Series anymore.
And I'm going to list 3 specific people that I think fit in that category. Adolis, Young, and Heim.
Yep.
Those are the 3. It's more than that at certain times. We've all been frustrated. We've talked about some of the frustrations with Marcus Semien. Those are the 3 that I think of in terms of I'm not constrained either managerial-wise or like fan sentiment-wise to have to stick with them.
You're technically a second, maybe third-tier player on this team specifically.
Yes.
And you have to play at a certain level to maintain that status. You did not maintain it this year.
Yeah. And so while we were in the midst of the baseball playoffs, I just wanted to throw out some of those questions. We'll have plenty of time to start to get the answers or speculate even more, but I thought that was a good place to start.
Good job, man.
Thanks. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway. We will scout the Panthers. Also hear from Brian Schottenheimer. All coming up next right here on The Fan.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On-Time Experts.
Bryce Young got his man! Touchdown! Mitchell Evans! And the Panthers take the lead!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We will hear from Dallas Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer in a few minutes. But right now, it's time to scout the Panthers. Do you want to start with Tet McMillan? Tet McMillan, who obviously a lot of conversation around these parts leading into the draft, he's looking like he still has the potential to be a stud NFL player. It's really early in his career. But early in his career, they are only connecting with him on 56% of the targets, and he has 0 touchdowns.
Yeah, the 0 touchdowns thing is what's really killing me in fantasy football, Kevin, because I do have Ted McMillan running right now. However, he gets 8+ targets every game. And he is, I know you said catching about 50% of those. The last game, it was 75%.
Okay.
So I think, and he did have a really bad game against Atlanta. He only caught 3 of those 8. But he is showing, because I've watched a lot of him, weirdly. I haven't watched a lot of how the offensive line runs the football. I didn't watch a lot of the Dowdle game, but I did watch a lot of Tet because I'm keeping up with his fantasy numbers. He runs some pretty good routes at times, runs some pretty sloppy routes at times. The good ones, Bryce Young definitely finds him, and it's those opportunities, the times that he decides I'm going and I'm perfectly capable of going over the middle of the field and creating first downs. That's what his reliability, Keyshawn Johnson type stuff,
right?
Where you're just like, hey, let's keep these chains moving. That's what Tet's doing really well.
Well, keep an eye on that. If he's going over the middle of the field, Rico Dowdle is going to the right side. Now, you talked about how he's running. Here's what you need to know. Specifically, he piled up yards running to the right side of the formation. 13 carries for 171 yards going to the right. That is the most yards running to the right side of your formation since Derrick Henry 4.5 years ago.
Wow.
So, it was a dominant effort going to the right side. And look, with all due respect to Hubbard, talk about where he is and where he's not, I do not see how you cannot look to replicate that exact formula against a Cowboys team that we've talked about extensively already this week was very disappointing from the run defense aspect.
Yeah, and I guess going, behind Robert Hunt and Taylor Morton is proven successful for them to that right side, and they're a load. They absolutely are, and they got a pretty good coaching change they added to that too. I wanted to add one other thing question one thing about McMillan. How do you feel with the coverage on McMillan, the size wise?
Yeah.
Diggs is the best size connection with him. McMillan's not the burner. He's fast, but he's not a burner.
And that's why I'm probably okay with more of the Diggs matchup because, you noticed something in that game, whether it was kind of the pivot move that just shook Trayvon Diggs and he got lost in that play, or how deep he's been playing on some of these 3rd and 4th clearly passing downs.
Yeah.
He is very concerned about getting beat. Now, I'm not sure if that's a mental aspect from his injury or he is just still slower coming back from that injury, but his level of speed at this point is a concern.
I wonder if it has something to do with the zone, a little bit of the...
Could be.
But I agree with you on the aspect of there was a time when he knew he could catch up no matter what.
Sure.
He even would say that. He was like, I have great catch-up speed.
And maybe that can come back. I don't know.
Maybe not this year.
That's fair.
But I think he's going to be better by the end of the season than he was early in the season just because he had to get his feet back underneath him.
Now, as we bounce back and forth between Tet and Dowdle, this is something where we've talked about Dowdle wanting his revenge, but he was asked about that, and he goes, they better buckle up.
Yeah.
I think they know for sure. I was there for 5 years, and this is the part. They didn't keep me there for 5 years for no reason. I will definitely say that. Looking forward to playing those guys next week. We'll handle it when we get there. I would have never thought we would have to have a discussion about the Rico Dowdle revenge game. Yet, Corey, here we are.
Yeah. Whenever he was in college, that's where a lot of people got really high on Rico Dowdle, was what he did in college.
Among other things,
The injuries were definitely something that plagued him throughout, even college, and then as he got into the NFL, and that kept him off the field. That was a problem. That was a struggle. But when we saw what he could actually do, anytime he was healthy and he got the ball and he got opportunities, he felt pretty good. I still don't understand why it took so ridiculously long last year for Mike McCarthy to go, you know what, Zeke is not the answer, guys. I've finally done all the studies. I went back to my barn, watched all the film, and Zeke, we got to give this ball to Rico. Who in that room finally stood up and said, Rico's the guy? And then
God bless that person.
And then throughout the season, Kevin, as we were watching 4 100-yard games in 5 games, we all said to ourselves, well, he just ran himself out of Dallas.
Yes.
And that was unfortunate.
And that's
for
exactly
us.
what happened.
Yeah.
Now, good news for the Cowboys. The Panthers DC has been there for 3 years, and guess what's been a staple of his 3-year run there? They can't stop the run or tight ends. I'm going to focus more specifically on the tight ends because they actually did a really good job stopping the run this past weekend. Darren Waller was a problem for them all game long. He had 5 targets for 78 yards and a touchdown in the first half, and that was part of the reasons the Dolphins jumped out to a big lead. But they have struggled covering tight ends. And what have we talked about on a week-by-week basis? The historical progress of Jake Ferguson. Now, I know he scored a couple of those touchdowns, but Jake Ferguson can also nickel and dime you to death. And so I do kind of wonder if this could be a game where Jake Ferguson could just chip away at that defense.
Yes, 1,000%. And if you do what you do with Javonte Williams too, chipping away at that, and you get yourself a lead and your defense can keep Carolina from scoring, what's going to end up happening is that defense is going to have to start taking some chances.
Right.
And then you're going to have George Pickens open downfield. And so, yes, Kevin, I think this should be Jake Ferguson Day. But this is the great thing I've really enjoyed about what Schottenheimer's done as a play caller this year is he has been finding, since the first game, I've felt, and maybe the because I didn't feel he did a good enough job of exposing some of what Philadelphia's weaknesses were. The Bears game, they got too far behind and couldn't do what they wanted to do. I blame that game on the defense. But I felt like that Schottenheimer as a play caller has found the weaknesses, attacked them, and been able to balance setting up those weaknesses too for big plays.
There's a lot of similarities between the Panthers pass rush and the Cowboys pass rush. So the Panthers pass rush, they went into that game against the Dolphins. They had 2 sacks all year. We talked about it for the Cowboys. They had 5 all year. And while the Cowboys matched their sack total, the Panthers surpassed theirs in one game. They had 3 sacks. And so this is not a matchup between two phenomenal defensive lines in terms of getting pressure, which, depending on what your offensive line looks like, that could be a really good thing for the Cowboys once again. But when we said the very resistible force against the very movable object, that feels like both of these pass rushes, especially in the first 4 games. But this last weekend, it was big for the Panthers. It was big for the Cowboys. But just watch out for that because both teams have not been so great.
So you're trying to say maybe it's real, maybe it's Taco.
I will say at this point, I'll still believe it's Taco.
Gotcha.
At this point.
There's somebody in the world right now thinking that they just had a stroke. They're like, what are these guys talking about?
Oh, yes. That is
We used to have a segment called Real or Taco when we were on nights. Our boss said, you have to fix that, guys.
We also had a segment called Area 52.
Oh, my gosh.
There were several segments that
we had a lot of fun at night.
Yes.
Man.
Yes, we did. Now, the Panthers defense as a whole.
And that's why you should listen to Fan After Dark.
Absolutely. They're 10th in the league in passing yards allowed. Oh, yeah, okay. They're 14th in the league in rushing yards allowed. Okay, that's not so bad. They're 19th in the league in points allowed. So, you know how we've talked about the Cowboys defense, especially going back to that Jets game where they were getting hit for yards, but they weren't giving up points. The Panthers defense has been almost the exact opposite. Yardage-wise, they've looked very competent this year. But then they give up points.
How much of that is the fact that Bryce Young and the offense turned the ball over to the opponent in shorter situations?
Now, that is problematic for them because you can still count on the Bryce Young turnover just when you need it. He turned the ball over in the Cardinals' first 2 possessions. So look, you're talking about, I know our Carolina's first 2 possessions, against the Dolphins. I know they made the comeback and they won the game, but there's a very real set of reasons that they fell behind 17-0. Part, couldn't cover the tight end. Another part, they kept turning the ball over, and Bryce Young has turned the ball over. Oh, it's time to go to Shoddy right here on the Fan.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. Tyler Guyton, is he still in concussion protocol?
He's finishing it up. He had another exam probably right now, and hopefully he'll be out of it shortly.
Sanborn, is he in the protocol?
Yep, everybody's going through their steps, and he is, and I think everybody's feeling better, but it's a process, as we know.
I think we asked you this last week. How do you deal with starters hurt and the backup, produces maybe beyond his expectations? How do you manage that when an injured player is kind of healthy and wants to come back?
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm a little bit old school. I don't really think that you lose your job because of an injury, but that also doesn't guarantee that you're going to stay the full-time starter. So again, it goes back to the whole mantra of compete every day. And yeah, when guys come back off injuries, they're going to get their spot back, but you do earn more opportunities if you're a backup that goes in and performs well.
Clarence Hill, DLLS Cowboys. Can you update us on anybody you expect back this week that hasn't played a few weeks?
There's guys moving around better. I think as the week goes, there's a few guys that we might be able to get back, but it's hit and miss. Today's a day that you'll probably see more guys on the grass, but being on the grass doesn't necessarily mean that they're cleared to play. So there's a process, that they go through, Clarence, where, it's with, the trainers, and then they do some more on the grass, and then they move into mocks, and then they move into practice. But we are getting healthier. But to the extent of it, I'm not going to share that at this point.
Do we start Rebels window yet, or are we still waiting on that as well?
Still taking our time with that. Young player, very talented player, and just like with all the guys that we have to make these decisions on, we're going to be very selective with that because it does put you in a time frame where you have to make a decision, in 3 weeks. And but I really like what he's doing. Another guy that's out there on the grass doing a lot of good things.
You've shown some accountability with players. Obviously, mentioned Diggs a couple of weeks ago for the first couple of series, and last week you made some changes with Elam. Do you talk to players about that? How do you hold them accountable? Let them know, hey, this is what's best for the team, and we're just going to put the best player we think. How are you handling those type of things?
Yeah, I try to get to each player. I think it's important. If for some reason I don't, the position coach definitely does. But in those cases, you have real conversations. I think the player deserves to understand why the decision's being made, and it's our job to explain to them. And it's nothing that's, I hate the word, benching. To me, it's more about giving someone else another opportunity. Letting somebody that's competed well at a high level go do that. These players don't necessarily get benched. They're held accountable, but the communication piece is very important to me, just because I think they deserve to know, and that's our job, to have those hard conversations.
Brian Toddarch with ESPN. You've talked before how Clayton Adams was a guy that you had noticed before, and how did he get on your radar? Was there someone that you worked with, or you just were watching Arizona film? How did that all?
No, it goes back to Indianapolis. When he was a tight end coach in Indianapolis, I knew some guys on that staff that just, when you're making your phone calls over the summer, which is what I do, because I don't have, other than hang with my family, much better to do than check in and see who some of the coaches are that maybe you don't know. And yeah, his name came up, and they just said, turn on the film. I coached a guy by the name of Jack Doyle when I was in Indianapolis, and Jack raved about Clayton. And so he kind of came on my radar, and then when I got a chance to spend some time with him, we played the Colts, I think the year I was a consultant, we played them. And so I met him before the game, and we just kind of, tried to do that. I'm not a big pregame talker, but he was a guy I actually looked for. I wanted to go say hello and introduce myself, and we just kind of stayed in touch after that.
And then switching topics, third straight year you guys have played the Panthers. What benefit is that in terms of preparation, maybe on both sides of the ball?
Yeah, I mean, I think you know some of the people. I think I know the staff there very well. I hold them all in high regard, having been with Dave Canales and Pat McPherson, Will Harriger, Brad Idzik. I've competed against Ejiro a bunch. I see them playing with a lot of confidence right now. I see them playing very well at home. I think they're 2-0 at home. They got Derek Brown back on defense. So familiarity on both sides, but as you guys all know, it's going to come down to how we both perform on Sunday afternoon. But Dave, has them playing with a lot of confidence.
John Machado with The Athletic. While talking about you after the game, Dak said when you get to game day, he talks about playing free and being loose, and he's the epitome of that. If you want to see somebody who's enjoying the moment, it's Shoddy. So just kind of where do you think that comes from, and why do you think that's important?
The reason I laugh is because I think of some of the things I say. I tend to sing songs sometimes, when I'm out there. I told Dak in the third quarter, I said, yeah, I suck right now, but I'll come back. And then we hit the big play to Pickens, and I said, hey, I'm back. Look, I've always talked about how blessed I am, and just to be in this position, just to be coaching in the NFL, and then to be leading these young men, so there's stressful moments for sure. You ask the guys that coach with me and play for me. I've got a temper, but I try to keep it loose and light, and I like to have fun with it.
You've been obviously other stops, other teams. Is there maybe some even more importance to have something like that with the Dallas Cowboys, because there is always so much going on? They are a team that's always in the spotlight. There is a lot of drama and things that come with it, that maybe that helps.
John, I don't know. I don't really know. I never look at this as like, maybe because I was a 32-year-old, 33-year-old coordinator in New York, and we were doing Hard Knocks, and I was trying to find my way, leading men, and I'm coaching Brett Favre, who's 40 years old. So I don't look at it that way. I think it's important. I think it's how you should approach playing this game. All you can do is over try. I mean, you can truly go out there and because it's so important that, hey, we're playing, the Seahawks, and man, I got to show them they should have never fired me in 2020, and I'm going to show them, and you mess up, because you're trying too hard. You put the work in during the week, you get the preparation done, you get the players to feel confident, and then you go out on game day and you just let it rip, man. You just let it go, and I think that's how you handle the ups and downs, of this game. And I mean, I was tired. The players were tired after Sunday. The emotions of it, up and the downs, and it's like a game where you feel like we had the game in hand most of the time, but there's constantly things going on, and I think really, trying to get these guys to understand to play free and relax is the best way to go out there and be the best version of yourself.
Nick Harris, 4-Star Telegram. Do you remember that summer conversation, who it was with that pointed you to Clayton Adams?
Might have been Chris Ballard. I don't. I know I talked to a number of people in the building. I don't remember per se. Matt Turpinning was a guy I know I talked to about Clayton. He's a big personnel guy there. But it's usually multiple people. I mean, I usually get the name from 2 or 3 people before I ever pick up the phone and call. And it's probably weird, hey, Brian Schottenheimer, how you doing? Nice to meet you. Hey, just wanted to talk to you. I mean, but that's the type of guy I am. I cold call people all the time.
And then going into the interview process, was that kind of your focus? Was it Clayton Adams, or was it really okay, let's look at these couple of guys, and Clayton showed up?
No, I mean, again, I wanted to get Clayton in front of the staff. I wanted to get Clayton in front of Jerry. I think it, and Steven. I think it helps that. Matt Eberflus was a huge proponent of Clayton. They had been together. Tyler Boyles, my chief of staff, was with him. But no, I mean, it was a very open search. And then when Clayton came in here along with a couple of the other guys, I think he did a great job of kind of separating himself, and he fit he fit what we were looking for.
How long did it take for him to really settle in, do you think, and once he arrived on the job? Was it
No, I don't think it's ever quick. I think it takes time. It's no different than me sitting in this chair. It takes time. But I will say this. I think, over the past 6-8 weeks, since we've gotten back to Dallas, I think he's really finding his flow. Like I said, he does an incredible job with the staff of delegating and doing different things. He's great in front of the room. He's a little bit like me that, John was talking about. He's a loose guy that likes to have a good time, and I've told you guys, you need to go take him to go get drinks. He's just an incredible personality. He's funny as anything, and the players kind of feed off of him.
Hey, Coach Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. J.C. Horn,
he was a guy that the Cowboys had some pre-draft interest in. Can you just talk about the challenges of going against him and why he makes it so difficult on the opposing wide receiver?
Yeah, well, first of all, I mean, I know his dad. Joe Horn played for my dad, and I was on the staff as a young QC when Joe was there, and so really, love Joe, and he's obviously done a great job mentoring, JC, and yeah, just dynamic coverage skills. I mean, really, he's competitive, very confident, great transition. I can see why the Cowboys and a lot of teams coveted him. I think he's playing at a high level, with the way he not only covers, but the way he tackles. He's an excellent blitzer. He got free on us last year in a game, a little corner blitz, on third down that we mis-ID'd. And, there's a lot to like.
All right, Joe.
Joe Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. What does marrying the run and the pass mean to you, and where does that philosophy come from?
Marrying the run and the pass means that, there's no scouting giveaways. There's no tells. There's no where, hey, if we're in the gun, we're throwing it. If we're under, we're running it. If we're in, 2x2 with both edges closed, it's 85% run. Runs that we have in the game, we're going to have action passes off of that and vice versa. And I think that's what, there's so much technology now, Joe, in terms of our ability to get information that everyone, the coaches give it to the players have it, that if you don't do that, you are battling uphill because they're obviously all very, very talented players, very intelligent, great coaches. If you don't do that, then, in my opinion, there's going to be a handful of plays in a game, which every play matters, that the defense is predicting or the offense is predicting what you're going to do. And so, I think, we actually have people that's all they do. Hey, tell us about this. Some of it's analytics. Some of them are coaches. I won't get into specifics of it, but they literally are looking for trends, and then we're going to break those trends. Because if you break those trends early in games, for example, in the openers, then what the players say is, okay, that doesn't hold up. So I remember playing San Francisco and Fred Warner. Well, I'll go Carolina. Luke Kuechly. I mean, the guy's one of the best to ever do it in terms of diagnosing things and having tells. And Russ coming off the bench and be like, yeah, he's calling out every play. Like literally, he's calling out every play. I was like, what do you mean? He's like, he's calling out every play. Trap here, three step there. And so I think the guys that overdo the studying, you can use it as an advantage because otherwise you're playing into their hands.
And then TJ Bass and Brock Hoffman, they're really close. They locker room mates. One's quiet, one's loud.
One wears face paint, one doesn't.
Yeah.
One talks trash to everybody and one doesn't.
Well, their relationship, obviously, how much does that help because they've been called upon a lot at the same time. How much does that relationship help them to be called upon together?
Yeah, I think, it goes back to the fact that they've practiced together a lot. I mean, I talk a lot about Brock, so I'm going to talk about TJ for a second. I mean, TJ's a guy that we really loved coming out of Oregon, played tackle there. He is an extremely talented football player that at times, he early on as a player, he wasn't a great practice player. And you guys know how important practice is to me. And there's been times I've literally had to kick him in the butt and be like, come on, man, you got to go. Come on, we need more from you in practice. But he's really grown. He's really matured. You watch him practice now, and you see the intentionality. You see how important it is to him. And he is playing at a high level. But it goes back to the relationships. It goes back to the culture. It goes back to the connection. I mean, every Thursday night, these guys go to dinner together, and the quarterbacks go, and tight ends come sometimes. And I think who bought last week? I think it was BB or maybe Brock. But that's what we want these guys to do. And those two guys have a very special relationship.
Skyler.
Skyler Dixon with the AP. Alvin was asking earlier about backups shining and what that means for the starters coming back. I wondered as a play caller at receiver, obviously a good problem to have when you've got guys emerging and those guys emerging. But when you're calling plays in a game, and I know the game day roster limits the numbers, but can you get yourself kind of too tied up in trying to get all those guys involved, or is it pretty easy to just kind of not worry about that?
I don't really call plays, to try to get a ball to a spot on the field. I call plays to get balls to people. Like the big third down, the first third down of the game that Flournoy, caught. that was designed to get him the ball. That was the design. It was the first progression. Now I wasn't predicting he was going to catch it and pull away and pull out of the first tackle and go down there and do that. That caught me by surprise in a good way. Another touch for Flo, because I'm assuming that's who you're talking about, was, we were in 2 minute, we were going fast, and we got him to jump. And so free play response means everybody goes deep and you take your shot. And so, incredible catch. Dak put it in a spot where he could get it. He had the power to step inside of the corner. And but you're always going to feature your quote-unquote elite players. We've got a lot of elite players, but again, I'm going to say this about Dak. What Dak's doing an incredible job of right now is he's just reading progressions. And the first open guy is going to get the ball, and I think that's what we're seeing.
Babe
Loffberg, 105.3 The Fan, Cowboys Radio. So, Brian, no matter how hard one works, there's only so much time in the day. And I'm sure when you were the coordinator and play caller, not a head coach, you thought, man, I don't have an extra 10 minutes in my day. Now you're doing all that, and you've got the media, you've got everything else you're dealing with. So have you come to a good place where your allocation of time is divided the way you want it, or are you still kind of learning how to allocate your time?
I think you're always learning, babe. I think I am better. I think that was something that Jerry and I talked about very frankly. I think it was just the two of us actually before he offered me the job, as he was obviously concerned about that. Okay, you've never been a head coach. How are you going to do this? And I, again, went back to some of my strengths, and that's my ability to communicate and to, allocate things to people I trust. Why was Ryan Feeder such an important hire for me? Because I knew I could hand off the game management stuff and not have to be stressed about it. I would hear his voice. Why was Clayton Adams such an important hire for me? I knew I wouldn't have to sit in every run game meeting. Why was Matt Eberflus such an important hire for me? I knew that the defense would be, a well thought out scheme with the principles that I believe in and things like that. But I think you're always learning. I don't sleep a whole lot anyways. Probably need to. My wife actually said to me yesterday I look tired. I said, that's okay. I'll get through it. But I do think a strength of mine is using the people that I've hired because I believe in them. I'm going to hold them accountable. And if there's things I don't like, they'll know about it. But I do think that the staff was built the right way because I knew that I couldn't be in every room at every point in time. Nick Sorensen, another guy I should have mentioned. I trust Nick. I'm not in every special teams meeting. I can't. I'm with quarterbacks. So you have to trust the people you hire and let them do their jobs.
Garrett
Podell, CBS Sports. Brian, you mentioned that trust in Clayton. Why do you trust him to have kind of full autonomy over the run game, given it's his first year as an OC?
I've seen him do it. Again, you got to remember now, we sat here in the spring from 7 a.m. till 11 o'clock at night building this thing. And there was really hard conversations, and there were things I was like, yep, I like that. It makes perfect sense. And there's things I'm like, nope, I would never call that. And he's very humble in a good way. I think you have to be as a coordinator for a offensive-minded head coach. But, man, Garrett, we've had so many, real conversations. And, I know about him as a husband and a father with his beautiful girls and their soccer careers and things like that. We don't just talk about football. If all you do as a coach is talk about football, then you're fooling yourself because you're not going to get people to buy into what you're doing. And then when you have to jump people's asses, which I do probably at times, my wife says too much, then they're going to push back, and that's never a good thing. But, yeah, he and I have had a lot of great football conversations, a lot of great conversations about life, and that's why I trust him.
What's the conversation like slowing down someone like Rico Dowdle, an NFC offensive player that we just went for 200 last week?
Yeah, it's hard. Rico's a really skilled runner. He's got great vision. He runs hard. The guys that have been around, which we've got a ton of new faces, they don't realize the power that he has. Rico was a guy that, we considered keeping, and we kind of fell in love with Javonte. Were we right? I don't know. Javonte's doing great. Rico's doing great. But the Carolina Panthers are a damn good run team, and that's not just because of Rico. It's because of their offensive line. But I'm proud of Rico.
Tom
Yarish, DallasCowboys.com. Going back to the third straight year playing Carolina, where have you seen Bryce Young
improve year by year, or just where he's gone year by year?
Yeah, more comfortable. And I think, here's a guy who had a first-time head coach, not a first-year head coach get fired, and then a new play caller took over his first year. Went from Frank Reich to Thomas Brown, who TB's a really good friend of mine, good coach. He's in New England now. To Dave coming in, and then, Brad Idzik and, Dave being the play caller. He's more comfortable. I mean, I think anytime we talk about bringing the team back, were they down 17, I think, nothing last week against Miami. To be able to go and do that, that's growth and that's maturity, and that's something that he'll pull from, and the guys will have confidence. Tet McMillan was a great draft pick. You guys know we loved Tet, had some love for him. They're using, Hunter Renfrow the right way, in my opinion. On third down, he's very active in the way they target him, and they've got a stable of backs. I mean, it's not just Rico. I mean, Hubbard's a great player. Etienne's a great player. They know how to run it. I mean, their run game system's been in place for a while around the league, going back to Tampa Bay with their line coaches. And there's a commitment there to run the football, which it's no surprise. Dave came from Seattle. Pete Carroll. Well, he better be able to run the football.
There you go, Brian Schottenheimer right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will have a special edition of the C Block starring Corey Majors and Stars guest Robert Tiffin right here on The Fan.
at Saffron squad?
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block with special guest from starsthoughts.com. It is Robert Tiffin. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good to talk to you guys.
Is it weird that in a time when we're like 30 hours away from the start of the Stars season, a lot of the preseason talks, specifically in the last week, has been, hey, what city are they going to move to?
Yeah, that feels like the business side of sports, right? It's always kind of lurking there, overshadowing everything, and you never know when it's going to rear its ugly head.
Do you get a good sense of which city is the most logical one for this team?
Well, the report's coming out on, 5 o'clock on a Friday, which is always a great time for a news dump like that, right? The report seemed to suggest that Plano had a lot going for it. And, if you believe all the talk about the real estate, I think President and CEO Brad Alberts also, mentioned that in some other reports in the morning news and some other places about, they're looking at how can we get revenue every day of the year? And, sports stadiums these days, it's more about the real estate venture and all the other businesses, the Texas Live stuff we see the Rangers do. And everyone knows Jerry Jones owns half of Arlington at this point, I think. So, you can see how that model would appeal to them and how downtown would be a tougher proposition to find that much property.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Now, Robert, when Glenn Gullitson was originally here, Kevin and I both had a good opportunity to get to know him. He was on with us frequently when we were just a weekend show at the time. And so we got a good vibe of what he was back then. What is your idea of the vibe with him right now, and how do you feel his overall strategy is going to differ from what we've seen in the past with DeBoer?
Yeah, it's interesting just having gotten to know him a little bit myself over the past couple of months since he was introduced here and hired and brought in. He's really upfront about how much he's learned since then. He uses the word green a lot to describe him from back in the day. And he's also been pretty clear that while they don't want to, reinvent the wheel and change a lot because, the people probably know it's a pretty good hockey team. They made it to the semifinals or third round or Western Conference final, whatever you want to call it. They've made it deep into the playoffs for 3 years in a row. And anyone who remembers Goldson's first stint knows that was not always a guarantee at all with this team for the past 15 years. So he doesn't want to reinvent the wheel, but they are doing some new things. It's pretty clear to me that part of his kind of interview process was him saying, hey, here's what I'm going to change. And he's been pretty vocal about those things involving the defensive zone and a little bit about the forecheck and maybe even having more of a kind of traditional fourth line than we saw with DeBoer, where they rolled four lines kind of all looking to score.
Now, I know it can be a positive, like you were saying, to come into a really, really good team, but also, like, how intimidating can that be knowing, well, they did fire their last coach after he made it to 3 straight, as you just brought up, Western Conference Finals. That feels like that could be a bit overwhelming in the back of your head.
Yeah, on the one hand, he was asked about this, I guess it was a week or two ago now, but they asked him, like, will you consider it a failure if you guys don't go all the way or something like that? And he, to his credit, and I have found him so far to be a pretty frank and honest sort of, again, we'll see how it goes as the season gets going, but he's been pretty honest and frank about stuff. And he was pretty clear that, no, the season isn't measured on, whether you get all the way or not. It's about a lot of different things. They've got a really good team, and obviously you don't usually see a coaching change when you've been that successful for 3 years in a row. So he's been pretty vocal about how excited he is because, boy, talk about, it couldn't be any more different than his first stint when he came on kind of knowing the team and the organization was in a pretty tough spot. Whereas opposed to now, he's kind of coming in with, you've got a ready-made cup contender, and boom, you get to bring this guy in who coach for a team that made the Stanley Cup Finals, 2 years in a row. So I think he's more excited than intimidated. That's the sense I get, because he knows how good this team is. But of course, those expectations are going to be in the background all year long. And, they start off with a pretty tough schedule. So certainly if they scuffle a little bit early on, I'm sure you'll hear some whispers about, oh boy, I don't know. So we'll see how it goes.
All right. So I'm glad you added the last part, because I know he can say it's not a failure if they don't go all the way. But I, as a fan, can sit here and think it's a failure of a season if they don't go all the way, right?
Yeah, legally, we've not found a way to stop fans from being fans yet. So until that technology is introduced, you're allowed to do that.
Okay, good. I'm glad that you said that. Hey, by the way, you were just talking about, made reference to Gulletson, and we've talked a lot the last couple of days about the Oilers. What did you think about the power move from Connor McDavid to essentially say, all right, everybody, you got 730 days to figure this out or I'm gone?
Yeah. It's funny. I asked Gulletson about this yesterday, actually. We were talking about a couple of things, and he said he wasn't surprised a bit. For him, it's been really clear. He knows Connor McDavid probably just about as well as any coach in the league. I mean, he was there for 7 years in Edmonton and coaching their power play the whole time, which, most people probably know Connor McDavid's a pretty big part of that power play.
Yeah.
And he said he wasn't surprised. For him, it really is true. For McDavid, it's all about winning. It's not about the dough. And, just sticking with his same salary, even as we've seen everything else kind of explode recently around the NHL in terms of salaries, McDavid, it's pretty clear. He's telling the team, okay, I'll give it another shot, and I'm not going to be the reason you can't fill out the edges of the roster because I'm taking some huge cap hit. But I'm also not promising to be here for another decade. You guys got to show that we can actually win here, and if not, I've got a pretty easy exit strategy in a couple of years.
Man, and he took a massive pay cut. Like I think we all could have easily seen him kind of probably tip the scale at $20 million per year. So for him to pop in at 12.5, that felt like a huge discount.
Yeah, the comparison I've seen is to, Sidney Crosby famously kind of took a $8.7 million salary for a long time to match his number. And I really think that if you're Connor McDavid, you're approaching 30 in your career, you're looking around and you're thinking about the legacy of these other first overall picks who were franchise guys and kind of the guys you're following in the footsteps of. And, whether it's Nate McKinnon in Colorado, who was on a really good value deal for a while, whether it's Sidney Crosby, even Alex Ovechkin eventually won his cup a little bit older, a little bit later on. I think McDavid doesn't want to be the guy who got his bag and made his pile, but ultimately, the talk is, well, boy, that team sure paid him, but they never could quite surround him with the supporting cast. I think for him, it's all about winning in his legacy at this point in his career. He doesn't want to be the guy who's lurking into 34, 35 and, having to go team by team each year to try to find a cup. He really wants to win, and he's okay with taking a discount to make that a little bit more possible.
All right. Since you've been covering the team for a good little bit now, I know everybody wants to get paid, but are there stars players that you think of when you're like, man, that is somebody who would rather die than not win? You know what I'm saying? Like that has that same level of mentality.
It's funny enough, the Stars only have 2 Stanley Cup winners on their roster. One of them is Mikko Rantanen, of course, who won with Colorado a few years ago. But the other one is Tyler Seguin, who won really, really early in his career in Boston. I think it was technically his rookie season. And my read from all the conversations I've had with Tyler Seguin over the past year and change now is that winning a cup in Dallas, and he said this explicitly, winning a cup in Dallas is his biggest goal in his career at this point. He's not thinking about milestones or scoring records or anything. He wants to, he's been here 12 years now. What, 12?
Has it really been that long?
Yep.
Holy moly.
Yeah, 2013. So I think this will be his 13th season in Dallas. He wants to bring a cup here. He's been here a long time. He said he wants to stay in Texas after his career's done, whenever that is. He really does consider it his home here. Here's where he wants to raise his family. He has a young daughter that he and his wife had last year. So I really do think, certainly Jamie Benn, everyone would put at the top of that list, who's recovering. He's never won. But aside from those guys who've never won, those veterans kind of getting up there like Ben, I low-key actually think for Tyler Seguin, even though he has one cup under his belt, I think it would mean as much as it would to anyone for him to win one too.
How is Jamie doing?
The update we got is that he's about 2 weeks away, according to Glenn Golitzin, from beginning kind of the work. You have to be shut down. When you get a hole in your lung, apparently it's a big deal, and you're not supposed to breathe too hard. So,
right.
Jamie was at the rink yesterday. We saw him just kind of out there in street clothes watching practice. And Golitzin said walking around is about all he can do right now. But of course, it was good to see him there. Golitzin had the great line about the last thing that Jamie Benn wants is sympathy. So he didn't want anyone visiting him when he was in the hospital. And Golitzin said he's pretty sure Jordy Benn, his brother, had to sneak into the hospital just to be allowed to visit Jamie while he was there. So,
and he was probably enraged when he saw him.
Oh, I can only imagine. That was probably the most taxing thing on his lungs, is screaming at his brother. But yeah. Now that he's back around the team, that's a good sign for everyone. And the hope is that in about 2 weeks here, he'll be able to start working his way back.
That's great to hear right there. I am kind of curious how these defensive pairings might look this season and what your expectation is for that group.
Yeah, on defense, it's interesting because Nils Lundqvist, who got hurt about halfway through the season, fans might remember, Jim Nill, the first time he ever traded a first-round pick after almost 9 years of being the Stars GM, he traded a first-round pick to get Nils Lundqvist in 2022, and he just hasn't quite, under Pete DeBoer, he never quite was able to either take that step or something else got in the way, whether, it's the playoffs and you know what, we have to prioritize more veteran experience or bigger size. Or last year, Lundqvist got injured right around the same time as Heiskanen, which is really unfortunate because that would have been a great chance for Lundqvist to really step up and fill that hole left by Heiskanen. But he got hurt and missed the rest of the season also. So he's going to start on a pair with Thomas Harley, whereas Heiskanen's going to start with Esa Lindell. So splitting up Harley and Heiskanen, at least for the bulk of the game. I'm sure you could see them reunited, late in the game if they're trailing, put kind of a super pairing out there. But those two pairings should be really interesting to see because if Harley and Lundqvist can actually be a good, stable second pairing, that gives the Stars two really dangerous pairings when you have Heiskanen on one and Harley on the other who can really move the puck up the ice. So I think that's the plan. And then, of course, you've got Lee and Bischel on that third pairing who can just hit anyone through the board.
Yes.
So,
yes.
It looks as good as it has in recent years.
Okay. So you just hit that because when you were talking about the second pairing, you said interesting. And now obviously interesting can flow one distinct way or another. But you just said, if I heard correctly, it looks as good as it probably has the last few years because it feels like we've had a lot of repetitive conversations about, I don't know about that third line or I don't know how many blue liners they really got. So you are feeling confident about the defense?
Yeah, I think so. Now, Chris Tanev, when they got him at the deadline 2 years ago, he was unquestionably that top four piece that really Jim Nill's been looking for a long, long time. A long time. They've been looking for that player. Stephen Johns, way back in the day, was going to be that player, but of course his career unfortunately ended due to post-concussion headaches and things like that, which is really unfortunate. But they had Tanev briefly, but if you remember, even 2 years ago when they did have Tanev in the playoffs, that's the same playoffs where DeBoer basically chose to just roll five defensemen because Nils Lundqvist was basically playing 2 minutes and then get benched for the rest of the game until they finally brought Alex Petrovic up for the first time to finally kind of round out the pairings. But even then, they didn't have Lee and Bischel up quite yet. So now that they have Lee and Bischel, who's a really, really promising, a huge young defenseman who can skate, who's really big, he's going to lead the team in hits this year again, I'm sure. And then if Lundqvist, to me, he's the biggest X factor. If he can be a stable second pairing defenseman next to Harley, he doesn't have to be a power play guy or anything like that, then I think the Stars could have three bona fide solid pairings, which they really haven't had for a long time.
Is Bischel the most gigantic human being you've seen in real life on a consistent basis?
I would put him right up there with I met Darian Hatcher last year.
Oh yeah.
I would put them on a similar level. I think Hatcher there's a little bit more of an aura around him, and he's also just bigger in every sense, right? Hatcher's, Bischel is still just 21 years old, I think. So he hasn't quite filled out in all the ways, that Hatcher did when we saw him in the prime of his career. But Bischel is huge when you see him, especially if there's times we see him in the room coming off the ice, he's still in skates.
Oh yeah.
And the phrase towering over you, that is invented to describe Lee and Bischel. Absolutely. He's massive.
I remember seeing Darian Hatcher walking through North Park Mall with his child on his shoulder, and I was terrified for that child. I was like, that is so high. up in the air. All this being said, Robert, does it?
Please, will you ask him if he still thinks Darian Hatcher could kick some ass?
Yeah, I mean, he just basically told us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, since this is public, absolutely, I am not going to disparage Darian Hatcher in any way whatsoever. Yeah.
I was going to say, does any of this matter though? The Panthers won the game one last night. Aren't they just starting their tour right now?
Yeah, the hope, if you're the Stars, the hope you kind of have as far as can anyone else finally climb that mountain, because they've been getting knocked out by Edmonton the last couple of years, and Edmonton's been getting pretty much trounced by Florida the last couple of years.
Yeah.
But if there's hope, it's that Florida is missing a couple pieces. Matthew Tkachuk's going to be out till at least December, and then Alexander Barkov's going to be out for at least most of the season, if not all. They're not sure yet, but Barkov did his ACL and his MCL in practice actually during the preseason. So that was a crushing blow for the Panthers. That's their captain and one of their very best players. So the window might be a little bit more open. We'll see. Of course, you could imagine in Edmonton they have all the incentive in the world now to win absolutely right now, because if you don't, then McDavid's gone in a couple of years. So it's going to be tough, but I think if you're the Stars, you still feel like your window is pretty wide open. And if anything, the best team in the league just got a little bit more beatable. So that's a little bit of good news. There we
go.
Well, hopefully people have learned by listening to you with us last season and now to kick off this that you want to be in the loop. starsthoughts.com is the place to go and the place to go subscribe. I know you're also a regular on with the Spits and Suds podcast. We love having you on, man. Thank you for the time and information.
Anytime, you guys. Always enjoy it.
There you go. Robert Tiffin.
That dude's so good.
He is. Starsthoughts.com. And he also publicly acknowledged the awesome physical specimen that is Mr. Hatcher.
He's a giant, dude.
I loved his answer of, well, I mean, especially...
It's a public forum here. I better make sure,
Coming up next, this has been, I don't know, 7.5 months in the making.
Mike should be here for this.
That is a good point. It is time for My Buddy's an Idiot, but also we will have on from FC Dallas, Lawless Abubakar. That is the player that back at the end of February, I asked him about celebrating his Christmas birthday, and he said he did not celebrate Christmas, and we still get texts about that every single Wednesday. He will be back as well. All of that next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Third and short. First down, DeMercado off to the races. 20, 10, touchdown. Did he drop it early? Boy, that's going to be close. Oh, my goodness. Boy, he extended it with his hand a little bit. Did Sneed's trying to say that he got the ball out.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for a little bit of My Buddy's an Idiot. And I will preemptively say, at least partially starring me. As in a few minutes, we're going to have Lawless Abubakar right here on 105.3 The Fan. And as the FC Dallas player that I asked about Christmas 7 months ago, because that's when his birthday is, he does not celebrate Christmas. Ever since then, every single week, I get people telling me to ask FC Dallas players about Easter, the resurrection, the crucifixion.
Dude, it goes as far as, like, ask Jerry these questions, too. Hey, dude, don't forget, ask him like you did Lawless.
Yes. So, we'll see how that goes. All right. Do you think that the Cardinals are idiots because of what resulted from that play that we just played? Jonathan Gannon got in DeMarcado's face, and the Cardinals have fined Jonathan Gannon $100,000. Not the league, the Cardinals. And they said there will be no more discipline. Do you think they're idiots for that? Or when you, like, kind of push someone or whatever, are you going to get a fine? Did you think it was a difference between, like, hey, come on, man, you got this, and
yeah, I thought there was a difference.
Okay.
That looked like I don't have the audio. They have the audio. I mean, you see the sounds from the sideline with the Cowboys all the time. You know that they have the audio. They know what he said.
And you think he's like, hey, dip ass be better?
Probably. So if that was, now he also put his hands on a player, and I wonder if that's a big deal.
Fair question.
You know, I have no clue what the CBA says about anything like that. But they also probably want a little bit better from their head coach in that moment. Now, I understand being that ticked off. You lost the game because of it, dude. You lost the game. That was where it started for you. But I think that's the big factor there.
Now,
I didn't like that he apologized for because it sounded like the apology was for the reaction, not that action. And the reaction was right. That one action was wrong. But the reaction of being that disappointed, that upset, that angry, absolutely was the right thing.
Now, is Restaurant Technologies an idiot in this situation? Do you know who Perry Toll is? I guarantee you do. You just might not know his name.
Creator of the Toll Road.
That's spelled differently, but screw him if that's the case. No, he is the person who it really sounds like valiantly fought off impaired Mark Sanchez to do his job. That's the guy. He got stabbed. He went to the hospital, and now he might get fired because he had a knife, and that is apparently in violation of his company's no weapon policy. So this reminds me selfishly of when I got fired from Blockbuster for kicking in that window when I was trying to protect them. Is this dude going to get fired from his job?
For self-defense.
Yes, because he was trying to protect the grease. Remember, that's what Mark Sanchez goes, and I want you to change the grease.
I talked to the manager.
Yeah, and you can't park there. He talked to the manager about all these issues while...
When?
He didn't. So
this makes me mad.
It hasn't happened yet, but it could.
I'm mad preemptively.
Okay.
Because I feel like, Kevin, there's a possibility that he's going to be affected more by this than Mark Sanchez is.
I could see that.
And that's going to infuriate me. And the streets should rise up from that.
Oh my goodness.
I don't have any answers that's not a call to action.
It felt like one.
I should probably really back off that one.
Yeah, hopefully.
It will really irritate me, though, if that's the case, because it doesn't seem like, high-profile person. Well, even though he was in the wrong,
yes,
this guy on a technicality.
Oh, yeah.
Which, I mean, this is the same as if you're on the road and you have a car that's not registered.
Yes.
And you get in a wreck, your car shouldn't have been on the road.
Yeah.
So that doesn't matter if you got hit, in my opinion. you shouldn't have been on the road in the first place. Weird, man. It's a wild world.
Now, is every single person who fell for LeBron James nonsense an idiot, or is it LeBron James for putting out the second decision?
I really thought when I saw one commercial for it, and I was like, oh, he's retiring.
Yeah.
That was exactly what I was thinking. And then I moved on with my life.
Yeah, and you notice we did not talk about it at all on Tuesday or Monday. We didn't talk about it at all yesterday. But I did see a graphic this morning that said average ticket prices to that final Lakers home game went from like $88 to $520 because everybody thought the same thing.
Jeez, man. I will say this. Dude does know how to get attention.
That was a good marketing ploy.
But as I just said, when I thought he retired and moved on with my life, just as I saw that the announcement he made, I had moved on with my life as well.
There you go. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, joining the show from FC Dallas, it is Lala Sabubakar. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys. How are we doing?
We're doing good. Did you get the opportunity to talk with your buddy Paxton Pomykal after his interview with us last week?
I did.
Did he give you the breakdown of the level of embarrassment I still carry over asking you about your birthday on Christmas?
I know he did. He did talk to me about it, and I it was a little bit funny though. And I was like, yeah, they didn't realize I don't celebrate Christmas, but I only get one present. You know, that's my birthday present. But that was funny.
So we do interviews with somebody from the club every single Wednesday. That interview happened at the end of February. I kid you not. Every single Wednesday, regardless of who we have on from FC Dallas, they're like, hey, don't ask him about his birthday or don't ask about every single week, man.
So I always get that question. Do you get two presents on Christmas? And I said, oh no, I don't celebrate Christmas, so I only get one present. But yeah.
Well, I have learned a big lesson from that, and I promise I have used it now in my interviews going forward. I try to stay away from asking questions about religion or birthdays. So I promise I have learned from that.
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. You're good. It's all good.
Now, on the field, and thank you
I'm
for
so
being
happy y'all were able to make that moment happen.
Thank you for being a good sport about that. I really appreciate it. Now, on the field, last 8 matches, FC Dallas has not lost. 4 wins, 4 draws. You guys haven't lost a match since the end of July. What has that done to change the team's confidence going into these last 2 matches for the regular season?
I mean, it's huge. It's huge. You can tell now every game that we play, we approach, or every game that we approach it as a final. Every single game is a final for us. So. And every single player has bought in it. We understand the magnitude of each game. And everybody, everyone is just ready. Whatever the coaches, talk to us about. We just bought into it and just ready for each game. And you can tell togetherness. We play together. We play for each other. We fight for each other. I think that's the key, the togetherness is there. We got each other's back, and that's what is getting us going.
Have you felt the reciprocation from the fans too in this stretch, since y'all been playing with a different vibe, and I think the fan base is really excited about it right now?
Yeah, we do. I mean, the reason why we're doing really well now, because, you can feel the support, every single home game, even on the road, we see them, and they are support, they are the 11th man on the field, and they help us a lot, they help us a lot. Every time we come out, we see them, it's just extra motivation, and we play for them, and it's just beautiful.
How much do you think the matchup's going to change now that you guys are playing the Galaxy again? I know we're switching venues. I know it's a week apart, but y'all just beat the Galaxy. How different do you think this next match is going to be against them?
That's a good question. I think, we like I said, the way we play now, I don't think a lot is going to change. We're just going to be, the same, play the way we play, trusting each other. We got each other's back. We go out there with whatever the coaches is going to, tell us to do. We just buy into it and, be ready for it and go out there and, do our thing. So it's gonna. I don't think much is gonna change. Like you said, we just played them, a couple of days ago. We just gotta be ready and, for the game. Yeah.
Are you able to ignore the rest of the teams in the standings and just be like, hey, if we just get 3 points, we're good to go? Or do you look at the other results across the league?
No, I think this is the game. This is it. This is the game. We don't want to, today in the meeting, coach was saying, we don't want to go into the final day thinking about getting 3 points. I mean, we need it, but this is the game. This is the game that we need the most 3 points, than ever. I think this is the game. Just do whatever it takes, get a 3 points, and don't go into the decision day not thinking of too much about you need to win, but. This is the game. Like I said, we need to be ready. Go out there, whatever it takes for us to get 3 points, get the 3 points, and then whatever happens on decision day, we go from there.
Can I tell you one more story about our original interview back at the end of February?
Yeah, I wanna hear.
So, one of our co-hosts at the time, who's now a broadcaster for the Texas Rangers, when we interviewed you. We were in Arizona at Rangers spring training. As soon as we finished the show, we saw a Rangers player, Marcus Semien, in the parking lot, and our co-host sprinted over to him, and he's like, Marcus, you got to hear this. My guy Kevin right here just asked an FC Dallas player about his birthday, and it's on Christmas, and he didn't celebrate, and they laughed and laughed and laughed. So
redemption for Kevin today, huh?
I know, exactly.
Well, thank you very much for providing this redemption for me. And
awesome.
Obviously, you guys have been rocking and rolling the last couple months. But like you said, it's all about the LA Galaxy match this weekend. We'll all be focused. We'll all be rooting. Thank you very much for your time, good sir.
Thank you, man. Thank you, guys. I appreciate everything you guys do. Thank you.
Let's roll.
There you go.
Love it.
Lalo Abubakar right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you feel redeemed? Do you feel like you let that off your shoulders now?
I think so, right?
Will the Tolos let it go?
Alec,
do you think the Tolos are going to let that let it go, or do you think they'll ever ask again?
No shot, because I'm not going to let it go, so they shouldn't need it either. Not at all.
It does make me feel better when he was like, no, yeah, it happens a lot. He goes, I just get one present. Because everyone, I thought, because that is very relatable because, one of the reasons I asked the question is because my wife's birthday is on Christmas Eve. Mm-hmm. And so we've always kind of talked about the dynamic of splitting it up. So I did feel for him when he goes, no, people are like, oh, do you get 2 presents? He goes, just 1 present. And he kind of felt like a little bummed about that, but I'm glad that he said it happens and that I have learned to not ask about that.
You're doing great, buddy. I'm proud of you. You know what? That must have been really cleansing for you.
It was. And I will tell you this. I don't know if I've said this on air before. About 3 weeks after that interview, we had another FC Dallas player on, and he talked about what a huge part his faith is in his life. And I was like, this is a trick because I'm going to ask about faith, and he's going to be like, what?
Hey, Kevin, real quickly, Tommy Yarish reporting did not see Donovan Wilson, Cavante Turpin, or Jack Sanborn at the media's viewing of practice today, and Miles Sanders was out there for some of the media's viewing period, but went back to the locker room early.
I'm not as surprised about Sanborn because I know he kind of kept it vague, but Shotty was talking about the progression that people were making. Obviously, Turpin and Wilson, not necessarily what you want to hear. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, break it down a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
He sends one the other way. Well struck ball deep left field and gone. Raleigh's first of the playoffs, and it's 8-1 Seattle. They are feeling it.
And they would win that game to have the opportunity to move on to the ALCS today. We will see how that goes. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you?
I am pumped, and I wanted to gauge y'all's excitement level about this amazing day of baseball, because 2, 4, 6, 8 is when the games start. Every single one of them could be an elimination game. Broadus, you like to ask about day baseball. This is the ultimate peak day baseball day.
Yeah, I grew up in an era where like playoff baseball was day baseball.
Yeah.
I grew up in an era too where the World Series was day baseball too. So it's really nice to see these games come off at the times they do.
Yeah. What about you guys?
I just got to be honest with you. I hope if there's a weather delay, they make it very clear that whatever game's on the television during our show is
not a replay?
Live.
We
had a bad moment. We had a hell of a pitching duel and a rain delay.
We got ball sacked yesterday.
I'm sorry about that.
It was not good.
Really, really unfortunate.
They've got to do a better job of putting a bigger
Yes, it needs to be bold, red letters. This is not live. This is a replay.
Yeah.
Don't get sacked.
I got sacked. Okay, and because I'm usually the guy that when my team's out, I don't care.
Yeah,
but all of a sudden, like we had a pitcher's duel hookup, and I was sitting there thinking, and then all of a sudden the text started rolling in. It's like, you dumbasses, it's a rain delay.
Naylor's playing, and there's a rain delay.
We have a story about Naylor. Is he not more angry? He would have struck out.
I'm describing the action like it's happening right then and there.
I'm responding to people on text like, no, we're watching it like it's not in a weather delay
It's
anymore.
really on right now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, actually, this is their rain delay theater. For me, I'm very excited about this day baseball extravaganza we have going on because I just don't have time for baseball once I leave here. So this is the only place I get baseball.
So then are you most excited about Mariners Tigers because you should get the whole game, or is it we're all just excited to hopefully see the Yankees lose?
It's no doubt Mariners Tigers. I grew up in rural Washington State.
That's been a really fun series.
I was a Mariners board op at my first radio job. I was never an actual Mariners fan, but I know a lot of people that are Mariners fans, and it'd be cool to see them have success.
Yeah.
I guess trying to win their first playoff series since 2001. Yeah. When they won the 116 games. I was on the board that year. I was on the board the afternoon. Mike Bassett came into the game for the Indians and handed them one of their 46 losses.
Yeah. In a bananas game.
Crazy. This is when Dawson was at his most risky, where he would leave the board to run down to the equivalent of the Chevron gas station that we have here to grab some coldies. And just praying to God there wasn't a pitching change. You could line it up because there would be network break after network break, and as long as you'd hit the legal ID, which back then was at the top and bottom of the hour, you had at least a 15 to 25 minute window where you could go get some beers. And I don't know what got into me, but even back then, I just told my boss, I was like, if you're going to have me work on the weekend, I'm going to have a couple of cold beers here while I listen to this.
Well, that's what got into the alcohol.
They were fine. Yeah. Okay, we just got to update because I know we were tracking this months ago.
The last guy, right?
They caught the last guy.
Ah, no, really?
The last remaining New Orleans inmate on the run after a jailbreak.
Where'd they get him? Am I a terrible person? I was hoping he'd make it.
I'm glad you asked. He was found. He was found near the corner of Campbellton Road and Honeysuckle Lane.
How far is that from the jail?
Right next
I
door.
do not have.
He was just hanging out.
So wait a minute. He was back in Louisiana?
Seems like he was still keeping it pretty nice and local, man.
Don't you kind of think that person deserves to get caught then?
Yeah, I mean, he did a hell of a job, right? I mean, he hit the over
on the run.
He hit the over on all the props on how long it was going to take to find this guy. I can't wait to get the details on exactly what he's been doing.
He was
this entire
also
time.
hailed as the smartest of the group. It doesn't appear that way. That might have been an overstatement.
But he lasted the longest.
I don't know, man.
That's a long stay.
Yeah.
Just less than 100 miles from the facility you escaped from.
Pretty incredible.
It's pretty good.
I can't wait for the movie.
I think you got to go. I think you got to get out of the country. Somehow,
He's probably
right?
been on a couch for the last 6 months playing Call of Duty.
Don't you have to get down to the Keys, get on a fishing boat, maybe?
I would think so.
They got too much other crime to focus on.
Go hang out with Jimmy Johnson, crack some coldies.
I'm just saying, I think I'm getting down to Florida and hanging out.
If you could do that, I bet you're gone because the world's kind of forgot about that story.
Yeah.
I don't think they're looking for you many places.
Yeah.
Did you ever hear that old George Carlin bit where people would be like, "Don't build a jail by where I live," and he's like, "Why? Do you think the criminals are going to escape and hang out at your house?" He was like, "I think that's one of the safest places to be is right by the jail because if they escape, they're going to try to get the hell out of there."
Prison Break style. When they got out of there, they just occupied a house for a little bit.
Now, I've heard the first season of Prison Break's amazing.
It's tremendous.
Awesome. After that, is it?
I mean, I still enjoyed it, but it definitely continues to just go downhill.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you just say I'm good? I can watch the first season and move on?
Yeah, right around
Like
the time
with
they're
Heroes?
running away from the airplane that was supposed to get them.
Which also,
That's it.
that was too
Wasn't that
much.
Con
Yeah.
Air? What show was that?
Oh yeah, that's a good movie.
Well, then they had to go to another country and get into a worse prison.
See, and there's several shows like that. Like I think Westworld, Heroes. You can watch the first season and be like, "Oh, that was awesome."
Ted
See ya.
Lasso.
Yeah, and then everybody ignores the fact that third season was trash because the finale was so good.
The finale was tremendous.
Yeah.
And honestly, you're right. I tell people I think the third season was good, and it's all because of the finale.
Yeah, and its third season's not good, but that finale is awesome.
The finale's great.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. Everything developing with your Cowboys right out of the gates here, and we're talking hockey with Greg Wyshynski coming up at 3:00. We're going to ask him some great Stars questions.
And probably up-to-date breakdowns of playoff baseball actually going on.
Oh, absolutely.
All right.
Yeah,
I like
just
it.
no weather delays, please.
Roll home with the G-Vag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Remember, tomorrow we're going to be live from Tolbert Garage Door. If you'll come out and see us 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say thanks to Lawless, Kevin.
Oh, thank you, Lawless.
To remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day as we're off and running here, and we have a full 5 hours of content for you. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. There's Brian Broaddus over there, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion. He's doing all right with his hoodie on. He's getting some new gear here going on. These are new new looks for you.
Yeah, you guys, we got it up online now. We got 3/4 zips.
Nice.
We got hoodies. So I need to get the current sizes. Sizes. I'll let you pick out. We got colors, array of colors. We got hats.
Yeah.
Stocking hats coming around. We got a lot of things.
Stocking hats?
Yeah, so yeah, you guys
Gosh, I love
pick
those.
out your gear, and I'll make sure you get taken care of.
I love it. There's Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup Master Control here, 75 and Fitzhugh. Fixing to go 5 flawless. Wolchuk and Shia follow. Of course, Carter Freeman's coordinating your video, and along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Flagtober rolling on. Next chance to get your flag is going to be tomorrow at Tolbert Garage Door, and then that's with KNC Masterpiece tomorrow from 10 to 2, and then Friday we're going to be at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers in Euless, and Lucius is going to be on site with us as well, so can't wait for that. And then Saturday, I got big plans for a little Flagtober Tour Day barbecue, picking out some Hurtado locations with times to be announced. Okay, so stay tuned for those if you want to join me out and about Saturday picking up barbecue probably before Texas OU or whatever you got going on. Okay, there was no Donovan Wilson at practice today after leaving the Jets game. This from the Twitter account Nick Harris about 20 minutes ago. If he cannot go, that would open the door for Marquise Bell or Elijah Clark to get the start. It's a pretty good week to be missing both your safeties. Obviously, that's not something that's recommended for any sustained period of time, but I think you're going to be all right against Bryce Young and the Panthers. How you guys feeling about the Panthers game right now and Donovan Wilson's injury?
Yeah, to me, where the Panthers have kind of figured out something, and at least against the Dolphins, was how to run the football.
Sure.
I don't think they can throw it particularly well. I don't think they can protect particularly well. And we'll get into that at 3:40 today. But I feel like that Dallas can go in there and get a win. I think clearly you have the better quarterback, you have the better skill players, but you're in a situation too where you better be ready to stop a run, because they're going to probably look at your tape and say, "Listen, we could challenge them this way by running the football." And I will. I think that's where Dave Canellis will look at this and he'll say, "Listen, they don't tackle particularly well." Dallas, the Dolphins didn't tackle particularly well, and they had some positive yards that way. They run it a little bit with a little bit of a mixed bag to it, some flips, some handoffs, where Dallas has been kind of bad is inside at the tackle spot.
Especially if you play Mozzie Smith.
Well, that's why I think JT. I think we'll see some. I think we'll see some JT in this one this week. I hope that too. But they got to be better. Kenny Clark got pushed around a little bit the other day, and so did Osa, and also as Solomon Thomas. And they weren't very good at linebacker. But that's where Carolina's going to try and beat you in this football game. They're probably scared of your offense and probably going to try and run the football and see if they can make some hay doing that way.
They should be scared of the offense because their defense, I don't think, is very good. I mean, I kind of made the mistake. I flip-flopped Ryan. I'm sorry. I took care of that Panthers defense, and I need to go back and do some homework on that offense. But defensively, if you just watched them against Miami last week, like Jalen Waddle's running wide open. They can't cover the tight end. I think Jake Ferguson, can't wait to talk with him tomorrow because he's got to be excited looking at this matchup. I think running backs out of the backfield, whether that's Javonte Williams or if Jaden Blue's active again for another week, that's an area where I don't think they really even exploited at all his ability as a pass catcher. I mean, I thought he excelled at Texas in that regard. The wheel routes were open when it came towards the Miami offense against their defense. And J.C. Horn right now, one thing that really stood out, even when they creep him around the line of scrimmage, he is not really wanting to tackle. He does not really want to play very physical. Eric, you made a great point when I was talking with you before the show. Like, well, maybe that has to do with the injuries he's had. He's trying to stay healthy right now, so he's making some business decisions. Because that's opposite to the player that I watched at South Carolina, who was very physical and willing to mix it up.
Yeah, he was a dog. And even Mark Schlereth, who was on the call for the Panthers game over the weekend, he was like, I'd be trying to run at J.C. Horn.
Yeah, he said that he plays boundary corner. So that means he plays the short side of the field. But so if you play the short side and you run the ball the short side to the outside, not a lot of room. You see what they're trying to do there?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't want to go, well, stink. The boundary corner is going to, because that you're running into the short side of the field. Most teams do not run the ball into the short side of the field.
They did shut out the Falcons in week 3. I went back and watched some of that last night. Like, how did this happen? I think Michael Penix just played maybe his worst game as a pro. Yeah. And they missed 2 field goals as well. But, Carolina's 2-3. They're undefeated at home. They've played 2 really bad teams at home in Miami and Atlanta. But it really looks like a bottom third roster with one of the worst quarterbacks. So the
offensive line's bad too. 340 today because there's a couple of different avenues that you can attack, and we'll get into those. I think that to me, the offensive line is. I think the Jets' offensive line was much better last week, and you were able to generate some pressure. Can you take them out of their willingness to run? That's what you have to do. And I just feel like that they're just like, listen, we don't think that this quarterback can beat Dallas this way by throwing the football all over the place. So the running is going to be the key, and Dallas's offense is going to be the key. Can you put up points like you did against the Jets that take Carolina out of running the ball?
Yeah, if Bryce Young lights you up, we're going to be back into full-blown panic mode, I think, on this defense. Tyler Guyton finishing up concussion protocol was the word from Shoddy today. Sanborn is now in concussion protocol, and they're still taking their time with Rebel. So I don't think he's coming out of that or entering that 21-day window to return off IR.
The problem when you bring him out of that into the 21 days, once that's up, you have to make a determination. And if in a spot you don't have the space, you have to put them back on injured reserve, and now they're done.
Yeah.
So you have to be very, very mindful of how you navigate those.
How much can you get done while you leave him out of the window? Just can't do team drills? Can't be a full participant in practice? What can you do if you're keeping them out of the 21-day window?
Well, you
still work with trainers?
Yeah, it's just keep them over on the side is what you do.
All righty. Brought us to have Krusty's Corner coming up at 3:40. More of an in-depth review of the Panthers offense. Looking forward to that. Des Bryant says he doesn't agree with the Cardinals' decision to fine Jonathan Gannon, saying the player had just cost the team the game. Justifies the intensity of the coaching. I think it's a really interesting.
And Des $25,000 because he had the Cardinals and no.
Oh yeah. Maybe he's bummed out of the player for busting the spread. That's an interesting angle.
Yeah. He's like, I'd have done the same. I'd have done way worse.
He's learning now what most gamblers were thinking. Like,
I'd straight up kick that guy's ass.
Yeah, I would have left him on the tarmac. There's always that. You get that tweet,
It is an interesting point. Like, it's a benchmark in football history, how we're looking at these moments on the sidelines that I think we're sort of taken for granted, or that's just coaching for decades. But I think it's smart to draw a line in the sand from the team's perspective and say, we're just not going to tolerate coaches hitting players. I think that's what they're saying.
You know what? Did you guys go back and see the Bruce Arians one?
Yes, I looked it up yesterday. I was
the Bruce Arians one looks far more violent.
Trying to smack his head.
Yeah, it's like he's jumping in the air to hit one of his guys in the head.
I think his fine was less. Wasn't it like 25,000?
He was wearing a helmet, just for the record.
He was wearing a helmet,
He's smacking him on the helmet, which is a tried and true football
it seemed
move.
like, to me, it was kind of like one of those moves like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
But to me, it's, I don't know. I played in a different era myself. I had coaches. It's very, very tough. Coaches are grabbing face masks. There was a guy at Arizona State named Frank Cush that was famous for the face mask grabs and stuff. Woody Hayes. Remember, go back 1978 Gator Bowl. Charlie Bauman intercepts a ball for Clemson, and Woody comes
Charlie
off.
Bauman, what a legend!
Woody comes off the bench and punches him right there.
Him
Big
and Scotty
melee.
Bauman.
Was it Scotty Bowman?
Come on, Brian.
No. What are you talking about? Is it? Oh, it was Charlie.
He's
wasn't
just
it?
making up names
Just
right now.
rapping with you.
Oh, okay. But anyway, so I thought I'm watching this live game of the Buccaneers and Seattle going at it right now.
Yeah, I can't believe
It's got
it's hump night football, hump
it's
afternoon
amazing.
football.
It's amazing how these teams are wearing their old throwbacks to 1976 uniforms. I'm impressed by that.
But can you imagine if a coach would have done that to Dez? I mean, maybe Dez is looking at it from the perspective of I would have never been the player in that position.
I think Dez probably had hard coaching there at like DeSoto and places like that.
Lufkin.
Oh,
Yeah.
I said so. Lufkin. Yeah, I meant Lufkin. Yeah. I think he probably had some hard coaching in his day.
And a lot of the comments, reacting to Dez, some were disagreeing, but some people were saying, yeah, that's how my kids coach coaches them.
Yeah.
And I love it, like hold these players accountable, get in their face, let them know that, you got to be accountable when you mess up like that and stuff. And I get it. That's why I just think it's fascinating that it's such a marker in football history where I think we're drawing the line, setting the example, but I don't know if football culture wants to go along with it. I think this is the NFL being a little softer than what football culture has been and still is.
I think there's so much pressure on these coaches, and wins and losses matter so much.
For sure.
That if you're one to the good or one to the bad could be a difference whether you get a contract extension or at the combine trying to find a job.
Yeah.
So I think the sideline part of things, that's tough. That's tough for coaches to kind of, especially a coach like Gannon who's kind of on the hot seat a little bit at Arizona. So, one to the good means that maybe he gets to stay around next year. One to the bad means he's out hunting a gig.
It does seem that way. It's been a disappointing season in Arizona.
You lose that. When you lose that, you lose your emotion there. You lose your thought.
Your ability. Like that's what Lucius says every Friday on the weekend crash out warning.
Yeah.
Your emotions will get the best of you. And if you're not careful, they'll totally take over. Thursday night football tomorrow. Giants host the Eagles. If you want to win the division, I think tomorrow might be a huge game for you because of what I guess could happen. The line's 7.5, and the Eagles are likely going to bounce back. But if New York can win this, I really think that would be a flashpoint for the Eagles season, and maybe their chemistry falls apart as it did in 2023. They're playing a good front. I think the Giants could hold them under 20 points easily. Maybe they got a game plan coming together for Jackson Dart. But I think the biggest reason I believe this is possible is the Eagles only had the one run for Saquon Barkley in the second half. That OC is getting roasted in Philadelphia. They're talking about we got to get back to running. And if you stubbornly run with this version of their running game, that could be 3 and outs in the first half. They could find themselves in a dogfight third quarter quite easily.
I'm hoping. I mean, this is kind of why I was fading them coming into the season. Just the hope of health, and also this is a team that we've seen just kind of collapse on itself with infighting and whatever the reasons are. And they had their players-only meeting between the three of them with Hurts and Brown and Barkley. Devontae Smith not a part of that. Barkley says it went well. Barkley's also saying it's just knee soreness, not a big deal. I'm going to be good to go. So I don't know. I mean, what version of Saquon Barkley do you get tomorrow night? Because I think you're right. I think you're going to get a natural overcorrection. I think they're going to force feed him. And maybe they force feed A.J. Brown too. Maybe that's part of this thing. But I do wonder when you're what they've been able to do wins games. And now you've got players like A.J. Brown that are frustrated with their role. If you do have an overcorrection, does that end up hurting the rest of the team? And I'm hoping Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterbo can go out there and just crush it.
It does win games, but I mean, you're the 30th offense. You can't expect to continue to win games. I feel like they don't believe it's sustainable. Yeah, and I think it's totally reasonable that Hurts, Barkley, Brown had a meeting. It's not contentious. It's just, man, this is becoming a distraction. Can we maybe, put the focus back on the team? Because, we need it. And the Giants might need health because they're down another wide receiver. Darius Slayton is likely out. Obviously already without their star, Malik Neighbors. So it's going to be Wan'Dale Robinson. It looks like they're gonna sign Lil Jordan Humphrey.
There you go.
From the practice squad. It's a fun player.
South Lake Carroll.
Of course, the tight end, Daniel Bellinger, had a decent game in week 5. But, the chance of victory there, stopping the run, maybe daring the Eagles to pass and getting a couple of mistakes. And I think they do have a little something cooking in New York, even though they kicked that game away. They've had a decent amount of success, and Dart stepped in there. Saquon Barkley is that's it. That's right. The knee that he is nursing for you as well. Wolchuk just mentioned that. Okay, we got baseball starting here. The Mariners and Tigers are underway. I don't see any rain delay warning on the screen here.
Looks like a pretty day in Detroit.
Seattle leading 2-1, and you have no outs here, top of the first inning, so the game is underway, and we'll be keeping you updated throughout the afternoon. Cubs are up 2-0 on the Brewers. Game 3 at 4 o'clock. The Phillies are going to try to stay alive tonight. They're down 2-0 in Los Angeles. It'll be Yamamoto against Aaron Nola. But, man, how about the Yankees last night? Down bad, 6-1 in the third. They come back to win 9-6 with 7 runs over a 3-inning stretch. Aaron Judge drives in 4 runs. It was the Yankees' largest ever comeback in an elimination game and tied for its second biggest in any postseason game. So maybe that's a turning point for them. I think, most everybody other than Yankees fans rooting pretty strong here for the Blue Jays. You guys see Stanford football might be back?
$50 million donation.
Who donated the money, did we say?
Bradford Freeman graduated in 1964 and co-founded a private equity investment fund.
Yeah.
And he's a lot of money.
He's given money over the years, but this is directly to the football program.
Yeah, not for facilities, not for anything. From what I understand, this is just straight for let's get a roster
Go get
out
players
here before
now,
I fall over and croak. I want to watch a good football team.
They still have the education rules, right?
Yeah, see, that's what I wonder.
They can't waive standards for players just because
Notre Dame used to have that. They used to not be able to get guys in because they had the standards for the university. And I don't know if Stanford's doing this. I think what's happened is we've seen Stanford lose a couple athletes. Remember our lady softball pitcher went to Texas Tech for like $1 million. What happened to that? They got that in the College World Series, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got Texas Tech also didn't they get a defensive end from Stanford?
Another
one?
Did. David Bailey.
Bailey's a beast.
Who right now leads the country in pressure.
So there you go, right there. But that just shows you, I think Stanford's got some limitations. They might need to ask SMU what's going on with their stuff. SMU is probably very similar to Stanford.
That's a good point.
There's got to be a way around it. I mean, there's got to be enough kids that keep, a 3.0 GPA? How tough's the standard? You got to go 3.5? You got to go 4.0 at Stanford? I mean, come on, guys. Figure it out. Yeah. I guess that would be part of my donation. You can have this $50 million if you don't insist that every kid that comes on the team maintains a GPA.
Yeah,
I want to see some damn winning football around here.
Yeah, I think that's the issue right now, though, is that Stanford will not lower their admission standards either. That's the problem. Notre Dame has lowered their admissions. Notre Dame's still a fine school, but they have lowered some admission standards for some of their athletes so they can get more more of this, maybe some transfer portal guys in or gals.
There's enough smart kids out there. You just got to make them the right offer, and now they can. They've been doing it, remember? I mean, they've done it plenty of times. Tyrone Willingham, 25 years ago.
David Shaw.
Harbaugh, Shaw.
Yeah, David Shaw had it going, and Harbaugh had it going, too.
Yeah. I think they have 3 different runs here this century anyway. Okay, G-Bag today, Champ on the other side, then Wolchuk's top 10. Buddy, what's the subject today?
Well, in honor of fines, we've got the top 10 biggest individual fines in the history of sports. What's the weirdest thing you've been fined for? That's next in the nation. But let's chat Trajan wealth, shall we? That's TRAJAN. And unlike those changing leaves of fall, our money doesn't grow on trees. You've heard us talk about this plenty. Give Trajan Wealth a call today to ensure.
system? Call Berkey's to get up to $4,000 off select Lennox HVAC systems with combined discounts. And 0% financing for 12 months with approved credit. Call 877-Berkey's or visit Berkeys.com.
Welcome back, Nation. Woolchuck's Top 10 here in just a moment. G-Bag of the Day Champ segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. As Flagtober rolls on, tomorrow KNC Tolbert Garage Door in Mesquite. Friday, cold beers and cheeseburgers with us, okay? And stay tuned for Saturday's schedule. In the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius with the jam.
Hey, yo. All right, this is day 2 for this. It will be day 2. They won on one day. Day 2 for this champion audio. Watching the Cowboys game with AI Broadus.
Left to right at the Dallas 42. Fields is in the gun. Gives it to Hall, and he's got a seam at right guard. He breaks away from a tackle running 30, 25, 21-yard line.
This team's never going to stop anybody. I told these to keep Zimmer.
Pressure blowing right up the middle. Sam Williams with his speed, with his first sack of the year and the Cowboys' 4th of the day.
Didn't Bobby say they wouldn't be able to rush the passer? This is why I fired his fat ass from Love of the Star.
Here's a deep pass down the right side. Hall Flournoy at the 25. A great move inside the defender and down to the 15.
Let me text the gang of 7 about this Flournoy guy. You like this guy, right, Zach? Yeah. That's why you're my draft show protege and we had to gatekeep Chiafalo.
All right, here's Fields throwing deep. Into the right side. Wilson caught it at the 48.
Is Bade mute over there? Is this a preseason game? Do I need to step in and do color for him?
Going deep. There's a shot for Pickens. He got pushed. He cocked the ball.
Zach, do you remember which of my 72 podcasts I talked about taking a shot to Pickens this week? Peyton, I'm going to run downstairs real quick and see if the homeless guy outside the McDonald's wants some G-Bag gear.
Throws it deep to the middle of Lenoir on a deep crosser. 45, broke a tackle, right sideline, 20-yard line.
He told me I had to be higher than Mark Sanchez in the cab of an oil disposal truck to think he'd be seen in that.
There it is. AI Broadus is back, baby.
So good.
And once again, your G-Bag of the Day champ. It really has been the year Broadus here.
Yeah.
This G-Bag of the day.
How about that? Yeah.
AI Broadus going to face some challengers coming up at 5:30 tonight, right before we get to LA Live with Lucius Alexander. Time now for Woolchuck's Top 10 at 2:20. There he is, the Woolly Pole.
All right, in honor of Jerry and Jonathan Gannon and others that have been fined this week in pro football and other sports, the top 10 biggest individual fines in the history of sports. 877-881-1053. Where or when have you taken just a weird fine? We do have a big-time week in Texas high school football, though.
Yeah.
It's DeSoto at Duncanville Friday night.
Don't they usually do this in the state finals?
Ooh, yeah, they'll probably it depends if they get slotted. There's D1 and D2. Sometimes DeSoto will land in D2, so they don't have to play each other. But yeah, I mean, I think we've had years where both of them have been state champions.
I feel like every year that I watch,
they're two of the best teams in the country.
Every year.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and they I believe DeSoto's quarterback's name is Legend, and Duncanville's is Maximus the Great.
Maximus the Great is an incredible name.
The Great's his middle name or his full first name?
I believe the Great is the middle name.
Wow. They've got a USC pledge, Ethan Feaster, and Sherrod Baker is also a member of DeSoto, who's one of their better players as well. But yeah, I mean, for Duncanville, 3-star receiver Boogie Theus, absolute star. I'm excited who is in this game. I think WFAA is going to have this. If you have Victory Plus.
Is this a neutral site tilt?
No, it's a home game for Duncanville.
Oh, wow.
They never play neutral site. They'll always alternate.
I just figured with the magnitude of like both crowds probably showing up.
You probably could play it at the Star or at one of these bigger
Ford
venues.
Field.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Get that thing absolutely lit up. Argyle's playing Arlington Seguin this week as well. That'll be a big game. Hebron, Denton, Geyer, North Crowley, Mansfield, Lake Ridge, just to name a few. But shout out to Texas high school football getting some love.
Shout out to our guy Tony in the 214. He says, I got DeSoto. Wish I could bet on it.
Well, just get yourself
in due time, dude. I'm sure Prize Picks will have some Texas high school football.
I know a couple crazy people that might be dabbling in some high school football bets here and there.
A little dibble dab.
We should get some Prize Picks in on high school football, more or less on the Baker rushing yards, the Theus receiving yards. You know, We could have fun with this. Just open it up. Quarterback at North Forney is named Legend 2, Legend Bay from the 817. Shout out to North Forney. I mean, that program is big time right now. All right, let's get into these top 10 biggest individual fines. And some of them will have some local ties as well. Did you ever get fined for anything?
Yeah.
All right.
A couple different times.
What kind of crazy?
With the Packers?
Tomfoolery were you doing? You didn't wear your socks properly? Was that it?
No, I mean, if you talk about fine, how about a fine for just running stoplights? You know that like in Plano,
traffic violations.
Yeah, Plano will get you.
Plano. They used to have the camera spotlights. And I knew it too. I'd run through and I'd go, oh no, and sure enough, there'd be a $75 fine in the mail.
Plano was always collecting.
I think they got about $600 for me for this.
Well, how do you think we're going to get the stars?
Oh, no, hey, good for you. But yeah,
hopefully.
How about me being an idiot just running through stoplights that I know that have cameras?
In the 214 high school French class, we got fined 5 cents if we spoke English. Teacher would use that money to buy us candy at the end of the semester. So you ended up winning.
It's kind of a good investment.
But I guess instead of a swear jar, you've got an English jar.
How old is that person? Like 5 cents?
I got fined by the HOA. You know, they send you these bills for the annual dues or whatever.
Such a ripoff.
It was like $900. And I was like, oh, yeah, I guess I should have paid that when I got it. And then I got a few more letters, and then I think they sent something in FedEx. You know, maybe I got served a bill.
Oh, wow.
By the time I got around to it, it was like 7 months later, and it was $2,500. It went from $900 to $2,500.
Sounds very toll taggish.
I was like, what is going on here? You know, I figured it was going to cost me a little bit.
Yeah.
But it was like an extra $200 a month they were tacking on.
Whoa.
I thought that was a little heavy-handed.
Yeah, that is.
The whole thing is heavy-handed.
That is.
Yeah. I'm like, okay then.
Come on now. 817, I was fine /
Very neighborly.
The A in HOA stands for Ask My Dude.
Yeah, straight up
Right,
ask my
Chuck?
dude. No doubt. Shout out to Tate Martell. Arlington cop fined or ticketed this 17-year-old when he was riding his bike in a school parking lot for not having a white reflector on the front of the bicycle.
Trying to keep people safe, man.
You know, I do know one of my friends, it might have been the guy who started on my couch. Ooh, he did buy a car, had just gotten it, and he was driving up to Chick-fil-A to show it to me because I was working there, and he nailed a guy on a bike.
Oh,
yeah.
Everybody okay?
You say nailed.
Everyone was okay. It was
The guy up on the hood?
Yeah. Oh. He was all, and he did not have the reflectors. Now, I guess he got away.
Did your guy blame him for being in the way?
Where's your damn reflectors, bro?
Yeah, I mean, he hates people on bikes to this day. Yeah. He's like, get the hell out of the road. Why are you driving in the road? The sidewalk's there for a reason.
You talking about the couch starter? Or?
Yeah,
that's what he's saying.
Yeah, not me. I personally love people that ride bikes. Good for you.
I'm just impressed with their bravery, you know, and their ability to be like, I'm fine here. You know, there's a lot of places you could ride that cars don't go. And I just wonder why you want to go where the cars are.
Yeah.
That's bizarre to me.
And he also might not have been totally
sober.
I mean, just all there.
Oh,
brain, the bike rider?
Yeah.
Brain. The bike rider.
There might have been. I don't know for sure what was wrong with him.
It happens, man.
Gotcha.
We had one in Sunnyvale 6 months or so ago.
Yeah.
You know, riding up that service road where you turn from Collins to get onto 80, and some early commuter just didn't see him, and you know, it's unfortunate.
That's my biggest fear driving at 6 a.m. is hitting walkers. In my neighborhood, there's a bunch of olders
walking on like the side of the highway.
Oh no!
What are you doing?
Yeah.
People are driving 70 miles an hour. If they just veer, like somebody just looks at their phone or something, and they just veer a little bit over,
Death Wish.
You're getting clipped, and you're dead. Yeah. That's terrifying. Yeah. Absolutely terrifying. All right, here are the biggest individual fines in sports history. We start at number 10.
I mean, you had the hockey guys. You have Sean Bradley. There's plenty of examples out there. You know, I think you're living on the edge being bike road rider, at least in Texas. Some places have much better bike lane access. And I'm not complaining about Texas. I'm just saying, you know, if you're going to have a robust biking community, it might make sense to provide them with safe lanes.
Sadio Mane, $553,000 fine for punching a teammate while he was with Liverpool in 2022.
Must have been a heck of a punch.
Yeah,
hope he knocked him out.
It's a fat one right there.
What did Draymond Green get for that punch heard around the world?
That's a good question. I don't know if he's on here. Number 9, it's our very own Mark Cuban. $600,000 fine for admitting to tanking. for the Mavericks. He noted Adam Silver would hate hearing that. Commissioner confirmed that was the case, fined him $600K after the Mavs went 18-40 in 28 after the All-Star break in 2018, and they were hoping to just get better odds to land the top overall pick. And Mark he was honest about it.
Circle back around it for Lively a few years later.
Yeah. I mean, it worked. You get Luka and Lively out of the deal. I think the tanking worked out for the Mavericks.
It was so glorious for us, too, because me and Mike and even Jeff had been talking about how important it was to tank if you're the Mavs. And so many people, I mean, their PA guy, even Cuban himself, others were like, you can't tank. This was when there was, I guess, an anti-tanking movement. Like it's the integrity of the game. And
yeah.
And next thing you know, they're doing it, and not only did Cubes get fined for it, but you end up with Luka.
Yeah, and it worked out. And I mean, look at the Sixers. They were tanking, and it never worked out for them. So you know what? If teams want to tank, fine. It's not always going to necessarily mean that they're going to benefit from it.
Look at you giving up on the Sixers, man. Trust the damn process.
Trust the process, bro. They've been trusting that process for 15 years now. They're never winning. Jamal Lewis, $760,000 fine for drug trafficking. Spent a decade in the NFL. Running back won Offensive Player of the Year honors after being just the 5th player to join the 2K club.
That was a court fine?
Yeah. In 2000, he attempted to buy 5 kilograms of blow from an undercover FBI agent. Spent 4 months in prison in 2004 and was suspended for 2 games, forcing him to forfeit those paychecks on top of the $760,000 fine he was ordered to pay.
To this day, one of the most underrated running backs of a generation.
But man,
he was a bowling ball.
Absolutely. Violent. I mean, he fit perfectly with that Ravens defense in 2000 because it's like, who the hell wanted to tackle Jamal Lewis at running back?
Not me, not J.C. Horn.
Eddie DeBartolo Jr., $1 million fine for a riverboat casino bribe. In 1977, Eddie DeBartolo Sr. bought a gift for his son in the form of the San Francisco 49ers. The team then had Super Bowl success. However, things came crashing down after he was implicated in an extortion scandal concerning disgraced Louisiana Governor Edwin Edwards.
Governor Edwards.
DeBartolo had applied for a license for a riverboat casino in the Shreveport area and secured it with the help of a $400,000 that he put in a briefcase and handed to Edwards at a diner in San Fran. DeBartolo then had to pay the $1 million fine to the government and was hit with 2 years of probation. However, that was just the start. As Paul said, adios, mofo. You're no longer going to be part of the NFL. So,
ousted.
I mean, that's bad because he loses his team, too. Donald Sterling, $2.5 million for racism.
His fine was bigger than that. He lost his team.
It bothers me a lot that you want to broadcast that you're associating with black people, was the quote, in regards to Magic Johnson. That's where we get, if you ever hear us reference, when he goes on CNN with Anderson Cooper, and he's like, big Magic Johnson. What's he done? He's got AIDS.
Well, I don't think it was full-blown AIDS, Donald. I think it was just HIV.
That guy's such a bleep hole. But now Steve Ballmer took over, and the Clippers are better for him. Mike Tyson, $3 million.
Well, I don't know. The Clippers are in some hot water now, too. With the
they are.
Stuff,
maybe it's just a Clippers thing, but at least it's not racism.
Hey, at least they have all the toilets in the world in that arena.
They do have a ton of toilets.
A lot of real estate.
Mike Tyson, $3 million for biting off a chunk of Evander Holyfield's ear.
So I'd say he got his money's worth.
He did. Deshaun Watson, $5 million for the misconduct allegations against him, the massages. Robert Sarver got a $10 million fine for fostering a toxic work environment.
Oh, was that the Suns?
With the Suns.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that was. I mean, I think they still have issues going on there in Phoenix. I mean, the Phoenix Mercury thing that came out recently, they're still having problems.
So our president, vice president guys kind of with the team.
And there was the Sophie Cunningham allegations, which I think were false. Yeah. Ben Simmons over $19 million for holding out. Man, skipped out on 54 games. He was fined $360K for every game. Dan Snyder.
What a bizarre story, man.
Really bizarre.
We need a 30 for 30 on that one. He was hooping.
Dan Snyder, I'm sure we'll get one eventually on him too. $60 million in total fines for really the bombshell that the Washington Post went ahead and came out with, and he was just doing all the things wrong, and that's the most. Forking over a $60 million fine to the NFL, which remains the largest sum a single individual in the world of sports has had to pay as a form of restitution. So hopefully nobody else ever beats that, and Dan Snyder has one thing to his claim. That's the largest fine in sports history, baby.
Way to go, I know some Cowboys fans that would love to see that figure beaten in a way that would also force the sale of a team. But hey, that's topics for another day, I suppose.
You said that.
I was just saying some Cowboys fans.
Some.
I
Right.
mean,
people are saying.
yes, sir. Okay,
We're on the street.
ESPN's Greg Wyshynski is going to talk some hockey with you coming up at 3 o'clock here in the Nation. Chief, what is next?
Sounds of the Sports Day featuring Derek Lively, Conor McGregor, and we ask the question, how stoned is Mike McDaniel?
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, we preview the Stars season with...
products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
what was it? The lady.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
I just said that.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
All season long, subscribe to Love of the Star wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone and they're all price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Greg Wyshynski, Puck Daddy's coming up at 3 o'clock. We'll talk hockey with him, get you ready for the Star season. Here's the Chief, sports.
Yes, sir. Sounds of the sports day. We got plenty to get to. We start with a bit of a heartwarming story, and then we'll get to the funsies and the crazies. This is Fox 4's Sam Gannon sitting down with Derek Lively of your Dallas Mavericks, and he became a father this offseason. He's got a little baby girl.
Congrats.
And this is him talking about what life is now like.
It's been great. Definitely learned a lot of sleepless nights, a lot of changing diapers, a lot of dirty diapers, but I love my new little sunshine. She's the reason why I play basketball now. At first it was my mom, and now it's to provide her with a better life. So I'm just thankful for God giving me a healthy, huge baby, and I'm just grateful.
And her name's Clover.
Clover with a K.
A significance with that name?
So I got it from my mom's tattoo, which she's Irish, and on it there's a 4-leaf clover, and her name was Kathy with a K. So around the time that we figured out she was passing, I figured out that we were having a baby, and I was just thinking, K name for Kathy, Clover, K for Clover, it kind of just went together.
What a beautiful way to honor your mom, too.
Mm-hmm.
How proud do you think she is of you right now?
She is. She's so proud, but I can just feel her looking back at me through my daughter's eyes. So I just know I'm gonna get haunted through everything that my mom has done. Well, I've done to my mom, my daughter's going to do to me.
Yeah.
How about
payback?
that, man?
That's awesome. I love that. That's an amazing story.
It is. It is. We all love Derek Lively. I mean, Wolchuk doesn't even want to trade him for Giannis.
My favorite Mav.
You know, and now I'm sure he's even more entrenched in that particular sports take. So hopefully Derek Lively stays healthy, man, because
that's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Whatever you have to do, stay healthy, bro.
Yeah.
Stay healthy.
That's what we need.
I can't help but notice the similarities between him and Dak and their life story and losing mom to such an early age and how wise and grounded and appreciative they feel. It's not a transformation you'd want to go through, but Man, they've just absolutely aced the test. That's a hell of a story. That might be the best baby naming story I've ever heard.
I know. Isn't that it's incredible.
Very creative.
So I love me some Derek Lively, and kudos to him and his lovely baby girl. All right, now we pivot and we ask the question: just how high is Miami Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel at the podium?
He was really frustrated at the, just like he's as I was, and we talked about the challenge ahead to get ready for the Chargers, and that was kind of the extent of it.
He was talking about Stephen Ross.
What'd you talk about there?
That's what him.
Talking about the owner Stephen Ross.
Started getting a little nervous.
Maybe he was just shaking in his boots.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I see him, I think he has fallen on tough times behind the scenes, but it might just be explainable by overhitting the pen throughout the workday. Get the best out of you. You got to leave that thing on the nightstand when you leave the house.
That old Penn Roethlisberger will get the best of you, won't it, Wolchuk?
I wouldn't know.
Not that you would know, but just like you've seen it.
Yeah. I mean, some people plow straight through it. Some people can plow straight through, and it's like they have an energy, or the cannabis is fueling their energy and their excitement.
Yeah.
We all know a person like that, and I could name you some in sports radio even. You'd be like, wow, that guy was baked. Yes, it's incredible. Some people can be super baked and their synapses are firing and they're like talking a mile a minute. That's clearly not McDaniel, That guy, I don't know how much he wants his job. Maybe he's coping with the stress of it through cannabis, but that's clear.
Got one foot out the door, man.
Yeah.
It's down bad times right now for Mike McDaniel and the Miami Dolphins.
He looks disheveled.
He does.
He does. Yeah, he's not sleeping.
Yeah, not sleeping, right?
Doesn't look like a guy who
might just be
maybe slept in months.
Miami can get the best of you.
Sure can.
I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, well said. All right, this is a throwback Thursday on a Wednesday football clip of the day. Now, this is from the Julian Edelman podcast. He had Rich Earbar, I believe is how you say his name. Earbar. This was a guy who was like a late drafted pick by the Patriots, offensive lineman. But he looked like he's been like a gray-headed dude for a long time. Okay, so this is when Randy Moss was on the Patriots. He's telling the story about how Randy Moss had a nickname for him and how it all went awry.
Randy Moss gave me this nickname, and it happened immediately. I have no idea why, because we barely spoke to each other.
Yeah.
He'd be like, hey, what's up, coach? He called me coach. So Randy would call me coach. Everywhere, we'd be waiting in line. He's like, oh, yeah, coach. I know you're going to get on this pot roast because you look like pot roast, coach. Yeah, you big fat I bet you're going to have 2 pieces of pot roast. You know what? Have 3. I'm like, oh, my gosh. I'm like, I'm in, man. Like, he gave me a nickname. Like, I'm telling people from back home, like, Randy Moss gave me a nickname. He really likes me.
That's what I'm telling you. It was so cool that he had a nickname. He was so funny. He had a nickname.
Yeah, like immediately. I was like, this is the best. Bill Belichick has all the rookies get in front of the room and say their name. And so I get up there. And I can't remember if it was in the meeting or immediately after, but Randy Moss pulls me aside. He goes, you a player? He goes, you been a player this whole time?
I think he was in front of the whole team.
You gray hair. I thought you was a coach. He was like, you a player? Oh, hell no, Bill. Did we waste a draft pick on this mother? Are you kidding me? Was he going to go out there and break a hip? Damn, Bill. And I'm just like, oh, my God, that was not a nickname. He thought it was a coach.
He thought he was a coach.
How unbelievably embarrassing. I mean, I told everybody. I was like, yeah, Randy really likes me. It's going pretty well, gang.
It's going great. I've got a best friend, Randy Moss.
That's good.
Get to know me.
That is wonderful, dude. Woo. The great Randy Moss just absolutely clowned on this guy, thinking for months that he was actually a coach on the team because he looked so old and unprofessional as an athlete.
I thought about that with, was it Brad Marchand? I mean, how old is this dude?
Yeah,
I saw him yesterday on that day game. I was like, wow.
He's got the rat face.
He's looking like he's in his 40s.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah, we've done the rat face thing before.
Yeah, he does.
He's clearly one of those guys.
He's got it.
Okay, now I bring up this Conor McGregor clip. I believe this is one of those McGregor trash talking moments that is not broadcasted in the way that it should be. Okay, and the only reason I bring this up is because he has been hit with an 18-month period of ineligibility for a violation of the UFC anti-doping policy. We're all kind of thinking maybe he would be a part of the White House fights
Which
that are
he still
going
will
down?
be, because it expires on March 20th, 2026.
Okay, so
it
he's
is
still
backdated to September 20th of 2024.
So I guess this is
they kind of
relatively rendered useless. It's almost like, why are you even doing this?
And initially I thought the same thing.
And it wasn't like he failed drug tests. It was just that he was off the grid 3 times between June and September of last year, making himself ineligible for the drug tests. So nonetheless, I use that as the launching point for, I believe we go back to 2016 here. This is CNBC. This is McGregor at the height of his powers with Nate Diaz.
Yeah.
And they're getting set to, they're like doing a business segment on CSNBC.
They can't even count to 5.
and this was before they actually were live on the air.
With CNBC, how are you?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm going to talk about money because we are the business network and the business of the UFC and all that.
I'll take
sort of
over
stuff.
from here, Nate. You can bounce. Take a coffee break, Nate. And by coffee break, I mean bring me my coffee.
No. They want you to give us a quick count to 10, both of you gentlemen, if you don't mind, just if you wouldn't mind counting to 10.
Nate can only count to 5. 10. Count to 5, Nate, will you, if you can? You up with that coffee. And who do you up with that coffee?
I mean, dude,
that was prime Connor.
That was.
Oh, I missed that version of Connor.
Me too, man. I think we all.
He was can't miss. He was so great then, and he was in the prime of his career. Now he's totally lost it.
Yeah, it's a shame. It really is. Now, we do have a Wemby clip. I just think this is a total bar from him, and then I have some Wemby news for you.
You know, there are some shots. Of course, I probably turned down a shot I could make with my eyes closed, but that was to get one of my teammates a shot he could make in his sleep.
I just think that's a bar. That's a teammate bar. I could make the shot with my eyes closed,
man,
but the better shot is the one that my teammate could make in his sleep. Now I'm seeing here from the Spurs, he's listed now at 7'5".
That is nuts. Because he was 7'3" previously.
So there's been a 2-inch increase in the height of the alien Victor Wembanyama.
What the hell?
Wow.
That's
Thank
wild.
God Derek Lively. I mean, they're kind of going inch for inch right now, aren't
Inch
they?
for inch.
I do wonder if it's too tall. You know, I did wonder at times last year. I didn't see him take a step. I think he's having a hard time sort of growing into his body and getting strong enough to crush.
Maybe it'll be. Maybe it'll actively play defense against his dominance. But in the meantime, you're going to be looking at a 7'5" clogging up that paint.
Yeah, maybe the greatest shot blocking threat that we'll see in this generation, no doubt about it. Okay, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and ESPN's Greg Wyshynski is going to answer all of our Dallas Stars questions and get set for tomorrow's opener and the entire season. We'll set expectations and get the inside words with Greg next here in the Nation.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app. A&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, sir. Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Flagtober is on the 2025 edition, the best ever. You can pick one up tomorrow with KNC Masterpiece at Tolbert Garage Door, and with us, cold beers and cheeseburgers on Friday. Let's talk some hockey as ESPN's Greg Wyshynski joining us now here on The Fan. Happy hockey season, Greg. How the heck are you?
Busier, I think would be the word I would use. I'm much busier than I was probably about a month ago. It's kind of a quiet off season, if we're being honest. And then business has certainly picked up, not only with the start of the season, but now everybody signing their contracts, including significant ones in last week.
And what do you think of the Stars off season? Did they maybe reduce their talent base a little bit? What's the outlook for them right now, looking at their roster?
Well, I have my standings predictions for the NHL on ESPN.com right now. You could check out. I've got the Stars second in the Central Division behind Colorado Avalanche. Obviously, still an extremely talented team. I am concerned a little bit by the defection of talent. You know, Granlund leaving, the Marchment deal, Dadonov leading. There's a few goals and points that have walked out the door in the last few months for the Stars. And, I think there's a chance we could see some Matt Duchene regression this year. And you're hoping that the playoffs were an aberration insofar as Wyatt Johnston's offensive output. So, yeah, I would agree with you. I think there's been a bit of a decrease in overall talent level on the team. Could they fill those holes with younger players? That remains to be seen. And, of course, the biggest question is removing Pete DeBoer as head coach, removing the Dallas Stars from the conference final, which they've reached a lot of times with Pete DeBoer before he departed ways.
Yeah, I saw you. You took the Avs there, Greg, to win the cup. And hey, I'm not going to hold it against you. You've been high on our Stars before. It's a good pick. I'm not necessarily in disagreement with you, but let's talk about Gully. I mean, do you think Glenn Gulletson can really change, I guess, some of the woes that we've seen the Stars hit when it comes to the conference final, specifically maybe physicality wise?
Yeah, there's that, and there's also just some concerns about what his teams looked like in previous head coaching gigs. I mean, the idea that all of a sudden he's going to come in and this team is, along with the defection of talent, going to maybe score fewer goals is kind of a tough pill to swallow based on how the Stars have played in previous seasons. But I'm a big fan of guys getting second and third chances as head coaches. I know that there's a certain reaction from some fans when they see the same names over and over again, that it's retreads or whatever. But it takes a few times for guys to figure stuff out. I think Pete DeBoer is a really good example of that, where he had to kind of fall on his face once before he figured out exactly what to do as a head coach. So I like the fact that Gully's got familiarity with the organization. I like the fact that he's learned under some pretty good coaches and had teams that went on long playoff runs recently in Edmonton to experience that as well. And I'm optimistic that there won't be a fall off behind the bench with him back in Dallas.
Do you think this is the year that Jake Ottinger finally gets the Vezina?
Hopefully it's the year where he's not thrown under the bus by his coach at the end of the playoffs. I think that's the bar that we can set for Otter right now. It's obviously going to be a pretty crowded field. You're still going to have Connor Hellebuck getting the lion's share of the credit for what the Winnipeg Jets do. I'm pretty high on the Tampa Bay Lightning this year, and if that's the case, you'd have to assume that Andrei Vasilevsky is going to get a lot of love for the Vezina as well. And there's a few other people around the league, depending on how well their teams play, that could be in the mix as well. But look, he's a special goalie. I think that there's a surprising amount of sentiment amongst some people I've talked to with an affinity for USA Hockey that believes that he might have the greater mental toughness in big spots versus Hellebuck when it comes to potentially being the guy for Team USA in the 2026 Olympics. So look, he's got a lot of fans. The numbers will bear out whether he can win the Vezina as well as the Stars' place in the standings. But he'll certainly be in the mix.
What do you think the ceiling is for a guy like Thomas Harley? Like, do you think he could be like a top 5 D-man in the sport?
Sky's the limit, man. I think I had him in my top 5 for the Norris last year. He's real good, and when you think about him and he's getting on the back end, it really is an encouraging part of the Stars lineup, even if there's still always going to be a clarion call for there to be a bit more toughness back there for the playoffs. But yeah, he's terrific, and I think that his exponential growth as an elite defenseman in this league has been marvelous to see.
He'll be a restricted free agent after this year, and so will Jason Robertson. And I guess that was kind of the hot rumor this offseason with Robo, maybe trades, but that didn't happen. Do you think the Stars are able to get deals done with both of them?
I was trying to figure out why we heard that. With Robertson, like I feel like part of it was probably a little bit of. There's always a little bit of negotiating ploy when you're dealing with a player that needs a new contract, and you wonder, when speculation that starts, where is it coming from, and why is it happening? I think also that it's not out of the realm of possibility that if they were able to acquire a piece that they really needed, let's say like somebody in the middle, that they potentially would put him in the trade, but it would have to be an overwhelming player available to do that with a guy that can score like that. But I mean, they've consistently shut down the idea that he was being shopped or that he was out, on his way out. So you have to assume that he's going to be here for the long term. And obviously, when you have restricted free agents, you're not all that worried about someone leaving unless they're offer sheeted. And I think that the Stars will probably take care of their business.
Greg Wyshynski's with us here, the Puck Daddy. Okay. What could happen realistically to close the gap towards the top, and specifically looking at Edmonton and obviously Colorado here in the division? I mean, and should they consider moving a pick again, or do you have to shut that down for a while you see what develops?
I tend to believe that their contention window is still open. I mean, like we talked about, there's been some turnover on the roster, but that doesn't necessarily always mean it's a bad thing. I think with that said, they've got some young players that are going to be able to really make an impact this year, whether it's Bichelle or Maverick Bourque or whomever. And the West is top heavy, but I think Dallas is part of it being top heavy. There's only 4 teams that I think you can cement into the playoffs. The LA Kings maybe being the 5th. So yeah, I don't think this is a time to really pivot or transition away from putting the pedal down and trying to win a cup when you've got your veteran core still in place.
What'd you think of that Connor McDavid deal with Edmonton? And I wonder if they're not able to get something done in 2 years, and assuming Glenn Gulutzan is here, their relationship, do you think if McDavid were to leave, the Stars could possibly be a favorite in the running to acquire his services?
We'll get to that. I should also mention that when you trade for Mikko Rantanen and sign with that contract, it usually does not portend that you're going to retool. So, I mean, they're definitely in a contention mode as we speak.
I just thought they were whooped so sufficiently by Edmonton, and the skill gap was there and the physicality gap was there starkly on television. And, I said in the opening statement, I thought they reduced their talent. I think the Stars would have to do something to convince me they're a real contender, not a pretender.
I don't disagree. I do think that before we get to McDavid, that they do want to see where some of these young pieces fit on the roster and see, what they have there before they can go out and maybe address more stuff at the trade deadline. Obviously, Jim Nill has never hesitated to try to improve his team by any means necessary. So we'll see what they have. But I mean, there's enough on that roster where, like I said, I think they're still easily top 5 in the conference, maybe top 4, maybe top 3, and then you can kind of go from there. As far as McDavid goes, the 2-year term was something that I had reported. It was trending that way for a while, that he had sort of decided that was his window for trying to contend in Edmonton, this year and then 2 more. And then we'll see what happens after that. I mean, if they win and he's comfortable there, who the heck knows? If they don't, it's pretty obvious he's going to, test on restricted free agency or go find someplace else to play. The money was the shocker, and the $2.5 million. I didn't think he would make less than Leon Draisaitl against the cap, even giving the Oilers a hometown discount. So the money was kind of shocking. What you've done with Gulutzan is what everybody is trying to do right now over the next couple of years in drawing lines to McDavid. His former GMs in Los Angeles, right. His favorite coaches in Dallas. I mean, there's going to be a lot of that going on. I mean, he grew up in Ontario. Will he become a Leaf? There's a lot of that going on. And at the very least, Connor's probably kicked that to maybe September 2027 as far as like when this speculation really heats up again. But it's always going to be there with unrestricted free agency looming in 2028.
Hey, Greg, you're so good at this stuff. What's the one thing you fear the most you're being wrong about when the season starts?
Well, in full disclosure, I did a radio hit with our friends in St. Louis on the day that I predicted they'd miss the playoffs, and I am now fearing a bunch of Budweiser swilling people on the back of Clydesdales coming to my house with torches. No, you know, I don't know if there's. I look at my standings predictions. I look at the predictions for the season. I think I'm right on a lot of it. There's some stuff like Utah, for example. I think I'm pretty high on them, higher than most. Where I would love to see, Stanley Cup playoff hockey come to Salt Lake City, and for that, new NHL town to kind of experience the best part of the season. But they might be too young. Like their core is really extremely talented, but they might be a little bit green to make that kind of leap right now. If there's one that I'm hoping I'm right on, it's that. And also hoping that that we maybe see a different mix in the final. I mean, I have Colorado over Carolina in the final for the Stanley Cup. Those are obviously not the Florida Panthers or the Edmonton Oilers. and due respect to those two franchises and due respect to the idea that we could get, our first full-fledged 3-in-a-row dynasty since the Islanders in the early 1980s, if Florida wins again, it'd be nice to kind of just see some different teams in the mix, even if in Colorado's case, it's a team that won fairly recently.
You mentioned earlier about 5 teams maybe that you could pencil in the West. Is the Western Conference maybe not quite as deep as you've seen it in years past? It seems like the road to the Cup in the West has just been a gauntlet, having watched the Stars the last 3 years.
Yeah, it is a gauntlet, and when I say 5 teams, I just mean maybe 4 or 5 teams that are cut above a bunch of really, really good teams. If you matched up the conferences, I think the path to make the playoffs in the East is a lot easier than the path to make the playoffs in the West. It's one of the reasons why I still have Florida in the playoffs, despite losing Matthew Tkachuk until at least December, maybe January, and then losing Sasha Barkov for the regular season. That would devastate a team that was playing in the West. But because, there is this cushion of the Penguins and the Flyers and Detroit and others where you can kind of mine points from those teams, I think they're going to be fine. In the West, if you look at the bubble right now, you've got Utah, St. Louis, Minnesota, Winnipeg, Vancouver, maybe Anaheim if they reach a different level this season under Joel Quenneville. It is a meat grinder to try to make the playoffs in the Western Conference, and especially in the Central Division. So I think that the journey is still an arduous one for anybody who makes it out of that conference.
Greg Wyshynski, ESPN, with us here, talking Dallas Stars and NHL hockey. All right, when it comes to Stars, do you like the current Victory Green sweaters, or would you prefer them to go back to the old ones they won the Cup in?
I like the ones they wear now, and I know there's an inherent nostalgia for the older ones. I mean, if we're being honest, obviously my favorite Stars jersey is the Mooterus, and that should be their primary jersey. I think we can all agree. But the color scheme is so distinct and unique, and obviously having covered a bunch of games down there during the playoffs, the way that they lean into the whole Victory Green thing is really cool too. Plus, if you change the jersey, then you're going to have to rename the mascot probably. So you don't want to do that.
There's a lot that goes into it.
Hey, Greg, the other day we were kind of laughing. It was funny at the time. I wanted to ask somebody that's on the side of it. Ben McDonald, they were doing a promote on ESPN about hockey, and they were kind of selling it, opening day and all that. And Ben's like, I'm not watching it. I don't care about that. Any thoughts about stuff like that when somebody says something like that about hockey? That's something that's your passion, your love, your livelihood.
Well, getting beyond the whole guy who works for my network saying don't watch something on the network part of it. It's honestly not anything that a hockey fan in the U.S. hasn't heard their entire lives, right? There's a certain glee that people take when they say they don't watch hockey, it's kind of a punchline. It's like it's almost like it becomes kind of a badge of honor to not watch it, right? Because they think it's uncool, or they don't know anybody who follows it, or they don't know anybody who's played it. And this is something that again, fans in the U.S. have had to deal with forever. It's nothing new. And it's something that a lot of emerging sports have to deal with. I mean, I think if you guys remember, like within the last 5 years pre-Caitlin Clark, people would have the same reactions to the WNBA, and now that that league sets records like every time there's a game, it seems like. So it's a bummer. You wish it could be different, and you certainly wish that a national broadcast on your own network doesn't air those sentiments. But it is what it is.
I think we're heading here for a relocation, maybe up north to the suburb of Frisco. What do you think about hockey teams moving out of the city?
Yeah, I saw that. I was bummed, man. Again, that's sort of me being a creature of habit and having covered so many playoff races at that arena downtown that I'm just like, I know how to do it. I don't want to have to relearn where stuff is. I read the comments from the team about, maybe trying to move closer to where the fan base is and things like that. And, ultimately, I'm sure a lot of this has to do with the Mavericks plans and all that going on too. So I don't know. It caught me by surprise, and for lack of a real handle on the geography of things down there, I will say that as a sort of a rule of thumb, I much prefer a downtown arena or an arena in a city center than I do arena elsewhere. So that's personal preference, and I'm sure there's probably counter arguments localized that I'm not thinking of, but that was my first reaction to it.
Frisco's getting pretty popping up there, though. I think you'll like your hotels and restaurants and stuff. It is always kind of sad, I think, a little bit when it leaves the city that it's named after, though.
It's more about leaving the city, I think. I'm not trying to crap on our friends in Frisco. Like there's something to be said. I don't think they're moving out to the boonies like the Coyotes did for a while. Where they ruined the franchise by moving 1 billion miles away from where the fans are. But yeah, I'll give you an example. Like the Washington Capitals, when I went to school in Maryland, used to play in Landover, which is in Maryland, and it's nowhere near Washington D.C. And then they moved to D.C. Right by Chinatown, the arena that they're still in, and immediately became cool. Like the coolness factor in being just in the heart of Washington, D.C. and being accessible through mass transit and all that other stuff, it kind of helped transform the franchise right around when Ovechkin arrived. It all kind of melded together. If he was out in the suburbs doing the things he did, I don't know if it would have had the same coolness factor as it did playing in a downtown arena.
Well, you're the man, Greg. Thank you for your thoughts, and enjoy this season. We'll try to catch up with you soon.
Thanks, as always. I appreciate it.
There he goes, ESPN's Greg Wyshynski there, the Puck Daddy, been killing it. And he joined us last year during the playoff run, and salute to him for helping us bring in another hockey season. Stars and Jets tomorrow night in Winnipeg. All righty, we got the C-Note coming up next. Cowboys news of the evening and top storylines with this football team as they get set to visit Carolina. We're back with that here on The Fan.
But first,
V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your hair. That's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that whoever eats has proteins?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What are they? Seven sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Golden?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg maple?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yes, sir. Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation, and it's time now for the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening. If you want to bet on Dak Prescott to win MVP, I would just say hurry, get that done. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. You got Krusty's Corner coming up here in about 15 minutes now. Brian's going to take you through what the Carolina Panthers are going to bring to the table offensively. That is part of the Week 6 buzz. Most of the talk in previews is around this Rico Dowdle angle with him telling you to buckle up or whatever. And Nick Eatman wrote about it today, saying Rico's comments about buckle up definitely made its mark in the locker room and with the coaches even. I didn't know if Rico was a high-profile enough player to really send a ripple through, but it looks like they're possibly using that as motivation. I like it.
If he runs the ball like he did against the Dolphins, they better buckle up.
Yeah.
He had
good. Some big ones.
Yeah, they were
40, 50 yarders.
Yeah, they were before the Dolphins game, they were a team that struggled running the football because you could go back. I went and did all the 10-yard runs.
Yeah.
And before that, man, they just
not a lot of them.
Not a lot of them.
Do you think Hubbard's just a guy that
probably
was
not going to play?
Yeah.
He's got a calf problem, and he tried to play a couple weeks ago,
But do you think Rico's better? Like Rico started the year getting 1 out of every 3.
Yeah, I think Hubbard catches the ball really, really well in the backfield, and I think that's where Hubbard's tough though too.
He is.
Their offensive line is built more to run the football than it is to throw the football.
Well, I can't wait for your preview here. I don't want to ruin it, but I got lots of questions about their offense here coming up in 15 minutes. Okay, the Dak MVP line is moving. From 2,200 to now 1,700 on FanDuel, but you can find it at plus 3,000 still on DraftKings. Last week it was 4,500, and maybe your opportunity has already slipped by, but that's still pretty juicy. It's plus 3,000 on BetMGM. Josh Allen is the favorite at plus 140. And then you have Mahomes wouldn't bet on him. Baker Mayfield might bet on him. Jordan Love wouldn't bet on him. Jared Goff, maybe. And then Matt Stafford sitting there at plus 1,500. That might be the second best bet. I don't know. Allen at plus 140. That's just not good enough value to take somebody against the field with so much season remaining. We're going to go to Ted Wynn here. He's writing for The Athletic. Journalist, looks at the tape. He has the headline, How the Cowboys, 49ers, Vikings Prove Injuries Don't Always Equal Doom. Week 5 film review. And the story is when it gets to the Cowboys part is how Dak is making pre-snap adjustments and audibles as good as anybody in the league right now. Mm-hmm. Let me give you some of what old Teddy Paulgame has to say here about Dak. Here, pre-snap says, on 3rd and 9, the Cowboys came out empty with running back Javonte Williams split out wide next to George Pickens. Before the Jets could fully line up, Prescott saw that the Jets had strong safety Tony Adams go outside to cover Williams and Sauce Gardner inside to cover Pickens. Prescott immediately signaled for Williams to line up in the backfield. He got the information that he needed. Prescott then used a hard count to get the defense to show its hand. He saw Adams run over to the tight end and saw the inside linebacker and nickel take a step toward the line of scrimmage. He knew at that point a cover 0 blitz was coming. He changed to a 7-man protection, made a crane-like signal to the receivers to change the route concept, and he had them run a post-out combo, which is great against off-man coverage, and that got the job done. Dak just getting more love for diagnosing. I guess he's on like a Peyton Manning level here pre-snap. Brian, what do you think?
Yeah, the thing that he's able to do, there's been a struggle in his career where he's not been able to, the play action stuff, turning his back to the defense and then coming back and finding everybody. He's been outstanding in that. I mean, and playing under center, that's been really, really a key for him. I think that he has an understanding of what Schottenheimer's trying to get to in some of these plays, but they've also built in some things to kind of give him some more clues with the motions and the ability to kind of adjust the formations as Ted was talking about. So, yeah, I just think that, to me, you're playing at such a high level right now. His pocket awareness, too, has been really, really good. Remember in the past, he kind of always talk about he'd kind of walk into sacks.
Yeah.
Where he'd walk in. It's, the
stepping up, sliding.
The first big play that they made, we talked about that the other day. The first big play that they made to Flanoy was with the route with Tolbert underneath, drew the coverage, and then over the top, they were able to get the 2-level read. But Dax felt Thomas get beat quick. I mean, it was quick pressure on the spin
move, yeah.
And he just immediately didn't even. Sometimes you think, just stand there and try and wait for the crosser to get there. He felt Thomas get beat quick, and immediately as Thomas is getting beat, he's moving away from that. Whereas maybe old Dak would have just stood there and tried to make a throw to that, but he got himself a little bit better angle and then able to deliver the ball. But he's feeling things around the pocket much better than he has even in the past.
Yeah, it makes me think of, interesting enough, is the attention to detail that Shoddy has, and I think there's a number of ways the coaching staff can help you. One's the scheme, and another's the play calling, but another's just in your habits. And I remember Shoddy working with Turpin on not jump catching stuff. Yeah, and I just wonder how much of that went to the pocket where Shoddy's looking at it and saying, like, man, you'd have a lot more success if you quiet down and notice this, and while the pressure's there, don't let your technique break down.
Yeah, climbing the pocket. Yeah, I mean, I think his pocket presence and pocket awareness has been next level this year. But I think I think Dak's always been pretty good pre-snap. I do think the motion and being able to just get more information based on their design has certainly helped a lot, and he's done an excellent job of checking out and making sure they're in the right play. But Shoddy talked about it during his presser today, going through his progressions. And I think post-snap is where he has been confused previously, where you'll see, maybe there's a linebacker that fakes like he's going to blitz, then now he sinks back into coverage, and I thought I was going to have an opening here on a slant or a post, and there's a safety or a linebacker.
It happened on the one pick that's his fault this year.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think he's done a much better job post-snap of, one, not being fooled, understanding what defenses are trying to do to them, but also just going through his progressions 1 through 4, however many he might have on a certain play. I mean, he really is playing at a supremely confident level right now.
And doesn't it also show you how cooked you are if you're generic and not moving guys around defensively?
You're making it way harder on your quarterback.
If you're static, if what you're showing is what you're going to do defensively these days, you're going to get absolutely torched by guys like Dak Prescott, and maybe that's part of the problem there for the Jets. Whenever I do a deep dive on defenses these days, it's rare, I think, that you find a defensive coordinator that's just locked in. That's saying, this is what we do and we're lining up like this. Like almost every team is trying some variation of, what'd you call it the other day? The cloud, where the safety and the corner change spots, or you have a safety screwing down into the box right at the snap, or I'm down and then I'm up. There's just so many games. And if your defensive personnel can't learn it and can't execute it, I don't think the right answer is to say, okay, we're going to be static. No. And not many teams are, but I think the Jets are looking for anything that works right now. On the Eagles, Wynn says Kevin Patullo, OC, overcorrected too far the second half to 23-1 pass-to-run ratio, and writes that if Patullo can't figure it out soon, Coach Sirianni might have to consider stepping in and taking over play calling duties there for the Eagles. That's how bad it's gotten. I don't know if we fully grasp how open this division is because of how bad the Eagles' offense is. A couple of weeks in, I just assumed it would start to get better. But, after all the noise that's been around that program, for them to go out and do that in the second half, it makes me feel like maybe the job's a little bit too big for the OC, or he doesn't have the same chemistry that Kellen Moore was able to establish. And I wouldn't be surprised if it changes in the work, especially if they would go out and lay another egg against New York. All right, it's time for Krusty's Corner. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, let's talk about that Panther offense. We'll do that next.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, we preview the Stars season with Jake Riepma in studio at 7:20, Panthers insider David Newton at 8, plus the Neighborhood Watch, the Payload, and a 9 Inch Nails ticket giveaway, Thursday edition on The Fan.
You looking to upgrade your home's windows? Hey, it's Joe Kelly. Best Buy Windows and Siding has you covered. Get 10 double-pane, single-hung windows for just $59.50, plus 0 down and 0% financing with approved credit means upgrading is easier than ever. And with their lifetime warranty, you can rest easy knowing your investment is protected. A portion of every sale supports Friends of Dallas Animal Services. Call 469-WINDOWS right now or go to bestbuywindowsandsiding.com.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Wolchuk back with you, and if you're shopping for your next ride, well, stop what you're doing. Check out EastDallasDiesel.com. You already know, I've talked about it plenty. East Dallas Diesel, they have the best truck game in DFW. Custom wheels, tires, lifted rigs, whatever you're looking for, they've got it, but there's so much more than just badass trucks. With East Dallas Diesel, they become your one-stop shop for incredible luxury vehicles. We're talking Range Rovers. Tony specializes in Range Rovers. Those are his babies. Bentleys, BMWs, Corvettes, Escalades, Tahoes, everything from convertibles to trucks and everything in between. And the best part, you don't have to break the bank with East Dallas Diesel. Whether you're looking for a budget-friendly ride or that dream car with everything fully loaded, they got great financing options to match as well. And they're family-owned and operated, and they get new inventory coming in daily, so you're going to want to make sure you check out their social media pages. East Dallas Diesel on Facebook, East Dallas Diesel on Instagram, and Tony Alberti is the man. He's got 30 years of experience. He's working with dad, stepdad, mom, his best buddy Fernando since high school. Their sales staff is absolutely incredible, and Tony's choosing and inspecting every single vehicle on that lot, so you know you are getting the best. So before you go anywhere else, go to EastDallasDiesel.com and check out what they've got today. Trucks, luxury, value, East Dallas Diesel, and East Dallas Motor Cars has it all. Tell them Wolchuk sent you.
When you think mortgage, think TexasLending.com.
Things are stacking up. Your tax bill's coming due shortly. Your credit card bills are higher. You have the holidays coming. Time to get ahead of the game and get things consolidated to a lower rate with a home equity loan or second lien home equity loan with TexasLending.com. Rates have fallen. Get a great deal today. Find out what you can get with TexasLending.com. We got it.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2025 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Hi, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. After working hard to keep you cool this summer, your HVAC system is filled with dirt, dust, and debris. And that's the number one cause of heater failures. Call the On-Time Experts today and get their fall tune-up. Normally $199 for just $59. Your system will get a thorough cleaning and maintenance, and you'll get a stay warm guarantee plus peace of mind this winter. Book your appointment now at theontimeexperts.com. theontimeexperts.com.
Hey Texas, this is Ryan Watson, owner of Alliance Hyundai. We have over 600 vehicles in stock like the all-new 2025 Hyundai Elantra. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty and owner assurance. Visit us at alliancehyundai.net today.
Hey guys, it's Destiny from DFW's hottest sports bar in Borough, Rowdy Cowboy. We are getting ready to turn up the volume at our newest location coming October 24th in the Colony. So come and enjoy our biggest Texas menu. Your favorite cocktails, ice cold beers, 69 big screen TVs, and best of all, our have to be seen to believe Rowdy Cowgirls. So saddle up and enjoy the party in Grapevine and very soon in the Colony. Oh, and guys, let your favorite bartenders and servers know we are always looking for the best of the best to join the Rowdy Cowgirls and help us get rowdy.
When your name
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for Krusty's Corner. Your next chance to get your 2025 G-Bag Nation flag tomorrow. KNC Masterpiece at Tolbert Garage Door. And cold beers and cheeseburgers on Fridays with us in Euless. We'll have more flags for you. Our annual fan appreciation giveaway, the G-Bag Nation flag. Here's Brian with Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Thank you very much to my teammates. Thank you very much to Reliant for being a part of this one. Hey, Lucius, the attire. Are we going to see the robe at the pool party? The cigar and the robe?
Oh, yeah. Now, that sounds hilarious. No, I don't think so, man.
No?
No, I don't think so.
I was going to see if I could go out and get me like one of those old school robes with my initials on the the pocket area.
Maybe. A robe and a captain's hat.
Yeah, robe, captain's hat.
Ooh, that's a
couple of cigars and that bottle of tequila. That's the real pretty bottle that you like to drink. That thing, I was thinking about just showing up like that.
Yeah, like that cigar. Follow me, boys.
Yeah, follow me, boys.
Some shiny jewelry.
Yeah, some pool party here. I'll be like what was it Ocean's 11? What was the actor? Remember when they were talking about Elliot Gould? Elliot Gould.
Yeah.
Was it Elliot Gould?
Yeah, they went to his house for money.
They went to Elliot Gould's house for money, and he's like this.
There you go.
Overweight, hairy. Like, okay, you really want to rob Benedict? Terry Benedict?
Terry Benedict.
Yeah, you want to rob?
Yeah.
Oh, this is hilarious. He's out there.
I hate that guy.
He's out there the robe and all the whole thing.
There you go. That's the vibe.
They actually just announced Ocean 14 today.
What are we doing now?
I don't know.
Who are we knocking off?
It's the whole crew back together.
Love a good heist. I do love this.
Who are we knocking off there now, right?
Stealing Bitcoin.
Yeah.
There you go. Seed phrase heist.
We're gonna be invisible. We're just gonna change everything.
The Invisible Man.
Be invisible. All right.
It's about a rug pull.
Get hot
to a story.
We're on it.
Oh, geez. Ocean's 14. All right.
Crazy.
Watch the other ones. Might as well.
Yeah.
Why not?
Running out of ideas.
Yeah. Running out of ideas for sure. All right. Carolina Panthers. Dallas loses this game if Carolina is able to run the football. And I say this in a way of if this game becomes close, if this game becomes where Carolina all of a sudden kind of figures out that, man, we do not have to throw in this one, but we're just going to run. We're going to take 7-8 minutes off the clock. We're going to find ways. They've been actually, it's funny when you watch them down in the red zone, they find a way to get the ball to the tight end for a touchdown. They'll throw the ball to wide receivers. McMillan hadn't have a touchdown down there yet, but they'll run the ball in. But Dallas has got to be very, very mindful. And I say this because I feel like that Dave Canellis, the head coach play caller for the Panthers, he's not going to expose this quarterback. Even though Dallas's pass rush was better last week, they could do some things to the Jets that they did to the Jets to Carolina. So I don't know if necessarily that you're going to see Dave Canellis be real interested in putting this game in Bryce Young's hands.
No, I wouldn't be.
I just, the Carolina offensive line is, now we've...
Much better running than pass pro.
Yeah, much better runners than pass pro. And the way they've been running the football is through different ways. And I mean, it's the send motion when we flip, going the other way. There's been some zone stuff. There's been the sweeps.
Yeah.
There's been off tackle. It's not some running game where you're seeing, oh, wow. Like, I did see a crack toss that went for plus yards. So, but it's not, it doesn't have the elements of what you've seen with the Cowboys. And the reason why, they don't have the athletes. They don't have the athletes as the offensive line at tackle.
They got some big dudes, slow-footed, like Ikwonu. Their left tackles are slow-footed. Yeah,
that is the big problem that they have right now and they have a quarterback that when he feels pressure, he will try and run. But like my guy Voch Lombardi likes to say, he'll also do things to sack himself.
Absolutely, he will.
And he'll also fumble the ball when you get in the pocket, too, and you pressure him. He'll drop the ball on you, too.
Tiny hands.
That, and he kind of gets bumped around and then just loses the ball. But if you watch the games leading up to this last one, there was not a lot of offense. The Atlanta game was pretty impressive what they were able to do. But overall, they've kind of struggled offensively to do some things. The things that Dallas is bad at, they're bad at too. If it has to be throwing a deep ball, they're bad at this too. They'll throw deep balls. They just can't complete them.
Yeah.
The quarterback has a problem with that.
They're bad at defending big passing plays too, aren't they?
Well, yes, Carolina's defense. Yeah, I'm going to take a peek at them tonight. But the thing I've noticed about their offense,
throwing it very short.
Yeah,
I think they're 30th in air yards.
Anything in the intermediate range, they're mid-pack with that. But overall, though, the tackles set particularly deep, and you could walk them to the quarterback, so you could really squeeze the pocket on this guy because how deep their tackles set. They're worried about that, like they don't want to get beat up the field, so they're trying to get depth and then set on you right there, engage, and then hopefully the ball's out, but it hasn't been getting out like it has. Tet McMillan is a legitimate player. We all understand.
Yeah.
If you follow us on our show, we've talked about Tet McMillan maybe more than any other player in the draft.
100%
we were thinking that he was going to be a guy. It started to be that he was it was Genty was getting mocked, and then all of a sudden Tet McMillan started getting mocked, and then it was like, I know Zach and I started hearing like, there's no chance in hell you're going to get Tet McMillan. He's going before you pick.
Bummer, man.
Yeah. So
yeah, and obviously you'd rather have the combination of Booker and Pickens right now.
Right.
But if they had taken McMillan instead of Booker, I think we'd be ecstatic right now. Still,
McMillan is a hell of a player, and he's everything that we talked about: the route running, the ability to separate down the field, the ability to go get the football, down blocking. I mean, this guy has got some
plays with some attitude too.
Complete.
He's the boss out there already.
Complete player and all those things. They've tried with Xavier Legette. He's really kind of. I would say he's a disappointment with the way that he's been playing. You just don't see him when you look for those explosives. They've found McMillan, and that's kind of where.
By the way, I heard Stink in his play-by-play calling him Legette.
Legette?
They were both going Legette. So there might have been a name pronunciation that we need to.
Okay, Legette. I was Legette. Legette.
Yeah, I was always
a Legette guy.
Legette. They've got Hunter Renfrow, too, in the slot. Jimmy Horn actually makes some plays for him, too. Jimmy Horn out of Colorado.
Got speed, man.
Yeah, a little bit smaller guy, but yeah, he was a guy that people talked about maybe in the third, fourth round, but he ended up going in the sixth round. But the problem they run into is their offensive line cannot pass block well. They're going to run block better. Their quarterback doesn't see the field well enough. You could pressure him. I think Dallas can do, like I said, I think Dallas could do some things that they did to the Jets. I think the movement, I think the gap exchange stuff with the twist stunts, I think that you would come after him that way, Bryce Young. But I don't think, like I said, I don't think Dave Canellis is going to allow that to happen. I think they're going to try and run the football here and see if Dallas, who had some problems last week, there was some stuff with Kenny Clark and with Osa and those guys, they didn't really do a great job up front controlling the run. So I'm going to challenge them. And Rico Dowdle ran the ball well. They're down 17-0, and they just started running the ball because they got tired of Bryce Young messing it up.
Because he turned the ball over twice.
Yeah.
He just dropped it like you said and then sailed a pass, gets intercepted. I mean, he'll turn the ball over.
He threw it at the cameraman at one point.
Yeah. So this is where I think this game, like if Dallas can't handle the run, then this is probably going to be a real close game. If Dallas's offense is able to put points up on the board and take Carolina out of the running game, Dallas will win this game easily from what I've seen so far with the offense. But it's the quarterback. They're going to lose this quarterback battle to the Cowboys. The Carolina's going to lose to Dallas on the quarterback battle. They're going to lose in pass blocking here. The run blocking stuff, that's their chance. That's their best chance to win this football game. And I wouldn't be surprised if they try and do it.
It's got to be Fowler and Houston a follow-up game against these tackles, right? Like, I want to see pressures. It doesn't have to be 3 sacks or whatever they combine for and all those splash plays, but we got to see consistent winning. And if that happens and they can stop the run, then I think, I don't think I'll ever get as far as Stephen Jones saying this could be a damn good defense, but this defense could be trending towards average.
Yeah.
You get both those things.
It's kind of what you need with this offense being so good.
I just don't think that Bryce Hunter can throw the ball well enough to affect, even though Dallas is so poor at times playing pass defense with the coverage. I think the pressure the pressure will be a problem. And here I am saying pressure. I mean, we've only seen it really 1 week, but boy, this would be a good week. This line is not as good as the one you played last week, and they took advantage of that group with the Jets
and tackling.
Hopefully, yeah, the tackling's got to be.
Got to tackle. That was a big reason Rico had it the day that he did.
Yeah,
Miami was falling off. And
buckle up, man. They didn't buckle up.
They had to buckle up.
Awful. They really were.
Well, thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Cowboys Panthers at noon on Sunday. Pregame with Brian and Chief will be on at 9. Wolchuk, I need a fix, brother.
Oh, man, I got you. Daily Football Fix, Players of the Week, bold predictions revisited, and did the NFL just quietly cancel this? That's next.
I got your...
Something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
skills? Doesn't sound right. What's it, Saffron Squad?
Roger that, Sally.
Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. The Tigers have come back to tie it at 3 with the Mariners in the top of the 6th inning, and there's a walk, so they ain't done yet. All right, it's time for a daily football fix. Tyler Smith was back at practice today, so was Marshawn Nealon. They were both limited. Booker, Lamb, Sanborn, Cavante, and DW, Donovan Wilson, all with a DNP. Wilson's got elbow and knee. So it's a very healthy injury report once again for the Cowboys. Hubbard, DNP, Moton, DNP, their bad right tackle for the Panthers.
Yeah.
All right.
That's pretty big. Moton can't go. They like him a lot. I mean, they paid him a lot of money, but I agree with you. He's not
very good.
No.
Jalen Phillips was whooping him. He was putting together like a trade resume.
Yeah, both these tackles, it's a struggle. Yeah.
And Turpin ruled himself out. So Turpin said he just got out of the boot, but he's not playing this weekend. And I guess Shoddy echoed the same sentiment. Was like, we're going to work on getting him back for Washington. So I don't expect Cavante Turpin.
Flanoy, stream him on the fantasy squads, boys.
Let's go.
All righty, let's do this. Here's Wolchuk with your daily football fix.
Okay, the big news right now is coming out of Chapel Bill.
Big news kickoff?
I don't know how long it's going to be, Chapel Bill. Ollie Connolly, who covers North Carolina football, says per sources, Bill Belichick has discussed buyout options with North Carolina's hierarchy. Belichick has signaled a willingness to trigger his own $1 million buyout if he can find a soft landing with another team or in media. Members of Bill's coaching staff have already spoken to other schools that are expected to be in the college football playoff about taking on roles during the postseason. From one coach, quote, "The rats are leaving the ship," end quote. Some staffers believe a change will come within 2 weeks. Reports of serious recruiting violations remain under investigation at UNC. Recruiting and practice violations have already been proven by the school, according to multiple sources.
So there's their cause.
Using
What a
recruit
fail.
violations to knock down a coach's buyout has become a standard practice. If Bill cannot find a landing spot to trigger his own buyout, he's expected to accept a greatly reduced compromised rate. Belichick's communication with his staff in the past 2 weeks have been described as weird and distant by multiple members of UNC's coaching
That's how
staff.
he is. That's how he is. The honeymoon's over.
Another defensive assistant said, quote, "What we've done to these kids is effed up."
Oh, my God.
Really? Yeah.
That
So-
sounds like an absolute disaster and a fail, and I think he needs to leave football before he does any more damage to his legacy. Just go enjoy that girlfriend.
They'll always have that first drive of the season, though.
That first drive of the season, I mean, there's such a
Man.
great euphoria, like the pregame festivities, that immediate 5-minute drive, whatever it was, for up 7-0, and after that, it's just been a snowball of terrible tragedy.
Masterpiece of dog ass.
Holy moly! What a development here. As I guess he's going to be out before we know it.
You think so? You that is that like
I'm
a
texting
report?
Lombardi,
Like
I'm
it's about
asking.
to happen?
Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
texting
it said
Mike.
within the next
He said
2
within
weeks.
2 weeks,
Within
yeah.
2 weeks, he's either going to
And
trigger.
that's not
his-
hot taken?
No, this is reported right now from North Carolina.
Maybe the single greatest coaching failure in all of sport.
Well, Urban Meyer was bad at Jackson.
Yes,
And that's
I'm sure there's
honestly,
definitely others.
I mean,
we
it
could
sounds
look
very
at.
it sounds very similar.
the reason
Yeah.
why I said maybe was because of Urban Meyer.
All right, Mike said they're all lies. Mike just told me
Okay,
they're all lies. Yeah, I said, hey, I'm really sorry what's going on with these reports. He says they're all lies.
Okay.
So I don't know. Listen, it's two sides of the story. North Carolina's calling it lies.
Always.
There and this. I'm sure this guy is a guy or gal report.
It's a guy. It's a gal guy.
Okay,
It's
what's
a
his
guy.
name? What's his name?
Ollie.
Is this
Okay,
SoCal?
that's why I asked. Okay, see, maybe they've got reports. They've got sources too. So who knows? I just texted Mike. I said, hey, reports. He says, man, they're all lies. That's what he's saying. That's in the building.
I could see Bill maybe wanting out, like, what am I doing? I do just want to go enjoy my girlfriend, get out of the spotlight. This is a long-term project. But if I'm North Carolina, I want to see what happens with a full off season and a chance to get a lay of the land and rebuild this thing, get my network working, get some dough flowing. But I think
Yes.
Bill is the most likely to be like, holy crap, what have I done? This is horrible.
There's not a better source than Lombardi, who's right next to Bill. So, because a lot of this is Bill looking at triggering his own buyout. So if that's not true,
like he would pay them $1 million to not have to coach for them anymore.
like if he could find a soft landing with another team, then yeah, he could he could trigger his own. I don't know if that necessarily means that he's paying for it himself, but
That's the school giving him $1 million. He's got that option at any time just to leave and get a buyout.
Yeah.
it's just such a bad look to throw in the towel like halfway through a season.
oh, it's terrible. I mean, it's really bad for everybody.
But I mean,
involved.
you have an idea of what college is, and then you get in, and you're talking with Saban that left, and you get a full understanding for everything that's changed.
They pride themselves on program building, and if in fact it's if this reporter's accurate, and then that's a shame. I mean, they pride themselves on their ability to Michael was telling me, hey, we're going to run this thing like an NFL team. We're going to take our NIL money. We're going to try and get offensive linemen. We're going to try and buy some defensive linemen. They've got some like 4 or 5-star recruits. I've been kind of keeping up with that guys that have been committed to it and all. But if these reports are true, then that's terrible. If that's the way everything's going on, and in 2 weeks, you're right. I wouldn't. I mean, there's a lot of talk about this program right now. I mean, a lot of talk about that program.
It's absolutely wild what's going on here.
Like I say, Michael's always been honest with me about it. So, we'll see. In 2 weeks, Belichick could be gone, and you guys could all say, well, so much for your source brought us. But that's within the program.
Riley Green, solo homer for the Tigers in the bottom of the 6th to make it 4-3 Tigers over the Mariners.
454. What a year for Riley Green.
What a mash bomb.
That was a big-time prospect, and it was not a great start to his career, but he has had a breakout season. Okay, Riley Green, All-Star. Well, what is the All-Star game in the National Football League?
It's the Pro Bowl,
The Pro Bowl, right? Have they just canceled the Pro Bowl and not made it public? apparently, it appears this way, as the Pro Bowl has traditionally been held the Sunday before the Super Bowl, and the NFL officially locks in that date well in advance. However, John Lewis of Sports Media Watch has pointed out that was not the case this year, and there's currently no mention of the Pro Bowl games or any sort of all-star event on the NFL's official schedule. Also, ESPN, who plans to broadcast a Stadium Series showdown between the Bruins and the Lightning in the window when the Pro Bowl usually would be broadcasted on February 1st, 2026.
Sounds like you're reading tea leaves.
So maybe the NFL has realized we've tried everything. We did flag football.
Just name the guys Pro Bowl
drafted.
players. Just name them Pro Bowl players and go on with
I
it.
think that's what we're looking
We'll give
at.
everybody a letter jacket and we'll move on.
I think they've scrapped the Pro Bowl and they just haven't made it public.
I think if we didn't even get this tea leaf reading from you, Wolchuk, and it just went the whole season, like nobody would bat an eye. It's like we get around Pro Bowl time, nobody would even think about it. There's not a single person that sits down and watches it.
You know what I
Other
did?
than you brought us? It's a talk show. I think it's like a live talk show.
When they used to play football, I broke it down one time because Tyron Smith was going against J.J. Watt, and like they both were kind of J.J. Watt was like being all.
Yeah, he's a tryhard, of course.
Like he was doing
trying.
all Pro Bowl, and I was watching Tyron Smith play, and like Tyron Smith got mad during the game.
Yeah,
because J.J. Watt was going, and so he gave him the upfield draw and then right hand punch and drove J.J. Watt like up the field and like went after him, but like Tyron, like the first couple of plays, like, what are you doing, bro? And then all of a sudden it turned into like, okay, you want to play real football? They played real football.
Play real football.
So I was like watching. I was breaking it down.
That was just like 14 years ago.
Hellman edited it, and I was like, all right.
You're a sick man.
But now you're right. I think we just named the Pro Bowl teams, which is better because now you won't get like a random Tyler Huntley who can put Pro Bowl on his resume because everybody's bailing out of this game, and so they go to like the fifth alternate to make it. Now you'll actually be a legit Pro Bowler, but we're just not we're not playing the game anymore. You bring up J.J. Watt, dude. I had heard the J.J. Watt stuff, like he's not really a good guy, and him making all these donations, it's just a front to really hide the fact that he's a bleep hole.
Oh, no.
How much money, though, did he raise in Houston?
A lot. And so I was always like a defender. I was a J.J. defender.
He went off that year. Hey, J.J.
But if you watch him like on Pat McAfee, and now he's doing the stuff with CBS Sports, I think he might actually be a bleep hole.
Yeah, there's some toxic entitled stuff going on.
Seems like a jerk.
This is just you consuming
just watching
J.J. Watt
the body
content.
language, just picking up a vibe. Like he just kind of
he was always kind of look at me
like a smug beehole.
Could see that. Oh wow, the old beehole.
What drew you into this fight?
Nothing.
You know this is
really.
going to get clipped, and
I think
someone's
he's offended for Tyron Smith. That's
well,
the star shining
Tyron's
through.
my guy. Tyron's better, but
you know this is going to get clipped, and it's going to be at J.J.
I was
Watt.
always a J.J. Watt
Hey, JJ.
defender. But now I'm kind of seeing what people might have been saying about him.
Okay.
But he still did donate a ton of money to charity, and that is
He
awesome.
was talking about raising $250,000. I think
he
raised
did.
$40 million for
He
that
did.
hurricane
For the
fund.
floods down
He
there.
donated a lot,
Yeah.
But I don't know. Maybe people were on something with this.
Yeah.
You're speaking of the Texans.
Better
his
watch.
former
Fred
team.
Davis might come in here and.
I'm going to ask Fred.
Ooh, Fred's in the hall right now.
Fred is in the hall. I'll ask Fred about J.J. Watt. What
He's
is-
gnawing on a toothpick.
What you think about J.J.? AFC Offensive Player of the Week, C.J. Stroud. Congratulations to him. 23 of 27.
And whoever played the Cowboys.
244 yards, 4 touchdowns. No, not this week.
Oh, not this week?
NFC Offensive Player of the Week, Rico Dowdle. Shout out to you, Rico. 206 yards on 23 carries. Your AFC Defensive Player of the Week, round of applause, Nick Benito. We love you, buddy. 4 tackles, 2.5 sacks, 2 tackles for loss as they beat the Eagles. F you, filthy. And then Kool-Aid McKinstry of the New Orleans Saints, who,
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if he really did a ton, but he did enough.
Who did the Kool-Aid?
No, he
Who
did.
just
4
did that?
tackles, 3 passes defense, 2
They didn't know
interceptions
what you
for
were
Kool-Aid.
talking about, were they?
No, I know the Kool-Aid man.
Of course we do.
Yeah.
Busting through the walls.
He's a bust guy.
If you know, you know.
I was kind of questioning that a little bit over there, but he
No.
did. I thought it was pretty good.
The
Nobody
Kool-Aid Man,
acknowledged him.
that's not very old. That's right in our wheelhouse, right there.
Kool-Aid Man, not
Kool-Aid
very
Man
old?
has not made an appearance on TV this century.
Absolutely has. 100% he has.
All right, we're gonna
He's been
fact check
running.
it.
He's been running through walls for years.
Let's not start fact checking.
All right,
Getting warm in here.
you had the Allen Iverson nugget, or Lucius did. Lucius had the Allen Iverson nugget about the sobriety, 6 months. He was actually on First Take. I did not know this, and maybe I should have. Allen Iverson, big Cowboys fan. Always just associated him with Philadelphia. Sixers, great. Here was AI on First Take, and how about this debate? Baker?
You know, I love Dak.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But Baker's a dog. I love Baker. You know what I mean?
Because he reminds you of you.
Oh, man.
You know?
He play every game like it's his last. And I love everything about that. You know what I mean? But Dak, you know what I mean? I love Dak. I'm a Cowboy. I've been a Cowboy for 45 years now. My mom made me a Cowboy when I was 5 years old. So, you know, it's been tough on me being in Philadelphia. You know what I mean? All of those years. You know, I love the players over there. I love everything about that team, that organization, because, you know, everybody over there, them guys dogs.
You can tell them how tough I made it on you about the Cowboys. You do that. I mean, I love trouble.
But I mean, I'm me. You know what I mean? And I have to be me. And I'm always gonna be a Cowboy. You know, even with the drought. You know what I mean? I'm always a Cowboy. I was a Cowboy when we was 1-16. I've cried when Cowboys.
Yes, he has.
Lost.
Yes, he has.
So,
he's cried.
I love that about him. You know,
Is that Stephen A. right?
Yeah, Stephen A. chiming in. It is his show.
Was that killing Stephen A. the fact that a guy that he kind of idolized
had
was
to be
a huge Cowboys
well, and
fan?
like a big start to his
I
career.
think Stephen A. likes the Cowboys too.
I think so too. I think quietly,
he plays it up. I think he's done it. Him and Jerry Jones are very, very close.
100%. Just like Skip Bayless isn't really a Cowboys fan, but he has to play it up.
Yeah. That's got to elevate AI pretty good though, because I think a lot of fans would show up and retire their Cowboy gear forever. Next thing you know, they're rocking the Kelly green in a suite at the Eagles game.
Not him.
He represented the star.
I love it. It makes me like Allen Iverson even more. But how about, Baker has been playing phenomenal football. The Baker versus Dak debate. I did think that was interesting. I think both are playing at a supremely high level right now. I'd say Dak having a better season, and maybe statistically it's not backed up, but I would just, based on the eye test, say Dak over Baker through the first 5 weeks. But damn, Baker's been good.
Yeah, it's close. Obviously different players. Baker does a little bit more with his legs and playing off script and things like that, but they've both played with like makeshift offensive lines throughout this season.
Ibuka has been outstanding for them.
No, Ibuka's been fantastic, but yeah, Baker and Dak both are right up there with playing the best football in the sport.
Nakobe Dean making his debut for the Eagles on Thursday Night Football tomorrow. Barkley, we had the story earlier. He feels like he's going to be okay, just some knee soreness. Darius Slayton has been ruled out, the wide receiver for the Giants. He will not be playing tomorrow. But Brian Daboll just adding a little bit more fuel to the fire here in this rivalry game. As he was doing his press conference yesterday, took a little jab at the Eagles. Said, you watch the tape. That AJ, he's open a lot. Little, just, boop, boop, boop. Guy that's complaining about targets. Pretty great quote there from Dave.
Can't figure out why they're not getting him the ball more.
I appreciate that, man. I hope it doesn't backfire on him. And A.J. Brown goes for like 10 and 200 and leads the Eagles to victory. I'd love nothing more than on Friday we're celebrating an Eagles loss to the Giants. That'd be amazing.
Be special. Yeah, we'll take it. Of course, you guys will be at a wedding, so you'll have Lucius, Brian, and I at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers on Friday in Euless. One of your next opportunities to pick up a 2025 G-Bag Nation flag. You can also do it tomorrow in Mesquite off 30 with the KNC Masterpiece at Tolbert Garage Door.
I saw that. That's that place we drank all those lemon drops that one day, right?
Yeah. The last time I was obliterated at Cold Beers.
It got away from us a little bit.
It was like the first hour of the show.
It did get away from us.
We had a bit of a team meeting.
That might have been where I was like, guys,
intervention.
If that segment sucked ass, let me know.
Looks like we got a lot of Kool-Aid Man showing up in pop culture stuff on YouTube, on Family Guy. So it has been propelled beyond the Saturday morning cartoon existence that we were aware of.
Real quick though, Wolchuk, was that Richardson bar the drunkest you'd ever been on a show?
Oh yeah, it was the
probably.
Richardson.
Yeah, Rich. Oh, you're right.
But you almost start crying.
Yeah, it was probably Richardson.
Yeah.
Was I crying?
I think you were kind of like emotional about it.
What was the line?
I think I might have.
Was the line you had? It was about your segment, like
yeah.
That segment was piss poor.
That was one of the worst I've ever done. I'm so sorry that
I don't know.
I let you guys down.
That preceded it. That's right. There was a big fight with Chief.
Yeah,
where he went off in the 5, and then in the 6, he was kind of like sad drunk Wolchuk.
Yeah,
we got the full ride on that day.
Depressed and just felt like, oh no, this isn't good. Let everybody down.
I went to school and I can't do better. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, guys.
All right, going into week 6, 4 things I'd love to see different with the Cowboys. That's coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation, the fan.
But I'm looking at you in the 817 right now.
Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a fantastic day. What would you like to see differently from the Cowboys here as we get set for the Panthers of Carolina? I got 4 things for you. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first. 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. It's the Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Okay, and I do want to say salute to Patrick Walker, voice of the Star there. He's doing some detective work on CeeDee Lamb's ankle on Cowboys Twitter this afternoon. Close-up on the cleats and the socks. No signs of a brace. No signs of extra tape on CeeDee Lamb's ankle as we hit a Wednesday here in Cowboys land, getting set for those Carolina Panthers. And CeeDee Lamb on today's practice report was technically a DNP, so hopefully we get some sort of an elevation. But I think if you get through one more game here, Washington's the one.
Yeah.
You know, and looking at how things are going so far for Washington, I'm just trying to get a little bit more familiar with them now that Jaden Daniels is back. Their line of scrimmage play on both sides has been better than what I expected. I think Washington's a pretty legit team as well, and that's going to be a hell of a showdown in week 7 probably to determine second place. Okay, what do we got here? Adjustments, okay. And I have a clear trade target here for you. Want me to start with that?
Yeah.
Because I think, number one, you need to give up on these linebackers, and maybe, that doesn't mean doing something drastic now, but we got to get urgent about a plan. I mean, what I feel like is in any combination of these guys just leaves too many vulnerabilities on this defense, whether it's run stopping or zone dropping or man, coverage. They don't have anybody, I feel like, that can get the entire job done. So you go to Cleveland, and where the story is a rookie linebacker Carson Schwessinger is good, making Devin Bush available.
Oh, he's good? That's a shocker.
8th-ranked linebacker on PFF. Would you like Schwessinger, Brian?
Yeah, he was the best linebacker.
Loved him.
So he's paying off his rookie year, and they got Bush on a 1-year, $3.25 million contract. He's PFF's 8th-ranked linebacker. So you'd probably want to look at him at film. He had an injury early in his career, so he maybe hasn't had the trajectory that a lot of people expected him to. But from what I can tell, I think Devin Bush will especially be available if they lose to the Steelers and drop to 1-5. And obviously it's a rebuilding year now if they're going with Dylan Gabriel. But I think that's my name to throw out for you as the trade deadline is now less than a month away. Does that perk your ears up at all, boys?
It does.
Devin Bush?
Now, I mean, I loved him coming out of Michigan, and he did start off his career pretty good in Pittsburgh. The injuries, to your point, weren't great. He's got 2 tackles for loss on the season. Both of those came in the first 2 weeks, so would need to look more into him. But I would love just a true Mike middle linebacker that's a field general, to where now you're just like Maris Leofau and Overshown when he comes back. They can just use their athleticism and run free, but you got your true guy in the middle that's just going to patrol the defense. Maybe it can excel in coverage, because Overshown is a converted safety. Coverage should be his game, but we've seen when he's at his strength, it's also around the line of scrimmage. But I wouldn't be opposed to looking into a Devin Bush.
Okay, I got to look at the contract, but you know who's still playing some damn good football at a late age on a bad team?
Oh, Demario Davis?
Demario Davis.
New Orleans, yeah.
That dude is, you want to talk about just a thoroughbred, true linebacker.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
That's what you're talking about.
Absolutely.
Demario Davis, I mean, I don't know. I got to look at his contract situation here, but and I don't know if they would be trying to do right by him by like having him, hey, are you down to be traded or what? But that would be a guy that could absolutely come in here and revamp some things.
I mean, looking back at what happened last week with Breece Hall, you just have guys that are turned the wrong way. And Mozzie Smith was a part of the problem. You know, you're having it. But I think Kenneth Murray and Jack Sanborn are maybe not as big of a problem, not getting whooped as bad, but they're definitely not helping. You could turn linebacker into a strength by getting Overshown back and trading for one of these linebackers, Bush, Demario Davis. I gotta watch me some Demario Davis here tonight.
Yeah, they've restructured his deal a bunch. So they've got like 3 void years that they've added. He's got 1 year left after this one on his deal. So he's currently at a $6.9 million cap hit. It goes to 14.2 next year. Saints are going to be out a lot of dead money if they cut him. If they were to trade him, $20 million almost
would accelerate against their cap immediately.
June 1st. Yeah, so I don't know that they can financially do that.
Might not be able to trade because of how the salary cap machinations work, but that'd be. I mean, I'm scouring every team now that's you only got 1 win or maybe 2, and obviously isn't a playoff team. Just trying to find a linebacker to turn that into a strength. Now, now that Mozzie Smith actually played again, I think they need to think about releasing him. That's my second thing I want to see different because it's clear now there aren't enough people in the building that understand how bad he is. They're still getting some sort of consensus and momentum like, hey, let's give Mozzie another shot. This might be his week. What the hell are you guys looking at?
He's a first-round pick, and, there's a lot of stubborn people.
There's a lot of busts.
And
it's one thing to keep him on the roster, which we would all disagree with, but having him active for these games.
Dude. With the way I think that Carolina might run the ball, they probably need to go with JT in there.
Yeah, and I thought JT showed promise the first couple weeks. I would absolutely be rolling with him. I will say Mozzie, he had some pass rush where he got up the field a little bit, but he's still getting absolutely moved
He's
off
better
the
at pass rush than stopping the run.
He is.
At least that's what he's put on tape so far.
Right, agreed.
Which it just should not be. And he doesn't look strong at all.
No.
And he doesn't look like he's got a good center of balance or contact balance or anything that would lend. We're in year 3. We're almost halfway through year 3 with Mozzie Smith. This team can't admit that it made a mistake, and to compound it, they're putting him out there. It might be worse than putting Zeke out there last year when Rico was getting over 5 a pop. Okay, other thing I want to see here in Carolina, I think immediately in this game, you got to see if you can go back-to-back performances on Flanoy. Because if this is a thing and you have Lamb coming back before long, it's over. Now you're starting to look at the greatest show on turf type of stuff, where Kurt Warner just had all those damn receivers and a tight end and a running back that was amongst the absolute leaders in the league. So I want to know here by the time we get to Sunday afternoon.
He's on a good trend. He played well against Green Bay. And then he carried that over into the Jets game. So what you don't want him to be is Tolbert, where he plays really, really well and then is gone for 2 games.
Yeah.
So it's I'm with you on that.
I think he's a baller.
He's had a couple of good games. The Green Bay game, like I mentioned, and then the Jets game. I think were 2 quality games for him.
And then the fourth thing I want to see, especially if we get to blowouts, is let's just take the good players off the field. Okay. If you find yourself up like 30-3 or something ridiculous, can we just not play guys because they're hunting sacks or they want stats or something? I hate tuning in and seeing my best player with 2 minutes to go in the game, or I guess the Tyler Booker situation. This applies as well. The game's over.
2:17 in the game, and you're running the ball behind him.
Game's over. Let's get depth out there, but I'm also looking at Javonte Williams with this. I just don't want to wear him down.
Yeah, I think that is something to consider. Because his running style
isn't a bad player.
You wanna keep him healthy. So we'll see. I mean, Miles Sanders, I don't know what his status will be this week. I think Blue. I think it really was the pass protection. I think they needed to see that. And I think they should feel a lot better about what they were able to see from Jaden Blue, and hopefully maybe he was able to gain some confidence, get some more reps, because I'd like to see him in the passing game. I think that's where he can really be an excellent weapon for you.
Yeah, I just don't know what to make. What did he have? Two carries for 3 yards?
I mean, it's hard to judge. They really didn't play him much.
George Pickens said today he has a different handshake with 40 different players on the team, and he remembers them all.
That's pretty amazing.
He's the most interesting man on the Cowboys.
Crazy smart. I mean, just listen to him talk about like the geometry and how he tracks the football. Like George Pickens is a smart dude.
Wanye Thomas said a couple of days ago on Twitter, if they had a vote for most popular teammate, George would easily be top 3. He's just quite simply the man.
You do a lot of work on your pods doing Pittsburgh. What's the fan base saying about that? Are you getting any feedback from anybody on that whole thing?
Yeah.
How they feel that trade went down? I know Steelers are having success winning games, but anybody having any buyer's remorse on that?
Yeah, there is some. They're mad at the coaching staff, Arthur Smith, for not getting him more involved.
Yeah.
They are mad at the media for not portraying George
as a better person.
In a better person. And George actually talked about that again today. Like he said, I'm always having fun. The media just hasn't shown me having fun in the past. And then there is a number of people that are saying this isn't apples to apples because he wouldn't have been able to do this in Pittsburgh with our offense and with the quarterback and with the bad protection that they have going on in Pittsburgh. So there's a variety of topics, but I do feel like a lot of people believe that it had just run its course and you needed to change of scenery. Okay, Shoddy talked more about marrying the pass and the run game today, and it was excellent stuff from the coach. He's actually dropping so much gold in some of these pressers. If you just sit back and relax, he's going to tell you a lot about his philosophy and exactly what the Cowboys are trying to do. And I'll give you that and some other storylines for Cowboys Panthers when we return here. It's the G-Bag Nation, the fan. Patolas, I want...
Uber Eats has those.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Free Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in the all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, football's finest. Coming up at 5 o'clock, I'm back here with more reasons to believe Shoddy is the hero we needed but didn't know we even wanted. I remember when the news came in. Remember what you drinking, what you thinking that night? What our guy, was that Dope Sick Dave?
Yeah, Dope Sick Dave.
I mean, there were a lot of opinions. And then in the weeks afterwards, I was like, wait a minute, this he's got something going on here, and I like the moves they were making. Then we got the Clayton Adams hire and the Connor Riley hire, and the draft was good and everything. But here he was talking about marrying the run in the past. Joseph Hoyt, as many of you did, noticed our guy Greg Olson talking about this during the telecast. And Shoddy's mentioned a couple of times, at training camp then here over the last couple of weeks. So Hoyt asked Shoddy more of a follow-up today, like, can you give me some more on why you guys believe marrying the run and the pass is so important? Shoddy said there's no tells. There's no, hey, we're in the gun, we're throwing. And if we're under center, we're running. If we're in 2x2 with both edges closed, it's 85% run. Runs that we have in the game, we're going to have action pass off that and vice versa. There is so much technology, Shoddy says, in terms of our ability to get information. Everyone, the coaches give it to the players have it. And if you don't do that, you're battling uphill because they're all very talented players, very intelligent, great coaches. If you don't do that, then in my opinion, there's going to be a handful of plays in a game. And every play matters. A handful of plays in the game that the defense is predicting or the offense is predicting what you are going to do. We actually have people on staff where that's all they do. Hey, tell us about this. Some of it's analytics, some of it's coaches. I won't get into the specifics of it, but they're literally looking for trends, and then we're going to break those trends, because if you break those trends early in games, for example, in the openers, then what the players say is, okay, that doesn't hold up. He says, I remember playing San Francisco and Fred Warner. I'll go Carolina and Luke Kuechly in terms of diagnosing things and having tells. And Russell Wilson coming off the bench and saying, yeah, Kuechly's calling every play. He was literally calling every play. What do you mean? He's calling out every play. Trap here, 3-step there. I think the guys that overdo the studying, you can use it as an advantage, because otherwise you're playing into their hands. And
man, that's a breath of fresh air, isn't it?
Oh,
you got a buttoned-up coach here, detail-oriented, getting ahead of things.
Yeah.
This is awesome.
This is it. This is exactly what you need. I don't know. I think right now we have a top 5 coaching staff. Jason Garrett used to talk about this kind of stuff like, well, you can drive yourself crazy being in a cat and mouse game all day. You're checking into this, you're checking into that, your guys are screwing it up. It's just not worth pursuing that level of excellence and deception.
Yeah, I mean, I think we were talking on the postgame show, you're down 4 offensive linemen. Like, they're never winning a game like that with Jason Garrett and Mike McCarthy as their head coach. Like, and now you've been able to do this and maintain your rushing success with a bunch of different injuries along your offensive line. If they were down 1 player, it was like, oh my gosh, all hell is breaking loose.
Yeah, you didn't have coaching staffs that could mask deficiencies.
Or trust themselves, really.
For sure.
I mean, like, McCarthy admitted they're down 3 offensive linemen on the road in Arizona, and he's like, yeah, I changed the game plan. I didn't feel as confident. I had to change the way we're calling plays. Shoddy's interviewing with Brad in the pregame show, and he's talking about, like, no, I believe in what we do. So I'm not changing anything based on, we don't have one. It's next man up. And that's the way to do it, man. Believe in what you're calling, believe in your system and your scheme, and everyone's on the same page, and these guys are prepared. And they've done an excellent job getting these guys prepared.
Yeah, you do want to believe in your scheme, but I think you want your scheme to be more deception and adaptability and making them guess at every turn, because the thinking athlete isn't nearly as fast as the instinctual athlete, and that's what you're now making teams do. So how do you have 9 different starting offensive linemen and be leading the league or close to it in offensive pass protection win rate? I think it's because the defense is hesitating just a little bit. They don't know what kind of a run it is, if it's going to be a run. Is it gap or zone? Is it inside, outside? I don't know. and then is it maybe even a pass here off play action? And it's very powerful stuff.
I think that Jake Ferguson screen for a touchdown, everybody on that Jets defense thought that was a run play.
Yep.
Yeah.
They thought that was a run play.
To the left. Yeah.
Yep.
And it's like, nope, we got a little something here for you.
Okay, what else do we have here? Brian, you over there watching Devin Bush still?
Yeah, I am.
You locked in on that. Do you like the player?
Yeah, so far so good, man. He is when it comes to playing square and tackling in the hole and having to play some coverage. I mean, Joe Burrow's trying to mess with him a little bit, but he's doing a pretty good job right now.
All righty, maybe we'll talk more about that and DeMario Davis. I do feel like with this offense being this good, you owe it to yourself to be very aggressive at this trade deadline. But we also have to be serious with the kind of money the Cowboys would likely be willing to shell out. And I think Devin Bush at just over $3 million is a great answer. You mentioned DeMario Davis. His salary $7, so maybe he'd still be on the hook for $4 or $5. They got $42 million in cap space and a major problem at linebacker.
Yes. The issue is the Saints cap hit trading him.
Yeah.
So I don't know that the Saints financially are able to do that. But yes, his salary is one that the Cowboys could take on 100%.
All righty. Yeah, we'll have to dive into the Saints salary cap system situation as well.
It's always a disaster, isn't it?
Yeah.
They're used to it.
It's usually because of their voids. They've put 3 void years on Davis's contract.
So if you're trading for a player they're going to have to eat a huge amount of money on, they might ask for better draft compensation, but they could restructure other contracts and create that cap space if you made it worth it to them. And for a clearly rebuilding team, I don't know what that looks like for a linebacker. The insider that I was reading talking about Devin Bush felt like a day 3 swap might get you Devin Bush right now.
Ooh.
Yeah, a day 3 swap.
Yeah, because Devin Bush, I don't think signed he's a free agent. Anybody could have signed him.
You do have your 4, right?
Big deal. Yeah, they got.
They were talking 6 and 5.
No, but I was just saying.
Yeah,
no, yeah,
if you wanted to.
Sure, yeah.
I mean, hell, go get both of them.
Yeah, compensatories too potentially.
Yeah, he just got a 1-year, $3.25 million deal.
And there's things that all these linebackers do
Bush?
well.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's low. Okay, Bryce Young, you cannot lose to this guy. Young is still near the bottom in many passing categories, including a 79 passer rating. It ranks 27th in the NFL. Also not a quarterback that attacks much down the field, as the Panthers 30th in the NFL in average yards per completion at just 5. This is off DallasCowboys.com. But, yeah, you lose to a player like Bryce Young, it'll be, I think, worse than Caleb Williams.
Oh, for sure.
Bryce Young's worse than Caleb Williams?
Yes. Yeah, 100%.
Yes.
Yeah, it's really not. I don't think it's even a comparison.
Is Carolina building something at home? They are 2-0 at, is that Bank of America Stadium?
Still is.
Okay. They're averaging 28.5 at home. Now, you could say they played Miami and Atlanta at home. They face stiffer competition out there, but, I mean, those are some pretty compelling stats. Yeah, that's usually the first sign that a team's starting to turn it around. Maybe they have an identity here with Rico Dowdle, but I think you need to be much more concerned with Tet McMillan against busted coverage. Very legit. I said it earlier. I would have loved to take him at 12. I don't know if you'd be better off at 12 with your 3 if you'd taken McMillan and you keep your 3 than having Booker and Pickens now. Obviously, these last couple of weeks, it looks like Pickens is absolutely blowing up, and you're going to want to do a long-term contract with him. But either way, that would have been fine. And I think Tet McMillan in the not-too-distant future is going to be probably a top 10 receiver in this league.
He's got that type of talent. Yeah.
Top 10.
I mean, I love the guy. I think he's awesome. If you play off coverage, they'll run those outs on you and just nickel and dime you down the field. You got to make sure you're playing up tight and pressing him a little bit. And he's also a bigger-bodied player. And we saw Garrett Wilson give Deron Bland a little bit of problems. So I wonder who they match up against him. Maybe it'll be Diggs.
Man, this guy's got some clothes to him.
Got some clothes?
Yeah, they like Burrow's like to go and play action and Burrow. They're trying to move the pocket to the right, and like kind of Devin Bush is looking at it, and then he just takes off running it at Burrow, and Burrow's got no chance to get rid of the ball. He just grabs him before he can get rid of it.
Well, I would say you need Dylan Gabriel to not play well. I think his debut was half decent in London against Minnesota, one of the better defenses in the NFL, 180 yards or so. They score 17 points. Now they take on the Pittsburgh Steelers, that game in Cleveland. So you want the Browns to look horrible, to fall to 1-5, and for them to think, oh, what the hell? We might as well trade whatever veterans we have that we can get something for to make the most out of this season.
Oopsie.
Let's go to CBS Sports. Cowboys were featured in their Week 6 buy or sell. And the subject for the Cowboys, buy or sell, gentlemen, at 877-881-1053. You want to text in on this? The Cowboys are making the playoffs. You buying or selling that idea right now?
I'm buying it. Picked them to be in the playoffs at the beginning of the season. I don't think the NFC's really got anybody that's, hey, this is my conference. I think it's pretty wide open.
But they lost to the Bears, man.
They lost.
You might have picked them, and then they went out there and
they've bounced back nicely. I mean, I think that they're going to be okay, and they're going to be a team that'll win 9 games and have a shot to get in there as the 6th or 7th wild card.
Their panel split. One says buy that because of the offense, and the defense is going to get better. If you can promise me the defense is going to get better, I think I'm there with you. We got to face some good passing games and keep them under 30 for a couple weeks in a row before I'd be confident.
There's some teams I thought were just kind of beat up on Dallas in the second half. Kansas City might be a team that by the time you get to them, who knows what's going to happen there.
Okay, that'll be tough. I think the Chiefs game's going to be tough. I mean, you go from like late November, Eagles, Chiefs, Lions, Vikings.
Yeah, you got Philadelphia at home though, right?
Yes, you do.
Week
yes,
before?
you do. Yeah, certainly winnable. But I mean, that's just it's a hell of a stretch.
Yeah.
They got to stack up their wins now.
Kind of thought that the Charger game might be a little bit more, with their injuries right now. That might be not as difficult as you thought.
I don't want to bring up an uncomfortable subject, guys, but the sell on this from CBS Sports, their panelists said you can't trust Dak Prescott's injury history right now. That's just one of those unspoken things that we do.
I can trust the year after he gets hurt. He doesn't get hurt.
Every other year, man, he's the Bochy of injuries.
He's been healthy post an injury, and he's played really well. We're banking on that.
All right, at 877-881-1053. The 817 says we're smoking crack. 936 says selling. They will not make the playoffs. They will get swept the rest of the way in the division. Wow, that is a cynical Cowboys fan.
And that Washington game is going to be a big one here in 2 weeks.
Okay, we got 3 down, 2 to go. What's up next, Chief?
Football's finest, interesting Week 6 NFL props, and hold all your calls, cancel all your meetings. Tonight starts 49 straight days of football. That's next here in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy, hour 4 of the nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Got the G-Bag of the day coming up at 5:30. We'll hit the expressway and have LA Live for you at 5:40. Time now for an edition of football's finest. And here's Eric Chiafalo.
You know, just 24 hours ago, I was being clowned for my lack of underwear situation. Not a peep today, huh?
Still not.
Freshy, rocking and rolling.
Thank you.
Thought you guys would be happy to know that. Yep.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Got it going.
Yeah,
Thanks.
you're an adult.
Did you do it yourself?
Of course not.
Come on.
But they got freshened up, man. So shout out to the wife. She wasn't even listening. She felt
She was
like
washing.
okay, something's got to be done.
She was embarrassed for you?
I think so.
Are you embarrassed?
Perhaps for herself. You know, at the end of the day, we all got to get our jobs done.
She takes care of 3 kids. Come on, bro.
Well, 4 if you include me.
Yeah.
That's a proper trad wife.
Got to get her job
That's right.
done.
Yeah.
Proper trad wife. You know, just letting some things slip through the cracks from time to time. But we're back, and now my crack is covered. So, man, how exciting is this?
How exciting is it?
How exciting is it?
49 straight days of football start today.
I didn't know that we had a day without it already. I mean, we got replays on right now.
That's true.
No, these are live games. What are you talking about, bro?
Yeah, we are now in that scheduling time where it's just football.
Let's go!
Football.
Every night on TV for 7 straight weeks.
You got action, baby.
Starting today.
Is this the bus leaguers playing from now on?
The bus leaguers. Kidding me?
What's the bus league?
The MAC. You have to take the bus to get everywhere.
It's action.
Oh, okay.
We got.
Yeah, I guess that's how we would frame it. You know, maybe a couple of folks will take.
We got some ACC football.
We got Missouri State, Middle Tennessee.
Okay,
and then we got Liberty and UTEP tonight.
Well, I'm not watching any of that, but
make
I
it
will
48
tell you this.
straight. Start tomorrow.
But you'll box score the hell out of it, baby.
I think the NFL's doing what takes. Maybe if there's a topic in there, I'll box score it.
Gonna watch Texas OU?
Hey, listen. Think about how many opportunities we have from like a TD Tuesday standpoint. Just racking it up.
I do like that. I mean, the more TDs, the better. I've always said that. But I think the NFL is letting people in on what should be their game. I think once you get to about September 5th or whenever the season starts, that should kick off at least 120 straight days of NFL football. Right? Rotating schedule, flex schedule. You'll have somewhere between 5 and 9 days off between games at all times. And every single night you get home, and at 7:15, 7:20, there's an NFL game kicking off for 4 months. How have they not done this? How are they letting crap MAC football, take the attention of the football-loving public? Makes no sense to me, Chief.
Yeah, everybody
missed opportunity.
Everybody from Northern Illinois and Bowling Green, make sure you text Dawson about their
all five of them.
It's
a freaking hater.
It's minor league football. In no other sport do we pay attention.
Come on.
Okay.
This is colleges.
Prize picks going off.
But because the NFL has dropped the ball, there are opportunities for college to get in here and make money.
Toledo 2 block punts today.
Why are we trying to tax our players for 18 or 20 weeks of football to make more revenue when we could just float the sched a little bit, get football night every night in America, and maximize revenue? I need a good answer.
Football every night in America.
Football night every night for at least 4 months.
Yeah. I'm here for it, man. I am.
What night you think will be the most popular night to watch football then? If you did it every night.
Probably not Friday or Saturday. I don't know. Probably all of them. It just depends on who has the best game.
Yeah, tell me what the game is. I'll tell you how locked in I'll be.
So do you put like crummy teams early in the week? Is that what we're doing? What do we got going? How are we going to do this?
We're not going to make any consideration for that other than, if patterns evolve and there's clearly primetime games, then yes, you would want the Cowboys in there.
Saints in Cincinnati here on.
Well, I mean, okay, so you're going to make fun of that, but you'll rather tune in to watch guys that are going to be selling insurance in 2 years?
No, I don't. I won't.
Might not even be on scholarship.
I won't watch it.
Enough people are.
I won't watch it because I'll watch it if they've got draft picks. That's when I'll watch it. I'll watch that. Yeah. Like I say, I don't need NFL football on every night. I have a hard time watching the game the Cowboys play every week. Just because, seriously. Come on, Dawson, let's be honest.
We were at the game.
Well, I know, but how much NBC Sunday night football do you watch after a Cowboys game? Be honest. I'll say none. I'll lead this off. None.
First thing I do when I get home is put the game on.
You punt on Sunday Night Football?
I am exhausted. I am absolutely exhausted after the Cowboys games. I'm absolutely exhausted.
So tired you can't sit there with a bag of chips and watch Drake May do what he did to Josh Allen?
I want absolute peace and quiet. I want nothing to do with, like the whole thing with the red zone and stuff. I see why people do that. But, it is just to watch the Cowboys play and go through all that emotionally, what that is all about.
I thought you were keeping emotions out of it this year.
It's kind of nice to be able to watch other teams play.
I'm just saying.
I don't have an emotional tie.
I'm watching Green Bay and the Browns play right now and watching this.
Well, and you're doing that a lot. I think a lot of fans would appreciate a chance to watch it live, but I watch Sunday Night Football for the highlights and the talk show when it's on while I'm doing my Sunday night. But like weeknights, I'll bring up the NFL Plus app or pull out my laptop and just watch condensed games. I think there's an appetite for it. If people love football enough to watch Toledo, then they have a burning appetite for it, and they would prefer star power and players whose names they actually recognize.
Yeah, because then every day's a new day from a gambling perspective. Whatever happened yesterday can be made good today.
I think I will say that hundreds of millions of people do watch the NFL, but I don't know if they would watch it every single night.
What was the original take here?
49 straight
49 nights of football.
Yeah.
Okay, so we do have some.
You were saying
it should be 49 straight nights of NFL football.
Just NFL?
Because what this is demonstrating right here is the demand for the game.
Well, we saw it with the Tuesday night and the Wednesday night games.
There's some god-awful games out there, boys.
There are. But I wouldn't be upset about it if we did that.
No. Just wives across the country.
Just an NFL. Yeah, of course. But, I've got it down, man. I've got a show on that I'm watching with her. But then on the other TV with no sound, I'm really watching the game.
There you
That's
go.
beautiful, man. Gosh, I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Okay, so dramatic schedule shifts coming up here from a strength of schedule standpoint. I'm looking at the Eagles, who have played the league's toughest schedule to date, 11th toughest from now on. So their schedule is going to lighten up a little bit.
The Commanders have played the league's 8th easiest schedule. It'll be the 4th toughest schedule moving forward. Okay, I like that. Yeah. So if you're looking for a path to wild card, at the very least, maybe the Commanders end up bottoming out here because the schedule gets going. The Vikings, maybe a team you're battling for a wild card situation.
You got to play them later on.
Yeah, they've played the league's 4th easiest schedule, and they have the toughest from here on out. So, and the Ravens schedule actually the Ravens schedule gets a lot easier here moving forward, so maybe they can figure some stuff out. But I just wanted to mention that. And we're going to get a lot of Commanders here moving forward in primetime action. I mean, it's going to be Monday night versus Chicago. Then they get the afternoon game of the week versus the Cowboys. Then it's Monday night again for the Commanders. Then it's Sunday night for the Commanders. Then it's an afternoon game of the week once again versus Detroit. Then it's the breakfast game in wherever the hell they're playing, Miami overseas, Sunday morning, and then it's another Sunday night game for the Commanders. So, I mean, hopefully Jaden Daniels stays healthy so that they can be pretty fun here.
Your game Christmas night will be for a playoff spot.
I believe it.
I'm here for that.
See it happening.
I'm here for that. I want to be in the hunt.
That'll be that winner gets a playoff spot, loser goes home.
Washington's good TV again. You know, Kingsbury's got something going. Obviously, Jaden Daniels healthy now, but just watching that offensive scheme operate, very good entertainment. Speaking of entertainment, I thought this was pretty funny, and it might be a ball sack, but there was a Jags fan who took a photo of Rasheed Wallace.
Yes, I saw that.
Oh, yeah.
He's wearing his Chiefs gear.
Good. Yeah.
They were walking out of the stadium, and, of course, the Jags are in victory party mode, and Rasheed Wallace is ticked off because his Chiefs just lost. And so the guy tweets out the photo, and it says, Rasheed Wallace, I told him I was a big fan of him growing up, and he said, get the bleep out of my face. That was the interaction that he had.
The most on-brand celebrity sighting of the weekend.
It's so good. There's a massive Thursday night football wager at Caesars coming in from Tennessee. $340,000 on the Giants to cover the 7.5 tomorrow night versus the Eagles. Now,
how much money do you have to be worth to lay 340? Wow,
340,000.
340,000. You can't gamble any more than like 2% of your net worth, right?
To bet on Dart and Dable. I mean, 7.5. It's a big spread, but. Hey. I saw that Jackson Dart fumble, and I can't ever unsee that.
Yeah, it was pretty rough.
That was as bad as it gets versus the Saints.
But he's going to be dealing tomorrow night.
Okay, so speaking of, what do you guys think the over-under for rushing yards is for Saquon going up against the Giants?
I don't think. I know.
44.5.
That's low.
77.5.
83.5.
That was pretty close.
You were. What about for Rico? Rico Dowdle versus the Cowboys. What do you think his over-under for rushing yards is?
106.
82.5.
75.5.
71.5. I'm hitting that over. I got him starting in a couple of leagues. Running back injuries are just rampant right now.
It's going to be the Trevor Etienne game.
Oh, gosh. That would actually really tick me off.
Just vultures all the touchdowns and yards.
Yeah, that would not be fun at all. Not be fun at all. Okay, how about this for a stat of the day? We know that the Chargers' offensive line is completely just combusted upon itself. Yeah. But get this, dude. So Andrew Luck was hit 580 times in his 6 NFL seasons. And, of course, he is known for punting on his career after all those hits. Justin Herbert is on pace to be hit 625 times through his first 6 NFL seasons.
They've been taking offensive linemen in the first round, too.
Well, they've gotten banged. I mean, they're good. Like Joe Alt, good. Sure. Rashawn Slater, really. They're both really good. It's not like they missed on those picks, but those guys have been hurt. And then they got Bozeman, their center. I think but
they've been trying.
They're benching him this week versus the Dolphins. Good thing they're playing the Dolphins, but I mean, Justin Herbert is just getting absolutely hammered right now, and hopefully he can stay healthy. So we have the Sumer Sports thing, which is like an AI football question savant.
Yep.
And somebody asked...
Is that popular? Is that blowing up?
It's starting to blow up over the last couple of days. Bobby sent it to us the other day, and I started asking it some questions, and it's been awesome. And one of the things that was asked by Edward Egros was, what is the rate? This goes back to the conversation that Wolchuk and Broadus were having the other day about this Cowboys rushing attack and how different it is compared to McCarthy in particular. So comparing last year to this year, Cowboys have significantly increased their gap scheme run rate from 18% last year to 38% in 2025. It's a huge increase. And through, I mean, you're talking about 47 gap scheme runs last year or this year out of 125 runs. Last year, 78 total gap scheme runs out of 430 runs on the season. So in terms of like what is different about this Cowboys rushing attack, they are running counter, power, the pull lead, the traps, all that kind of stuff. They used to be just basically, hey, we're a zone team.
Yeah.
We run zone, and no matter what defense we're going up against, even if they are fantastic at stopping that, that's just what we do. And this Cowboys rushing attack is just so much more varied and nuanced. It's just beautiful.
Yeah, I think 4 or 5 years ago, there was a big frustrating thing because the numbers were showing how much more effective they were running outside and they were staying inside zone. They weren't just, hey, we're going to do the 3 different zones. They were, honing in on one of them. You really can't overstate how pathetic the Cowboys coaching staffs have been the last 15 years and how great of a situation we're in now.
The condensed formations, I think, have also helped a ton as well. It's helped the wide receivers be able to be better in the blocking game instead of just lining up. Everybody's out wide.
Yeah,
all makes a difference.
And all the motion as well.
Yep.
Like they are doing everything that we've been wanting them to do.
Yeah,
they are doing it at a high level, and you have the number one success rate offense when it comes to running the football. Arizona, as we mentioned, where Clayton Adams left from, dead balls last. That dude is a
Connor has something to do with that too, I think.
Yeah, him getting hurt.
That hadn't helped.
Hadn't helped.
Yeah.
And it's similar. I know I just mentioned the Washington scheme, but I think they're like Mariota benefited from this. Mariota played some of the most efficient football he has in his career when Jaden Daniels is out. Their offensive line is scoring as winning, and you look at them on paper, you're like, how is this happening? But it's keeping the defense guessing with scheme. Kingsbury's doing it, Shoddy, Adams, Riley. I think we're finally in the big game when it comes to football coaching here with the Cowboys, maybe for the first time in 30 years. Okay, we're going to hit the expressway. We got the G-Bag of the day coming up at 5:30, and then LA Live, get you caught up on everything that's been breaking in sports next year on The Fan.
Tolos, it's time to transform your... All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. LA has the G-Bag of the Bay coming up at 5:30. And then LA Live with Lucius Alexander. The Cubs lead the Brewers. It's 4-1 in the bottom of the third. The Tigers came all the way back and beat the Mariners to force a Game 5 with a 9-3 dub. They were down 3-0 in the sixth, and then the floodgates open. They end up out-hitting and outscoring the Mariners by a ratio of 3-1. They got the dub there. Jays and Yankees coming up in about 45 minutes in New York. Toronto leading that series 2-1, and the Dodgers will try to eliminate the Phillies tonight. They're up 2-0 with Game 3 in Los Angeles this evening starting at 8 o'clock. All right, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 to the Fan. There's a look at the scoreboard. Flagtober continues tomorrow. Tolbert Garage Door with K&C from 10 to 2. We'll be at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers on Friday with your flags. Lucius Alexander will be on location with us Friday, so please do join us. And then Saturday, I'm going to be at Hurtado in the late morning, probably in Mansfield and Fort Worth. Still waiting for confirmation on those times, but we'll get those passed along to you so you can come out and get your 2025 G-Bag Nation flag while supplies last. Our annual listener appreciation tour. Giannis says he's devoted to the Bucks, but if he changes his mind, he says, "Hey, I'm only human." So I don't know. It's hard to tell. If you're just trying to keep the story quiet or if you really are, committed to the Bucks. I think with superstar players, they've learned to sort of, play this quietly and try to tamp the drama down as much as possible. But, I mean, it'd be very interesting. I think I'd want to leave if I'm Giannis at this point. He's been in the league for a long time, and I just don't see the path to championship glory still there in Milwaukee. Plus, it's cold up there in the winter. I don't know how players get used to this. But they do. Okay, you have Brock Purdy still not practicing. IR move is currently unlikely. Quote, "It hasn't been a thought on putting him on IR," said Shanahan today. He is progressing, although he did not practice today. Things appear to be shaping up for Mac Jones to again take the helm as they're going to take on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Jones led the Niners to wins in each of his previous 3 starts. So I think just be patient. Make sure Brock Purdy comes back 100%. I'd just be besides myself right now if Mac Jones continues to play this well, because I don't really want either. But if one of them doesn't cost much, that'd be the guy we should be rolling with.
Yeah, dude, he's making it an interesting conversation right now, and yeah, you would. I mean, with the level of play that he's had and how cheap he is, of course you'd be kicking yourself for the Purdy deal.
Yeah, and the trades and everything that could be if they hadn't mismanaged that situation. I would advise Shanahan to be the one that would not make quarterback mistakes. But I don't know the last thing they got right. Maybe letting Jimmy G go. They struggled to let Jimmy G go. I think he's just good at coaching them, but maybe not finding them. Is that what's going on there with?
Yeah, he's 49ers? He runs a great offense, but I don't think like any specific quarterback can just like slide. I don't know that he's like the quarterback whisperer guy. I just think he dials things up that makes it easier on quarterbacks, but it takes the right guy to go in there and perform. And right now, Mac Jones is dealing.
Jake Ferguson tomorrow at 5:20. I've been asking him about these stats, and he keeps saying he doesn't pay much attention to them, but I know he loves it. You got to love the stats, don't you? If you're balling,
yes,
like, the touchdowns, yeah.
I got to say the right thing, but internally I'm like, shoot, yeah, this is going great.
Just glad we got the win, Dawson.
Yeah. He is now tied for the most receptions by a tight end through 5 games in league history.
Oh, yeah, he is.
He's second in the NFL in receptions overall. That's including everybody. So salute to Jake Ferguson, all the great work that he's doing. If the Cowboys take care of business, like, okay, so they have Carolina, Washington, and then it's Denver, Arizona Raiders, or it's in some sequence.
There's a bye.
There's a bye in there.
The bye between the Arizona and the Raider game, both Monday Night Football games.
I'm thinking they'll win at least 4 of these guys. Am I too optimistic about what's about to happen with these Cowboys over the next 5 games? I mean, Denver could get you, Washington could get you, but Carolina, Arizona, Raiders, those got to be wins. So I'm thinking you win 4 out of these next 5. You're sitting there at 6-3-1 through 10 games. You going higher or lower?
Could you see him winning all 5? I could. I could see him taking all 5 of these.
I don't think there's any way they're going on the road and beating the Broncos. I mean, before the season, when we were talking about it, I was like, that's a guaranteed L. Even your best Cowboy teams, I think, would go in there. They haven't beaten the Broncos since 1995. Going to Denver's been tough for them, and I think defensively they're going to cause them a lot of problems. But yeah, they need to win. Carolina, I think they're going to beat the crap out of. Washington at home, that's a huge game. Massive for the division. They do need to find a way to beat Washington at home, and I think they're capable of doing that. I think Denver's an L. Arizona at home has been an issue for them recently, too. Kyler Murray's never lost at AT&T Stadium. That's not going to be an easy game. And then at Vegas, I think, is a game that we're going to feel pretty good that they should win. I don't think any of them are easy, but I do think they're capable of winning all but 2 in this stretch. So
yeah, I'd say 5-3-1. Sitting at 5-3-1 going into
I'd feel good about that.
It'd be great.
You're going to be in a situation in that Commanders game where you're going to have a lot of guys likely coming back. And so now do you worry about continuity, guys not playing? All of a sudden is the offense and the defense kind of rolling along, and then you're putting guys back in the lineup and it doesn't look right. That's what I think I would worry about.
Could have a hiccup game in there.
Well, just in a way of that, you've got so many guys that have been sitting out, and everybody's kind of anxious about having Buddy back out. It'd be nice to have all these guys back against a Carolina or somebody like that, and then go. But hey, having them back against the Commanders, great. But you just wonder, are they in football shape, and are they going to be ready to go at that time? I mean, everybody be excited about it. Just hope the continuity of the play calling and all that stuff works with it.
Yeah, I think that's interesting, and hopefully Lamb and Pickens can both be featured and be a problem and be getting production and scores. I think the you never want to have your best player on offense get hurt if that's still CeeDee Lamb, but it has been perfect as far as getting George Pickens in here settled and rolling with momentum. And I think getting the most out of both of those guys in each game has to be a primary concern, because if you can establish both those guys, I think Flanoy's going to continue to feast, and Ferguson's going to be open constantly, and the run game should be awesome. You have LeBron James on the Mind the Game podcast today. That's with Steve Nash. So it was LeBron and Steve Nash, and he was asked about Luka and being in shape. He says he looks obviously quicker, a little bit more functional, but I think more importantly, what a lot of people will not see is the recovery now. I think when your body is in top-tier shape and you feel so much better, it's not like Luka's game is going to change. I think for him personally, what's going to change is he's going to see how he wakes up the next day after 3-4 nights, and he says, I'm super-duper proud of him. That diet can go a long way towards transforming. That would be a tough pill to swallow if Luka can hold on to this fitness. I'm still convinced he is going to revert to being the double-chin, triple-double. I don't think those kind of habits are broken easily, and we've seen in the past how he gets in shape in the summers and then things fall apart. But when you have a mentor like Luka explaining to you, this is how I'm still playing into my 40s, maybe that thing will resonate with Luka, and he'll have a turnaround.
Yeah, for sure. And then you also have the fact that he's fueled by the hate that he has for Nico Harrison.
Yes,
you can't underestimate that.
That can be powerful as well. Ronaldo has become soccer's first billionaire player as he continues to pile up that Saudi money. I think he's making like $250 million a year in salary, and that's obviously why he decided to walk away from the European game and still able to get it done at a pretty dang high level. All right, it's time to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Boom, shakalaka, #1, Chief Rocker. Hey, are they mad at him for getting that Saudi money?
I don't know how that goes.
Yeah, I tell you, he's been over there, and his team's been very, very competitive. So, yeah, everybody's happy with the way he's playing.
Everybody's happy with it?
Yeah.
You get that Saudi money, boy, they might get you on out of here. They don't like that.
The golfers certainly did not like it.
Golfers, the comedians. Yeah. They ignored the boxers, but you know what?
Yeah.
I was out there in Vegas on that Saudi money. It was. All right, G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan 530. My name is L.A. If you see anything I should be playing, hit me up. At Lucky Lucius, P-L-U-C-I-O-U-S is how you spell Lucius. Lucius Alexander on Facebook. Or you can follow us all and find G-Bag Nation on Twitter and send all your hate mail there. Send that hate mail over there, okay? All right, this is day number 2 for this champion audio. Sound boy, give me that champion audio. This is watching the Cowboys game with AI Broadus. Hold on, where's it go? Oh, shoot, I had it lined up here. Hold on, fam.
Uh-oh.
Let's see if I can find it. Been moving folders around.
Hey, Wolchuk, did you like that guy
Wait
enough?
a minute. Don't go all the way off the damn track. What are you doing? Now, here we go.
I was going to try and help you.
I got you, bro.
Left to right at the Dallas 42. Fields is in the gun. Gives it to Hall, and he's got a seam at right guard. He breaks away from a tackle running 30, 25, 21-yard line.
This team's never going to stop anybody. I told these f***ers to keep Zimmer.
Pressure blowing right up the middle. Sam Williams with his speed, with his first sack of the year and the Cowboys' fourth of the day.
Didn't Bobby say they wouldn't be able to rush the passer? This is why I fired his fat ass from Love of the Star.
Here's a deep pass down the right side. Hall Floyd at the 25. A great move inside the defender and down to the 15.
Let me text the gang of 7 about this Flournoy guy. You like this guy, right, Zach? Yeah. That's why you're my draft show protege and we had to gatekeep Chiafalo.
All right, here's Fields throwing deep. Oh, into the right side. Wilson caught it at the 48.
Is Bade mute over there? Is this a preseason game? Do I need to step in and do color for him?
Going deep. There's a shot for Pickens. He got pushed. He cocked the ball.
Zach, do you remember which of my 72 podcasts I talked about taking a shot to Pickens this week? Peyton, I'm going to run downstairs real quick and see if the homeless guy outside the McDonald's wants some G-bag gear.
Throws it deep to the middle of Lenoir on a deep crosser. 45 broke a tackle, right sideline, 20-yard line.
He told me I had to be higher than Mark Sanchez in the cab of an oil disposal truck to think he'd be seen in that.
Well done by Bobby.
Bobby Belt.
Very good.
I sent him a text message. I said, well done, sir.
Yeah, that's
well
good.
done.
Were you surprised there was no PI one way or another on that Pickens touchdown?
Man, there was some serious hand fighting going on between. I'm surprised because that officiating crew was calling everything, but no.
That was a battle.
I mean, I thought it could have gone either way. Sauce was battling, he was battling, and they let go. Good for them.
So the dude that got beat up by Mark Sanchez didn't have his hearing aids in?
Oh, my
But
goodness.
he's driving around in that truck?
I didn't hear that.
Come on, man. Yeah.
That sounds like an issue.
Come on, what are we doing, dog?
Maybe Mark was trying to ask him something.
Yeah.
Huh?
Sir.
What'd you say?
This guy's just ignoring me. What a bleep hole.
He beat up an old guy that had hearing aids.
Yeah. Didn't have his hearing aids in, too. Like, that's crazy, bro. Driving that big-ass truck around.
That's a rock bottom moment. That's what you call that right there.
Hopefully.
I don't know if Sanchez is going to be cracking mini coldies.
All right, let's go to WFAN. Boomer Esiason.
Oh, Boomer.
He has an endorsement for the great Susan Waldman.
Oh.
Okay.
The color commentator for the New York Yankees. The great Susan. He's endorsed Steinbrenner's box.
Yes.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Yes. The best, oh my goodness gracious.
One of the greatest.
In sports.
Yes. She used to be an actress.
Out of all the dramatic things I've seen, that makes sense.
Makes sense, right?
Broadway?
Yeah. Like stage actress.
Hello, Dolly. Hello, Dolly.
He has an
She
endorsement.
sounded like she had a dip in while she was eating a bucket of fried chicken at the same time.
Oh, that's pretty rude.
Yeah.
That's pretty rude.
Oh, that's
Doesn't she? There's just so much going on in that mouth.
You could finish the dip and then eat the cold chicken.
You could just imagine the saliva flying all over when she's issuing her reports.
Jeez.
You need a rain slicker if you're sitting next to her.
Very messy. Very messy.
Hand me my rain suit. Yeah.
Well, the great Boomer Esiason has an endorsement idea for her.
Oh.
So, I mean, I wonder if she looks at that. It looks like there's a little friction between the two right now. Seems like it, at least in the broadcast. You know, when she sees the Dude Wipes ad that he does on X, is she saying, that's ridiculous? Why would he do that? Or is she saying, like, can I get something like this? How come I'm not a part of this whole thing? You know, Dude Wipes probably wouldn't be her.
No, she could use, like,
oh, boy.
Here we go.
Vagisil Daily Fresh.
What? What?
He said that, bro.
He just said it.
Now, what I said wasn't that bad.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, wow.
That's for yeast.
Man.
Is it?
Yeah.
I mean, there's all sorts of feminine wipes.
Yeah, he said Vagisil, bro.
Yeah.
That's for yeast, man. What else would it be for?
We're not educated on those.
He is crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She used to use some Vagisil.
He immediately started laughing at his own joke.
I'm Boomer.
Yeah, so he knew what he was doing.
Wasn't that good of a joke?
That's insulting.
We need to get her AI voice promoting Vagisil.
I wonder if he knows. Nah, let's see.
He didn't know what he was saying.
I hope not. Or maybe he's telling us something. We don't know.
Maybe,
maybe he said it's sourdough. I don't know. Sourdough down there.
That's very amateurish.
Yeah.
Surprised.
Imagine that, a broadcaster being amateurish.
All right, how about this one? Let's go to the Knuckleheads podcast. Quentin Richardson.
Okay.
He had our very favorite Tyson Chandler. We love Tyson Chandler here in Dallas, right?
We do.
All right, he had Tyson Chandler on there telling a story about playing a preseason game against Kevin Garnett. He was glamored by Kevin. He was like, damn, it was Kevin Garnett. This is amazing. We're going to play a preseason game against Kevin Garnett. He had Eddie Jones with him. These guys are fresh out of high school. And Kevin Garnett did not greet them the way he thought he would.
Me and Eddie, when we first played against Minnesota in the preseason, I was on the same court with Kevin Garnett. So I'm looking, like I'm trying not to pay attention. I'm going through my little warm-up. Then coming down, I'm looking down there as I'm trotting down. But trying not to make it obvious. I'm like, damn, that's Kevin Garnett. Like, So then I go through another warm-up, and then me and Eddie kind of lined up almost at the same time. Now, I laid it up, and he laid it up behind me. We kind of run back. KG coming on. So I was like, these high school motherfuckers think they can with me? No. These motherfuckers. I was like, oh, my God. I was like, is he talking to us, Eddie? He's like, I think so.
No, he a fool.
Did you say something to make him mad? Exactly. I don't think we're in the same game here. Like, I thought they said this was preseason.
Kevin Garnett, major trash talker, went down there and intimidated those young boys. They fresh out of high school, knees are shaking. They shaking in their boots.
Yeah.
Shaking in their boots.
That's why I loved it when Brandon Jennings chased him off the court. I always thought KG was kind of like a fake tough guy bully. He was always talking.
Always talking.
Little Brandon Jennings, I think with the Bucks, maybe his rookie year, was one of his first couple of years. He might have come straight from high school as well, or a prep school. He just decided he'd had enough of hearing KG and walked him off the court in his ear. Like, shoot, yeah, we need more of this.
Dang. I love KG's trash talk, bro. Like, you can just go look it up on YouTube, and like he's blocking shots and telling them to get that S out of here.
Yeah.
And somebody else will put it up and he'll tell them get that S out of here too. Like 2 block shots in a row in the paint. Oh my God, I'll be so frustrated. Some dude down there in the paint blocking all of our shots and telling us to get the S out of here.
Yeah.
Timeout, coach. Timeout.
He had the perfect disposition and voice, and he was clever. Good cusser. Yeah.
Good actor.
Tell you all
Straight
about
and uncut gems. Yeah. Playing himself.
That's right. I forgot
He was
KG
good.
was in that too. All right. What do you think, Lucius? Time to vote?
One more. Do one more. Big Poppy.
Oh,
dude.
Big Poppy was asking the MLB on Fox Crew how to pronounce Schlittler's name.
Schlittler. There's it there with an L. There is an L in there.
I want to dump that.
But it's a tough one to pronounce. Yeah.
It's a name. I made a mistake on the name. I'm not cussing.
I mean, it is Big Poppy. This is our bleeping city we're talking about.
This is Big Poppy. Now, was he shot or stabbed?
Who was he? Was he shot? I think he was shot.
He was one of those.
Yeah, I think it was a shot.
Yeah, well, he's still in a good mood.
Every single one of you pronounce his last name. You kept first.
Schlittler. Oh, well, he's the master. Schlittler. You now your turn.
Sound like Hitler.
Oh, my God.
Jeez.
All right, let's go to a break, guys.
Yeah.
Wow.
Please.
We'll be right back.
Wow, bro.
I want to try his hand at as being a shock jock. He
We
was
got
shot.
Boomer over here.
Yeah.
Talking about somebody's got vaginosis. Now we got Big Poppy. Bringing up crazy racist names. Wow.
It is wild. Is it Big Poppy challenging? Is it the Knucklehead podcast, Quentin Richardson on his Welcome to the NBA moment? Boomer Esiason's suggestion there for Susan Waldman, or watching the Cowboys game with AI Broadus? I'm going to go with Quentin Richardson there. Chief, how about you?
I'm going to go with you and Boomer for that Waldman closing crown.
Okay. All righty. Lucius, who you voting for?
AI Beezy.
Wolchuk.
I'm going AI Brian.
Back.
I'll vote for myself there.
There you go.
By a score of 3-1. He's done it again. Brian Broadus, the people's champ, if you will, and now you're G-Bag of the Day champion. Let's stay in the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius in LA Live.
Earlier, you guys were talking about Allen Iverson being a Cowboys fan.
Yes.
When I lived up there in Hampton, Virginia, his mother owned one of the Cowboys bars, in a sense. Like on Sunday, you can go watch a Cowboys game there at Crabbers.
Oh, wow.
Crabbers in Hampton, Virginia. For those that know, you know. Shout out to Mrs. AI Mama. How about that?
Did they have
Did
food?
Tawana tell
Did
you
they have
that?
food at the
Did
bar?
Tawana tell you that? They had fantastic food, karaoke. It was a great hangout.
Dang.
It was a great place. I don't know if it's still open or not, but man, many a nights my old lady had to drag me on out of there. Had to drag me on out of there, brother. Yeah, it was great. All right, let's get into a Butt Naked Wednesday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
All right, you squares.
Time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance in summer.
You better check it.
Everybody get high.
Let me tell you something. I want to let all of the sensitive people know you picked the wrong show. All I got is raw, hurtful shit.
Yeah.
It's Butt Naked Wednesday.
Yes, it is. Oh, it's hump day. We almost there, baby. Oh, yeah. This is LA Live for Wednesday, October 8th, 2025. It is a Butt Naked Wednesday here. Shout out to Miss Erykah Badu for naming today Butt Naked Wednesday. She's seen the future. Yes, she did. She predicted the Cardi B's, the Sexy Reds, the Lottos, the City Girls, the Ice Spice. She predicted it right there. Butt Naked Wednesday. I wonder if Miss Erykah Badu has any idea that there's a guy on the radio kissing her behind once a week. Kissing your behind. I love you, girl. Peace to the gods and earths out there. Arm, leg, arm, head. This is God Body. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Before I get into this, I want to fix something I said on Monday. You know, people don't trust you if you never say you're wrong about something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you don't stand on your
No, you
wrongness.
guys stand on your wrongs.
Monday, you guys were talking about Matt Hicks and how brilliant of a broadcaster he is and all the things he can do, right?
Yeah.
Hicksy?
Yeah.
Talented guy.
Yeah. And I jumped in and I said, well, guess what? He was at a Grand Ole Opry.
Yeah.
Remember I said that?
Yeah.
Boy, I was so wrong.
Oh, was he?
Yeah. Yep. I had him mixed up with Chuck Morgan for a second.
Oh, well, he was in the same Rangers.
Yeah. I was there. That's the story of my life, Will Chuck. Right track, wrong train. That is the story of my life, bro.
We'll get that. We'll catch the right one soon enough.
It's so amazing that it always happens to me. But yeah, shout out to Mr. Chuck Morgan. Got a very encouraging message from him before. Anyway, thank you, sir. It was
Be
quite
better as a broadcaster.
Figure it out. Chuck more Rangers, please.
All right, let me get this vibe right over here. Shout out to Mr. Rick James. I love you, sir. But I got to get this one because got a little topic to do. I'm going to talk to the Tolos. Got a question for the Tolos.
Fears for fears.
On a Butt Naked Wednesday. I love this song. Let's go.
People smoking weed over there.
Yeah.
This is so 1980s, Lucius.
Greatest music of all time in the 80s. The competition to make a hit back then was so impossible.
There's a lot of album cups from back then that could have been hits. The radio was just too full.
It's so good. All right. LA Live 105.3 The Fan, Butt Naked Wednesday. I got a question for the Tolos. I talked about the State Fair of Texas propaganda yesterday, so I decided just to ask this question again.
We'll have none of that.
What? God dog it.
We're pro-fair around here.
Pro-fair.
We're pro-fair. What's some propaganda you are not falling for? What is some propaganda out here that you are not falling for? I asked this to the Tolos and follow me on Facebook at Lucius Alexander. Want me to get it started here?
Yeah. Yes.
All right. Check the fan text just in case anything comes up, okay? All right, what's some propaganda you're not falling for? My man says PTO. I'm not asking for these days off. I'm not asking. I'm just telling you these are days are going to be off here.
But yeah.
Just let you know, fam.
Yeah, I've kind of taken that approach. Got a busy schedule. Things got to happen this day.
Gotta happen.
Gotta happen.
We cover for each other.
I'm not going to be here.
Yeah.
Just letting you know now.
Just letting you know.
Some propaganda you're not falling for. This guy says the Aisha Curry propaganda.
Oh.
She's out here.
Yeah, she's saying a lot of things that Steph doesn't.
Kind of emasculating him?
Yeah, kind of.
It seems like every time she talks, people get mad at her.
Yeah, I've noticed.
Yeah. I don't know.
She's being honest.
Yeah, she's being honest, and I'm not totally mad at the things she's saying, but some of the stuff from my past are coming up with it. You know, like remember that time that the greasy guy with his shirt off was on that TV show, and she acted like she was taking her ring off when he came out there.
That was a bad look.
Yeah. That was a bad look. She said she never had a whole phase.
Oh.
Yeah.
She, like, regrettably, like she wishes she had. That's bad.
That's crazy, bro.
That's crazy.
My girl said that. I'm like, okay, this is how we doing.
That's crazy.
That's how we doing. The Aisha Curry propaganda. This lady says she's not falling for it. Some propaganda. This person's not falling for it. That Apple is better than Android.
Yeah. I'm not falling for that either.
Yeah, no, I think having seen some of the things that Bobby's Android can do, that is an incredible phone.
Yeah.
It really is.
I'm with that. Apple does a great job of marketing their products.
They do.
They
and
really
it's
do.
user-friendly. And then, like, once you have one, then you're hooked.
Yeah. You have no choice. And everything you do has to be Apple with it.
But there's very rarely any changes from the next iPhone to the, iPhone 17 to the 18 or whatever the hell they're doing. And it's expensive as hell.
Yeah. Shout out to this fan texter who said, I'll take Aisha Curry down.
Yeah.
Remember she said that too as well. She wants to feel desired by men.
Oh, yeah. I appreciate that honesty.
Crazy, bro.
Yeah. I mean, they all do. That's why they put on so much makeup. You know?
Awesome.
Right?
I mean, we're actually better looking than them. They just play pretend better. Right?
Yeah, we get better with age, that's for sure.
First time
That is
Tolo
for sure.
ladies, last time Tolo ladies.
Yeah, that's it. Shout out to all the Tolo ladies listening.
They appreciate the honesty.
Man,
We got a lot.
That's crazy.
Dawson's an idiot.
Some propaganda this person's not falling for. That money doesn't buy you happiness.
That's probably true.
Can't buy you
We've seen this in the celebrity deaths.
It can hold off misery pretty dang good, but I would agree with that. Like, there's so many rich people out there that just become sort of, what's that word, where nothing matters? They're not despondent. That's melancholy.
Laissez-faire.
Yeah.
I just used a word.
What's
I
the
don't
word?
know what it means.
What's
what that means?
Yeah. Gosh, what did that judge say that kid was? He was too rich to even know what he was doing. Oh, I can't
Affluenza?
Affluenza.
Yeah, you get that one too.
This person's not falling for the Jaguars' current record. That's propaganda. That Arch Manning is him. That's propaganda, apparently.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he had a hell of a hype run, I'll tell you that.
Big game this weekend.
No kidding.
It's a must-win game, Brodus.
Must win. Yeah, must win.
U.S. and Texas history as it's taught in public schools is propaganda, this person said. You got to get a grade for it or you won't pass either.
Yeah.
How about that? What else we got?
Canceled talking like that, Lucius.
I'm telling the truth. What's some propaganda you're not falling for? Tolo says, anything Tovash has to say about Tom Brady.
Does he love him?
I don't know. I gotta know. By the way,